At the beginning of the story, we saw a girl with a fiery body. She shyly called out, "Little brother." It turned out that she and another girl were chatting late at night with a man. The blonde girl got up and enticed her. "Stop pretending to be asleep." The other girl also contributed, "That's right. The two girls were together with that man. This person is our male lead, So Kwang." The other two girls seduced again. "Come here, be happy." So Kwang didn't work but still ate, extremely happy. Why does he have such a beautiful sister? He wondered, could it be that he was dreaming? But it was really a dream because in reality, the thing that was licking him was a hideous monster and not a beautiful sister. So Kwang slowly opened his eyes, as nervous as opening a blind bag, but this feeling was too real. He's still in a high. "Ladies, can you stop licking? It's so ticklish." So Kwang suddenly opened his eyes wide and silently exclaimed, "Dao Moa," it was indeed a dream. The cause of this incident was the two-headed monster screaming right next to him, making So Kwang scared. If those strong teeth fit together, he would be reunited with his grandparents, but So Kwang was still bored with life. He shouted in vain, Don't go too far." So Kwang touched a stone and immediately held it tightly in his hand. He shouted, "Go away, Cho Lao Zu." After saying that, he immediately smashed the rock into the monster's face. At that moment, he quickly left the battlefield and introduced himself, "I am So Kwang, a lucky survivor in the deserted island world. I originally thought about finding some food and scraps in the wild, but I didn't expect to be so tired that I slept a little and woke up to see this thing. Currently, So Kwang has left that monster quite a distance away. But human strength is limited, and after running for a while, he couldn't stop breathing. To survive, So Kwang still continued. He thought to himself, fortunately the two-headed hyena's fighting ability was not high. He stopped to recover and thought, it seemed like he had escaped it. Looking up at the devastated area before him, So Kwang hesitated a bit, but now it was too late. It was too dangerous to wander in a wasteland full of monsters. Even if he was hungry, it was still safest to return to the base. Thinking about it, he immediately ran forward. So Kwang stopped in front of the abandoned sanatorium, which is also the entrance to Shelter 404. "You saw that right, this unremarkable ruin is the base I was talking about." It was Bunker 404. He stood in front of the huge door engraved with a number that was slowly opening. "Don't look at the shabby appearance of this place, there is actually a big world inside. The opening process has been completed." So Kwang entered the room filled with modern equipment with LED lights always on. A wheel rolls quickly across the floor. "That is assistant robot Tu That, number 777, it happily shouted, "You have finally returned to the owner." So Kwang still can't adapt to this behavior of his. "Tu That, calm down, don't be so excited, I've only been gone for half a day." Tu That doesn't care, "Just keep walking around your feet, you've been out for too long, you still have work to do, hurry up and complete the mission." So Kwang solemnly introduced, Tu That is the shelter's robot assistant. "As for me, I am the administrator of this shelter. You and Tu That enter the management room. The administrator will have a shelter to live in. At least he can live relatively safely in this wasteland world." So Kwang boredly munched on dry bread. There was still something to satisfy his hunger. Although he was not rich, at least he did not have to starve to death. He scrolled the mouse wheel, but this administrator position was not empty, it had certain responsibilities. He sat and looked intently at the computer screen. On it were pictures of the victims. His mission was to use the internet on Earth to guide a group of creatures called players to come to this wasteland world to build your home. This mission was perfect for me, who had just time traveled here 5 months ago. The numbers on the screen seemed to have magic power, creating an attraction that no one could resist. So Kwang was excited. Without waiting any longer, the online leak cutting project on Wasteland has officially begun. Because of the electronic circuit, a question is raised: do you believe that games as realistic as real life exist in this world? In the Taurus Club chat group, everyone was discussing. Kwang introduced, the company I had just joined was developing an immersive virtual reality online game. Others immediately responded, "Oh shit, is it real or fake? I want to play." "Man, I almost believed it. If this technology really exists, it should be used in other fields instead of games." The player owner here also contributed, "Mr. Kwang, just stop it, blow it. If it's like Storm number 8 said that thing really exists, is it used in the game?" This person sat in the boys' dormitory on Earth and quietly muttered, "This guy named Kwang plays too much." He continued typing, "But I thought if there was such powerful technology, it should be used in the military field. It would be great to use it to train special forces." Suddenly the guy opened his eyes wide in surprise. Because on the computer screen is a message from the person with the nickname Kwang. if it's true, do you guys want to try playing, along with a link. At the same time, in the wilderness, Bunker 404, So Kwang was still diligently monitoring in front of the screen. He talked while working, the voice data was obtained, I sent a link, if you are interested, you can try it. As everyone can see, I'm tricking Chinese gamers into entering this immersive game world, which is the loading screen of the 100% virtual reality game Wasteland OL, with a current pre-order count of 11. He muttered again, the pre-order quantity must be enough to complete the task. To receive my mission reward as the controller of this game, when the mission is completed, the main reward is a set of carbon nano bulletproof vests and an additional 5 bonus points. However, I have only been in this world for 5 months. 5 months ago, on Earth, in China, I was still a normal salesperson. So Kwang always wore a suit, extremely handsome. That day I signed a big contract. I not only drank a glass of wine at the celebration party, there were many beautiful women chatting around him. But suddenly I felt tightness in my chest. So Kwang lowered his face, sweat flowing like a stream. Then, a shrill sound rang out, my head was immediately dizzy, and he suddenly widened his eyes. So Kwang closed his eyes tightly in pain. Then he opened his eyes in dismay. He continued to narrate, when I opened my eyes, I discovered that I had traveled to a deserted world, a vast space with only him and the ruins before my eyes. At first, I thought it was because a group of players visited me at some pre-made location for a reality show, so I was trying my best to get out of this evil thing, so even though I was out of breath, he still didn't stop. Unexpectedly, this place was much larger than I imagined, so he helplessly paused for a moment. The mud mixed with the water splashed all over his feet, making it even more terrifying. When So Kwang looked at himself through the water, he discovered that my entire body had changed from head to toe. Suddenly, his ears heard an extremely unpleasant wave, and immediately after, something even more strange happened. A system interface suddenly appeared before my eyes, along with the text, the notification system welcoming waste picker So Kwang to the world of Wasteland OL. I have also become a scavenger in this deserted world. He looked at the notification screen with countless worries. So Kwang quickly searched his pockets. At that time, I only had one thought, to call the police. As a result, let alone my cell phone, I didn't even have a hair on my body. I've been wandering in this world for a day, my stomach is starting to feel empty. He searched everywhere but found nothing. To survive, I could only accept reality and look for food first. Unexpectedly, I could still find a place where people lived. So Kwang accidentally came to a quite solid place. Seeing someone walking nearby, he told himself to go in and find something to eat. Not only that, he also wanted to, by the way, ask for some information about this world. Suddenly, an object as hard as a rock was close to his head, with a voice filled with threats, not to move, otherwise I will shoot you. Which bunker are you from? Although he was very scared, So Kwang still discovered that this man did not speak Chinese, but I guess it was because of the way my soul dressed. He was a bit surprised when, not only could I understand, I even felt like I could say, that the thing that was pressed against his head was a real gun from Old Man Water. So Huang was scared and quickly raised his hands. Using all the communication skills he had accumulated in his life, he smiled and turned around. Brother, don't be so nervous, I passed by here and wanted to ask for directions, it was convenient. Before So Huang could finish speaking, a stream of bullets passed by his ear. So Huang and everyone around were sprayed with glue, but it turned out that Water's target was a giant monster nearby. After threatening the youth, he immediately put the gun on his shoulder, and before leaving, he left a message. The desert world is not a playground. If you don't have enough equipment, don't run around haphazardly. He checked the monster and warned him, otherwise he would become food for the monster. Only now did So Kwang truly breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you for your concern. From a certain angle, Mr. Water's words were not wrong. Because of surviving here and gathering intelligence, I have lived here for 5 months. This is a fair world. In 2029, a giant-scale explosion took place. So Kwang recalled and recounted, 211 years ago, a great war destroyed almost all human civilization. Since then, the world has entered an era of wilderness. In addition to all kinds of mutant animals in this wasteland, there is also the threat of marauders. In the wasteland period 221, year 2340, groups of people hurriedly left the base to search everywhere. 5 months later, So Kwang grimaced and held his forehead. Even though I had been here for a while, I still knew a few things about this desolate world. He thought to himself as he walked towards the ruins, but there was one place that made me wonder. Whenever I got close to the place where I had gone through time, there was a strange noise in my head. He walked along the seriously degraded street. Returned to the abandoned nursing home. Remembering that sound, So Kwang silently assessed that the sound was reacting more and more strongly. It could not be wrong. He looked towards the door with flashing lights in the distance. The voice calling me was coming from here. Let's go take a look first. So Kwang slowly walked inside. The voice in my head became louder and louder. Following this path must be right. I didn't expect that there would be such a place in the nursing home, but unfortunately there was nothing useful along the way. Suddenly he stopped. Looking at the modern door in front of him, So Kwang softly marveled. There is also a hiding place in this place. The voice calling me seemed to be behind this door. Looking at the glowing circle before his eyes, he thought to himself, it called him there. His eyes glowed with urge, activating it. So Kwang suddenly put his hand on it. He didn't understand why, it just fit. So Kwang suddenly put his hand on it. He didn't understand why, it just fit. A puff of smoke spread out around, and the space suddenly flashed with light. A strange object with bright eyes suddenly appeared from nowhere, casting a shadow on his body. So Kwang was a little scared. Oh, what if Big Boss was activated? That thing came closer to him. It turned out to be a very cute robot. It opened its arms and introduced, no, you are my boss, and I am your little assistant, number 777. Hello Administrator, welcome to come, congratulations on becoming the administrator of Bunker 404. On his head there was a symbol indicating that he had been promoted to administrator. So Kwang was surprised. My status had changed to an administrator. Could it be that he asked me to manage this bunker? On the system screen, the NPC Scavenger has successfully upgraded to GM Administrator, level 0. That quickly replied, bingo, dear administrator, I will assist you in completing the next job. So Kwang is a bit confused. The job? That stepped back so he could see more clearly the display screen behind him. It explained, yes, you need to use the internet on Earth to guide a group of creatures called players to complete tasks such as building houses. After completing the task, the player and you can receive rewards and continuously upgrade to become stronger. So Kwang immediately understood. He quickly asked, so I can contact Earth here, right? He replied, of course. That desolate place reappeared with a global icon. This unknown ham can not only connect to the internet of the parallel world of Earth, but also has its own official website. Players who pre-order the game will automatically receive a number and be registered in the refugee resident directory in the management system. Dear admin, you can choose a specific number to grant game conditions. The system will send game helmets to players in a special way, such as about a girl happily wearing a helmet participating in a virtual reality game. Suddenly a strange circle appeared before her eyes. When this girl opened her eyes, she was in an extremely difficult situation. She quickly struggled to rise to the surface. That also explained that players only need to wear a helmet to connect to the training cabin in the shelter and wake up as a copy. When So Kwang heard that, he smirked. He was extremely excited. As expected, God did not disappoint. His golden finger had arrived. Now is the time for you to name that robot. Calling people's numbers is too awkward. From now on I will call you that. That then happily shouted, I have a name. It ran around So Kwang, making him a little confused. Hey, what are you doing? He secretly panicked. It wasn't like something happened, but that just exclaimed excitedly, my name is that. My name is that. Dear admin, please teach me more. So Kwang breathed a sigh of relief. This toy was no different from a child. But he thought of another direction. Although this assistant was a bit silly, this system to summon players into leaks was an excellent cheat software. Not only could it be upgraded to become stronger to survive, but it could also contact people on Earth. Who knows, maybe they could return to the original world. He looked at the mission assigned by the system. It met the conditions for activating Bunker 404, recruiting players to pre-order the game, requiring at least 4 players to pre-order, reward of nanocarbon bulletproof vest, plus 5 bonus points. So Kwang was a little excited by that sentence. Bingo, dear admin, I will support you in your next work. At this time, it was night time. The scene changed to a boys' dormitory in the real world. Deep Top sat for hours in front of the computer screen. At this moment, Leak players around the world are crazy discussing a game called Wasteland online in the Q group. In the tourist club, people are also talking about it endlessly. Deep Top was a bit incredulous. He muttered while scratching the keys. The role-playing game was completely 100% realistic. How realistic is it, my friends? What era is it? Using such trivial words to advertise to attract players is not okay. So Kwang is also always on the internet. Currently, I am furiously typing on the computer in the 404 shelter of the desert world. He frantically clicked on the screen. Success sends a powerful statement. If it's true, do you want to try it? Along with a link. Deep Top was so surprised that his eyes widened. He silently exclaimed, even though I don't believe it, but if such a game really exists, then, I will play Girl Scroll 5 with 200 mods and more than 100 people created by myself will revive from the archives. He immediately imagined the joy of being surrounded by girls. Husband, are you tired? Let me massage you. Husband, are you hot? Let me fan you. Husband, let me feed you honeydew melon. Deep Top immediately decided to move the mouse, who is afraid of anyone, as a university student, with the spirit of scientific discovery and curiosity to discover the latest technologies. Try it. He decisively pressed the preset button with the thought, let me see how real you are. In the cafeteria of a certain university, Deep Top put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked forward. After ordering the food, he immediately exerted his strength like a flying dragon and a tiger roll, frantically picking up the food until it burst into flames. This spicy chicken dish is really delicious. After a while of discussion, he successfully returned home with a full stomach. Deep Top hummed as he walked, returned to bed, and belched. As soon as he got home, he discovered a strange object on his desk. Express delivery. Roommate also turned around to listen. Avi, what did you buy? Why is it so big? Deep Top just opened the box, feeling a bit confused. I didn't buy anything. Who sent this? Roommates A and B replied in unison. I don't know either. This made Deep Top suspicious. It's really unusual. As soon as he looked down, his eyes widened in surprise. Who would have imagined that inside the box was a super expensive virtual reality helmet? Deep Top was startled and shouted, is this a gaming helmet? But why not use free stuff? Let's try it on. Deep Top immediately put on the hat. The helmet was turned on, and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Who says chestnuts are not quality? Even though the hat is truly free, it has intense 4D graphics. Deep Top silently exclaimed, damn, I'm blind, now is the time to start playing the game, right? Opening the secret version of the blind box made Deep Top very excited. He thought of beautiful girls and shouted, come here, 100 pops of completely realistic role-playing game. Ladies of the virtual world, I'm coming, the little guy told me for sure. Rushing into the virtual world with millions of dreams, he sneaked away, salivating in his heart. If this game is really real, then there will be many benefits in it, right? Female gamers, harem, here I come. However, there was something that made him use it again, making him extremely uncomfortable, resentful, and angry. It turns out that to prove the saying, if you don't work and ask for food, you'll only end up eating crap, life slapped Deep Top in the face with the sentence, waiting for the game to activate, 72 hours, making him just cry out, damn. Deep Top hugged his head and screamed, no, my pants are off and you made me wait 3 days. It was already late at night. Not only did the lights turn on, but Deep Top also moaned continuously, making his roommate complain, are you crazy Deep Top? What are you screaming in the middle of the night? Someone immediately said, leave it, let's go down and check it out, followed by a battle of flying chickens and barking dogs. Avi, when did you buy such a big thing? Lou brother, Lou brother, listen, show me. At this time, somewhere else, on the circuit board, a bridge point lit up. So Kwong sat in front of the computer desk, silently monitoring everything. In the chat group discussing livestock management, a young man excitedly asked, had everyone received the helmet? Everyone immediately replied, I received it, this toy is really terrible, it was thrown directly into my house. Others said, I found it at the garage door, I was at my desk, I thought it belonged to some colleague. The young man who started the story told a long story, you are not as bad as me, the package was delivered straight to my dormitory, everyone, my 3 roommates were all there and none of them saw how this was delivered. The creepiest thing is I don't know if everyone found out. Put on the helmet you can see the countdown timer, but the others can't see it. The group chat suddenly quieted down a bit. What he said was really strange. What kind of game company is everyone looking at? Not only does it know our address but it also delivers packages to us without anyone noticing. Another person then explains, well this is what I'm most concerned about. The address is fine. If we use the IP address to link that, we can analyze our location in reality. This is not theoretically impossible. But as for the logistics, I can't understand. I'm in Jinling. I remember studying in Jiangcheng, 500 kilometers apart. But we found out we received the helmets at almost the same time. That's right, called after clicking that link too. The enemy nick of the 10 girls was Deep Top's. He texted again, I have a bold idea, let's take off the helmet and see what happens. Storm no. 8 replied again, there is a risk, at least I don't know how to remove it. If it is removed violently, it is difficult to guarantee that the helmet can be put back on. In the end, which game company is so powerful? Not only does it know our address, but this kind of black technology is also transferred directly to the helmet. Danger on our heads too. Nicknames. Time flies. Jokingly sending memes. Do we need to call the police? Going to group chats. Yet people are analyzing very deeply. If there is no property damage, it is expected to be very difficult. What should we tell them? It's hard to tell people what it is. I tried putting my phone in while wearing a helmet, couldn't see anything. So Kwang saw that everyone was starting to get suspicious and immediately threw the recorded voice data. He spoke steadily into the mic. Our technology is a commercial secret and cannot be disclosed, because of familiarity, so I will try my best to get these 4 limited beta test qualifications with game helmets to send directly to you. The equipment is for you to borrow. You cannot lose it, let alone dismantle it, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to the company. He imagined the binding process being synchronized, so that the player and the interface were matched, then said, the device would be bound to the user's identity information. A device could only be registered with one account and could only be used by one person. The people on the other side changed the subject again, so they waited for us to enter the game and then talk later. Is there a fee to play the game? So Kwang kindly replied, the closed beta period is free, but the budget is tight so there is no salary. The others all sent like buttons and hearts to Kwang. Brother, if it really is fully immersive virtual reality, I will do a live broadcast on my head. Storm no. So Kwang was outside mumbling calculations, surely finding these netizens who were hackers was correct. He leaned back tiredly, sigh. After his grandfather passed away, I didn't have any contact with my relatives. I disappeared for 5 months. Some people who knew me in reality must have forgotten me, probably thought I was dead. So Kwang silently thought to himself, it seems everything depends on your own reality. Let's start working. He seriously turned to ask you that. Our official website is too simple. Can you add a forum function and data illustration function to it? To that is truly a close friend of everyone. He immediately responded, of course it is possible. Please give instructions. So Kwang immediately went deeper into the matter. The initial construction requires a lot of physical labor, so male gamers are quite important, so the official website must be eye-catching so that we can conveniently cut leaks. In addition, the official website not only helps players understand the game but also finds ways to increase enthusiasm and interaction for players, so he immediately came up with an eye function that pretends to be a female gamer and chats intelligently. That beautiful girl will coyly seduce the players, who will take me to play Wasteland all. And then the young people will fall in love. For example, in the chat room, we use some female robot player accounts to interact with male players, such as the case of Deep Top, who was stupid and still had a crush on a girl. As soon as he looked at it, he mumbled excitedly, I'm in love, let VCA take 2 big sister to fly. Back to the present, So Kwang was carrying a backpack with a bunch of things preparing to go out. He did not forget to instruct, next, I will go back and prepare. You must optimize the official website in these 3 days. Tu that obediently raised his hand in greeting, obeying the order. But there are still some confusing things, so I took this opportunity to ask, admin, why is it only available for 4 players, this time? Doesn't our official website have 11 pre-order players? It looked towards the cabins. There were only 4 positions occupied. They only occupied 1/10 of the 100 training cabins in Area B1. So Kwang had his own calculations. He replied reasonably, now that resources are scarce, very few people can save on food and drink. He pointed to the display screen with permissions, forced to give, banned login limit, confiscation of gaming status, and then said, besides, these 3 books are mine to deal with annoying players. Players cannot be forced to wear helmets and online to work for me. Therefore, So Kwang decided to choose for himself only 4 people, Mr. Bok, Phuong Trong, De Top, and Kwang Fan to serve him. Tu that also agreed, reasonable. Besides, just recruiting 4 players is enough to complete this mission. This is your mission reward, please check it. The display screen immediately switched to the player recruitment mission completed. The number of reservations had reached 4 out of 4. The reward was, a carbon nano bulletproof vest, bonus points +5. So Kwang immediately pressed the button to receive the nano carbon armor. He thought to himself, the nano armor seems quite high-end. Immediately, a layer of clothing was attached directly to his body. So Kwang was a bit surprised. He could wear it directly like that. This was a bit hot. He looked at the description board and immediately saw that it could effectively absorb the kinetic energy of bullets, disperse the impact force within its durability range, and at the same time resist a certain level of puncture damage. With 100% durability, So Kwang immediately felt a little reassured. Going out in the future would be much safer. A blind box appears. It is the administrator's allowance. It takes 1 bonus point to buy a beginner blind box. it needs 10 bonus points to buy an intermediate blind box, and it needs 100 bonus points to buy an advanced blind box. Two that brings out the hidden multi-level spirit again. Dear admin, getting armor is not so cool, there are more surprising blind box rewards than this waiting for you. It draws all kinds of gift items, and sells them regardless. Different levels of blind matches determine the reward reliably. The primary blind box can open the last food supply, the intermediate scent box can open medicine, and the advanced latex box can open weapons. So Kwang immediately hesitated. He was a bit confused. What if I use these 5 points to completely open the primary blind box, or should I save up to 100 points to open the weapon? Cue that suddenly changed the subject again. Dear admin, the new task has been updated. It is in your admin diary, please check it promptly. This made So Kwang a bit surprised. He opened the administrator log and immediately discovered 2 new tasks. The task of meeting the conditions for activating shelter number 404, confirming the delivery of a batch of goods. First, the requirement to ensure that at least one player logged into the game. The main clue category, the reward for the active ingredient extraction machine. Also, the task of preparing an electric machine with a capacity of more than 10 kW. The reward was a bonus of 100 points. The big reward made So Kwang a bit surprised. Do Moa, 100 bonus points. Two that interjected again. By the way, active materials similar to resurrection coins are resources that players need to consume to synthesize copies. So Kwang immediately made up his mind, cracked his knuckles to pose coolly, then wait until he gets 100 bonus points and then come get the weapon later. Young master, first arrange for me to open the primary latex box with all the bonus points. Chu that happily replied, yes. The door of a secret room was opened, smoke flying everywhere. Finally, the door was completely lowered. This solemn gesture made people eagerly await the objects in the blind box. So Kwang and Chu that stood silently in front of the conveyor belt. His face darkened, he couldn't believe his eyes. This was the blind box. In front of him were apple-flavored lollipops, banana-flavored lollipops, compressed cookies, and mango-flavored lollipops. So Kwang picked up the bag of cookies and lamented, sigh, this system is really stingy. When I was young, I was only given candy on Children's Day, not to mention my bonuses. Suddenly, he discovered a small piece of paper lying in the corner. So Kwang stared at it in disbelief. He carefully picked it up and asked silently, what is this? Could it be the 5th reward? He suddenly read the contents out loud. Is there any creature in this world more suitable to make leaks than a player? So Kwang was secretly grateful in his heart. This letter is written in the language of this world. Fortunately, I have learned the basic language of this side in the past 5 months. Through So Kwang's perspective, the entire content of the letter is, in this world is there any creature more suitable for making leaks than players? They not only have strong curiosity but are always full of enthusiasm, facing and overcoming difficulties, refusing to be discouraged by the difficulties in front of them. Of course, the most important thing is that they can even consider problems from the operator's perspective and help the operator harvest themselves together. I am a genius in packaging this setting like a game, the first generation manager of the 404 standard vault. Please put this note in the 5th primary hidden box. This is an Easter egg that I leave for the successor. When he read this, he felt a little angry. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and burst out, what are the Easter eggs? This is clearly a waste of his elementary blind box, right? Chu that quickly advised him, dear administrator, please calm down a bit. So Kwang thought of that gaming helmet again, and couldn't help but exclaim, but he had to say that under the conditions of a lost civilization, it was possible to invent such a powerful black technology. Thinking of the saying that I was a genius in packaging this setup as a game, he silently considered, that middle school administrator was not simply a genius. So Kwang turned to probe for information. Xiao Qi, do you know the first generation administrators? He sullenly replied, dear administrator, Xiao Qi, unknown. When you entered the hideout, my main program was activated. So Kwang doesn't blame him. It's okay, it's not your fault, but because he is the first generation manager, the database here must have his information, right? Tu that saw an opportunity to meet that request, he suggested, I understand, let Tu that try to find it. After a while of scanning, it finally showed some information. According to the database records of Bunker 404, it has been more than a century since the previous manager handed over the operating rights, January 1, 2157. The planet was prosperous in 2125 to 2129. A brutal nuclear war broke out for many years. Both warring sides tried their best to destroy each other, destroying everything on the surface. The image of that year appeared. Almost the city was left in ruins. The rain of bombs and bullets sparked endless fires day and night. both sides in the war sought to bring the other side to hell and bury themselves at the same time. Since then, an era of the Yellow Earth even worse than the Great Depression had begun. This is the end of the data. Looking at the empty information board, Tew that scratched his head shyly. The data showed that the long nuclear winter after the war almost extinguished civilization, but there was no detailed information about the first administrator position and it could be deleted. So Kwong rubbed his chin and replied, "It turned out to be so." He immediately sat down and put the piece of paper back. "If that's the case, then leave it here first. The player won't log in until 3 days later, so I'll go to the trash to prepare it first." The piece of paper returned to its original position. So Kwong silently calculated that the important thing was that there was no food or drink in the shelter. After thinking about it, he decided to leave. "Just stay here and wait until I return." Tew that obediently obeyed. He asked with concern, "So when will you return?" So Kwong immediately replied, "At the latest 3 days, if everything goes well, maybe I will return tomorrow night." He went outside the ruined city, to collect food and drinks for the players. I decided to return to the survivor camp. It was 8 a.m., a 12-hour time difference with the 8th Eastern time zone. So Kwong was careful to hide his presence. The road back to Bait Street from the bunker was very dangerous. The hungry two-headed hyena would not let any prey pass through here. As soon as he mentioned it, a group of dog soldiers with torn faces jumped out in front of him. So Kwong panicked. Damn it, could it be that he had been discovered? So Kwong was sweating profusely, his face grimacing as he stared ahead. On the way back to the survivors' camp, I discovered 2 mutant two-headed hyenas. In front of him were 2 ferocious, deformed animals bearing their teeth and claws. According to the survivors, the two-headed hyena was a deformed child caused by gamma radiation, with almost no fighting ability as good as before the mutation. He suddenly smirked, extremely confident. He reached for the iron bar next to him, planning to fight once. If he had a weapon in hand, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with those 2 dogs. Holding the iron bar tightly in his hand, So Kwong began to calculate, even though I could kill both of them, if I wasn't discovered, there was no need to cause more trouble. Faced with those 2 strange beasts, he quickly got ready. These alien mutants are the main threat to the survivors. An image of a strange beast appeared, not looking friendly at all. Alien species mutated by biological weapons, such as creepers, were real monsters born to kill. At this time, facing So Kwong, a group of hyenas naturally appeared. It's just that hyenas are very intelligent animals, so they first sent out 1 or 2 teammates to test the environment. This reminds him of mutant cockroaches. Like mutant cockroaches, when you find one, you never know how many are in the dark. Then a flock of cockroaches came and swallowed the victim. People targeted by this mutated cockroach cannot be safe even if they cry. Any mistake can get you into big trouble or even lose your life. In the survivor camp 8, in front of the mayor's house there is a place called a recycling bin. After a while, So Kwong also arrived at this place. Next, he went to the waste recycling station to exchange some chips, change some survival items, otherwise players won't have anything to eat after they reach the shelter. Inside the recycling station, there is a scale with a very unreliable name. Electronic scales are never accurate. Do not deceive old people, deceive young people. Reasonable prices. The owner of the junk shop, Old Charlie, gave So Kwong 3 chips, a total of 3 chips. He evaluated today's items. The battery was good, but the adhesive was too bad, only 50% off. That's how much it was. So Kwong seemed quite satisfied. Okay, Old Charlie continued, do you want to buy anything? I have a new shipment from the megalithic city. So Kwong immediately asked about a hot item. Is there a gun? This made Charlie laugh. No, even if there was, you wouldn't be able to buy it. There's some food and fuel. If I were you, I would buy more before prices increase in winter. So Kwong was a bit surprised. Is winter coming? He rubbed his head and said meaningfully, I remember you only came here 5 months ago. Maybe you haven't experienced it yet. Around this time in previous years, the temperature started to cool down. Charlie rubbed his chin and made a prediction. Winter is expected to come earlier this year. Maybe there will be snow in October. Winter will bring snow to cover the entire territory. Winter is coming, and strange beasts outside are also active, preparing for winter. The danger will also increase. In winter, he cannot predict whether buried under the snow is recyclable waste or the fangs of mutant rats. Once winter comes, the merchant team will not come here anymore. Images of convoys of goods being hindered by the snowstorm immediately appeared. Damn, this damn weather, everyone has to try harder, otherwise they will have to wait until early spring to do business after pulling this batch of goods. Therefore, trade will become stagnant. No matter what you pick up, you can only store the copper at home and wait until next spring to sell it. But you can also venture to the megalithic city, 10 kilometers away, where the market will not close even in winter." Before the old man's long lecture, So Kwang was extremely confused. Old Charlie had started again, but thanks to him giving me a lot of advice, I quickly adapted to life in a foreign land. He also had some information about this man. Old Charlie was originally a refugee, but was then forced into slavery. Charlie was once traded as a commodity, it was said, then he was auctioned and the mayor of Bate Street redeemed him, giving him the job of dealing with trash pickers. So Kwang secretly regretted that if this world were not so bad, he might become an engineer, doctor or scholar, like his parents, instead of doing books here. If he did a knowledge job, he would live much better than he does now. Finally, he turned around and left. "I know, thank you, I'll be back first." Charlie also replied to you, "It's okay, be careful, remember to sell me some good things." As he trudged along, he thought to himself, perhaps because he thought I was also from the shelter, he cared more about me. A day passed, So Kwang quickly returned home. He started calculating, 3 chips cannot be exchanged for anything. Try going home to see how many things are left. Opening a carefully stored box, he started counting the last 3 pieces, exactly 50 points. This box full of chips is his entire fortune. This fund is enough to cover the initial costs of the bunker. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. First of all, the shelter needs to be repaired. I will use these chips to pair some tools for the job, then let the players collect some nearby materials. It shouldn't be too difficult to repair the concrete structure of the sanatorium wall. There are too many things to do, so Kwang needs to calculate carefully, because this is a game with 100% difficulty, so we have to start from the basic work. In addition to working tools, food is the most important. He also had to take into account that players also needed to eat and drink. Once the clone was activated by the player's consciousness link, it was equivalent to a living person and needed to consume food to replenish their energy. If the players, were hungry, they could do unbelievable things and even lose control. Just thinking about it makes you feel scared. Who knows, maybe there will be a girl rushing to mukbang, including you, manager. People want to eat, you let them starve to death like this, you have to take responsibility, right? Because bread is the most popular dish on Bate Street, you will use it as an estimate. At least prepare enough food for 5 adults to consume in a week, 2 meals a day. Each meal is calculated as a piece of bread. There are 70 pieces of bread. But according to the thoughts of the first generation of administrators, is there any creature in this world more suitable to be a leek than a player? As a player, it's okay to eat and drink lightly, So Kwang thought. However, because they are leeks, they should not be fed too carefully. They eat green wheat produced by nearby farms. 3 chips can buy 1 kilogram. 5 kilograms is enough for 1 person for 2 weeks. Green wheat is the ingredient for bread. So Kwang quickly left the house to prepare. For now, let's prepare these things first, go to the recycling bin, and think about other things later. As soon as he turned around, he was surprised to see a little girl. The girl cowered and timidly spoke, "Brother, I didn't mean to apologize." So Kwang also immediately recognized this girl. This girl seemed to be Vu Tuangu, the youngest daughter of the Vu family. She was shy and started to explain, "She heard noises in your house. She was afraid that someone would come in and take advantage of her, so she came here to take a look." So Kwang coughed twice. He didn't think the sister next door would be so thoughtful. He thanked her. Tuangu quickly appeared happy. She also enthusiastically suggested, "No problem, later when you go out, just let me help you look after the house." Tuangu smiled brightly, determined to convince her that she had nothing to do anyway. Seeing that she was so young and so enthusiastic, So Kwang put on a serious face. Children should not have too much contact with strangers. Meeting bad people is not good. Seeing this, Tuangu immediately became angry and argued. Tuangu is not a child. Tuangu's brother said that Tuangu can get married. Besides, I'm not a bad person. Last time I bought you soup for you, right? So Kwang remembered that bowl of soup, understood a little. It turned out that, since that time, the little fish often secretly squatted near my house. To comfort his little sister, he immediately offered a candy. "Okay, don't be angry anymore, eat this." Tuangu is very happy. "Oh, brother, can I really eat it? Don't tell others that I gave it to you, otherwise there won't be any next time." "Thank you, I've never eaten this before." Sure enough, the first time she saw a lollipop, she didn't peel it off but put it directly into her mouth. "Oh, why can't she bite it?" So Kwang bowed slightly, his whole body radiating a male aura. "Come here, I'll help you." He gently peeled the shell and gave it to the girl, taking it. Looking at the eager appearance of the little sister next door, So Kwang couldn't help but feel sorry for the poor child. If she were in her hometown, she would probably still be in school at her current age. Hyungu ate candy for the first time and was excited. What flavor is this? Her eyes lit up, she couldn't hide her excitement, so sweet. She ate the candy greedily. Hyungu concentrated as if enjoying the flavor that melted in his mouth. She looked at So Kwang and smiled brightly, so sweet. He also smiled and replied, "It's okay if you like it, this thing is called a lollipop." Seeing his rare smile, Hyungu also suddenly smiled. It turns out he also knows how to smile. Holding the lollipop in her hand, she gave an assessment, "This thing is delicious." Finally, he gave the candy to So Kwang, smiled and suggested that you try a piece. So Kwang and Hyungu were now facing each other. Hyungu gently raised his small tiptoes. Hyungu was holding a lollipop in his hand and said smilingly, "Hurry up and try this lollipop is very sweet." Faced with her endless cuteness, So Kwang unconsciously patted the girl's head and gently replied, "Okay, don't mess around anymore, I'm busy, you obediently help me take care of the house." Hyungu's face turned red, his voice was sulky and childish. I'm not messing around, Hyungu is serious." But in less than a note, when he raised his head, So Kwang had disappeared without leaving any debris behind. I was extremely surprised. "Oh, where is he?" Even though I knew So Kwang was gone, I still shouted loudly, "Don't worry, Hyungu will take good care of the house for you." At this time, So Kwang and Tue that were heading straight into Area B1 of Bunker 404. So Kwang smiled mysteriously, "Waiting 3 more days, now the player will connect." In another room, deep top, Kwang Fan, Fuang Trong and Lao Bok were each equipped with a helmet. They still lay still like that. The 4 of them tried to reach out as far as they could to reach the source of light and energy ahead. Deep Top belongs to the cognition system and is the girl's 10-time night public enemy player. He suddenly panicked, his eyes opened wide, his mouth closed tightly because he discovered he was surrounded by water. He stood still in the engine room, the water level around him slowly decreasing. He hurriedly walked out, water splashed around but he didn't get wet at all. Not only him, Lao Bok, Fuang Trong and Kwang Fan were also extremely confused, not believing what had happened. Old Bok is the holder of the power system. The player time flies. He pinched his cheek with his hand. "Damn, it hurts, are we really in a game?" he thought to himself, "am I going to broadcast live?" Next is Fuang Trong. He is a flexible system, a player, the future is still long, he still hasn't escaped the surprise of his previous experience, grabbed his pants with his hand. To his surprise, the gender of the character in the game is actually the default player gender. "I'm still thinking about creating a female account for fun." Kwang Fan belongs to the intellectual system. The player Storm No. 8, he used a towel to wipe his glasses and couldn't help but be skeptical. "I really didn't expect that the game experience would be so realistic. It's like wearing a gaming helmet to go to another world." Looking at the dry clothes he was wearing, Deep Top agreed, "Yes, that's right," he could really feel it even when his body, underwear, was dry. The room's exit suddenly opened. Deep Top was surprised, there was someone coming. Was it Brother Kwang? Catching a glimpse of So Kwang and Tue that walking into the room step by step, So Kwang began to speak, "The war has ended, and our world has completely changed." He emphasized further, "But because of this, gamers, it is time for us to rebuild human civilization." He continued, "I am the administrator here, code name, So Kwang, this is my assistant Tue that, if you don't understand anything, you can ask him." Tue that held a notebook in her hand, only then did she speak up, asking for more instructions. The surprise was pushed to a higher level. Fuang Trong, Kwang Fan, Lao Bok and Deep Top all gasped and widened their eyes when they saw the notification from the system appear. System prompt, 4 players have successfully logged into the game. They felt shocked when they first came here. So Kwang smiled proudly and thought to himself, "Great, my aura has successfully controlled this place." Contrary to his thoughts, the other 4 boys were extremely excited, their eyes shining like stars. "Wow, is this administrator an NPC, just like a real person?" Kwang Fan was more calm, lifted up his bright glasses. "Administrator, may I ask where Brother Kwang is?" Everyone kept asking, "What is our mission? How do we exit the game? By the way, can gender be changed in this suppression system?" So Kwang faced with public pressure, he picked up the Evacuation Shelter Residence Handbook version 1,0 and calmly announced, "Orderly, if you want to exit the game, just stay in the training cabin. Now all you have to do is be quiet and read the Shelter Residence Handbook." So Kwang and Tue that were the ones walking in front, followed by the 4 of them walking along the forest path. P7, Shelter Resident Manual version 1,0. 1. the manager's orders are paramount and all residents of the shelter must obey unconditionally. 2. For residents who violate the rules, the administrator will continue to use forced sleep. Confinement is the last resort. Note, forced sleep is equivalent to being forced to leave the game, and detention means banning the right to log in. 3. The administrator has the right to resolve final comments on all of the above terms. Deep Top read the handbook and frowned. This admin NPC actually still has a part of the GM's authority, can ban people who affect the game experience of other players. Kwang Fan continued, that is a character that is not easy to deal with, we have to be careful. Old Bok added, a Kwang went through the trouble of registering this account for us, being banned from the beginning is useless. To reassure them, So Kwang explained that in the 200th year since the end of the war, you are luckier than 12 billion people to be standing here. He added seriously, I need you all to realize the situation just now, then carry out your declaration under the banner of the People's Federation to rebuild our homeland. All 4 of them shouted in unison, clearly. So Kwang continued, this is the forest on the northern outskirts of Tan Tuyen City, far from nuclear bomb craters, so there is no need to worry too much about excessive gamma values, and your first task is to pick up the axe on the ground and go out to collect enough wood. Not only will we need to stockpile enough fuel before winter, the sanatorium will be repaired and an outpost built on the ruins. The 4 of them were now extremely motivated and excited. Okay, let's rebuild our house. So Kwang also sent an additional message, remember not to go too far. But immediately, the 4 of them became extremely confused and worried when So Kwang added another sentence, saying that when encountering a strange animal, don't act hastily, and quickly retreat. The 4 of them continued moving forward. Hugh that wondered, Master, do these kids really have no problem? So Kwang replied, that's why I asked you to come with me, this place is not far from the nursing home, you go to the north window on the 3rd floor and look, in case they are in danger or run away without permission, remember to notify me, I will return to the control center to check for rewards. Hugh that wondered, but there was a difficult problem, that is, I don't have legs, so I couldn't go up to the 3rd floor. When So Kwang heard that, his face stiffened in resignation. Okay, I'll carry you up. The group continued walking. The trees fell to the ground one after another. Everyone was tired at this time, panting, panting, panting. Kwang Fan was out of breath and said tiredly, why does Lao Bok's muscles look so strong, as if he has been trained, while I can barely hold an axe? Deep Tianj replied, this is useful, even though my physical strength in this game is much stronger than in reality. Deep Top's imagination, his nose bled when he heard the sweet words of the beautiful girls. The brown-haired girl said, wow, Deep Top brother, your arms are so thick and strong, it feels so safe, and the pink-haired girl also hugged one of his biceps, cooing and said, Deep Top brother, do people want you to protect us or not? He said, without a girl it would be a waste of my life. Fuang Trong did not pay attention to Deep Top's words, he voiced his thoughts, there must be a difference in the character's attributes. Considering the theme of this game, there exist 2 possibilities. 1, we have been sleeping since before the war until now through cryogenic hibernation technology. He continued to analyze. 2nd, we are all clones, and I support this setup. In this way, a body can be resynthesized directly using the DNA stored in the cultivation cabin. Speaking of this, his eyes lit up again. I was quite looking forward to the game mechanism being able to combine DNA and career systems, develop different attribute growth graphs, not only ensuring a degree of freedom but also enriching the gameplay. Kwang Fan heard that and was full of judgment. This guy has started again, and Lao Bok also exclaimed, this guy often falls into a trance when it comes to games. Deep Top pointed to the road ahead, hey first let's not talk about this, you guys said if I continue going in one direction, you think it's possible. Deep Top was daydreaming again. At this time Deep Top's eyes turned into 2 pink hearts. Are there any cute elf sisters in this forest? Hee hee. Old Bok broke Deep Top's dark thoughts. He thought of another scene. The setting of this game is 200 years later in the wasteland. I thought of a documentary called Return to Chernobyl, guessing that there are no elves, but there will be zombies with parasitic fungi on their bodies or something. Kwang Fan and Fuang Trong, each holding an axe, leaned close to Deep Top with murderous intent. Kwang Fan said, the administrator said that we should not stay too far from the nursing home. If we don't listen, he can make us out or even ban us. Fuang Trong also agreed with Kwang Fan's point of view, but we only have 1 axe now, encountering a strange beast, maybe we can't do anything. Little Deep Top said scared, okay, no try again, don't try again. Deep Top had other thoughts in his mind. While using an axe to chop down the tree trunk, he said, well, why do I have to listen to an NPC? Forget it, anyway, this game is free, so please experience it first. Besides, I can't fool Kwang brother. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes stunned and panicked. The axe he held in his hand also fell to the ground. He felt something. What is this? Why did he suddenly have an ominous premonition? A giant bird wing rushed in and swept across, knocking up the ground he was standing on. Deep Top sat down on the ground, he was frightened. Looking at the feathers falling to the ground, he thought, what is that? It almost got picked up. He suddenly realized, it turned out to be a strange beast, please help. That strange beast continued to rush towards him. He shouted loudly, holy shit, big brother Blackbird, can't you go find someone else? Phew that, on all fours, ran frantically into the shelter. It quickly announced, something happened. The main task of recruiting players has been completed. The reward is an active ingredient extraction machine, along with an instruction booklet. Instructions for using the active ingredient extraction machine. 1. The active ingredient is the main raw material for synthesizing clones, including but not limited to the minerals necessary to form the human body, 20 common amino acids and 2 rare amino acids, etc. 2. The active ingredient extraction machine uses carcasses of chordates. Mammalian primates are the best, the extraction efficiency is as high as 90%, non-primates are second, non-vertebrates' backbone has the lowest efficiency, less than 10%. 3. Mining efficiency is also related to the level of greed. Holding the book in his hand, So Kwang looked back at the machine. Is this a machine to extract active ingredients? He approached the machine. The manual said that even corpses of different types were within the scope of recovering and extracting substances. He touched it and smiled with satisfaction. He didn't need to worry about it at first. Anyway, with this extraction machine, he could start collecting ingredients for synthetic copies. While he was standing in contemplation, that ran in frantically. Something happened. It quickly reported, Dear Administrator, something has happened. There is a large bird attacking the player in the north of the sanatorium. He was startled and thought, Big bird. The ferocious great bird cried out with terrifying sounds. It swung its powerful wings as if wanting to immediately destroy the opponent. In the northern forest of the sanatorium, the remaining 3 people ran out to help Deep Top. Luckily he was okay. He shouted loudly, scaring the old man to death. Phuong Trong was excited. Dao Moa, Deep brother just avoided that thing just now. Quang Fan commented, this strange bird looks a bit like a crow. Phuong Trong concluded, this thing is probably some kind of strange beast. Deep Top opened his mouth in surprise. Strange beast, how do you know? Phuong Trong replied, according to what was placed on the official website, strange beasts are variations created by gamma rays or other things. Deep Top was surprised again. Is it installed on the official website? Isn't it just a booking page? Quang Fan held one side of the glasses in his hand and said softly, installation is a new function of the official website update yesterday, didn't you read it? Deep Top became more and more impatient. He said, stop talking nonsense, think of a way to deal with this big crow. Old Bok reassured everyone, don't be afraid. The crow was still up high. Quang Fan shouted loudly, the enemy was motionless, I was motionless. Having said that, he felt that something was not quite right. Looking around, he couldn't see his teammates anymore. His blood boiled when he discovered the 3 of them hiding together in the bushes. Hey, did anyone trick their teammates like him? A stone flew from nowhere, grazed the crow, its eyes turned into angry red fire mode, screaming loudly and squawking. The 4 of them did not know where the stone came from. Quang Fan wondered, who threw the stone? Lao Bok denied, it was not me. Deep Top also denied, I did not throw. Phuong Trong spoke up, was there someone else? The crow's eyes looked sharp, its anger turned the eyes red, emitting lightning bolts at the corners of the eyes. So Quang held the stone in his hand and threw it up. This time he threw a strong kick. And hit the crow. It angrily rushed in and tried to attack him. His hand held the weapon firmly. He curled his mouth provocatively, animals are still just animals. He and the crow both frantically turned on each other's destruction mode. You constantly mock that strange beast, even if you grew another head, your IQ wouldn't be as good as a human's. With just one powerful blow, the crow was unable to resist, it was pierced straight through his body by his weapon. As for the situation in the thick grass, the 4 of them were terrified and stood still for 30 seconds when they witnessed So Kwang's power. They thought to themselves, wow, this NPC is too strong. The fight ended quickly, the space became quiet again, the beast's feathers scattered and fell down. Quang Fan excitedly said, look how great my administrator is. Phuong Trong followed suit, my administrator is more powerful than an animal. Deep Top followed suit. My administrator can kill monsters, Lao Bak concluded. I just want to say that the administrator is amazing. Smoke and the aroma of grilled meat spread throughout the forest. The mutant falcon was grilled, P.S. The grilled rack was picked up. Deep Top hesitated a bit. Can this crow be eaten? So Kwong replied, you can eat it when it's cooked. I'll tell you what you can't eat, and this zoological name is a falcon. Kwong Fan couldn't believe it. The falcon, why is it so big? Fuang Trong wondered. Because of gamma rays, So Kwong replied. Not only that, but also viruses, bacteria, genetic weapons and other causes, together causing everything we see today. He continued, of course, strange beasts are just one of the threats we face. In some cases humans are more dangerous than them. He thought to himself, it's a shame there's no salt, otherwise the taste would be even better. However, in an inland city like our Quanquan city, finding salt to preserve food seems impractical. He told everyone that he could eat it for a while. It's not always possible to eat rustic food in this desert world. Deep Top said that we can't eat all of this big animal. Kwong Fan asked further, can leftover food be stored in the refrigerator? He explained that even as the owner of this place, there was only one refrigerator in the mayor's fortress. The four people were stunned, the mayor, the fortress, the master. Deep Top's imagination. A maid comes to greet you, welcome you home. Mayor, would you like to shower first, eat first or sleep first? There are also 3 beautiful girls there. Mayor, we are here to impregnate you. Deep Top is excited, he, then I won't be polite anymore. Old Bok shook Deep Top's body to help him escape from the magical dreamland. Grandfather, wake up, stop dreaming. Deep Top dreamed until he was drooling. I want to be mayor, I want to be mayor. Fuang Trong raised his hand to ask for advice. Mr. Administrator, can I ask how much would we need? So Kwong replied, the more you cut, the more you cut. After listening to him, everyone was dumbfounded, whispering, he thought, how many cuts are there? These leeks are different from me, they can leave at any time, and don't need to rush to survive. So Kwong thought, if they want to live, they must get bonus points. He smiled and continued, a tree as big as an arm, each meter long, contributes 1 point, a tree up to the thigh, each meter, 2 contribution points, each tree as long as an arm, each meter long gets 1 contribution point, a tree as big as a thigh, each meter gets 2 contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for rewards, but the number of rewards is limited. He further cited, for example, a roasted bird leg costs 5 contribution points, 2 roasted bird legs cost 8 points. Hearing this, everyone is extremely hungry but also very concerned. Deep Top smiled reluctantly, Administrator, I suddenly feel not hungry anymore. Fuang Trong agreed, me too. Lao Bok spoke up, after all, there's still a while until dinner, I'll go pick up 2 more pieces. Immediately, they accelerated their task of chopping trees. The competitive atmosphere was extremely fierce. Kwong Fan said excitedly, suddenly I want to cut something. After a time of cutting firewood with high efficiency, the 4 of them returned exhausted. Kwong Fan could not even stand up, he resignedly smelled the soil. Seeing everyone gathered, So Kwong calmly said, you guys have worked hard, I would like to announce the results. This mission everyone received a total of more than 2,000 contribution points. The Bok Gu Kui Keen player has the most contributions, 1 person made more than 800 points. Long Future and 10 Nights Strike Maiden players have identical achievements, each with over 400 contribution points. Strength System player, Realistic Brick Factory owner, exchange contribution points after roasting bird 8001. Old Bok holds 2 big meat thighs and rubs the fire, smiling cheerfully, this little achievement is just a trivial matter to me. In your factory, sometimes when it's busy, you have to help move those bricks, changing the contribution points after roasting the bird of Deep Top. The Sensory System player, and Fuang Trong, the Speed System player, were both 450, the 2 of them happily high-fived each other. Fuang Trong said, well done, brother. Deep Top also responded enthusiastically, thank you, you are not weak. So Kwong continued to announce, level 8 player Typhoon, achieved 300 contribution points. Kwong Fan, Intellectual System player seemed a bit disappointed with this result, this game accidentally exposed my physical weakness. After hearing the results announcement, everyone held their meat in their hands and comforted Kwong Fan. Lao Bok said, brother, come and eat the bird's feet. Deep Top also patted his shoulder, it's just a game, don't worry about it. Fuang Trong encouraged, just try your best. Seeing everyone's reaction, So Kwong thought to himself, the performance of these guys was beyond my expectations. Luckily there was a grilled bird as a reward to silence them. If I tell them to cut down 100 trees and only reward me with 2 lollipops, I will definitely be cut in half. Thinking about that was enough to bother him, he continued, everyone's contribution points can be viewed on the official website. In addition to exchanging rewards, you can also use contribution points to buy resurrection coins. Resurrection coins need to wait 3 days. Old Bach was a bit disappointed. Is that all the contribution points are? Deep Top has other thoughts. It is currently in the beta testing phase. The game content is definitely not much. Fuang Trong added, as long as you don't delete your profile, wait until you open the costume. You can find a place to spend it. In fact, the survivors in Quanquan City used a language that connected people. The grammar and pronunciation were somewhat similar to Chinese, so Kwang was lost in thought, originally planning to give them a reward to spend, but he himself didn't have much, and the players weren't soul transfers like him, and didn't understand the language here. It seemed like he had to develop a set of translation tools to solve the communication problem. Fuang Trong asked curiously, that's right, manager, I discovered that our station has no electricity, why don't we find a way to get a generator? So Kwang explained, because we can't have more generators. Who among you understands this aspect, or has electricity-related technology? If anyone can solve this problem, I will have a special reward. Kwang Fan's glasses flashed brightly. Out of habit, he held his glasses in one hand as if thinking about something. Everyone froze when they heard Deep Top's opinion. Wouldn't it be okay to connect a wire from the ground up? So Kwang believes that there is no such long line here, and the energy in the shelter is not infinite. Even if it can be used temporarily, the long-term problem still cannot be solved, and it can bury an even bigger underground disaster. 5 p.m., the time of the abandoned world is 12 hours different from the 8th Eastern time zone of the old world, so Kwang said, it's not early anymore, let's go home, he thought, although it wasn't completely dark yet, it was almost dawn in China. Everyone went back to the bunker together. Old Bach commented that time in the game passed quickly, Trong Fuang commented that the experience was still too real, Deep Top agreed, that's right, I also don't want to return to the training cabin at all. Kwang Fan said that I want to return quickly. So Kwang and Tu that went into the room containing players, he thought, I have to find free people who don't work during the day, or players in other time zones, otherwise it wouldn't be safe for me to guard the base alone at night. Tu that spoke up, respectful management staff, the player's health check report has been updated, would you like to see it? So Kwang wondered, is there still a health check report? Tu that replied, every time a player logs out normally, the training compartment scans the player's image in the compartment, records the functional status of the player's body, and takes a certain number of embryonic stem cells to back up and record the progress of gene sequence development. So Kwang still didn't understand, wait a minute, what the heck is the gene sequence development process? Tu that explained, each copy is synthesized from a different DNA and the gene sequence is a different number of DNA, the key gene sequence's strength is enhanced, the first to have stronger force, and more inclined to increase force attributes. So Kwang wondered why Lao Bach was so different. Tu that continued, development progress refers to the level of clear expression of particular segments in the gene sequence, usually calculated in percentages. For example, development progress reaches 100%, all features of a living organism are close to the limit of genetic design, have reached the most perfect state, but that is almost impossible. It stated that the current development progress of the 4 players is within less than 1%, according to research. As long as you constantly stimulate the survival instinct and exercise your body, you can increase this value. So Kwang smiled with satisfaction, great, it turns out chives can also level up, and also have natural talent, next they need to be trained separately. Jinling University, Vocational Training Institute. Professor Nam Fan, Kwang Fan player, he was sitting on the bed, his face blank, taking off the helmet on his head. He thought back and thought, yes, about the generator, I can ask Professor Uong for something at lunch. In the real world, at 12 noon, he stopped by a busy restaurant. There were people screaming and complaining, why was the queue so long before I got there? No way, I'm about to starve to death. When the 3 girls saw Professor Uong, their eyes were filled with infatuation, captivated by the sunny smile in front of them. Hey, look, Professor Uong is over there, wow, he is really handsome, I can't believe he is already 30 years old, but we rarely see him eating with the robot Nam Fan from the Institute of Physics. At this time, Professor Uong was eating with Nam Fan. He turned to wave a friendly greeting, hello to his 3 classmates, go eat quickly, don't be hungry. Professor Uong's gentle words made the 3 girls' hearts want to melt. Yes, Professor Uong, we immediately went to buy food. Professor Uong is so gentle, oh my god, I really want to talk to him a little more, age is just a number, just being handsome is enough. Nam Fan still focused on reading the book, not paying any attention. Professor Uong asked Nam Fan in surprise, generator, Professor Namfon recently researched this. Namfon slammed the book shut. He hesitated, made up a story, and recently read apocalyptic novels. Professor Uong seemed skeptical about his friend's answer. Oh, then what? Namfon continued, I wonder how the survivors will be able to solve the electricity problem if the same thing happens. Professor Uong put his hand on his chin. The matter this morning, you wanted to ask me for advice is not this, Namfon said softly. That's right, Professor Uong exclaimed about his friend. Oh my, the things in the novel that he also actively researched. Having finished speaking, he smiled mysteriously. He stood up and brought his face closer to Namfon. He said jokingly, can you really wait until the end of the world? Namfon held his glasses, contemplating his unpredictable face. Although on the outside, his face was quite calm, in reality, he was extremely confused and worried. How could he know that there weren't only 4 places to participate in the closed beta? Professor Uong laughed loudly. Don't be so serious, I was just joking. Namfon was scared for a while. He thought to himself, he was really scared. It seems he is not a wilderness player all. Professor Uong said seriously, most of the novels I read are about cultivating immortals. I read very few novels about the end of the world. Can you tell me about the apocalyptic context of that book? Namfon clasped his hands on his chin and said slowly, the novel's setting is 200 years after the nuclear war. Professor Uong analyzed the data his friend told him. If it were 200 years after the nuclear war, I'm afraid there would be some trouble. Unprotected electronic devices would be damaged by the electronic pulse created by the nuclear explosion. The more sophisticated the device, the harder it would be to survive. Namfon asked, a backup diesel generator for residential areas or restaurants is not a very complicated device, right? Professor Uong replied, excluding the possibility of being taken away. If it is not maintained for a long time, it will definitely break down. In addition, there is also the problem of fuel. You cannot always expect to find gasoline at a gas station. Seemingly able to think of something, he continued, but it's not like there's no way. Namfon took out a pen and paper to take notes, excitedly replied, I want to hear more about it. Professor Uong continued to educate his friend. Generally speaking, cars have recyclable generators. As long as the rotor rotates, it can produce a stable 12V DC power source that can be used after repair. For small-scale generators, such as lighting, 12V voltage is enough. If an inverter was installed, it would be impossible to convert the DC power source into a 2440V AC source. Looking at Namfon intently taking notes, he sighed sadly, thinking to himself, is reading novels serious? I always heard people say that people in the physics department are all weirdos, especially robots like Namfon that don't know how to smile. After explaining, he said goodbye to Namfon. I still have class in the afternoon. I'll go back first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come see me. Namfon replied, okay, thank you. As soon as he stepped out of the dining table, Professor Uong was warmly welcomed by the girls. Professor, I still don't understand a lot of things. Another girl said, me too. He shyly refused, but I still have class in the afternoon. Maybe you guys should find Professor Namfon. Before he could finish his sentence, he was dragged away by the women. The black-shirted girl said, Professor, can you guide us? The yellow-shirted girl also held his hand to help him along. Come on, the professor will be okay for a moment. And the other girl took my bowl and chopsticks. I will hold this for the professor. In return the professor must help us with our homework. Namfon was still sitting at the dining table, not caring about the world over there. He thought about it. Tonight, he went online to ask the NPC administrator where there was a car. The phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He thought, why does the phone keep ringing? Could it be that there is a new notification about the game? Looking at the notification message screen, his face changed color. That's all what Phuong Trong wrote about the experience of the old game. He thought, this guy plays games every day without having to go to work, but to have a speed-running strategy for many top games is not easy. The room of the future is long. There are many trophies and awards on display here. Sitting in front of the computer screen to livestream, he said, dear friends, choosing words is not very convenient, so let Phuong Trong me start broadcasting in the group and tell everyone. So far we have encountered 2 NPCs in the game. He continued, the human NPC's name is So Kwong, he is the base administrator and the other is his robot assistant named Tu that. Their eye is very high and can interact smoothly with players in many different ways. I think the NPCs have hidden priority settings, but this has not been confirmed yet. In addition, this game has a protective mechanism. The brain's nerve center cannot grasp excessive pain. As he spoke, he pinched his cheeks until they turned red. Damn, the viewers reacted enthusiastically. this game is so good, I will buy 10 copies. I don't believe it, don't believe +1, unless you provide me with beta test data, he added. Of course, it could also be the body's own self-protection mechanism. In short, cutting your hand with a rock won't hurt, but pinching yourself like this will hurt a bit. He continued to analyze, it would be great if the game could be more humane, such as players being able to freely adjust the settings of various senses. Personally, I am very satisfied with the current sense of immersion and pain relief with the 5 senses, but there may not be players who like that feeling. Everyone watching on the computer discussed very enthusiastically, that's right, what will happen if you get injured in the game? Curious how many times you hung up. Brother, when will you live stream this game? He replied, if you want to broadcast live, you have to tell the game planner Kwang CA about the game's revival mechanism. Advanced players like me have not tried it yet. Every time the rules change, a few contribution points will be deducted. Doing tasks can get contribution points, but the most painful thing is that the resurrection CD will take 3 days. Fuang Trong couldn't hide his excitement. I didn't really want to try it anyway. Any interested warrior could try it themselves. Maybe they could unlock different ways to play. He clasped his hands together and asked urgently, oh, by the way, Kwang brother, are you watching? Finally, my little brother has a request. I really hope the game organizers allow players to freely choose their gender. That's all for today. Thank you for watching. Thanks to Kwang CA, Bunker 404, Wasteland World. So Kwang was sitting in front of the computer screen watching Fuang Trong's livestream. He laughed, this kid. A notification appeared on his computer screen. The number of reservations for global players is currently 25. The number of reservations for players has exceeded 14 people. To that appeared, dear administrator, do you want to add new players? So Kwang replied, don't rush, I will arrange the around test first. He continued, that kid Fuang Trong is a person who once ranked in the top 200 Asian servers and was the strongest in the tournament, quite famous in the group. Thanks to his live stream, he advertised the old desert for free for us and also caught all the guys who often dive. I have also been assigned to be the manager of this group. The next appointment cannot only be linked, so I will say a few words. He snapped his fingers and turned on voice imitation mode. On the phone, Numa Club has a new message sent by So Kwang. Next, the game will start a trial round. You can see the new rules on our official website. In addition, NPCs also have a similar rating of the player's favorability, which will affect their attitude towards the player. For example, with a favorability of 10, a girl with an angry face will say, go away, there's nothing for you here, you bastard. Likeability 100, that girl will become gentle and lovely. Dear friend, this gun is a high-end new product. Can I give it to you? Do you want to be the boss here? Receiving the notification message, all 4 players were surprised. Damn, hidden quest, hidden work. Holding a voice impersonation device in his hand, So Kwang added, okay, you can see the detailed information on the official website. I'll go deal with the business here first. The game review written by Fuang Trong CA in Japan is very good. I recommend you post it on the official website forum. Fuang Trong was excited. It was wonderful. Kwang CA's affirmation was my biggest motivation. In the computer room, So Kwang sighed, leaned back in his chair. It seemed like the game experience of the player connecting to the copy for the first time was quite smooth. Suddenly he remembered Fuang Trong's previous words, this game requires wearing the game's official helmet to pass the soul to the replica in the training compartment. He immediately told Tu that, if the player can connect with the clones in the training compartment, then it's okay for me, right? After all, I don't need a gaming helmet to travel through time. Tu that quickly went to check. Dear admin, let me check for you. A moment later, Tu that returned sadly, apologizing, there is no relevant information about your genetic sequence in my database. It is impossible to connect to the training bay without genetic sequence information. So Kwang smiled, gently patted Tu that's head. It's okay, if you can't find it then that's it. Can you use my physical test results and the attribute conversion formula left by the first generation manager to calculate my different attributes? Tu that quickly replied, okay. The screen appears providing complete information. ID, So Kwang, gene sequence, administrator, level 5, basic attributes, strength 8, flexibility 6, physique 6, sense 7. So Kwang calculated, does level 5 mean the development progress of the gene sequence is 5%? The second generation administrator is also really good. The functional data of more than 120 complex clones have all been reduced to 5 basic attributes. Version. He continued, also, please help me retrieve the attribute tables of the 4 players who have closed beta. Tu that replied, yes, understood. Old Bach, development process of 0,3% of genetic sequence, strength, Quang Fan, development process of 0,1% of genetic sequence, intelligence, Deep Top, development process of 0,1% of genetic sequence, senses, Fuang Trong, development process of 0,1% of genetic sequence, flexibility, Tu that exclaimed, wow, the administrator's 5-dimensional data is basically one level stronger than the player's data. So Quang thought, the data is very solid, but my genetic sequence is not in the database. Am I an unexpected existence between 2 generations of administrators? He started to get excited about this. It was interesting. Taking risks in this vast unknown world was more interesting than living according to predetermined procedures. Newbie instructor, conditions met, player has been online continuously for more than 8 hours on the first day of logging in. Reward plus 10 bonus points, current bonus points are 10 points, so Quang said, oh, the mission reward has finally arrived. Hugh that raised his hands and said, dear administrator, you now have enough bonus points to exchange for an intermediate hat box, so Quang replied, okay, let's try it, he thought, just don't give me the cough medicine. Hugh that took him to another place, come here, dear admin, please see what your reward is. Congratulations to the administrator for receiving the muscle cell booster +1, the effect of increasing muscle strength is small and permanent, the duration of use is once every 24 hours, the effect gradually decreases after repeated use. Tu that happily exclaimed, whoa, dear administrator, this is a good item, so Quang wondered, permanently improve muscle strength, anyway, using cough medicine is still better. He took the item, pulled out the cap, it turned out to be a syringe without a needle, but could it still be used 200 years later, feeling a bit dangerous. Tu that wants to dispel your worries, dear administrator, please rest assured that the products produced by the facility will be of high quality. You seem more reassured, if you say so then I will try, it is estimated that a small increase will not cause any major problems. He took the needle and pricked it straight into his skin. He tried squeezing his biceps to see if there was any reaction. To test the strength of the item, he threw a punch, that's all, it seemed like nothing changed, or this medicine was expired. Tu that replied, dear administrator, please wait patiently. He looked at the item in his hand, his face drooping, forget it, expired medicine doesn't work, it's better to have an accident than that. Suddenly, he felt a big change in his body, he thought, what is this? So Quang's body suddenly changed drastically, why did my body suddenly feel so sore and numb? I felt a warm stream of water running straight to my heart. So Quang's eyes turned red, he held the item tightly. His eyes suddenly changed color, he seemed a bit restless, why did he suddenly lose energy? He worriedly wondered if it had expired, after all, it was something from 200 years ago. He tried exercising again, he didn't feel any obvious changes in his body, so he left, the medicine expired without causing a bug, but luckily, just in case. He asked Tu that to give me a detailed medical examination, check everything inside and out, Tu that obeyed, yes. So Quang's id, Administrator Gene Sequence, Level 5, Basic Attributes, Strength 9, Permanent Increase in Small Muscle Strength +1, Flexibility 6, Physique 7, Permanent Increase in Small Muscle Strength +1, Sense 7, Intelligence 6, So Quang commented, although the genetic development progress has not changed, his strength and physique have increased by 1 point. Tu that replied, wow, dear admin dear, now you only need 1 point of strength attribute, you will have twice the strength of a normal adult male. A 20-year-old adult male with no special training usually has strength and stamina around 5 points, and the number 5 is also the standard value of various attributes. So Quang clearly understood the situation, in other words, this 1 point of strength and physique was equivalent to 20% of the physical strength of a normal adult male. There was something. So Quang asked Tu that, what time is it now? Tu that opened the system screen, it was now 4 a.m. So Quang patted Tu that's head, the player will be back online in 1.5 hours, go prepare first. Tu that obediently listens to orders, okay, I'll go prepare right away. Tu that happily walked and sang. So Quang looked at the notification screen that had just appeared, oh, the mission was updated again, yesterday there was only 1, now it suddenly became 20, the new main mission has not been activated yet, probably because the conditions have not been met. Admin Diary has been updated with new missions, now there are a total of 20 missions, mission content, mission type, bonus points, 1, prepare a machine with a larger capacity, branch line, +100, 2, new, hunt aliens, daily, +2, 3, new, stockpile tons of wood, daily, +2, 4, new, store 100 milliliters of fresh water, daily, +2, 5, new, restore the facade of the nursing home, daily, add 3, 6, new, restore the wall on the second floor of the nursing home, daily, add 3. So Kwang finished reading the notice and continued, daily means it will be renewed every day, right? Well, 20 quests total 150 bonus points, I'll definitely burn out if I do it alone, so maybe spend a few contribution points and let Leek do it for me. He analyzed further, now, ignoring daily tasks and focusing on solving the generator problem. Without electricity, players will survive like in primitive tribal life. With electricity, they would enjoy the luxurious life of the nobility. He did not like this. There was no way the nobility lived in underground shelters while primitive society lived on the surface. He immediately typed on his work computer, but just sitting here thinking couldn't find a solution. It would be better to choose newly registered players and see if they were worthy of use or not. The current number of reservations, 35 people, the number of new reservations, 10 people, he thought happily, another 10 fresh garlic bulbs arrived. It seems that yesterday in the discussion group must have had the effect of attracting. However, the Numa Club only had a crowd of about 100 people, perhaps these 35 people were all still alive. He imagines Trey Hui, he is standing next to two beautiful girls. This is a new version of the train that you have never played before. Please join the group at 8 p.m. tonight. The pink-haired girl next to you invites. You can only play when your wife is not at home. Thinking of this, So Kwang's head ached. If you want to harvest more leaks, maybe you need to use a new promotion method. However, placing ads is impractical. The official website of Wasteland has not been registered in China, perhaps the server is not even on Earth, and when a traffic is redirected from a larger traffic group, a large number of low-quality users will definitely flood in to cause trouble. So Kwang's imagination, a short-haired girl said, rice, I want to eat rice, I don't want porridge. Another girl complained, I'm so dizzy, this dress is so ugly admin, how can I wear it to meet people? And the other purple-haired girl said boredly, this game is so boring, I'm offline to go on a date, everyone just play slowly. He thought hard, the booking threshold must be raised. Yes, I can ask Tu that to adjust the official appointment option from the level 1 page to the level 2 page. Players need to register an account and fill in the phone number and delivery address to make an appointment. This way, at least the players who are not determined and make invalid reservations will be deleted. Players can set their preferences for the 5 attributes of strength, flexibility, physicality, senses and intelligence through the questionnaire on the pre-order page. An office girl with a file of documents is scratching her head tiredly. Quickly, it's not Partia reminding her, I have no design inspiration at all, and can't think of anything, it's really a headache. She was a female member of the Nguma Club, the clothing design director of a company. While sipping water, she was thinking, recently the company's fashion show design had not had time to play games with her group of friends. Lately this group has been quite bustling, seemingly discussing something. She put the glass of water on the table. Looking at the messages in the chat group that were excitedly discussing the gaming experience, she suddenly couldn't hide her curiosity. Wild Place Online, a game with an extremely realistic and 100% immersive experience. These people were hired by that new game. There is no such game in this world, but there is nothing to lose from trying. If it is real, so what? She continued scrolling through her messages and saw the message sent by So Kwang. Another thought popped into her mind. The new administrator named Kwang was probably the one who planned this game. Even a master like Long Future had to follow him. It seemed like this game was worth a try. Thinking about it, she decided to join the game using the link on the discussion group. She was somewhat surprised when she received a notification from the game. Dear players, thank you for making an appointment to participate in the Wasteland All-Round test. This appointment will use a questionnaire to determine your tendency to have 5 attributes in the game Wasteland All: strength, flexibility, physicality, senses and intelligence. For example, strength. Players have a higher probability of gaining strength talents. Initial characters have higher strength. Players without inclination can also choose the balance type. First, introduce the functions of 5 attributes. Strength represents the strength of body tissues such as muscles and bones, and also represents the player's base weight, melee damage, weapon throwing distance. Flexibility corresponds to the player's reflex nerves, reaction speed, motor coordination and other physical data. The specific performance is that players with higher flexibility will be more skillful in battle and more easily actively dodge attacks. Constitution corresponds to the player's vitality and resilience, which is mainly reflected in the recovery of lost health, resistance and immunity to some abnormal statuses, etc. Intelligence is not the same as IQ or logical thinking ability. It mainly affects the character's learning ability and mental state recovery speed, and also affects compatibility with neural access devices. Specifically, characters with high intelligence can operate more neural access devices at the same time. Perception represents intuition and insight. Characters with greater awareness are more sensitive to crises and can more easily detect hidden clues and traps. After watching it once, she sighed. This game didn't seem to be anything special. Suddenly she noticed another notification. Just like reincarnation cannot be determined, the body in the game is determined by the DNA pre-installed in the setting. If you are not satisfied with your character's appearance, you can consider plastic surgery or even a fake body transformation. This will be done and added in the game later. She imagined herself having a beautiful, stylish appearance, with long shiny pink hair. Her heart suddenly fluttered. Plastic surgery, body transformation, these are new topics and new styles in the fashion world today. She sat up, happily shouted, yes, yes, finally inspiration. Awesome, this is really great. Her mind was filled with images of unique, creative styles. Her hands were typing on the computer. Inspiration, inspiration, I'll pre-order that game right now, Wasteland Online, let's go. Dang looked at the screen eagerly. The appointment information was filled in. Next waiting to experience the game, hoping to soon find inspiration for new clothes design. The information is encrypted and then sent to the server. A ding sounded. The system announced that it had received a reservation application from a new player. So Kwang rested his arms and sat chill on the chair and replied with satisfaction. The reservation in round A was much more exciting than last time. Indeed, propaganda is very important. It is true that wine and incense cannot be beaten. He suddenly noticed the big screen. The screen showed it was 6 a.m. Seeing that, he immediately stood up and adjusted his clothes, but now was not the time to deal with reservations. It was finally time for players to go online again. On the other side, Deep Top, or the sensory system player, the girl's 10-time common enemy, had a pale face. Cue that ran to announce, it's 6 a.m. in the wilderness, welcome back the 4 players. Deep Top poked the screen in disbelief. Old Bach looked at his information and saw the same thing. My gene sequence belongs to strength. Damn, intelligence is only 3 stars. I don't think I'm that stupid. Fuang Trong is equally dissatisfied. It seems like you're a smart person. Damn, I'm a flexible type. Why not an intelligence type? Intelligence. But Kwang Fan was dumbfounded. Reporting intelligence. Intelligence 7 points. Strength 3 points. Deep Top's face became even darker. His stomach protested, causing the hand holding his stomach to tighten. He hurriedly grabbed to that. Me, I'm not okay. Quickly tell me where the bathroom is. He replied, sorry, here there is only a training cabin on the B1 floor. There are no living facilities. Even though the player's sensory system perception is especially sensitive, please stay calm. Old Bach quickly pulled Deep Top away. In general, I was able to pull him out. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Luckily, my original strength value was 7 points. When he heard a sensitive word, he cried out loud, no, don't mention the word tear or pull. Fuang Trong carried him and scolded him. Are you crazy? Doing so will reduce the NPC's sympathy towards us. Deep Top's eyes were bloodshot. Damn it, it seemed like something terrible was coming. It was best to shrink as much as possible first. At this time, So Kwang slowly walked forward. Everyone was startled. Stop making noise. Everyone lined up right away for me. All 4 people saw the boss coming and stood up straight at the same time, including Deep Top. He said, yes, understand, obey, I line up right here, understand. He looked at the expression of the whole team smiling with satisfaction. I talked to them about the matter of sympathy last night. Now they all want to make me happy. I have to continue to maintain a serious image. On the surface, you're still acting like a sloppy boy. Time is running out and we still have a lot of work to do. In order not to affect the next plan, we have to build an outpost tower on the ground before winter comes. Department of Kwang in turn also provided information. Food, water and fuel needed to be stockpiled, as well as the construction of defensive fortifications and shelters on the surface. Everyone could check the detailed information on the notice board at the entrance of the nursing home. Old Bach felt excited. It seemed like the government had improved and updated the mission system. Fuang Trong was excited. There was another chance for me to exercise my muscles. Kwang Fan pondered. Well, just don't need to find a generator. But Deep Top remained silent. So Kwang said, those are some basic situations. If everyone has no questions, we will start. If you don't go fast enough, this part will come out of your pants. So Deep Top quickly raised his hand to speak. Wait a minute, manager, I want to pee. You heard that and also pondered. Well, Before I only thought about how to survive, but never thought about how to develop. If there are more and more players, then eating, defecating, and diarrhea are all big problems. He mechanically replied, follow me. Deep Top shouted loudly, wait a minute, you're going too fast manager, I'm about to fall out. Luke Bach also hugged me, damn, stop talking, I'm about to have diarrhea too. Fuang Trong followed behind and hugged me too, ah, me too, there must be something wrong with the big bird we ate in the game last night, Quang Fan exclaimed, in the game you can even have diarrhea, this game is too realistic. A few minutes later, from a certain corner suddenly there was a plaintive sound, ah, so rotten. A whole group of people walked out haggardly. The group walked for a while but were still holding their stomachs. Fuang Trong lamented, it was so uncomfortable not having a toilet. Old Bok said in pain, there was no paper so I used leaves to wipe, I almost bled. Deep then wondered, damn, why do I feel so hot, do you feel that way? Quang Fan heard that and asked, did you use nettle leaves to wipe your ass? He asked again, what are nettle leaves? Fan didn't say anything, just said okay, it's okay, just hold on a little and it will pass. So Quang secretly cried out in his heart, wanting to tell them that they could use moss leaves to wipe their asses. As a result, they ran out as soon as they landed on the surface. The whole group suddenly quickly walked forward. His face was stupid and he didn't understand anything. The whole group for a beautiful future unanimously replied, Administrator, I propose that our base should build a toilet. I also agree. Old Bok added another idea, if we have a toilet, we can also dig a large hole to catch feces. Then excitedly suggested, composting, allowing aerobic bacteria and fungi to decompose organic matter and generate heat to destroy disease-causing microorganisms and pathogens in the manure, which means that the large pit will contain waste and then wood shavings and straw ash will also be dropped to form a mixture and then composted again. After that, he confidently said, this way we can create fertilizer. Having said that, the result appeared in his mind were 2 bags of fertilizer with a very motivating slogan, please use it to help life. So Quang heard that and thought to himself, people say that Bait Street will collect public toilets and livestock manure from residents to sell. The nearby Brown Farm is also used as fertilizer, right? Fuang Trong also participated. Like in my hometown, manure and organic waste are mixed and sealed to form a biogas tunnel, so that anaerobic bacteria convert it into flammable methane gas, which means they will pass through the boiler room to pipe methane gas to run the generator of the digestive machine. Fuang Trong continued, the biogas produced can be made into methane fuel cells, so we can build a sanitary power plant. So Quang nodded silently in agreement, although there is no biogas plant on Bait Street, there is one on the Brown Farm next door. It seems that collecting manure is used to generate electricity. In theory, we can gradually build our own power plant. He nodded in praise, this is a good idea that can be considered. Secretly satisfied, the role of these 4 leaks is increasingly exceeding his expectations. Quang Fan lifted his glasses, the only problem when repairing toilets and biogas tanks is that they need a lot of sealing and gas containment materials. He replied, don't worry, this wilderness is full of plastic, especially drink bottles and trash bags. Most of the survivors here are afraid that burning plastic will create toxic gas, at best they just use it as fire starter. So Quang pointed out again, a lot could be obtained by carefully searching the nearby cities and suburbs. I also picked up a notice board nearby, which conveniently had quests and rewards written on it. On the board a series of information was posted, list of tasks, 1, wood income, requirements, can be used as building materials, reward, 1 contribution point per meter, 2, find water container, material, plastic, metal, shape, barrel, pot, requirement, the bigger the better, reward, 1 to 10 contribution points, 3, search for recyclable waste, reward, 1 to unknown contribution points. He also said, yes, we will add a new task of collecting plastic bags and bottles. The whole group listened and was stunned by the virtuality of the game. Damn, this game is too realistic. NPCs will analyze real situations, then issue new missions. Yesterday Quang Brothers said that as long as we have a good relationship with NPCs, there will be a chance to activate hidden missions. Deep Top started to feel a bit ominous. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the administrator just smiled when we came up with the idea. Quang Fan refused to give his opinion. At this moment, a hand was raised. Administrator. Fan gave his opinion, about the generator. I have a faster solution. So Quang replied, let's try it. He seemed to be deeply absorbed by Conan. Can he find a car nearby? Most cars have generators on them. He replied immediately, there is a parking lot in the southeast of Wetland Park but I see all the cars there, not worth recycling. Fan did not hesitate. I want to find it again, just in case I find a working generator. Our outposts on the ground will have electricity. This time, I won't stop you anymore. You can go, but there is one condition. So Kwang secretly thought about the monsters out there, so he proposed, there are many types of mutants in the wilderness. Last time you also encountered many mutants. The outside environment is very dangerous, so I need to choose another one to go with you. Phuong Trong secretly thought that the intelligence system for field exploration should be equipped with tanks. Old Bok felt suspicious and wanted me to go up, but Deep Top feels very bad. Why does he have such a bad feeling? So Kwang looked at the group and laughed very wickedly. I would choose someone else to go with Kwang Fan to the parking lot to find a generator. Having said that, he pointed at Deep Top. It's up to you what you want to do. First of all, you and Fan should follow me to get the map and equipment. He looked at himself being chosen by the unlucky person and froze. Oh, is it me? But, if the leader has given an order, then he has to obey, he replied. It's clear. Old Bok looked at him with confusion. Why did he suddenly choose this boy? Clearly my fighting ability is strong, more suitable for revenge. Although Phuong Trong also agreed, he only said, the NPC administrator had already selected him, so he made this decision for him. Deep Top smiled and replied, ha, I'm sorry, I'll take the equipment out of the beginner's village first. Kwang Fan saw that and lamented, this kid always likes to cause trouble when playing games. Mr. Bok raised his friendly middle finger. Oh my god, don't worry too much, let's talk about it after you come back. Phuong Trong stood next to him. That's right, don't step out and be chased back. Kwang Fan only left a sentence. Knowing that, he held the map in his hand to examine it. The two of them stood looking at the place they needed to go, doubting life. Deep Top was confused. Damn, no wonder the admin said there was nothing worth using again. Everything was taken. Hey, what's going on now? He worriedly asked, how do we find the generator? Can we go back? Kwang Fan just silently folded the map. He calmly said, come here. Now coming back empty-handed is very strange. He approached a car. Kwang Fan used all his strength to stretch the shape, tremblingly saying, hey, come and help me. Hey, come help, he shouted loudly this time, causing Deep Top, who was holding the sickle, to turn around in surprise. His face looked like he knew. Dad, okay, wait a minute, thinking to himself, even though we've worked together for a few years, I don't know what he's doing. The two of them counted, 1, 2, at the shout of 3, the two of them lifted the hood of the car as if they were pumped with chicken blood. The front of the car opened, the inside was covered with moss and dust. Deep Top looked in and asked, what is it? Is it a motive? Kwang Fan was equally confused. He turned to look at Deep Top. It seemed like, no, did you say you know how to drive? Let me try driving. After listening, he shyly replied, X, can Zingpede calculate? Kwang Fan looked at him and sent thousands of animals to the horse. Suddenly, Deep Top turned around and asked, no, I remember, you don't have a car, why are you asking me? Kwang Fan broke his illusion. I live in a unit dormitory, only have one bicycle. Deep Top was shocked to hear, no, that's not it. Kwang Fan didn't care and was still searching. Why not? Deep Top asked, what's going on? Kwang Fan wiped his sweat. I found the engine, but couldn't find the power source. Hearing that, he pointed to the nearby landfill. It's been 200 years, it's normal for people living here to destroy it. Don't waste time, go search the landfill to find something good. Kwang Fan thought to himself, he's right, but I still have another possibility. The parts in the front of the car, the pre-war technology here may have replaced the fixed power source with a remote power source. Now it's impossible to find generators from these old cars, he thought and sighed. Deep Top stood in the distance and howled, boy, come on, I've made a big discovery. He rushed over, what did you find? What's the motive? Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. Deep Top replied, no, I discovered a hole. Kwang Fan was confused, it was just an entrance to the sewer. He suggested, let's try going inside and see, anyway, I don't think it's too dangerous. Kwang Fan intervened, wait, Deep Top turned around and asked, what's going on? He reminded, even the administrator didn't mention this place, it's a bit dangerous if we go in. Deep Top grinned, a place that even he didn't know was worth exploring. Didn't you say you didn't want to return empty-handed? Maybe we can find NPC props to open hidden quests in this place. He proposed bold thoughts. Many games were set in the underground world where aliens imprison beautiful girls. Director Top began to imagine that he was cutting goblins like vegetables to save the kidnapped beautiful girls while the girls looked on in admiration. Brother, so strong, quickly save me from here. Scene 2 appears, he is surrounded by girls. Brother, thank you for coming to save us. What is your name? Yes, thank you for rescuing us from this dark prison. He left a girl laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, I Deep Top does good deeds that will never leave his name. From now on follow me. Kwang Fan thought about the hidden gift, which was a battery, and also envied it. Well, even though I didn't agree with his illusion, the hidden level of a game like this was really valuable. I could even pick up a treasure chest to fire a cannon. Deep Top put his arm around Kwang Fan's shoulder. Hey, okay, get ready, I'll go get my usual bag. He still gently reminded, yes, but I still want to remind you, don't forget the old admin start. At this time, So Kwang's reminder appeared and said, remember, when you encounter another species, to avoid fighting, run as much as possible. If you have to fight as a last resort, never surrender. If you surrender it will be like committing suicide. Both are also very obedient, that's right. The two walked inside. In the distance were a few mushrooms sparkling with green light. The two stepped through the water and entered deep. Deep Top looked at the mushrooms curiously. Is this a mushroom? What is its name? Kwang Fan replied, yes, it must be some kind of mushroom, but I don't know the name and have never seen it in real life. He heard that and gave his opinion, so why don't we pick a few mushrooms and then go back? He picked up the mushroom and looked at it. This mushroom looked very strange and had many tiny spots of light along the lines. He just didn't know what it would taste like. Kwang Fan picked up a bag from the trash containing a whole batch of mushrooms and said, I advise you to honestly ask again and again first if you can eat them. Even if it's a game, don't play to death. This year, nearly 8,000 people died of poisoning from eating poisonous mushrooms in China. Standing in front of the dark cave, the two discussed together, the mushrooms here are gone. Next we should go back, it's not safe here, let's go inside. Deep Top didn't listen, just ran away. Hey, maybe there are better things inside. Kwang Fan quickly chased after me, waiting for me. Deep Top's eyes were suddenly stunned. Kwang Fan looked at his friend standing trembling and shouted, hey, what the hell are you doing? Something almost happened to you, why did you suddenly stop? A red warning triangle appeared above his head. He thought to himself, this is not okay. Deep Top trembled, feeling this damn suffocation, and seeing the huge black crow, at the same time. He heard some sounds deep inside. Could it be the voice of another species? Thinking for a moment, Deep Top turned around and started running. Kwang Fan was startled and kicked too. Hey, wait for me, can't you speak before you act? That guy, he shouted, run away, don't talk anymore. From afar, something green gradually approached. Several mouths with wide teeth rushed out. On the other side, under the blazing sun, Fuang Trong lamented, oh my god, my body wants to fall into pieces, and Lao Bak is fooling himself. Ha, I'm in the factory, moving bricks without getting tired. So Kwang walked up from afar and praised, well done, rewarding each person with 200 contribution points. After that, the ingredients must be stored separately, because they easily turn into sludge when mixed together. With household waste, you can water the dormant plants directly, but do it today. After talking for a while, he covered his nose. Nearby, 1 kilometer away, there is a water source. You guys should go take a bath. Be careful of the aliens, he thought to himself. Taking a bath is also a difficult problem. In the future, the hygiene of more than 100 people will be a big problem. Temporary shelters often do not have enough medicine. If an epidemic occurs, the consequences will be serious. Suddenly, Fuang Trong suggested, let's build a bathroom. Maybe in the future there will be female players participating. Old Bak agreed, this is very feasible. Fuang Trong thought about the scene of girls bathing and feeling overwhelmed. Of course, how can we let girls bathe outside? Old Bak also laughed and replied, yes, brother, you're right, inside can also provide hot water for bathing. By the way, because this is a bathroom, there must be a place for them to bathe together. He also chimed in when he heard that, it's a good idea, if we're being honest, maybe we should have a girlfriend. Having said that, he imagined the scene of his lover's sister being angry with him. No peeking, just thinking about it made him feel so happy. Just thinking about it made him feel happy. Lao Bak also sounded very happy. That's right, I hope there will be some female players coming to play soon. So Kwang looked at the two guys and was speechless. He had never seen anyone as brazen as the two of them. Suddenly, from afar, a figure rushed forward. Help, help. Deep Top fell into the hole and was lucky to catch it in time. It was dangerous and he almost fell in. 30 is not yet New Year. As soon as he finished speaking, Kwang Fan suddenly bumped into him from behind. Both of them fell into the hole. Deep Top cried out loudly. Kwang Fan was next to him and scolded him. Everyone told him to speak before acting. The mushrooms in the bag flew everywhere. Fuang Trong ran over to ask, "Hello, are you two okay?" And the other two are still temporarily meeting their grandparents. Deep Top is still talking nonsense. There are a lot of people down there who died. They shouldn't have died. So Kwang walked to the mushrooms. He raised his hand to pick up the mushroom. As if seeing a treasure, he smiled, thanked everyone for their hard work. Go get water and take a bath. Let's rest, he thought. It seems they found something good. On the background, a pot of mushrooms is boiling. So Kwang looked at the leeks he ate like a hungry tiger and thought to himself, isn't this soup like green bean soup without any sweetness? It's so delicious, I think I cook very well. He coughed a few times to stabilize his organization. He picked up the mushroom and asked, where did you two find this thing? Kwang Fan reported that we couldn't find a generator, but we did find a lot of green umbrella mushrooms at the entrance to the sewer in the parking lot, so we picked them up. Deep Top said credit, I really discovered that place. Deep Top suddenly remembered, oh yes, are those mushrooms edible? Kwang Fan also wondered, or could they be used to develop buff medicine? He smiled and replied, eat it, add buffs, you two are thinking too much about it. It's called Blue Angel Science, unless you don't touch the mutation, otherwise you should eat it there, at most 1 hour, to see the real angels. Charlie appeared and said, the Blue Angel mushroom contains a special peptide that can effectively reduce and heal non-fatal injuries caused by gamma rays. The caravans in Boulder City buy this at a high price and they will sell the mushroom to the workers in their city. So Kwang continued to explain, although the Blue Angel cannot be eaten, its main ingredient is made of radiation inhibitors. But luckily the two of you didn't go in. This type of mushroom often grows near the nest of mutant leeches. When you heard that, the two of you were surprised. The leeches mutated. He said, mutant leeches are the size of a palm, except for the special mouth. They are not much different from normal leeches, but when they reach adulthood, they will be more than 1 meter long. The longest can be 3 meters. It is said that the way they eat and drink will also change. They can swallow a living person. The image of a leech calmly capturing a human appeared. They both heard it and were scared. Deep Top thought, oh, we just escaped the door to hell. Kwang Fan thought, it turned out to be the sound of mutant leeches. So Kwang touched his chin and said, it seems you guys still remember the exact location of the sewer entrance. Kwang Fan pointed at the map. Remember, here, I marked it. He replied, okay, I understand. He thought to himself, these leaks are becoming more and more trustworthy. Then, he announced that in this battle, Fawn and Deep Top received 220 contribution points, of which 200 points were granted, 20 contribution points were green umbrella mushrooms. After hearing this, both of them fell in love with life. Thanking the administrator, he turned around and smiled to himself. Unexpectedly, they actually found such a hard-to-find thing, but the reward could not be given too much, otherwise they would take the risk of picking it up and taste the sweetness. They could accidentally die in it. Unexpectedly, there was a nest of mutated leeches very close at hand. Thinking about the scene of the group being eaten by leeches, So Kwang silently calculated that anyway, it would be better to find a generator or something similar to it. First he had to deal with the green umbrella mushrooms. He silently calculated, there are about 2 kilograms here. According to the market price, every 50 grams is 40 potatoes, equivalent to all the money I saved in the past 5 months. Moreover, this is the price offered by the recycling bin on Bait Street. The actual value of this thing must be at least double this number. Thinking for a while, So Kwang said, I'm going out to get more materials. You guys stay, don't go too far. At exactly 5 p.m., Tew that will open the elevator for you guys to return to the shelter. Tew that will calculate the effectiveness of your work. If you don't understand, you can ask again. The whole group replied in unison, yes. A moment later, the soup pot fire was extinguished. The group stood together and talked. Fuang Trong wondered. The strange thing was that green umbrella mushrooms were used as raw materials to make anti-radiation substances. But why is the reward for the two of you only 20 contribution points, equivalent to cutting down 2 trees? Deep Top asked, why are you wondering? He immediately replied, of course it is, but why is the reward for the two of you only 20 contribution points, equivalent to cutting down 2 trees? Deep Top asked, why are you wondering? He immediately replied, of course it is. He also added that, normally, the player's mission reward is proportional to the difficulty of the mission. He not only unlocked new copies, but also obtained high-value materials. The only unusual thing here is the reward points. Kwang Fan also participated, so he thought why. Fuang Trong snapped his fingers and said, priority. Deep Top was confused. What was the priority? Fuang Trong stood there analyzing for himself. That's right, in the plot the administrator said, living is the top priority. Deep Top scratched his ear when he heard that. It seems like, when I play games I don't read the plot much, normally I just press control to get it over with. The other guy continued to say, I guess the missions on the mission board aren't everything. This game gives us a lot of initiative. Missions are not only given by NPCs but can also be activated themselves. Quang Fan heard that and asked, where did you get the information? Fuang Trong explained, what I did in the afternoon was a task given by the administrators after they accepted our opinions. Although they couldn't find a motive, the two of you found a nest of mutant leeches and picked mushrooms, so you received the same contribution points as Lao Bak and I. As long as we complete the same task, we will also receive contribution points, and the reward value is equal to the value we create. Quang Fan nodded, I understand, but the tasks on the mission board will still earn contribution points, and the number of points is not low. Fuang Trong nodded, that's right. He continued, that's what I wanted to say, so let's find a way to get those two types of points smoothly. Quang Fan replied, that's it, I understand what you mean. Deep Top in the middle is still confused, what the hell do you understand? And Lao Bak's 2 grams network can't load in time. If you have something to say it quickly, I'm so impatient. He concluded in a nutshell, the tasks on the task board only have small rewards, how can they compare with the self-earned tasks? It can show our true abilities. In theory, we can get a better evaluation from the administrator. The 2 people who had not yet had time to understand replied in turn, oh I understand when he says that. He was suddenly startled, wait. Fuang Trong held his chin and reasoned, the above speculations are all based on reality. Wasteland OL is a completely real role-playing virtual reality game. The administrator's actions are adjusted according to the game logic, not set up in a sketchy way. If he is not as smart as he expected, then this inference is baseless. He frowned slightly. The administrator was an AI, but he was as smart as a little girl. Maybe he was a real person pretending to be a real person. Maybe there was a scary plan hidden behind it. Quang Fan kept silent. Lao Bak panicked, do you mean he's lying to us? Deep Top doubted, was he trying to take advantage of us? Deep Top was confused, did that administrator really want to take advantage of us? Old Bak worriedly asked, so what do you think we should do now? Fuang Trong reassured the team, don't worry too much, I just guessed that the administrator is a real person. Moreover, he not only did not harm us but also saved us. On the contrary, what I care about now is how to gain more NPC favor before the second closed beta round. He held out his hand. Everyone put their hands on each other, he said, to make sure that all 4 of us have a better chance of passing the closed beta than other players. Let's form a team. Lao Bak and Quang Fan both agreed. Okay, Deep Top said, I don't object, but remember to remind me of the details about forming a team. Fuang Trong announced, from now on we are a team. Everyone should share information, help each other, all we have to do is promote our strengths. Fuang Trong assigned the task to Quang Fan, his uncle, to explore along the shore of the lake the flooded land park, pay attention to observing the distribution of species, how they work, and if you see any suspicious areas, mark them to let the whole group know. He also carefully advised, but remember, don't get too close, especially avoid fighting, we prioritize safe actions. He immediately replied, understood. Deep Top stood there a bit irritated, damn this guy calls himself the captain, right? Fuang Trong high-fived Lao Bak, continue cutting more wood. He happily agreed, okay, I will cut more wood, and went online to find ways to use the wood I had stored. The sky turned red. A merchant team slowly walked to the gate. In the team, a pair of weak legs were dragging along in chains. Under the cloak was a beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty being led away in chains. The guards looked at each other in ecstasy and whispered, oh, look over there, she's so beautiful, her figure is exactly like a hot girl, hey, what a pity, with such a beautiful body. She works as a pig herder. A guy in the trade group took the lead, hurry up, get the goods down quickly, hurry up, don't delay Mr. Lee's schedule. Charlie bowed respectfully, Mr. Lee, on behalf of the mayor and Bate Street, I would like to welcome you. The man holding the chain pulled the girl over, he belonged to the Boulder Lister caravan, named Leader Lee, he said, this woman is what your mayor wants, so please deliver her there, also, you tell him that right now it is very difficult to find high-quality goods, so take good care of them later, there will be less. Charlie smiled obediently and replied, Mr. Lee, don't worry, I will take this girl to the mayor, it will be safe as usual. Far away, someone stood there witnessing the whole scene. So Quang thought to himself, that man's surname is Lee, and he also brought a clone bred from a petri dish. Remembering the girl in the experimental jar, he exclaimed, Old Charlie had said before that there was a slave trade in Boulder City. I thought he was lying. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today, but this kind of luxury, only the mayor here can afford it. A fat and awkward mayor appeared in So Kwang's imagination. He held the bag of mushrooms and smiled. Compared to this, since the caravan from Boulder City came here, maybe I will find a good buyer. On the other side, Team Leader Lee threw money to the servants. Accept it, it's our effort. The others bowed their heads profusely in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next time you deliver goods, Mr. Lee must call us. The caravan left, but So Kwang was waiting outside. He opened his mouth to attract attention. Lee Day, are you free? I have something you want here. He suddenly asked a question as he was leaving. He turned around and asked, who are you? He looked at the gun and howled, raising his hand to declare, I don't have any bad intentions, I just want to make a deal with you. He thought to himself, his carbon nano armor is enough for him to run away and defend for at least 5 seconds, as long as he doesn't get hit by a headshot. He looked at him and smirked. What's the deal? You're new at Batter Street, right? The guy behind him also laughed. He slowly introduced himself. I am So Kwang. He bluntly interrupted. I don't care what your name is and I don't want to lose a small business. Just sell it to Charlie, your little piece of trash. He wasn't angry, just smiled. Suddenly, he sat down and showed off the pile of green mushrooms. Are you sure these 2 kilograms are trash? He became more interested. Oh, where did you get these things? He replied, next to the mutant leech nest in the sewer. Do you want to come with me, Mr. Lee threw away the gun for his junior to continue talking to you. No, I'm just asking, how will you sell those things? He raised 2 fingers and replied, 2 kilograms, 200 chips. In his heart, he thought to himself, although he knew that the recycling price on Bait Street was that a small chip needed over 50 grams, the true value of this thing was definitely more than that. He quickly closed the deal. Let's make a deal. After hearing that, your heart ached like hell. Forget it, the quote is still too cheap. I knew the price would be 10 times higher. The wretched mayor sold this price to the merchants. Surely the amount was much higher than that. This time the fat mayor hugging left and right appeared in So Kwang's imagination. Thinking about it made him feel bitter. Team Leader Lee smiled and said, I hope that our transaction today will not be known to Charlie. He also smiled and replied, of course, he wouldn't know, and I also don't want to get into trouble. Mr. Lee heard that and expressed his praise. Ha, you are a smart person. He said again, I can give you 200 chips right now, but I guess you will exchange those chips for something. It's better for you to buy directly from me, because the prices from sellers will be very different. There are still some goods here. I can give you a percentage discount, okay? So Kwang bluntly asked, I want to buy a gun. Yes, he thought to himself, wow, 20% off, I don't really believe it, but as long as he sells it cheaper than Bait Street, there's no reason to refuse. He snapped his fingers to close the deal. No problem. This 9mm iron pipe rifle only requires 200 chips. I can give you 30 bullets. The price is 1 point and 1 chip. This price is completely fair, he said and gave the gun to you. He took the gun to test it. Lowering the gun, So Kwang asked, the price you said was reduced by 20%. He sincerely replied, yes, if you feel it is too expensive, you can choose the cheap one. The gun in my hand only needs 100 chips, 5mm caliber. It is still very useful against looters, but cannot deal with aliens. He frowned at this untrustworthy multi-grade product. It was too expensive and was discounted up to 20%. What a cannibal profiteer. However, he still calmly reported the order. A 9mm iron pipe rifle plus 60 bullets. In addition, I need 25 potato points to buy food and other items. Mr. Lee listened and stiffened. Did you have brain fog? So Kwang smiled kindly and said, the mutant leeches nearby have more than 2 kilograms of mushrooms in their nests. Chairman Lee is a talented and virtuous person. He speaks less and understands more. You understand what I mean? He asked, do you want me to invest in you? You did not hesitate to respond. Why not? I bet you still make a lot of money even at that price. If you promise me, the next shipment I will bring is 10 times more than today. Hearing the numbers, Mr. Lee thought this bet was interesting. Your idea is good. In his heart he secretly smiled. Ha, 20 kilograms of Blue Angels. Send it to Boulder City. I made a big profit. At that time, let alone a gun, he could even buy hundreds of guns. Having said that, he put his hand in front of So Kwang. Please cooperate with me. My name is Lee. I rarely do business directly with passers-by, but you are an exception. I care about you very much. He raised his hand to respond. Thank you. My name is So Kwang. Team Leader Lee smiled and replied, I know, you just said that. I hope we will cooperate happily. So Kwang happily said, I am also very happy to cooperate with Mr. Lee. Looking at this slightly immature multi-level guy, he secretly smiled. After all, today you tricked me, another day Chu Kwang will definitely have to find an opportunity to take revenge on you tenfold. Team leader Lee stood in front of So Kwang and asked him to bring me a new iron rifle, 60 bullets and some other items. He also responded, thanking Mr. Lee. He smirked and touched the energy stones in his hand politely. There was nothing, and he was skeptical. Surely, inside this thing there was some hidden benefit. Then So Kwang carefully used the cloth to roll up that weapon. He opened his hand to receive his wages. He pointed at him and said, almost no one has taken the chips out of my hand, you are the first one. So Kwang also calmly agreed with him, it seemed like I was really lucky. The leader of the delegation remembered the scene of the little boy facing the mouths of each huge monster. He frowned with a bit of challenge in his words, I hope your luck can continue. After all, our cooperation has just begun. You also know that the green box is very close to the nest of mutants. Hearing that, So Kwang's hand rested his chin and thought, he was right, who knows how many leeches there are in their nest. The sight of his teammates trying to fire bullets at the leech monster, but it seemed to have no effect, and most importantly, the penetrating fire couldn't handle them. I don't know when it was cut in half by someone, writhing in pain. What's even more terrifying is its resilience and vitality like a plate. Suddenly the parts of its body that were cut in half were also showing some phenomenon. Immediately after that, both halves of the body quickly regenerate. Even when severed, it can split into two new individuals after a short period of time, not to mention opening a few small holes in the body. Returning to the present, he silently thought of a new plan. He wondered if he could burn it. Even if it burned down, it would be completely worth it. Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. Because he was thinking intently, Team Leader Lee's action just startled So Kwang. He informed him, I will return at the end of the month, or maybe this will be our last meeting. I look forward to you and 20 kilograms of green umbrellas next time. He also told you about his intentions, about 20 kilograms of green umbrellas. I am willing to pay you 2,000 chips, or you can stay with me, place an order that is in stock, no need to go pick it up, someone will deliver it. So Kwang found him very funny. He turned around and asked him, how do I know what I need is in your warehouse? Is this guy planning to trick me again? Then he snapped his fingers to signal his subordinates. Immediately they brought him aboard. The things I sell are in here, scroll left and right to see. Looking at the items that Team Leader Lee had, he was quite surprised. This guy also had many good items. So Kwang's eyes kept glued to the board. He took the opportunity to promote his product. If you want to buy it, I will show you how to use it. I guarantee the product in real life is exactly the same as in the photo. Suddenly he widened his eyes as if he found what he wanted. Oh, what he needed is here. A certain machine appeared on the screen of that board. It was a generator. The product was a 10 kW wood-fire generator. The purpose was to generate electricity using light wood. The price was 1,200 points. Even the armor he wanted appeared. Lee's school group saw him like that and asked, can you choose? He replied, yes, you can choose. He also complimented the item So Kwang had chosen. You have good eyesight. Although the KV-1 is a basic model, it is the most durable. As for the generator, if you are afraid of running out of battery, you should buy some spare batteries. He also told him the price of the battery. Of course, the price to replace the battery will also be very cheap. The chemical battery only costs 150 chips. Of course, replacing the battery cannot cost more than 1,000 chips. He also felt a little suspicious about So Kwang. A generator cannot be hidden in clothes. You are just a normal person who bought a generator, so where do you think you will put it? He crossed his arms and faced him with a confident smile, reassuring Team Leader Lee, don't worry too much, I will bring it back to the boulder field. He frowned and thought, this case should ease his worries. He didn't give you any trouble, so he turned around and left to say goodbye. I've already sold it to you, you can do whatever you want, I don't care about that. Before I leave, I can only wish you luck. It's getting dark, I'll go first, see you later, leaving you standing there full of confusion. The sky has also turned the color of sunset. Not letting him go too far, So Kwang quickly bargained, wait, I want to ask, will the subjects I ordered get a 20% discount? He laughed loudly and waved his hand, ha ha, the price you see is already discounted. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his middle finger at him and cursed under his breath, you liar, go to hell. Then So Kwang was alone in this remote neighborhood, looking at the sky. It was also getting dark. He exclaimed, it's too late, here. He kept walking quietly, remembering his old place. Maybe he had to go back to his old place to go to sleep. The people here are scrambling to compete for the goods. Boulder City only has 30 bars of soap left. Everyone can buy one for 3 chips to remove body odor. Brown Farms cooking oil, 10 chips per liter. If anyone thinks it's too cheap, you can bid. Show me, I want to buy a bar of soap. Among them, old Charlie was tiredly wiping his sweat and tired of seeing him. I want to buy kosher salt. Is there any? I want to buy drawn tobacco leaves to soak. Kosher immediately introduced. Kosher salt and tobacco leaves are available. I'm so tired, you guys take it yourself, I thought for a moment. Suddenly a voice rang out and he suddenly glanced over. The mobilization order was from the market. Everyone heard it clearly. A guy holding a sign proudly announced to the people that before the end of the month, each family needs to deliver 100 kilograms of pulp and 2 boxes of fur, so everyone please remember. Hearing that, people started whispering, why did we have to pay for money 2 months ago? Why do we still have to pay for it this month? I'm so tired, I can't help it but I don't know what to do now. If we don't have money, all 3 of us will go out to sleep. You two just say goodbye. Compared to Brown Farm, we are much richer. He remembered the fat mayor leisurely smoking and felt uncomfortable. Someone's voice kept ringing in his ears. You two leave it alone. Compared to the Brown Farm, we are much richer. You dirty girl, stay away. There was another voice still asking, no, brother, let me look after the house. The third child in a family, Vuong Duk Fook, while So Kwang was still alone and quietly walking. On the other side, he silently observed Tuangu and Duk Fook's argument. He kept saying bad things about her. This dirty girl, stay away, while Tuangu was pleading with him, no, brother, let me look after the house for you. The third child in a family, Vuong Duk Fook, he angrily refused to agree. I told him he was dead. Hearing that, Tuangu blushed and trembled. Then right after that she shouted loudly at me, he's not dead, he's not dead, he's not dead, making him panic. I'm not lying, he hasn't come back for 4 or 5 days. He showed a disgusted expression and patiently explained, doesn't your family want to share a portion of the profits? I don't intend to take it all alone. Like that, the communal property is mixed and the property belongs to me, the rest you keep. She refused to give up and pointed her finger at him and told him to go away. He was gnashed by my actions and gritted his teeth in indignation. Unable to stand it, he was about to strike. Motherfucker, if you don't want to be beaten then leave now. It startled her but she still refused to submit. I'm not going anywhere. She was starting to get a little scared but she was very resilient. How dare you hit someone? He was full of arrogance and tried to punch her in the face. Ha, why don't you dare, your father and brother are not here. Immediately a hand reached out. So it was So Kwang. He held his hand tightly and asked, who just said I was dead, making him tremble, brother. Huangu saw you and immediately became happy again, brother. Then she ran right behind you and told you, yesterday he came here, wanting to destroy your house. I stopped him so he wanted to hit me, you calmly knocked him away. Okay, I understand, thank you for looking after me. He hugged her with one hand and boldly affirmed, making her blush, with me here, no one can bully her. Then So Kwang gently called Fook Duk, making him pale, little king. Your face turned dark and expressionless, staring at him kindly, do you want to go home, or let me see you off? So Kwang reached behind him as if he wanted to pull out a weapon to hit Duk Fook. Little king, are you planning to go yourself, or are you saying you want me to take you away? Looking at that threatening gesture, Duk Fook gritted his teeth, unwilling to be weakened, but his body trembled. So Kwang was almost about to hold the pipe handle. Seeing that, Duk Fook shyly stepped back, stammering, me. After that, he ran away but still tried to be strong. You guys wait for me, I will definitely tell my father and my brother about this. Huangu looked admiringly at So Kwang, big brother, thank you. He shyly said, it's nothing, you help me, I'll help you. So Kwang silently observed, why does she keep staring at him, could it be? So Kwang thought and gave Huangu a lollipop. Her face immediately lit up under the brim of the hat. He smiled, he has been bothering her for the past few days. Huangu was not polite, took the lollipop, didn't mind, thanking Big Brother for the lollipop. She immediately peeled it, excited because she was about to taste the sweetness. Huangu said while enjoying the candy, anyway I don't have anything else to do, when you leave the house, I can help you look after the house. So Kwang heard that and teased, I see that you just want to eat a lollipop, but you are also very kind, the reward of a lollipop is also worthy. Suddenly there was a man shouting loudly, Huangu, what are you doing there? The 3 people, Du Hung, Du Ho, and Du Lao Cha, slowly approached. Huangu was confused, it was bad, it was their father and brother who had returned. Right after that, Tuangu immediately disappeared in an instant. He was a bit surprised. Could it be that the Du family's people didn't allow her to come and see him? It wasn't that bad. Before Du-ho often came to see him to chat. Suddenly someone stopped in front of So Kwang. It seemed like that person had something to say. That person was Du-ho, the second son of the Du family. He opened his mouth. "You haven't been here these past few days. I thought you were dead." Du-ho was calm and So Kwang almost choked because of those words. He replied. It seemed his intuition was not very accurate. Du-ho immediately agreed. He was right. Remembering that it took 4 to 5 mutant hyenas to hunt 5 square meters of fur, Du-ho sighed and said, "The mayor had just issued a mobilization order. Each household had to pay 100 pounds of firewood and 2 square meters of animal skins before this month. Our family of 3 adult men had to pay 300 pounds of firewood and 6 square meters of furs." So Kwang said, "I had already heard about it when I returned." Du-ho immediately asked if he had found a way to get the fur, or should they go to the northern forest together to try their luck. The Lee family's people said there were traces of deer migration there. If they could find 2, not only would they get the skin, but they could also get the meat. Thinking of 2 locations, Lang Ho Flooded Park and the Northern Forest, So Kwang refused. "It still didn't work. I thought of it myself." He thought to himself, "They want to go north to hunt. But Lang Ho Flooded Park where our base is located is in the north to the west. Hopefully we won't encounter them by then." Du-ho advised, "I can see that you are a capable person, but no matter how brave a person is, there are limits. That Vuong brat dares to bully you, because he relies on his family to have power." Suddenly an idea came to mind. Du-ho immediately said, "This is it. My sister will be of marriageable age next year." Pausing for a moment, he patted So Kwang's shoulder to indicate that he would come closer before continuing. If he was in a hurry, there would be no problem holding the wedding tonight. These words really made him choke. So Kwang quickly ran away into a small alley, refusing as he ran, still saying no, thank you. Looking at that figure running away, Du-ho scratched his head. What a pity. If he could have a son with his sister, maybe the Du family could have a great character like old Charlie. I have to think of a way to continue. It turns out, in the eyes of the villagers, those who left the shelter, the head is very easy to use. Old Charlie helps the mayor do his work, so he becomes a great figure in the eyes of the neighbors. After running for a while, So Kwang stopped and took a deep breath to regain composure. "Damn, are you crazy? You want me to marry the lolly?" He couldn't help but imagine the image of when he first woke up, next to Tuangu's sleepy voice, "Husband, good morning." Then when it's time to eat, Tuangu only wears an apron. "Husband, do you want to eat first or take a bath first?" So Kwang's face turned red. He quickly shook his head, wanting to throw all the images he had just imagined out of his brain, but he couldn't. Even when Tuangu reached the marriageable age of survivors, he still couldn't accept it. Time passed, the second day outside the nursing home. Old Bok looked at the pile of firewood in front of him and said, "If the wood has just been cut, if not treated, it will completely crack and deform." Hearing that, Phuong Trong asked, "How should we handle it?" Old Bok smiled and replied, "There are many methods. For example, you can dry the water content in wood." He continued to say, "Either paint the 2 ends of the wood and wait for the wood to dry naturally." After thinking for a while, Lao Bok added that it's okay to soak it in water, but it's even more troublesome to pick it up. "I hope it won't rain these days." Imagining what he was about to do next, he frowned and rubbed his chin. The harvested wood had already been cut into logs in the past 2 days, and the north and west walls of the nursing home could be repaired. Old Bok sighed, "It's just that these pieces of wood have not been treated, they can rot after a few rains." Both were silent and thoughtful. A moment later, Phuong Trong spoke up, "Otherwise we would use cement as a construction material." Lao Bok did not understand. Cement. Phuong Trong elaborated, "There is a lot of concrete waste in this wasteland. Even in nursing homes there is a lot of it." Old Bok nodded. "Scrap concrete blocks cannot be used directly, but if it can be mixed with cement, fixed with some steel bars, building simple concrete structures should not be a problem." Having said that, he thought, although it is a poor quality construction, it is much better than wood. Suddenly Lao Bok remembered that there were still some problems, but to use these concrete wastes, we first had to have cement. He re-envisioned the process in his head, smacked his lips and added, "But to refine cement, in addition to having enough coal, he also needed a furnace that could withstand temperatures of 1450 degrees. Suddenly Deep Top shouted loudly, "Hey, we're back, we've made a big discovery." Kwang Fan trembled, carrying a bucket and following behind Deep Top, continuing, "There is a river to the east of Lang Ho, not on the map, probably formed over the past 200 years. Deep Top excitedly recounted that we had explored the entire lakeshore from the east to the south. Having finished speaking, he quickly dropped the bucket. His hands immediately searched, his mouth breathing heavily, but Deep Top still tried to say, "Wait a minute, I'll get the map for everyone to see." Kwang Fan pointed to the location circled on the map. This circle is the range of activities and nests of different species, and these circles are quite safe water collection points. Fuang Trong looked at the 2 buckets that Deep Top and Kwang Fan had just brought back and asked, "What is in this bucket, is it cement?" But the 2 of them didn't know what it was. Kwang Fan could only answer in general terms, "We discovered this toy on that riverbank." Meanwhile, Deep Top was still engrossed in the fantasy of being able to see a girl in the shower screaming loudly when he saw the 2 of them. He also had the opportunity to say the classic line in the movie, "Little sister, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean it on purpose, but in reality, life is not like a dream." Deep Top recounted despondently, originally thinking that he would meet a virtual beauty, but unexpectedly he only found this pile of mud. Kwang Fan ignored what his companion just thought and seriously said his thoughts, "I guess it was construction material, so he brought it home." Old Bok sat down on one knee so he could observe the object in the bucket more clearly. "Let me take a look first." He used one finger to try to pick it up to see the adhesion, muttering, "This can't be used as a construction material, it disappears after touching." Old Bok rubbed his 2 fingers again to judge its use. He immediately smiled, "But this toy is a good thing, our furnace already has a use." Deep Top didn't quite understand. "The kiln," Fuang Trong explained, "Lao Bok and I discussed, intending to refine cement." Kwang Fan was a little doubtful. Did everyone think that was okay? Old Bok brushed his hands and stood up, his voice full of confidence. "It's okay, don't forget we're in the game." He smiled as if he was sure of success. This was a completely real open world game. He just couldn't think of it. There was nothing he couldn't do. "Let's do it quickly." Old Bok pointed at 2 mud buckets and said, "This mud is not enough to build the furnace. Let's go get a few more buckets." Deep Top and Kwang Fan jumped up and quickly replied, "Yes." Kwang Fan stammered, "Okay, okay." Deep Top's face was listless as if he had lost his soul, his eyes clearly showing dark circles. He thought, did Bao Bok work at a construction site? The arrangement for people to move bricks was not ambiguous at all. After finishing dealing with the 2 of them, Lao Bok turned to look at Fuang Trong and smiled and said, "Let's continue cutting trees here." After listening, he excitedly picked up the axe. "I'm ready." Old Bok shouted loudly, "Come on, we have to give the administrator a surprise." All 4 people raised their hands to show agreement and determination. Deep Top, Kwang Fan and Fuang Trong immediately said in unison, "Yes." A moment later, a scream suddenly rang out from the forest, "Help me." Deep Top and Kwang Fan ran out in fear. Behind them was a giant 2-headed bear. Deep Top shouted, "Lao Bok, help me." Old Bok and Fuang Trong turned around to look. Seeing the scene before them, they couldn't help but be surprised and tense. Suddenly, my foot tripped on a rock. Kwang Fan stumbled and fell. Deep Top turned his head to look. It was broken. He shouted in fear, "Brothers, please crawl quickly." The bear rushed towards its prey, which was trying to crawl away. At that moment, in another place, So Kwang suddenly woke up with a startled look on his face, covered in sweat. Then he reached for the nearby gun. At So Kwang's shack, Beta Street, he sat up, held the gun in his hand, breathed slowly, thinking, it turned out to be just a nightmare. He suddenly thought, just imagining it made him vomit blood. Thanks to those 4 players, the food he had saved for 5 months was almost exhausted. Looking around, all the water and everything was gone. So Kwang thought about the scene of Tu that standing tiredly watching everyone cutting down trees, not allowed to stop until the respected administrator came back. "Damn, we humans need to rest, unlike those of you who only need to recharge." Deep Top was so angry that his eyes turned red and shouted, "Damn, we humans need to rest, unlike you humans who just need to recharge." Thinking and worrying, I don't know how they are now, even though there is Tu that in the apartment, yes, but still feel insecure. Suddenly from outside, a voice rang out, "Brother, I'm Tuangu next door, are you home?" He looked out curiously, thinking, is something wrong? She came so early. The door gradually opened. He looked down at the smiling girl in front of him and asked, "What's wrong?" She held out a cookie with both hands, her cheeks were slightly red. "Honey, I give this to you." He was surprised, suddenly blushed, pointed at himself, and gave it to him. Then he reached out his hand to receive the cake. She looked at him and then raised her hand to show her approval. Then Tuangu whispered into his ear, "Brother, I'll tell you a secret, this cookie belongs to my second brother. He told me to tell you this is the cake I personally baked for you." He leaned down to listen, his face changed when he heard that. So Kwang was naive, In his mind, the image of Duho with a smiling face appeared after planning. He softly replied, "Okay, I know," but at the same time, he thought, he did not expect Duho to play this game. His expression didn't get much better. He gently bent down and asked Tuangu, "Why did you tell me this secret?" She replied innocently, Hi, because I don't want to trick you." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Hey stranger, do you want to go hunting too?" When he saw the speaker, Tuangu immediately hid behind So Kwang, worried. "No, not sure." It was Vuong Duk Fook and his brother. He looked at the two people in front of him with a serious face and reassured Tuangu, "Don't be afraid, you go to my house first." The eldest son of the Vuong family and his younger brother Vuong Duk Fook stood there. He did not say or do anything, and the younger brother spoke up arrogantly, "So don't die outside." Suddenly he put his hand on Duk Fook's shoulder. "Don't say more words." Duk Fook jumped in panic, his face turned purple. "Clearly, big brother." He left. When he passed So Kwang, he scanned his shoulder. His eyes glared dangerously. Seeing that, he immediately frowned. Even though they had passed by, his eyes still glanced at them. That guy was not easy to deal with. After they completely left, he turned around and said to Tuangu, "Okay, it's okay, I'm going out too." She peeked behind the door, shyly said, Be careful, Tuangu will look after the house for you, stay home and wait for you to come home." Hearing those words, he walked over and patted Tuangu's head. Thank you." Looking at her, he softly thought, Tuangu is indeed a good girl, it's just that she's still too young now, it will take at least another 2 years. Thinking about the future, Tuangu will wear a wedding dress, he will be the one who will put the wedding veil on her. Suddenly realizing his own thoughts, he quickly thought, wait for her to grow up and then think about it later. At another place, a group of 6 people walked, carrying weapons. A step on the ground attracted Charlie's attention, and the footsteps stopped at a store. So Kwang approaches, "Here are 21 chip points, I need 7 kilograms of green barley." Then he picked up another thing. In addition to the preserved meats, tobacco leaves, how much could he exchange for 4 chips? He looked at it and replied, 1.1 tael. He immediately decided, then 4 ounces. So Kwang looked at the instructions of the tobacco leaves. He was satisfied. The supplies were about to run out, but now he had a gun, so hunting would be much easier than before. The meat that could not be eaten was marinated and preserved and saved for the winter. Brown farm tobacco leaves were rich in aromatic compounds such as aldehydes and ketones. Even without salt, the shelf life was still extended by several months. Charlie put down a bag. There were 7 kilograms of green barley. Then he looked at him wonderingly. "Yes, I remember a few days ago, you just bought 5 kilograms of green barley." Hearing that, you were curious, "Is there a problem?" He shrugged, "Nothing, a little extra would be good." So Kwang realized something unusual and was surprised. With a worried face, "I was negligent. During this period of time, I didn't sell any useful waste products, but I did buy a large amount of supplies twice in a row." Once the town chief compared the reports, it might be suspected that I was forming a faction to oppose him. In his mind, he imagined the scene of the governor's hand reaching out to grab him, his face turning purple. If he did not do well, he would cause disaster and kill himself. So Kwang put his chin in his hand and sighed, looking at the scene before him. He really admired the main player in the apocalyptic game, carrying a mountain of stuff on his back and still escaping from the abandoned area. So Kwang carried his bag on his back and thought, indeed reality is not as easy as in the game. He turned around and said to Charlie, "I'll go first." He raised his eyebrows and looked at So Kwang and replied, "Yeah, it looks like you still have a cow." He smiled shyly and thought to himself, indeed, this stuff is really heavy. I wonder if he will sell Lee Ky Dak's 2-headed cow. Charlie crossed his arms and looked seriously at So Kwang, walking carefully. As he walked, he waved his hand to greet him. Yes, he continued to think, I have to quickly leave here, even though old Charlie is very kind to me, after all, he is the mayor's man. The scene changes to a shabby city with decaying buildings and rising dust and smoke. Deep Top turned his head to look at the person in front of him and shouted, "Everyone quickly look, the manager is back." Everyone heard him say and turned their heads to look. So Kwang looked bewildered at what was in front of him and thought to himself, what is this? There is no task on the task board to make a stove. Phuong Trong turned around to see him and was happy. He walked towards So Kwang and said, "Manager, you're finally back." So Kwang asked, "I was busy outside all night. How are you guys over here? Have you encountered strange beasts or other survivors?" Phuong Trong pointed towards the stoves and replied, "There are none. But we have finished building the stoves and can now make the raw materials of cement." He excitedly began to explain, first taking the bark and burning it to ashes. Stir in water and filter to remove the lime water layer above. The remaining sludge is squeezed dry to get dried calcium hydroxide and calcium carbonate. Finally, the ingredients are put into the furnace to burn to an orange-red color, then mixed with sandy soil taken from the riverbank, add water and stir well to get cement ash. So Kwang placed his hand on his chin and opened his mouth in surprise. He thought to himself, I once tried mixing ash with mud to make cement, but what I made would break as soon as I squeezed it. It was basically unusable. It turned out to be the wrong method. No wonder I couldn't do it before. So Kwang placed his hand on his chin and opened his mouth in surprise. He thought to himself, I once tried mixing ash with mud to make cement, but what I made would break as soon as I squeezed it. It was basically unusable. It turned out to be the wrong method. No wonder I couldn't do it before. He explained that it can be used to polish leather shoes. Very well. So Kwang cleared his throat slightly and said, You guys did very well, but inside he was going crazy right now. What kind of reward did he want for doing all that? Fuang Trong's eyes lit up. He said, Because of the development of civilization, it is my honor to be able to share my sorrows with you. He clutched the water bottle in his hand in joy. This time his emotions definitely increased. Suddenly Deep Top wrapped his arms tightly around Fuang Trong's neck and shouted angrily, You spoke very well. The whole team's achievements were yours alone. Old Bok put his hands on his hips and agreed, You kid can't take all the team's work like that. Fuang Trong was held so tightly by Deep Top that he struggled to breathe and replied, Yes, you guys misunderstood. I didn't mean that. So Kwang looked at the scene in front of him and just smiled lightly and said, You've worked hard. I'll reward you with another assistant. He thought to himself, It seems like physical work like chopping down trees will be beneficial to the leveling up of strength players, just by arranging a few more strength players to help. Deep Top heard him say that and excitedly said, Manage and arrange a few beautiful girls. Fuang Trong closed his eyes as he imagined and agreed, If that's the case, it would be best for a girl who is both young and beautiful. Mr. Bok was no different from Fuang Trong, who blushed and said, You guys really must be people who know how to work. So Kwang replied somewhat helplessly, I will consider your opinions and try to work. Everyone stood up straight and raised their hands to obey Deep Top's orders. Obey, manage, Old Bok continued. Rest assured to hand it over to us. Fuang Trong said solemnly, Contributing to you is my mission. This is also my oath under the banner of the People's Federation. So Kwang heard that and thought to himself, Fuck, have you seen what it's like? Old Bok held the axe in his hand and turned around and ran while shouting, I went to cut down the tree. You guys stayed behind to look after the stove. Everyone saw that and quickly followed. I also went. No matter what, I also wanted to go. So Kwang looked at the group of people who were still standing in front of him but now ran away and whispered happily, That's it, let their leaks develop freely. We should also reserve supplies. The food right now is enough to feed 1 or 2 more players. Returning to his room, So Kwang placed his bag firmly on the ground. He looked at the system screen that was lighting up and thought, but he didn't expect to start the mission reward. The notification sounded, Congratulations to the manager. Complete the daily task, store wood, reward, bonus points +2. Congratulations to the manager. Complete the daily task, make cement, reward, bonus points +5. So Kwang pressed the screen for a while. The screen changed. The manager exchanged 7 bonus points for an elementary mystery box, was in the process of exchanging, successfully exchanged. So Kwang was full of excitement, opened the mysterious box. On the screen appeared 5 candies with different colors, 5 lollipops, voiceover, fruit-flavored lollipops, can add sugar. Star, the screen appears, 1 chocolate bar, explanation, weight 200 grams, replenishes necessary energy for the body. Kin, another item appeared, 1 bag of salt, description, weight 500 grams, good quality, fine salt, survivors usually cannot afford it. So Kwang looked at the pile of items he had just received and sat down in a chair with a bit of boredom. If he could get a little more then it would be fine. 1 kilo of salt could barely cook pork or sausage. He held his chin and a thought flashed across his face, but buying refined salt would probably get 20 or 30 times more for coarse salt. So Kwang quickly dismissed that idea. No, in Hakok province, selling salt is a huge profit after weapons. He doesn't have enough strength. If he wants to do a little business, it's not good. He turned around towards the computer in front of him and said, he should still focus on building the base. Countless comments appeared on the computer screen. In the group there were naturally many new memes with their mouths wide open in surprise. Another person asked, Everyone, how do you play that game? Does it cost money? The person below immediately answered, the beta testing phase does not need to cost money, just register an account and fill out the form to be able to set up a team. And when you are about to team up, you have to look at your character. 2 other people were responding back and forth to the top person asking, the one night brother 10 times, were you guys online last night? Have you tried the new content yet? Tried it, cut down trees all day, made cement one night. What kind of pants is cement? Why is cement? You ask dang, I'm going to school, come back and continue talking. So Kwang frowned slightly and said that the new people in the group didn't seem to be doing anything at all, even though the other 4 people helped me improve my strength. He continued to browse the comments below. To be honest, the old abandoned area game is no different from reality. For example, to make charcoal is not a simple matter of clicking the mouse, but having to build a kiln first. The smelting method is basically the same compared to reality. For another, this game is the strangest game I have ever played. The materials are all collected manually, and the machine is not allowed to hang. In other games, the machine can be hung all night to hunt monsters, but still this game, I'm tired of cutting down just a few trees. The person below agreed, that's right, I've experienced it. The person from before appeared again. Yo Kwang, I know you're watching. I knelt down, begging you to give me a chance to go. An account to avatar is Dub C. I don't know how to repair furnaces, but know a little about wood, such as drying, by filtering out condensates such as burned wood. An aqueous sample solution of acetic acid, acetone and methanol can be obtained. Below is a data table. So Kwang opened his eyes wide and thought in surprise, the toilet really has these mosquitoes, some of them are genuine. Needless to say, ethanol and methanol, acetone can be used to create smokeless explosives. So Kwang quickly moved the mouse. He clicked on the avatar of the account named Dub C and thought to himself, this guy really knows a lot, what kind of person is he? So Kwang looked at a few lines of information. The name of the Dub C really had mosquitoes. Notes, team, male 0 years old 7.8 solar calendar. He noticed the image below, it seemed to sell furniture. So Kwang touched his chin and thought, perhaps with his knowledge he could be useful in handling that piled up wood. Having said that, So Kwang quickly texted Dub C, hi, are you interested in participating in the experiment? At the same time, on this side, the phone of the person named Dub C lit up with a notification sound. Kwang Hu, the toilet really had mosquitoes and turned his head to look at the phone. He picked up the phone and asked, who are you? So Kwang quickly texted back, I'm the old abandoned area game manager, you can call me Kwang. He opened his mouth wide in surprise and couldn't believe his eyes, damn, that game manager was looking for me again. Kwang Hu was a little nervous and excited, but how could he prove that he was the manager of the abandoned area game ol? So Kwang sent him a link, go to the game link above and you will get the answer. He asked if there was a fee for the game. After waiting for a long time, he didn't text back so he continued texting, but it's still there. Kwang Hu looked at the phone screen, curled his mouth and smiled, thinking, let's give it a try, although there were online scams at the beginning of the year, but what if the game is real? So Kwang sat on the chair and the sound of typing on the keys rang out continuously. On this side, Kwang Hu sent a text message and looked intently at his phone, waiting for a response. I've registered, do I have to do anything else? So Kwang quickly ran his fingers across the keyboard and replied, no, give me the registration code, I'll set it up for you, 3 days later I'll notify you when I'm online. So Kwang crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, thinking, there was now a carpenter, but the outpost still lacked people. Suddenly he noticed something on the computer screen. In the comments section, Dub C excitedly announced, everyone, I have received the experimental status. The person named Quit Smoking wrote an indignant message below. What? How stupid? Based on what? Obviously I registered first. So Kwang looked helplessly at the screen. After receiving the experimental status, he immediately went outside to advertise that it seemed like he couldn't make a submersible. He thought to himself, we have to think of a way to appease the leaks who want to leave in this group, then quickly commented, everyone calm down, it's also for the sake of experimenting with the game for everyone. Currently we are testing the systems in the game to see if they are complete or not, so we need players with experience in some fields to be guinea pigs. If you quit smoking, then quickly comment below, I can also be a guinea pig. 7 years of driving experience crying meme. Another person, including, 7 years of experience what is your driver, this guy even knows how to drive an excavator. Another commenter gave an argument, you guys stop arguing, don't you realize that the toilet really has mosquitoes? Just joined the group yesterday, maybe it's the manager's sub-account, what makes the game world come true? It's terrible, it's all just a lie. The people below agree a bit, it seems like it's a real sub-account, quit smoking and don't care about the people above and continue on, please, Mr. Kwang, I beg you, give me a chance. You reassure everyone, wait a few more days, in a few days we will open 100 more people, believe me, everyone will have a chance. So Kwang put his chin in his hands and thought, maybe add a few more experimenters. He thought about the scene of many people hunting wild animals and grilling food together and secretly calculated, after all, tens of kilograms of food were prepared at the base. If he had a gun and a horse he could kill pigs, adding a few people probably wouldn't be a problem. So Kwang grinned, that's right, even if it's food, someone still needs to arrange it, so there's one person missing at the front station, the chef. After he finished speaking, he immediately texted, that's right, we still need a chef to test the cooking system. As soon as he posted it, countless people in the comment section ran to quit smoking and quickly messaged, choose me, I can make kung pao chicken with my eyes closed, a few others are not inferior, my chickens and dogs also know, my meat is crispy but not burnt, soft but not fatty. So Kwang opened his mouth wide and thought, who should I choose? These days, everyone knows how to make 2 rice and 1 soup, isn't it okay if you have the right hands? Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and saw, there it was. An outstanding comment, get lost, here is the European chef with a picture holding a trophy and certificate. So Kwang quickly clicked the mouse with a gloating look on his face, it was him. On the 3rd floor of an abandoned nursing home, that rushed towards So Kwang, causing dust to fly. It waved its arms urgently and said, Master, you have finally come to find me. He bowed his head slightly and asked, what's wrong with you? It quickly replied, that only had 1% battery left. So Kwang waved his hand and sighed, what were you thinking? Suddenly he realized that his whole body was stiff as if he had turned to stone. Wait, where do I go to charge you? That heard him ask and immediately replied, I have a wireless charging port on my body, I'll be fine when I go back to the shelter for a while. So Kwang thought to himself, no wonder there weren't any sockets in the shelter, the serverless machine on that table didn't seem to run out of battery at the moment, it turned out to be a wireless charger. He lifted that up and said, go, take you back to charge. While walking, that spoke again, yes master. So Kwang frowned and asked, what's wrong? I suddenly remembered something, the shelter's electrical system seemed to be powered by the nuclear fusion reactor core, an extremely large magnetic field source surrounding the nuclear fusion reactor core. So Kwang panicked and opened his mouth wide, causing a nuclear reaction. That continued, so the electricity there can last for a very long time. So Kwang's face was still smiling, oh, that's a good thing. He thought to himself, he had to think of a way to steal the electricity inside. That replied, even so, that's not a good thing, the scene where the nuclear fusion reaction core was first built. And in the present, that said softly, it is now the year 2340, based on the year the shelter was built, it will be used for a very long time. So Kwang's eyes and mouth were filled with panic, what if he ran out of electricity? That rubbed his head with a sad face, not knowing, he repeated that's words with a dark face, not knowing. The image of So Kwang standing in front of the door of the nuclear fusion reaction core room after a century, that explained, because according to the plan, 100 years ago this shelter was supposed to open, but I don't know why it was delayed for a century. Actually, you don't need to be too pessimistic, the engine room of shelter 404, located on the 3rd floor, you just need to unlock that floor and change the fuel rod. So Kwang turned to stone, he silently said in his heart, it sounds easy, where should I go to find nuclear fusion fuel? He bent down and put that on the ground and said, I'm here, quickly charge the battery. That waved goodbye to him, thanking the owner. So Kwang stood outside and thought, in a short time the power supply would probably not be a problem, even if there was a century delay in opening the shelter, but after a century of inactivity, all agencies would probably still be able to operate. He held his chin and thought, perhaps the remaining power source would only last for a few decades. The view of the city after winter, if so, the coming winter makes me even more worried. So Kwang thought as he walked, he didn't have much time left to prepare. Later, So Kwang arrived at the abandoned area he put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked away. So Kwang looked a little surprised at the scene before him and thought, this is it. In front of his eyes were kilns smoking, 8 kilns had been built. Old Bok saw someone coming and raised his head to look, he was wiping sweat with one hand and the other was holding a shovel and smiled and said, Manager, you're here. So Kwang said yes and then asked, I just went around, was this all your idea? Old Bok quickly ran to him and replied, it was everyone's credit. So Kwang slightly curled his mouth and said, no need to be modest, I know everything, the system will remember everyone's merits. In addition, on behalf of the system, I gave each person 1,000 bonus points, praising them for unlocking the cement and construction materials. Hearing him say that, everyone's eyes lit up. He looked at Old Bach and continued, from today, he is the architectural captain of the guard station of Shelter 404. So Kwang pointed out the benefits of the captain position. You can freely promote your ideas, within the planned scope to design and build our guard base. Hearing that, Old Bach stood up straight and bowed his head seriously. Dear manager, I will definitely try my best to build our base. Deep Top, standing from afar, saw this and frowned, his whole body emitting a murderous aura. How could he get an extra reward if he was hateful? So Kwang crossed his arms and looked at Old Bach with satisfaction. Very good, you tell me your plan. Old Bach raised his hand to obey and replied, yes. He started talking. Yesterday, after being offline, I went to the cement factory in reality to research. The master in the factory said that adding a little iron powder to the cement will make the hardness higher and the cement more durable. We have live rust everywhere here. Mix the rust with charcoal, use charcoal as a reducing agent, and heat it to create iron powder. Take that iron powder and burn it with cement ash. Relying on just a few kilns to produce large quantities of cement is impossible, so I plan to use all the cement I have made before to build production equipment to increase cement production output. So Kwang rubbed his chin and said, the plan is not bad, but if you use all the bark, how much cement will it be enough to make? Old Bach replied with a confident face, because of that, we need a more professional kiln, one that can reach 1450 degrees, so we can create carbonate cement by burning limestone and clay, completely replacing the raw material of ash. After listening to So Kwang, he applauded. He thought very carefully. Do as he said, Mr. Bach was praised and awkwardly scratched his head. Yes. So Kwang turned to tell everyone, right, soon there will be 2 members coming out of hibernation, and joining our team. I plan to organize a small party to welcome them. Hearing that, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. So Kwang crossed his arms and said, so we need some meat, but we can't invite them to eat porridge. Who is willing to come with me to kill pigs? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed to volunteer. Me, I go, choose me. He looked at the crowd of people in front of him who were eager to go inside. There was no need for so many people. 10 times a night, you go, you are a cognitive system, right? When the others heard that So Kwang chose Deep Top, they did not have the heart to cry. Deep Top replied with a proud face, obey, you are in charge. Deep Top raised his hand and pointed for a while to guide So Kwang, because he asked, before leaving the shelter to kill pigs, I told him to take me to the mutant leeches 10 times a night. The 2 of them moved forward together. Deep Top looked forward. We found mushrooms inside. So Kwang slowly replied, luckily you guys didn't go deep inside. Deep Top was just about to move forward when So Kwang stopped him. Let's go, our goal today is not him. He was surprised. Aren't we going to fight pigs? So Kwang nodded. Yes, but Deep Top still didn't understand why he was getting farther and farther away from the forest. He calmly pulled out his gun, his eyes looking into the distance. Ahead was the forest. Immediately afterwards, Deep Top was stunned. In the northern suburbs of Tantuyan City. Deep Top thought for a moment. Indeed, here is the real forest. So Kwang looked around and warned him to be careful here. They had heard about this place. After the apocalypse, this place became a paradise for mushrooms and plants. People also say that wild animals have also begun to take over the city. And then images of terrifying monsters appeared in their minds. Under the influence of radiation, genetic weapons and time, they transformed into ferocious mutants, called mutants. Then, So Kwang said in a low voice, however, the danger here is not only of mutants. Deep Top lightly swallowed his saliva. Is there anything more terrifying? A few seconds later, his face immediately brightened. He finally touched the new character in the game. It was really exciting. So Kwang sternly reminded, walk next to me, don't look around. Deep Top heard the answer, yes, yes. Suddenly a strange sound sounded around. So Kwang briefly thought, this sound is. Right after that, he noticed something as his eyes focused forward. He signaled Deep Top to say, something changed. Deep Top asked, what's wrong? So Kwang replied that there were traces of survivors. Deep Top's face turned purple. The other survivor. He continued to wonder, are the people of the abandoned area? At that moment, Deep Top thought to himself, he finally saw another NPC. As for So Kwang, he coldly spoke up. He didn't need to be so excited. This was not something to be happy about at all. Deep Top listened and asked in surprise, why? So Kwang narrowed his eyes and said, because strangers here are more dangerous than mutants. The two of them quickly hid behind a car to observe. So Kwang held the debris in his hand and said, gunpowder contained a lot of sulfur, along with hunchback nails and iron fragments. Then, he thought to himself, there was a high possibility of mutants or predators nearby. He continued to think, normally survivors would not place mines in residential areas. So Kwang pondered a bit more. This type of thing was very likely to injure a mutant with a keen sense of smell. In other words, the target was a human. Suddenly his eyes widened as if he discovered something. So Kwang considered further. According to the remaining smell, the time of the explosion was only recent, at most 5 hours or less. Then he asked Deep Top, when you guys came out from the ground, did you hear the explosion coming? He immediately answered, no. Then So Kwang walked forward and said, you wait here for me. Deep Top was confused and asked, what are you doing? So Kwang replied, investigating the situation ahead. Deep Top was curious, I can go with you. So Kwang immediately turned around and shouted, you, here. At that moment, Deep Top was scared and trembled, telling himself, don't mess with this guy, or you will be kicked out of the game. His voice trembled, okay. After that, Deep Top continued to hide behind the car, and So Kwang alone entered the house in front, continuing to consider, although when I left, I really wanted arrows, leaks, this is bait, but the situation is different now. He reasoned that what he was facing was most likely a predator or a mutant tribe. Then, he looked around and analyzed, this place was too close to the shelter, they were still producing, the smoke and sound of the production would be discovered sooner or later. So Kwang slowly walked forward, this danger was a hidden disaster. Suddenly, creepy growls rang out, he was startled and reflexively retreated. So Kwang quickly calculated in his mind that if the opponent could pose a threat, he would not hesitate to act first. A group of giant rats with glowing red eyes are focusing on the prey in front, So Kwang. Without hesitation, So Kwang began swinging his knife, a cold warning rang out, not knowing whether to live or die. Immediately blood splattered. In just a short moment, all the rats were lying on the ground. So Kwang looked around and spoke, there were 20 or so rats, it didn't look like a rat hole, if there were any more, this group wouldn't be easy to deal with. So Kwang stood alone in the middle of a dark space, surrounded by horrifying sounds. Suddenly his face stiffened. So Kwang thought to himself, that is. Then he speculated that the survivors' bases were divided into two types, one was a concentration of houses that had not collapsed before the war, the other was a concentration of abandoned areas or vacant land, depending on the surrounding electricity. So Kwang continued to speculate that to repair such a large tent, only mutants with an average height of 200 centimeters and weighing more than 3,000 pounds could do it. He suddenly realized that they can eat anything, not only mushrooms, plants, but even the meat of mutant flies and mice and cockroaches. So Kwang also said that, of course, what they like to eat the most is cannibal meat, and more specifically, he thinks what they like to eat the most is human legs. Suddenly, he saw something moving in the distance. It's a deformed person standing on a cliff, he thought, as expected. On his shoulder he carried a bow and arrow. The body wears an armor. So Kwang believes that these are mutant guards. He thought to himself, if he and I had gone deep inside 10 times a night, at most the cave entrance, we would have been attacked by mutant guards. He was looking down from a high cliff, hateful, there were so many obstacles that he couldn't see clearly how many people there were. Looking at the small village below, he calculated that based on the size of the camp, the number of mutants was about 20 to 30 people. His face was quite tense, the mutant base, this group is not easy to mess with. Suddenly, the system window appeared, So Kwang was surprised, what a coincidence, why is there a mission at this time? It announced that, mission, destroy the mutant tribe on Street 76, classification, extra, reward, 200 points. So Kwang was upset, accepting this kind of mission, I really hated it, fighting with mutants, clearly telling me to surrender my life. So Kwang looked at the system board in shock, in the shelter, he could also activate the mission, he looked at the screen and saw a notification pop up, mission, destroy the mutant tribes located on Route 7, type, branch route, reward, 200 reward points, he thought to himself, it seems that the system can only be activated in the shelter, he was about to click on the screen when it suddenly disappeared, oh, why can't the system be opened, he silently explained, but the mission can be activated anywhere outside the shelter. However, these 200 reward points are a bit cool. In a deserted area, So Kwang was exploring. He thought to himself, the branch that summons 100 players only gives 100 points, but this reward gives 200. So Kwang immediately noticed something unusual. It was clear that this mission was not that easy to complete. Deep Top ran after him, out of breath. Manager, what exactly did you see? He replied that it was a place where mutants were stationed. After hearing that, Deep Top's face looked constipated. He hesitantly asked, so should we just go like that? So Kwang's face looked disdainful. Otherwise, why not have a fight with them? If you lose, you'll be thrown into the oil pan. If there's a goblin here, he swears he'll let it dip Deep Top into the pot. Use your brain to think, we only have one gun, and even only one person can fight. After hearing this, he pulled his hair out. Just now his mind was not there, he only thought of NPCs as mutants in this game. Now hearing the manager say so, this mutant must be a hostile force, and also eat people. He ordered, now is not a good way to tease those rude people, we need to prepare better, concentrate our strength to put them in the car, from now on once and for all. Having said that, he grumbled again, it was really unlucky. The mutant station was on Road 76, opposite the east gate of the park. The two of them went to the mutant station, Road 76 at the east gate of the park. So Kwang reminded, no matter what, we have to be careful. The two entered the place where the cargo cabins were located. He saw something and suddenly, oh, this isn't it. A pile of rocks was piled as high as a mountain. So Kwang was surprised, it's limestone. Having said that, he quickly took notes. Refining this limed copper into cement, building two buildings should not be a problem, as long as old Bach over there unlocks the calcium carbonate cement calcination technique. In the long term, they will no longer need to worry about cement raw materials. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the location was far away from Barracks 404 on the ground. The whole group went out to welcome So Kwang and Deep Top. Lao Bach replied, I'll go back and manage, sir. Fuang Trong followed and looked at the thing on the ground and asked, what are these two animals? He replied briefly and then got to the main topic, these two are mutant spirit balls, enough for us to eat for a few meals, but compared to the matter of food, I have more important news to tell, one good news and one bad news. Old Bach asked, what is the good news? He recounted what he found. The good news was, from the wetland park going north towards the northeast of the city, there was a construction site. So Kwang meticulously recounted that there we discovered a large amount of lime, probably the type that had been treated to remove sulfur, and there were also some abandoned carts that could be used with a little repair. Old Bach was very happy, that's great, he thought to himself, worried that he couldn't find the raw materials to refine calcium carbonate cement. He didn't expect that this problem would be solved so quickly. Fuang Trong asked the remaining question, so there was still bad news. So Kwang frowned and replied, the east gate of the wetland park, continuing along Route 76, was where the mutants were stationed. Preliminary assessment, the number of mutants was up to 20. Deep Top described, gesticulating, that mutants are a hostile force, their fighting power is very ferocious, the most important thing is to eat human flesh, we must be careful. The whole group listened attentively. He continued, mutants are not something we can deal with now, the level is at least 10 or higher, hasty contact will not only be useless, but will also reveal our position. He ordered in a low voice, from now on, everyone not allowed near 76th Street was also banned from leaving the east gate of the wetland park, until the threat was lifted. The whole group shouted loudly and clearly. After finishing the announcement, he crossed his arms and calculated, next he should think about how to deal with the two preys. Although I have eaten this before, I bought it at the butcher on Bet Street, and have never dealt with it myself before. Thinking back to the past, So Kwang secretly sighed. 5 months ago, he mainly relied on scavenging to earn silver tokens and didn't have much hunting experience. He secretly remembered that he had only heard that the prey that had just been shot needed to be bled, otherwise the meat would smell bad. As for the specific treatment, he was not very clear. Suddenly, Kwang Fan came out from the top of the hut, respected by the manager. He was startled and asked, what's going on? He replied, can you give me a little bit of the prey's blood? So Kwang listened and asked, blood, why do you need something like that? He turned on mysterious mode and said, I want to verify some conjectures, I need to use them. So Kwang didn't say much, just gave him a few cuts in the thigh. He held out the piece of meat and took it away. Kwang Fan's heart turned to stone, but he still tried to smile and replied, thank you. The sky gradually turned to dusk. Smoke from each kiln door flew blindly. Old Bach hurriedly ran towards So Kwang, the manager. Dear manager, thanks to your wise guidance, the cement kilns at the outposts have basically been completed, waiting for the cement to dry tomorrow, we can begin the first cement test. He smiled and praised, very good. So Kwang chuckled, fortunately, thanks to everyone, The great goal of reviving the association is one step closer. I hope everyone will keep trying and the organization will remember everyone's contributions. Hearing that, he was as happy as a puppy, clearly, a great manager. After saying that, he hesitantly waved goodbye. I'm going to work first. Waiting for the person to disappear, So Kwang's dishonest face appeared. Recently, I have become more and more proficient in drawing cakes. So Kwang thought about the close actions between them, but the player didn't seem to care about drawing his cake. He remembered the images full of enthusiasm of his team with the game. He secretly smiled. It seemed they had discovered a new joy from the job of rebuilding their house. To put it bluntly, wasn't that what creative games were like? He remembered the scene where everyone had their own work to do, not except for Deep Top Tin, who was sleeping blind. Watching the yard become better and better was also part of the joy. He nodded and thought, of course I'm happy that the players can enjoy it. They can only draw the cake first, give out a little air money or something. A while later, So Kwang returned to the server room, dealing with the leaks on the other side of the wasteland. It was time to review the situation of the leaks on the other side of the world. So Kwang muttered softly, let's see what the group is like. After that, he sat down on the chair and opened the website. He exclaimed, these players are too lively. As soon as they go offline, they show off in the group. So Kwang double-clicked. Seeing a series of messages in the group chat flying like the wind, he felt very satisfied, but it was also very good. More and more groups of friends came to register, but he looked at the exception in the group chat and gave up. Even now, the name Jia Nguyen Gaha still did not believe in the existence of this fully immersive virtual reality online game. Suddenly So Kwang discovered something. Lin Yet Phuong Trong had not disappeared from the group. He clicked, that's right, to the official preview web forum. There were all active users. The site was probably already in the forum. So Kwang clicked on the forum screen. At the top was his Chives post. He smiled. Sure enough, it was an invitation from Lin Yet Phuong Trong. Phuong Trong updated it very promptly, attracting many followers. He read the article for a while. So Kwang silently read the last sentence. Loyal users with ideas in the forum recorded it, giving priority to new players when recruiting them. Below were 7,749 praising comments. He read them with excitement. After sitting and checking his progress, he stretched and stood up. He's been busy all day. It's time to reap the reward. So Kwang called out, system. Having said that, the screen displayed a notification. Mission, chop 10 nut trees. Reward, 1 reward point. Mission, kill a mutant. Reward, 3 reward points. He looked at the score a bit. Today's tasks were completed a bit. He looked at the data and silently calculated. There were only so many reward points. It was better to directly open the blind box. So Kwang clicked open on the screen. With a click from the side of the wall, a door opened. From inside, a few candies rolled out. So Kwang looked at it and thought to himself, damn this 6-point system, it's all spicy chicken. While the whole house was ringing, the system suddenly startled him. Wait a minute. So Kwang looked at the glowing candy and wondered, what the hell is this? He thought to himself, this enhanced chocolate bar looks really powerful. The system announced. So Kwang was stunned by lightning. Chocolate-flavored lollipop. Strength increased by 10%. Duration 10 hours. You know the system is not that bad. The system is always the best. Always the best. I finally don't need to be a big injustice anymore. So Kwang picked up the candy and scratched his head. His strength increased by 10%. Is this a hack? But to say the least, is this a candy or a stimulant? He looked at the information on the candy on the screen. Chocolate-flavored lollipop. 10% increased power. 10-hour duration. And sighed in admiration. 10-hour duration. 10% increased effect seemed to be very good. If the strength in his body adds 10%, that is, when the strength is 11, then it is enough for the wild mutant mukbang to be afraid when the HP bar is only 11 over 1000. So Kwang secretly thought, at the critical moment even a single force can turn the tide of battle. But thinking about the scene of holding a lollipop and howling at the monster, standing still, waiting for me to eat the lollipop, he laughed. It was just that he ate a lollipop while fighting. But if there are good things, you still have to put them in your pocket. Never mind, accept them first. Having another trump card in your hand is also a good thing. Early in the morning, Lao Bak and Kwang Fan returned from outside. We are back. When Kwang Fan arrived, he lay flat on his back. Lao Bak looked at the 2 limestone carts and said, we've collected all the materials. This time we can make cement. Phuong Trong and Deep Top were excited and wonderful. Old Bak raised his hammer and first crushed the limestone. The hammer hits each blow with great force, breaking the rock. he said, then, adding iron filings and clay mixture, Deep and Fuang each poured a bucket of materials into the crushed stone mixture. The furnace is ready, finally, increase the temperature in the furnace to 1450 degrees Celsius for firing. Fuang Trong was full of enthusiasm and sat down to light the fire. You guys let me, the fire burned stronger. While rubbing the fire, he asked with a stupid face, Q Dao Ma Dai. A huge problem has arisen, how do we determine the temperature in the oven? Old Bok just pretended to be stupid and turned away, not knowing. His face looked like, are you kidding me? I don't know, this meathead still has the face to say it. Old Bok turned around and shouted, otherwise, do you have an industrial thermometer? It's just useless talking, the fan only needs a little force to do the job. Having said that, he rubbed his chin, where can I find a generator? Fuang Trong looked annoyed, this guy, since becoming the construction captain, has really become more and more arrogant. At this moment, he was confused, Fuang Trong realized that two people were missing, Quang Fan and Deep Top. These two pets had run away. On the other hand, So Quang looked at the two missing members and whispered, what do these two chives want to do? Quang Fan and Deep Top said in unison, boss. He crossed his arms and interrogated, where are you two going? When you were caught by the leader, you tremblingly replied, the leech's lair has mutated recently. He looked at the two boys and asked, didn't I say you shouldn't go to that place? The two of them explained in confusion, we didn't go in, we just set traps nearby. Having said that, they held out a bucket full of several crawling leeches. Look, these are mutant leeches. He wanted to vomit just looking at it, he was a mutated leech. In the bucket, dozens of baby leeches were crawling in the bottle. He asked, a bit interesting, how did you guys catch it? So Quang remembered their toxicity and secretly thought, before in Boy Dac Nhai, he had never heard of anyone catching these things. Although mutated insects are rich in protein, they have many parasites and are very difficult to get rid of. Deep Top happily said, blood, we use animal blood to lure them into a glass bottle. Big leeches can't get in, small leeches can't get out. Quang Fan also joined in and replied that these mutated leeches probably go out at night to search for food and return to the cave during the day. The professor looked at his achievements and smiled widely, except for the broken bottles, these animals were all locked up here. At first, I only intended to try it a little, but I didn't think the effect would be so good. So Quang nodded, it turns out, this is also a good idea. He thought to himself, no wonder the hurricane came to me yesterday to ask for raw meat, but it turned out he wanted to use it to catch mutant leeches, He looked at the two guys in confusion, why did he intend to capture these things? I don't know much about leeches, but mutated leeches are definitely not edible. Quang Fan smiled and replied, I don't plan to research whether I can eat it, I will use it for fishing. So Quang did not expect this option, fishing. Fan Fan's face was full of pride. While walking around the lake, I discovered several large black birds catching fish. Since there are fish in the lake, why don't we catch fish and use them as food? He secretly praised, this is great, I also tried fishing before, after all fishing is much safer than catching. However, the cruel reality slapped So Quang's face with a slap, but his fishing skills were hard to put into words. He remembered the indescribable look on his face when he held the fishing rod that was broken in two. He thought angrily, there are no specialized fishing gear and bait that can't catch anything now. So Quang started to get angry, but in reality the problem was not his fault. If catching fish was so easy, why didn't the living people live by the lake? The fish in the lake themselves were all mutants, which were also the mutants that the survivalists talked about. Thinking of this, So Quang secretly smiled, but with mutated leeches as bait, the story would be different. These fish would have a bit of a paralyzing effect anyway. So Quang asked, do you know how to fish? Quang Fan honestly said, no, but I plan to make some fish traps. Hearing that, he smiled and replied, okay, if you already know how to do it, then the job of catching fish will be left to you. The two chives heard their boss approve the plan and happily replied, okay. He turned around and left, okay, leave it to them, you should also do some research on how to preserve mutated hyena meat. Just needing big meat thighs, So Quang thought to himself, let me rely on the method of the survivor at Boy Dac Nhai, crush tobacco leaves and apply on the meat, then slowly heat the firewood. Waiting for the tar to penetrate the fat layer of the meat, eliminating microorganisms and parasites, he brought the finished product up to smell. So Quang's face turned dull, I don't know if it's an illusion, why do I feel like it's a bit rotten? He muttered, I shouldn't. Under normal circumstances, meat smoked this way will have a slight nicotine flavor, and the outside will be the burnt yellow color of hot grease. But the piece of pork leg in my hand was clearly dark red in color, cooked on the outside and raw on the inside, and at the same time carried a rotten smell. He frowned. Perhaps this method was wrong. So Kwang looked at the meat and quickly criticized it. It smelled bad, maybe this was wrong. He threw the piece of meat in his hand. Sigh, no matter what, this piece of meat was inedible. So Kwang secretly wished that it would be good if there was a refrigerator. He remembered the partnership with team leader Lee, exchanging mushrooms for things, and immediately made up his mind. For the generator, he had to use Lamb to attack her. However, he was also dumbfounded, but it was only the second week of September, and the merchant team of Lee 2 deck arrived here at the end of September. So Kwang Tiat took a deep breath. It was useless to think about these things now, and he couldn't wait until the end of September to reserve food. He thought with sadness, but even a luxury item like a refrigerator, with the economic conditions of the emergency shelter, could not be afforded. The next day, I went hunting early in the morning. So Kwang was busy fighting monsters. At noon or afternoon, they will come back and bring meat to the players to cook, or rather stir the pan themselves. After that, he continued to think about how to make smoked meat, although his research on smoked meat did not progress. But the funny thing is, these henchmen are very excellent. After 3 days, I received 7 reward points. He looked at the screen and chuckled. The system announced, rewards, scores, 7 points. Although he had collected 10 points, after thinking about it for a while, they were all placed on the elementary mystery box. He pressed the button on the screen and opened the mystery box. Luckily this time, not only did I open a lollipop, but also a bottle of soy sauce. I don't know what brand it is, but anyway it can help them improve their meal a bit. So Kwang just thinks about the scene of them all comfortably inhaling that scent and he feels high. On the other side, the whole group sat staring blankly at the food, reflecting the saying that life is not like a dream. Deep Top looked desperate, eating stewed meat every day. I'm about to vomit. His face turned dark. When I discovered that this game could be eaten, I was very excited, but now I realize how painful eating is. Tears fell from his eyes as he screamed. Every meal was stewed meat, or porridge made from wheat. Even if my mouth could handle it, my anus was about to be unable to handle it. Phuong Trong trembled as he put the piece of meat into his mouth. It was probably because the flavor system was not yet perfect. Even if there was less salt, it wouldn't taste the same. He covered his mouth to hold back the nausea. It's not salty, it's not bland, that's it, it's sick, but it also has a bit of a bitter taste. It's not as good as green wheat porridge. Old Bok's hands were shaking as well when picking up the meat. The smell was too strong, so he had to use wine, ginger, and garlic to remove the odor, so perhaps it would be better. However, he still tried to be optimistic. No matter what, eat, this is a wasteland, take those things and play with them, good food will definitely come later. Phuong Trong looked at him with disdain. Since he became the construction team leader, this guy has always taken the manufacturer's perspective, and even took the initiative to help. Having said that, he also thought to himself, but it's also true, the selling point is authenticity, so there's nothing wrong with saying spices are a luxury item, you have to pay for it. Deep Top groaned, hoping the next update might have new spices. I'll add money to buy it. Kwang Fan was chewing his food and expressed, I'm thinking about improving the fish trap a bit, can I buy an existing fish trap with money? The whole group fell silent again. Deep Top turned around and changed the subject, how are you guys doing with the cement baking? Lao Bok heard that the staff had improved a bit, but I feel like success is not far away. He looked at his friend without much confidence. Oh, is it real or fake? Old Bok will fight right away, I'm not kidding. He began to be proud. Moreover, not only cement, but near me and the local school were also researching fired bricks. Remembering that the finished product had a crooked shape, he silently lamented, it was just that without a mold it was a bit difficult, the shape was burned out, but it was still usable. Deep Top wondered if wood could not be used to make molds. Phuong Trong immediately interjected, ha ha ha, do you think it's that easy? He seriously recounted that this was not the same as cutting down trees. To create a box-shaped mold, it was all done by hand. A skilled person would of course produce a high-quality product, but a normal person would only do something distorted. He thought bitterly, he never thought he was an expert. In the forest he was a survival master, building a house in just half an hour. However, playing this game was hindered by a low-level problem, making him so angry that he felt itchy. Having said that, Phuong Trong lamented again, sigh, whatever you say, it's because the wasteland of this game is too difficult. Deep and Fan were speechless. Kwang Fan also thought to himself, what Phuong Trong said was indeed not wrong. He thought to himself, These past few days I've been learning to watch short videos from desert island survival masters on how to set traps, but I couldn't catch a single fish. Thinking about it, there are fish-eating birds next to the lake, and the stupid fish have all been gnawed away. The remaining fish, like ghosts, were not fooled at all, and immediately ran away after eating. He thought back with tears streaming down his face. These old fish were almost gone from eating their mutant leeches. Thinking about it, the professor continued to eat, sigh, never mind, first fatten these fish, wait for them to relax their senses and then catch them. Old Bok changed the subject again. That's right, I heard that in 2 days a new member will join. Fuang Trong was excited, really, hoping to come to the 2 girls. It would be good to make the team's atmosphere a little more exciting. Deep Top rubbed her hands and smiled perversely. Based on my imagination, I could vaguely imagine that she was definitely a beauty. Quang Fan suddenly heard footsteps and was startled to stop chewing. The footsteps got closer. Deep Top thought to himself, there was someone. Old Bok also turned around and wondered, could it be? So Quang walked in from outside and introduced himself to everyone. Behind him were 2 silhouettes. These 2 people were our new members. He introduced, Tae Hong T Sao Dan, Dub Si Chan Hu Van Tu Vi. Tae Hong T Sao Dan is a boy with narrow eyes and a round body. Dub Si Chan Hu Van Tu is an uncle who looks very optimistic but has a scraggly beard and generally doesn't look like a girl. The whole group looked at the team like a monk's temple and sprayed glue, but there were 2 boys. So Quang gathered everyone together. He said, introducing everyone a bit, these 2 people are our new members. It was a guy with a plump appearance and a middle-aged uncle. He continued to introduce each person's name, Tae Hong T Sao Dan, Dub Si Chan Hu Van Tu. So Quang smiled politely and said to everyone welcomes the new member, but in his heart he was secretly judging the names of those 2 people. What are the names of these Do Moa? The members clapped to congratulate, but everyone's faces were bored. They said in unison, it's a new member, that's good, it seems like the dream is just a dream. The members' feelings are really disappointed. It's a male gamer. When will there be a female gamer? Disappointed. Again a male gamer. When will there be a female gamer? Again a male gamer. Van Tu and Sao Dan did not care about the situation and gently walked past them. The 2 of them walked to the pot of stew that was boiling. The aroma from the pot of meat rose, awakening the sense of smell of Van Tu and Sao Dan. The 2 of them were surprised by the delicious human food in front of them. Sao Dan immediately thought with admiration, the scent blowing on their faces and this rich pot of hot meat, and Van Tu couldn't believe it and thought, it was really too real. The pot of stewed meat creates a strong attraction. Van Tu and Sao Dan's eyes lit up because it was the first time they saw food in the game. Lao Bok crossed his arms and asked, that's right, what are you guys? Van Tu turned around and introduced himself, I am a smart and agile contact. As for Sao Dan, he said, my physical condition, you guys have already eaten. As soon as he introduced himself, he saw Fuang Trong and Deep Top holding bowls of soup in their hands, munching on their mouths. Deep Top explained that at first the manager planned to hold a welcome ceremony, but it was probably cancelled, so he told us to eat first. He held the bowl of soup and gave it to Van Tu, mischievously saying, you guys just woke up, let's eat first. Van Tu played lottery in his stomach, looked at the bowl of soup and thought to himself, this food looked like it was poisonous, but after all, it was in a game, eating 1 bite and at most it would revive. This was probably the first time eating food in a game. How could I ignore it, not care anymore? He brought it to his mouth to taste it and thought, if you like it, just eat it. After enjoying, Van Tu was extremely surprised, so happy that he burst into tears, as if he had found a new truth. He exclaimed, taste, beef, this game can really be eaten. Fuang Trong thought of his own image of being flabby and lifeless and quickly explained that not only could he eat, but not eating could also cause his blood pressure to drop. He continued boredly, but I thought there was no need to be so realistic. Fuang Trong imagined a lolly female gamer holding a fork to feed him and said, the party is still long, can you come eat with me? Sao Dan looked at the bowl of soup and pondered. He looked at the bowl of soup emitting purple smoke and asked, what kind of stew is this? Old Bok smiled and said, meat. Sao Dan was surprised, so he asked again, meat, what meat? Old Bok remembered the animals. He pointed up and said, mutant hyenas. Actually we don't know if they are wolves or dogs, but they are probably all mutant animals. Hearing that the origin of the food was a mutant animal, Van Tu immediately spit out all the food from before. Sao Dan picked up the cup and tasted it. Sao Dan seemed very shocked, his face clearly showed disgust. He asked, the smell is so fishy, aren't you guys teasing me? Deep Top, Fuang Trong, Quang Fan, All three were stunned by Sao Dan's question. Deep Top said, I don't know, Fuang Trong added, this was brought by the NPC. Old Bok leaned into Sao Dan's ear and said, if you know how to cook, you can negotiate a little with the manager, as long as you have the skills, you will be used. Sao Dan burst into life, the two of them hugged each other and laughed. He said again, really, then let me try later. Hearing that, Van Tu raised his hand and excitedly said, can I be a carpenter? I know how to do carpentry. Old Bok was surprised, eyes shaped like O and mouth shaped like A, screaming, carpenter. He rushed forward and grabbed Van Tu's shoulders with both hands and asked again, you know how to do carpentry? Van Tu was startled and replied, yes, my house sells furniture, those types of handcrafted items, those who are interested can contact me, I will charge a little cheaper. Fuang Trong appeared from nowhere, holding one of Van Tu's hands, with a suspicious face saying, that's great. The other hand was held tightly by Lao Bok. Lao Bok said, we are missing a craftsman, you come and help. Van Tu panicked and turned around not understanding what was going on. Being dragged away by those two people, Van Tu reached for the bowl of soup. He screamed, wait, I haven't finished drinking the soup yet. Old Bok and Fuang Trong used the speed of light to drag Van Tu away. Van Tu was so panicked that his eyes were about to fall out. Old Bok said, drink that cock, wait a little longer and ask the chef to make a pot, wouldn't it be better? Fuang Trong also added a few words, that's right, brother, listen to my advice, that taste is very bad, we will first take you to get acquainted with the way of playing this game. Sao Dan stood and watched as Van Tu was dragged away a distance, only his screams echoed. Sao Dan was scared, imagining Lao Bok wearing some strange skimpy clothes and then exclaimed, the brother, along with the slick Fuang Trong, used sweet words, we took him to get acquainted with this game, tricked Van Tu into doing some not so clean things, he asked, is this game legal? Deep Top looked at Quang Fan and awkwardly replied, okay. Quang Fan also awkwardly said, basically. Sao Dan was speechless with meaningless answers. Deep Top thought of a hot girl cooing and telling him, brother Top, this game is too difficult, help me quickly. Then he coolly replied, I'm here, I'll take you flying. Deep Top imagined it and happily said, anyway, I don't think the content has appeared properly. Why was Dan so angry that he was so angry? He thought, why are all the answers so unclear? And he still wanted to ask me again. That's it, it was very difficult to get the test qualification, so he went out to take a look first. Outside, where construction projects had become ruins and ruins, Lao Bok and Fuang Trong were discussing wooden molds. Van Tu held a saw to check the quality of the wood and said, your materials are not handled well, look, they are all about to grow mushrooms. Old Bok looked at the wooden mold with great satisfaction and silently admired that this newcomer named Van Tu had really good carpentry skills. Van Tu panted and wiped his sweat and approached and asked, is that okay? Old Bok was extremely satisfied and put his arm around his shoulder, okay, thank you brother, for helping me so much. Van Tu smiled happily and replied, don't be polite, just tell me if you have any requests. Old Bok replied happily, okay, I know, next time I won't be so polite, all three of us chat together. Once the mold is done, it's time to pour the cement into the brick shape. Old Bok and Fuang Trong started building with the newly formed bricks. The kiln with the fire below is completed. Old Bok wiped his sweat and said, this kitchen is better now. Fuang Trong sighed in disbelief and replied, can this thing be done? Old Bok angrily reassured him and gained confidence. He continued smiling, leaving out the words. Fuang Trong and Mr. Bok stood thoughtfully looking at the stove that was emitting black smoke. Then Fuang Trong asked doubtfully, could this thing be used? Old Bok shouted, a little more confident, and dropped the word no. Then he turned around and took Fuang Trong with him, let's go, let it burn. The two of us walked shoulder to shoulder, let's go over to the cement kiln over there to take a look, I think we'll be apart, this time the explosion will be a little bigger, so we can make a barrel before we go offline. So Quang smiled proudly, as I expected, they are working harder and harder, not idle at all. Deep Top's sparkling eyes looked at the iron cage in Van Tu's hand, which was starting to take full effect. Luckily, he helped, and finally there was a fish trap. Van Tu smiled proudly and began to explain, I used a cage structure to replace the previous cylindrical structure, used steel to replace wood to increase durability, and reinforced the main structure 2 more times. Deep Top happily rushed forward, there was his improved version of the fish trap. He imagined a mermaid locked in a cage, no matter what kind of fish it was, if it got into it, don't try to run away. The three of them happily hugged each other's necks and we went fishing. So Quang sadly told himself, everyone is working hard, I can't be idle and continue making smoked hyena meat. He was sitting dejectedly roasting a piece of meat. Someone asked, "Respected manager, may I ask what you are doing?" So Kwang glanced over. "It's Sao Dan," he thought to himself. If he remembered correctly, this guy looked like a chef who had just graduated from the West. So Kwang showed his old smile and said, "I was researching how to make smoked meat. You came at the right time." He grabbed Sao Dan's shoulders, startling him. "From now on, he will be the chef of Outpost 404. So Kwang explained, "Now we are facing a very serious situation. In addition to building the outpost's facilities, we also have to reserve enough food for 100 compatriots before winter." His expression became serious and pointed at Sao Dan. "I need your help." Why does Dan remember that when he was in reality, he could be a chef? He was actually a chef. Before going online, he even cooked 2 subjects before returning the spoon to his karma. He froze on the spot, not expecting to do his old job again. Then he turned to stone. This is equivalent to changing jobs depending on the situation. Sao Dan curiously asked So Kwang, "But, how can I help you?" So Kwang smiled and replied, "Very good question." He looked at the piece of smoked meat and said, "I tried making smoked meat, but it didn't work as expected. I need you to solve the food storage problem. I saw your profile. Is it true that the organization said you have experience in food handling?" Sao Dan scratched his head, probably knowing a little bit, but a game is a game. I mean, I'm not sure if I can use my experience. He pointed at the meat and replied, "Don't worry, I need an expert's opinion. Please help me see what went wrong with the smoked meat I made." He looked at it worriedly and thought, if there is a problem there. The meat looks a little different than usual. Sao Dan's expression was as distorted as if struck by lightning. He couldn't tell where there was a problem. Even so, he still tried to find a way to put out the fire. First of all, when smoking, you have to close the surrounding environment. Even if you smoke it to the point of burning, it won't turn out anything. And on this piece of meat, is it flavoring? So Kwang turned his head to look. It was a special type of tobacco leaf. Sao Dan asked again. It was tobacco. He explained, "This is an inland area. Salt is very expensive. Living natives use tobacco leaves to replace table salt, crush it and sprinkle it on the surface of the food, through heat to sterilize the food and grease, creating an anti-decomposition effect." Why is Dan so full of questions that he can still do that? He began to ponder. There were some aromatic compounds that could be used to preserve food. But this is the first time I've heard that this thing can be eaten. In my mind, I see myself eating this thing and foaming at the mouth. Why, Dan said, sweating profusely, "In fact, even without salt, you can make smoked meat. It just doesn't taste very good. I don't understand the method you're talking about, but this smoked meat isn't very good in terms of health." So Kwang was startled and opened his mouth. He didn't need salt. Sao Dan analyzed that bacteria must have moisture to grow. The nature of smoked meat is to dry the meat, reaching the point where there is no water left. But he also said that with salt, the effect will be better, the preservation time will be longer, and the taste will also be better. But if you don't have salt, you just need to do it properly. And of course, if there is too much fat, drying will be very troublesome. This must be considered what kind of meat it is. But no matter what the case is, if you don't cover it up, it definitely won't work. He scratched his head again. So Kwang touched his chin and thought, if this strange leaf could not be used to marinate food, it would be a good thing for the outpost. He widened his eyes thinking of each person in the group holding a piece of meat, but no matter how stupid he was, he wouldn't survive by betting. But if he could survive in this wasteland until now, these survival skills probably wouldn't be wrong. Don't think about it anymore. Everything depends on the NPC to solve, so there's no need for players. Then smiled friendly and put his hand on Sao Dan's shoulder. Okay, this difficult and glorious task is entrusted to you. So Kwang just turned around and left. Okay, another complicated situation was solved, leaving Sao Dan there not knowing what to do with the meat. He thought as he walked, now he still has to leave the food to someone to take care of. Should I recruit some more players here? Increase the production force? So Kwang imagined the image of a blushing woman asking, "Who can help me complete today's task?" The men around were excited. Let me. He considered the scenario of people in the group lying down due to overwork, relying only on these hands, working late into the night and not being able to fix the wall of the nursing home. Suddenly there was a loud scream, "Motherfucker, mother, it's finally over." So Kwang glanced in that direction. Fuong Trong and Old Bok ran to call and respected the manager. They raised their hands in one direction and said, "Please watch." When he saw it, he was startled. The two boys excitedly introduced the item. "We used cement to make it. Its shape looks a lot like a manure." Old Bok spread his arms proudly and told So Kwang his achievements. Dear Manager Fuang Trong, the last name was Bok, we finally made silicate cement. He continued to be cheerful, because this time it was a test so there weren't many. Lao Bok added Fuang Trong's words, judging by the volume of the loading port of a half-ton cement kiln that will be processed in one day. He did not forget to complain to the Department of Management about the poor quality of the cement kiln. Although it was not as good as professional production equipment, it could still be used. A certain person named Bok burst into tears and cried, to raise the temperature in the cement kiln to over 1,450 degrees, we worked very hard with the blower on this side. Someone named Fuang also kept complaining, shovel after shovel of coal was added with a unicorn arm, almost completed. Waiting for the two of you to finish speaking, So Kwang, his face full of satisfaction, slowly praised, you guys did a great job. He gloomily and dangerously affirmed to his two enthusiastic brothers that with this type of cement we will have a big step forward compared to the first phase of the plan. So Kwang recognized the efforts of the two of them and gave them appropriate rewards. The shelter will remember their contributions and each person will receive 1,000 contribution bonus points. When he heard about the reward for his hard work, Mr. Bok couldn't hide his joy in his eyes. Not only Mr. Bok but also Fuang Trong were satisfied with his inheritance. Along with that joy, they jumped up and down as if their mother had given them a gift and at the same time cheered almost one after another in boundless, wonderful happiness. The efforts of the past few days had paid off. So Kwang ignored the noise and imagined Fuang Trong who had become rich and was holding two beautiful little fresh meats on both sides. The smile on his face looked extremely disdainful and said, I have set a small goal of reaching 100 million to have financial freedom in the game. Mr. Tu no longer needs to chase his dream. So management thought of this image and immediately thought about what he did in the game. Recently he gave Ku Taimon a lot of currency. Inflation is too fast and will affect the longevity of the game. He thought about how not to affect the longevity of the game. He had to come up with a way to recover their money. His mind kept pouring out examples like meal sets for VIPs with limited waist leather, villas, limited edition sports cars. Those temptations would easily lure them in. Not only that, he also thought of adding a wasteland egg spinner with a 5% chance of getting a virtual girlfriend and 1,000 contribution points to be withdrawn at once. Or opening the egg spinner function. Fuang Trong spoke up, interrupting So Kwang's thoughts. By the way, manager, there is something I have to report to you. Don't let him wait too long. So, manager immediately gave the order, say it, he seriously suggested, now that the cement has been successfully fired, we need more manpower to start building the plantation. So Kwang listened to his words with a thoughtful expression and asked Old Bok and Fuang Trong how much manpower they needed. Old Bok happily immediately gave the answer, of course, at least 10 people, the more the better. He respectfully gave convincing evidence that the cement kiln required manual firing and 2 people could operate the kiln in shifts. You continue to lead. We will soon build the second one which will require 4 people. He went on to explain how much manpower was actually needed. At least 4 people were needed to transport the stone from the construction site. Continuing to talk endlessly about the number needed for the next stage, more than 8 people are needed to build the wall and house. Hearing Old Bok say this made So Kwang's soul leave his body and thought, how could 16 people not be enough? He kept thinking about the food source. The food reserves at the outpost were only enough to feed everyone including himself for a week. At that moment in his mind, he thought about how much food he would need after a hard day's work. He thought sadly, the population suddenly doubled and he didn't know if the support force could handle it or not. So Kwang's gloomy face described the image of people after working hard but not being able to scoop bangs. At the same time, he thought about the present time. It was now the 9th day and nearly a third of September had passed. He continued to ponder, if he didn't work harder, it would be difficult to finish the fort before winter. So Kwang sighed softly in response to his 2 brothers, I understand. He continued to give his own opinion, I will ask for support from my superiors and a new group of members will arrive after 3 days of winter break. Speaking of this made Old Bok and Fuang Trong immediately think of the prospect of being welcomed on the surface of the earth. Come to the surface of the earth and join the work with us. Old Bok Hap Pai seemed to have just done something great and thought to himself, with new people, our infrastructure project will be much easier than it is now. In his mind, a vision appeared of the workers getting together and starting work. On this side, Fuang Trong smiled mysteriously and secretly thought in his mind, as expected, the NPC's powers were indeed not just simple NPCs. Perhaps what he was predicting was probably about So Kwang and his powers, it could even affect the operation of the game. He seemed to think of something, one could say it was similar to the fantasy setting of the first online games. His thoughts continued to appear as if he had solved a difficult problem and it was time to write the solution. The game ran on a supercomputer with infinite computing power. The solution continued to be written in his head. The game company had built a completely flexible AI-generated content worldview framework. At this point, the solution seemed to have come to an end. He smacked his thigh. His smile now became clearer than ever. Yes, maybe the old wasteland will be like this, and with that ending statement, the three of them looked extremely stylish and cool. Fuang Trong was so busy thinking that he didn't pay attention to the surroundings and smiled to himself as if he was being cursed by his sister, making Mr. Bach not know what to say anymore. In another place where the old house was ruined in the middle of a desolate land. Van Tu happily held a stick of grass in her mouth and smiled with her teeth showing. The curtain ended. He looked proudly at the product he had just created and boldly said, "A wooden toilet made from a tree stump without any carving." Sao Dan also looked at Van Tu's new creation with admiration and praise. "Finally, I don't have to squat in the hole anymore. My legs were almost broken from squatting for the past few days." While speaking, Quang Fan looked extremely miserable and ran towards the other two people, constantly complaining, "Please forgive me, I can't bear it anymore." The other two people seemed to have found gold and continuously advertised for the new product, starting with Mr. Van Tu. They arrived just in time for the luxurious wooden VIP toilet to be honored to serve you. The next step with Mr. Van Sao Dan also did not forget to urge Quang Fan, "Hurry up and try it." Quang Fan ignored the other two's nonsense and thought to himself, "This is not a public toilet, why are other people using it, and it is so unhygienic that I cannot accept it." At the same time, he imagined someone else's uncle on that toilet. Even though he was being chased, he still tried to run back, leaving Sao Dan behind, looking dumbfounded and not forgetting to say, "Thank you," but left. He ran to a nearby bush and firmly asserted his point of view, "I still prefer squatting in a hole rather than sitting with others." When he heard Quang Fan's words, Sao Dan was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like 3, silently asked in his heart, why should he pay special attention to something in a game? "Why Dan?" Someone's muffled call made him startled and looked behind him. He turned completely around and saw only a ruined tree filled with dust as if someone was running from afar towards him. Just as I predicted, Deep Top ran from afar carrying a super giant fish on his shoulder, happily showing off his victory. "Our brother Sao Dan has succeeded." Why did Dan have A-shaped eyes and an O-shaped mouth when he saw such a big fish and howled as if he couldn't believe his eyes and asked again, "Huh?" Deep Top shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention, "Everyone quickly come here." But Sao Dan's face was full of surprise, mouth open, cursing silently, "What the hell is that?" A super big fish was caught. Deep Top ran quickly carrying the big fish he had just caught on his shoulder. "Look what we caught." He hit the catfish hard on the ground. Sao Dan still looked at it in shock and panic when he saw that. Deep Top laughed with joy and cried, 3 days, after 3 days, we finally caught one." Seeing that, Quang Fan also slowly approached them. Did he really carry this mutated catfish here himself? Hearing what he said, Deep Top became angry, his face turned red and he stood pointing at Quang Fan. "Isn't it because he ran back to use the toilet in the middle of the road? Wouldn't it be better to find a hole in the wilderness?" After hearing this, Quang Fan immediately became embarrassed, scratched his head and explained, "I'm sorry, I admit it." Why didn't Dan care about them staring at the catfish? After 3 days of not seeing him, he only caught 1 fish, and this fish seemed to be dead. As soon as he said that, Deep Top heard it and became even angrier, pointing his finger and shouting, "What do you want from a fish? Is it because it didn't wake up and thought it was dead? It's been 3 days, do you know how we spent these 3 days?" Returning that day, next to the riverbank, the two of them hid behind a large tree tying a rope. Their bodies were also trembling. "We had been guarding there for 3 days, our legs were numb and there were still no signs." At that time, both people's eyes were already bloodshot and they were trembling as they stared ahead. Deep Top hesitantly spoke up, "Is this new trap effective? Don't say any more and wait." Suddenly the rope under one of them moved. They both looked towards the moving wire at the same time. Then they suddenly stood up and ran nearby. Both Quang Fan and Deep Top looked down at the cage in the river. This fish seemed bigger than usual. It broke the cage. Quang Fan gradually became excited and happy. His hand tightly grasped the rope tied below, quickly to catch it. But Deep Top calmly raised his hand to stop him. "Wait a minute, that damn feeling is coming again." Loud Scream cried out, "Be careful." The black birds nearby flew up into the sky. Deep then hugged him and together they dodged. The birds in the sky were still flying everywhere. The two of them looked up. Deep Top told him, they were big black birds, they were also hunting. After the big birds flew away, we quickly caught the fish. We both worked together to pull the fish that was under the cage up to shore. That catfish suddenly jumped up. Kwang Fan hugged Deep Top tightly. Both were extremely scared. They did not expect the strength of this animal to be so great. Regaining our spirits, in order to prevent the big birds from discovering us, we had to silence it first. The two of us joined forces to grab our weapons and then approached and stabbed the fish. Returning to the present, all three of them were looking at the fish. Deep Top was still talking to Sao Dan, and then we brought them back here. He walked over and wrapped his arms around his shoulders, causing him to become dazed. Deep Top smiled and whispered, "Sao Dan brother, look to see if this thing is edible." Dan suddenly sweated and looked dull as he thought, "I have been cooking for half my life. This is the first time I have seen such a big catfish with my own eyes." He looked at the fish in front of him and imagined how big its head was. It was so big that it must have weighed more than 100 pounds. Sao Dan approached and lifted its mouth, so the fish head alone could fill the small basin. Deep Top came to stand behind him. "Can he turn this fish into smoked fish?" Hearing that, Sao Dan immediately got annoyed with this name and shouted at him, "Who would use catfish to make smoked fish? This thing has very thick fat on the surface and also has some wet mucus." Before he changed it, he also thought about how much mucus this catfish has around it. It's quite troublesome to handle, wondering if it can be dehydrated. Kwang Fan also approached the two, so what should he do? Sao Dan sighed helplessly, "I've never done it before, let's just try it." He thought of another way to do it. If he put 100 pounds of fish on the grill, the fish would definitely be crushed, so he had to think of another way. At that time, in a scene of devastation and ruins with uninhabited buildings, billows of smoke rose. Sao Dan was preparing the dish with a resigned expression as he scooped it up. "So after careful consideration, I could only make this dish, that is the stewed mutant catfish head dish." The fish's head had been cooked into a stew, smoke rising into the air. Sao Dan scooped out each bowl and shared it with everyone sitting around the fire. The side dish did not contain tofu, nor did it have onions, ginger, garlic or wine to remove the fishy smell. They all received bowls of soup from him, so I only used salt and soy sauce for seasoning. "Let's eat for now." Deep Top quickly brought it up and drank the soup, his eyes filled with sparkles. It smelled good but the taste was bad. Seeing that, both Kwang Fan and Deep then drank it together while it was still hot. Everyone around saw this and started to enjoy it. Both Kwang Fan and Deep Top had surprised faces and big round eyes after eating. Everyone on the other side was no exception, their faces full of surprise and shock. Deep Top held the bowl in his hand, tears streaming down his face. "It was so delicious, I finally got to eat a piece of normal food." Everyone around me also started crying, holding the bowl tightly. It really wasn't easy at all. Changing scene, So Kwang immediately turned to stone when he heard that. It was much more delicious than the NPC's food. In this room, only he and the other people's bodies were being tested inside. In the desert world, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Just then, in the original world, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. All players had to go offline. He walked over and sat down on the chair, in front of the computers. It was time for me to find some new players for the old players. Oh no, the new players were supposed to help build the shelter. So Kwon sat in front of the computer and started doing his work. On the screen showing the new update system, the official website will release 24 closed beta standards. The number will be expanded to 30 people. He was both happy and excited. As expected, the group of cows and horses exploded as soon as news of the new quota was announced. The conversation of the cow and horse club was shown. Inside they were also talking excitedly. "Please go to the official website. Haven't you given up yet? What's wrong with the website? New updates. The official website will again release 24 closed beta standards. The number will be expanded to 30 people. Unbelievable question." The conversation becomes more and more crowded and exciting. It's time to start. Let's see how much it costs. I don't see it mentioned for free. I've thought too much. Adding 24 positions makes the probability even more difficult. It's exceeded. Why are there so many? There are many other groups. I just checked the number of bets, 111. Happy. So Kwong smiled sinisterly. Hundreds of friends in the group have already booked seats. This time I will choose who will be the new one. He was still sitting attentively looking at the computer. There were many new players signing up. Who should he choose to be the leak next? Closed group update notification screen has increased to 30. Expansion packs, challenges that appear and if not completed will depart again. Physics system, number, freedom, bug fixes, walkthrough, current placement 111. The player handbook has been updated to 2,0. The number of reservations has changed to 113 people. Quite a lot in just one refresh. There were 2 new reservations. Suddenly So Kwong froze and looked at the screen. Where did these people come from? There couldn't be that many people in the group. He started to fall into thinking, secondary account, no way, no one can use a secondary account on Wasteland OL's official website, not to mention changing the IP address. Changing the head is also useless. The reservation status is like wearing a helmet, it is attached to a person, not a computer. Even if the image changes, it will not be too different. His hand moved the mouse on the table. By the way, he stopped by to look at the web forum, guessing that there would be many new people. Inside the group of cows and horses, they were discussing with each other, why were there so many people yesterday? I joined the black group from another link, and I came from a random group. Brothers, please help me speak. What kind of game is this? Is it dangerous? He asked. No need for him to think that the person above is serious or not, all words. When reading the comments on the forum group, he was speechless. Staring at the screen with an angry face, is this drug addict sick? The official website forum finally became popular. One of them came to me before I started, probably more than one. The computer screen shined on his face and he sighed. Looking thoughtful as I walked around the forum, I roughly understood why there had suddenly been a large number of new users recently. I also don't know which group member transferred the screenshot of the Cow and Horse Club group that also linked the official game website to other game groups. The conversation on the screen is still continuing. I heard that the game is 100% real. What is the name? Is there a link? Okay, let's take a look. There are also more and more conversations on the screen. Then the Big Cake installation on the old Wasteland website has become inexplicably popular in the gaming world. There are unanswered conversations in there. Does anyone have a closed account for old Wasteland? Many new users follow the trend from other game groups. Very few of them are serious about the content of the game. What kind of game is this? Can you take off your pants? When will the speed test be added to the game? Will the image be blurry? After reading the comments, you may feel stiff. His eyes blankly stared at the computer. Should I send a few moderators to help manage the forum? Inside the club, it seems like the group today is quite animated as to whether they are seriously discussing serious content or not. They continued to talk about the game, which was still in the testing process and had already been opened, which was unreasonable. If you didn't qualify to participate, you would be eliminated. That was too much. Who wanted to make a plan? Whoever heard you make a plan was a dog. Okay. His eyes widened and he gritted his teeth in anger. Quit smoking. Why did it have to be this guy? So Kwang suddenly lost his mind. The future is still long. That person is texting you. Fuang Trong on this side is moving the mouse and looking at the computer. He suddenly smiled excitedly and answered. So Kwang replied to him, just finished work, what's going on? Fuang Trong remembered his image again. He started typing on the keyboard. There was one thing I was wondering and wanted to ask him. Was the NPC called manager played by an employee of your company, or who? After finishing the message, Fuang Trong looked at the computer. Afraid of being suspected, he immediately texted another question. I just asked casually, if it was related to company secrets or something, just pretend I had nothing. So Kwang also answered his question, it's okay, this can't be said to be a secret, and even a small programmer like me can't access secret information. Fuang Trong replied with a happy face, oh, then tell me. The answer shown simply says its existence is very special. Seeing the answer, Fuang Trong's heart became even more excited, especially, well done, this NPC is really not simple. Can you be more specific? On this side, So Kwang is typing on the keyboard with a dangerous look on his face. He smiled and answered, it is the first complete artificial intelligence developed by our company. With complete artificial intelligence, Fuang Trong couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was beyond my scope of understanding, but Fuang Trong shouted with excitement, her eyes shining so wonderfully. That's right, it is artificial intelligence that is completely close to humans. He laughed contemptuously, it has its own personality, memory, value-oriented thinking method and behavioral motivation, so we have given it player authority and responsibility to guide players into the game. Fuang Trong was still smiling happily, sure enough, I guessed correctly that I was a genius. He also happily replied, I understand, no wonder his decision may affect the player's testing progress. The desolate landscape with abandoned factories. In fact, I discovered that the content of this game was quite well developed. The immersive feeling was almost like being in the real world. His face couldn't stop being excited. Fingers move quickly on the keyboard. It's no exaggeration that even a picky person like me can't find bugs, 0 bugs. The only drawback is that it has too few NPCs, when So Kwang only sets the maximum. So at that time I thought, is it possible that what you are testing is not the game itself but the game itself? The new version even includes the Winter is Coming expansion pack that has been updated online to alpha version 0,2. Also for this purpose, am I right, Phuong Trong is still immersed in it, his fingers constantly clicking the camera. He pointed at himself, his sharp words went straight to the point. I completely understood the intentions of the game publishers. The team is discussing why Old Wasteland launched the Winter expansion pack which is coming in closed beta. Phuong Trong was lost in thought. In his opinion, the discrete conclusions and speculations made by many people were all superficial. He texted again that he was apparently testing the game, but in reality he was racing to complete the experiment. He continued to text So Kwang, and the expansion pack called Winter is Coming is the answer for the mysterious first-generation artificial intelligence company. After reading the message, So Kwang was speechless. This guy is truly a talent. You move the computer mouse to the document, or so his nonsense is convincing. Phuong Trong smiled slightly. He didn't answer for a long time, but it seemed the truth was as he thought. On this side, So Kwang was smiling happily and texting back, you are very smart, just as you said winter is coming. It is indeed testing the performance of the first generation of artificial intelligence which is also a necessary procedure for the next procedure. Phuong Trong smirked and replied, I understand what you mean, so the test level is actually affected by the game plot, right? The more he texted, the more enthusiastic he became. The only person who can advance the current plot is Vault 404. Yes, thank you, I understand, sorry to bother you, revealing too much but don't worry I'll keep it a secret. So Kwang just replied honestly that there is no inside story, no need to keep it a secret, no don't worry everyone knows I am a trustworthy person. Seeing a message like that you can only feel helpless towards this person. So Kwang vaguely thought this was a legendary, mind-opening business-level understanding. He walked into the other room and the door opened again. If there was an old chive like that, you wouldn't have to worry. So Kwang stood in front of the two girls who were inside the next experiment. What new leaks should we prepare for? So Kwang's voice rang out in the ruined city. The leaves turned yellow, the temperature dropped, an unprecedented crisis was approaching. He told everyone, this year's winter will be harsher than previous years, and will also come earlier. There won't be much time left for us to prepare. So Kwang carefully advised everyone, from now on we must grasp every minute, even every second. In front of those tense faces, he continued, prepare to deal with the cold wave before the situation gets completely worse. He crossed his arms solemnly. The mission board had been updated, listing the list of necessities and facilities that needed to be completed for the corresponding rewards. So Kwang added, remember that only through solidarity can we overcome difficulties together. He seriously reminded everyone that winter is coming. This is a test of fate for us. So Kwang recounted that, in front of the excited eyes of the players, I gave a passionate speech and officially opened the prologue of Winter is Coming, the first expansion pack since the game was closed and tested. With the opening of a new chapter, the atmosphere of the shelter outpost, just like the official game website, started to become different from before. Everyone was busy perfecting their work. So Kwang gently rubbed his body to warm up not only for the players, even I could feel the slightest sense of urgency in the gradually colder atmosphere. Faced with the lack of food that left everyone without food, he continued, the supplies stored at the outpost were not very abundant from the beginning. The population skyrocketed from 6 to 30 people, an increase of 5 times. To feed the next 30 mouths to feed, I'm busy almost every day from morning to night. When the warning symbol appeared on Deep That's head, So Kwang had already defeated the monster. He muttered, still 10th. So Kwang diligently hunts animals to find more food to reserve for everyone. As the bearer of the system's genetic sequence, he hunts outside just to reserve more food. Fortunately the results were quite satisfactory. In 3 days more than 10 mutant hyenas were killed, countless hares and squirrels were trapped. Although they were all mutants they were still edible. In addition, the person in charge of guarding and watching over the enemy for 10 nights has also been successfully promoted from level 0 to level 1. When Deep Top was upgraded, he was extremely happy. If he won, he would be promoted. So Kwang also felt that his strength was gradually increasing. I also vaguely felt that I was close to the brink of a breakthrough, but the manager's genetic sequence was too special. I still haven't figured out the leveling mystery, so I can only confirm it with the help of the physical testing device. Thanks to the device, he was able to know his body's condition, and the progress of developing the gene sequence had indeed increased a bit. He saw his teammates trying little by little to create a fire, and the other players' performances were also quite outstanding, and could even be considered as showing off their own special abilities. Elder Bach and Phuong Trong used charcoal as a reducing agent. Large and small amounts of slag are recovered from ferrous scrap such as rusted steel bars and auto parts. People tried their best to make those iron slags, add these iron slags to the cement kiln, mix them with crushed limestone and clay and then burn them. After Fuang Trong and Lao Bok successfully made cement, everyone burst into joy. So Kwang continued his story, resulting in a reliable cement kamet. This is physical work, whether operating a manual blower or using a repaired tire cart to transport ice takes a lot of effort. Thanks to the successful creation, Lao Bok was quickly promoted, but because of this, Lao Bok of the electrical department was promoted again. His gene sequence was upgraded from level 1 to level 2, and his strength attribute also followed, increased by 1 point. Because of that, Fuang Trong's strength became common level. The gene sequence increased from level 0 to level 1, level 1 strength attributes also increased by 1 point. It seems that although the development of gene sequences follows the rule of use or loss, the development of attributes is a different matter. Besides, when it comes to upgrades, the saddest is probably Kwang Fan. As of now, among the 4 closed beta players, he is probably the only one whose gene sequence is still 0. The experience points gained from killing mutants through traps don't seem to be as much as the experience points gained from killing mutants in direct combat. Kwang Fan also feels puzzled by this, but unfortunately there doesn't seem to be any good solution so far. In addition to the 4 management cranes who were the first to experience the game, 2 new additions are also very motivating. There is almost no free time these days. For example, there are mosquitoes in the toilet. This guy is in no hurry to upgrade, he is still doing carpentry. Occasionally help Mr. Bok and Fuang Trong, or help Kwang Fan repair broken traps. Besides these tasks, he is also busy with his own affairs. Main steel mosquito, it seems he planned to build a simple cabin out of wood to serve as his chemistry laboratory and warehouse. These days, when he helps carry rocks from the construction site, he picks up a lot of bottles and cans placed next to the cabin. Although I doubt the safety of this type of cabin, seeing how this guy enjoys it, I better not interfere too much with the player's choice. Compared to Mr. Muoi's leisurely style, egg with tomato sauce is probably the role model among the live emperors. As the outpost chef, he was not only responsible for cooking but also for helping me, the manager, handle hunted prey. The most important thing is the salting, because the salt at the outpost is not luxurious enough to be used to smoke meat. So eggs and tomato sauce has applied the most primitive smoking method, yes, without leaving anything out. He directly hung the cut meat on a steel frame and stuffed it into a tunnel furnace made of clay and unburnt bricks. Use a charcoal fire to create smoke, grill slowly at low heat to dry the moisture in the meat, then use branches and pine needles to cover the oven. Pork belly made this way is actually more like dried meat. Even without adding salt, it can still be preserved for a period of time. Wait until winter, wrap the dried meat in a plastic bag or tree bark and throw it straight into the snow to bury. There will probably be no problem eating it until next spring. On the other hand, bacon made by this method can only be described in words in terms of taste and flavor. In addition, ketchup egg does not waste mutant hyena skins but collects them to make coats. In fact, making leather is a very complicated and tedious process, much more troublesome than drying the leather. However, what the refugee camp needs today is not fine, high-quality fur, but just heat-insulating material that can resist cold. It can be said that there are no quality requirements, so many unnecessary steps can be omitted. Previously, when Lao Bok burned plant ash, filtered alkaline potassium water was stored in plastic collection containers. Eggs and tomato sauce is used all the potassium alkaline water as a tanning liquid, used to soak the peeled cowhide and clean the prey. Wait until the leather and tannins are completely mixed, then hang the leather on a simple drying rack to dry. This way, you can create a piece of good quality leather. Sao Dan panted and said to So Kwang, "Dear manager." His face was drenched in sweat. "I have to report to you that I'm really overwhelmed here. I really need help, even if it's just a little." Sao Dan saw Deep Top next to him and did not hesitate to give Deep Top an angry look. He looked at Deep Top and thought to himself, this guy seems very idle. Besides helping the manager catch the prey, he doesn't seem to do anything else. Why doesn't he come out and help me? Deep Top smiled and told him, "Don't look at me, I'm very busy." He thought to himself, just kidding, where can I find something cool like leveling up with NPCs to get free experience? I don't want to learn cooking with you. Sao Dan thought angrily, he was still busy with his hammer. So Kwang spoke up, "Deep Top needs to help me find prey, he senses danger very well, I can't let him stay to help you." He continued, "But I promise you that your problem will be solved soon, our reinforcements are on their way, they will be on Earth soon." After listening, Dan sighed and replied, "Okay, thank you, if that's the case then it would be great." He added to So Kwang, one more thing, even though I tried dyeing my skin, I can only do some simple operations. As for how to turn them into clothes, I really don't know. So Kwang slowly told him, don't worry about this, there are talented people good at this among the incoming reinforcements. He continued, I will assign the job of tanning leather and sewing warm clothes to those people. So Kwang reassured Cao Dan, rest assured that I will send him to work. He sweated thinking, not only the tailors, the list of 24 new players in the beta test all had talents in various professions, even though they were not experts in that field, including even students, within the scope of their ability they could still help. He remembered the game network was extremely spacious, and there was even a network. So Kwang thought and smiled proudly, I completely believe in these players who are full of spirit and enthusiasm, as long as they try hard, sooner or later one day I will be able to move to a bigger house, just thinking about it makes me feel happy. September 12th at 6 p.m. in a certain apartment, a voice rang out, finally resting, these past 3 days have been tiring to death. From the bed, a man quickly put on the game device, according to the instructions for use, put the game device on his head, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes. Du Mingyao questioned, isn't it okay to just say that? Once connected to the game, he opened his eyes in surprise. Du Mingyao felt like he was playing with a gate right nearby. Du Mingyao entered the game and suddenly woke up in a cage. He opened his eyes, thinking, here. Du Mingyao slowly looked around, panicking and thinking, this is the world in the game. He thought worriedly, this feeling is so real, it doesn't just feel cool. But also feel the foul smell. A monster appeared in front of him, he stood in front of it and exclaimed, strange. After realizing the appearance of the monster next to him, he stood still for a moment. Du Mingyao shouted, dropping the cage, what the hell is this? The monster immediately imitated him, what the hell, he cowered in fear, who are you standing there, NPC? The monster replied to him, what is NPC, I'm a player, Scavenger at level 99, I'm asking you, who are you? Du Mingyao happily exclaimed, you're a level 99 Scavenger, I'm the one holding people under the knife, damn, that's the name of someone who just joined the star group a few days ago, why are you so strangely ugly? The snake man calmly replied to him, you're the ugly one. While talking, he was full of questions. He turned around incredulously. The snake man shouted, screaming, why don't I have that? Du Mingyao was speechless in response, since you look like that, is that the key point? The snake man retorted, this doesn't exist, that doesn't exist either. I'm sorry, the MD system is deceiving people, since you can already be a snake, why don't you add the female gender? Du Mingyao asked him, if you don't want to be a snake, we can change. The snake man replied, making Du Mingyao speechless and go away. He approached the glass cage full of curiosity. On the website, it said that the hibernation chamber was linked to a scanning device on the body, so attributes and ranks could be known. I looked at my attributes. After viewing the attribute table, the snake man was surprised, there's something about this attribute. The system board appeared, the standard adult male attribute index was 5, the difference was plus or minus 2, he wondered, I remember on the website it was written that the standard adult male attribute index was 5, the difference was plus or minus 2. The snake man pondered thoughtfully, but my displayed stats are not up to the standard as an adult, except for my slightly low intelligence stat, the other 4 attributes are also quite strong. He imagined, the important thing is that I feel like I'm also very smart, even if my intelligence quotient is a little low, so what, it doesn't affect me at all. Du Mingyao saw the snake man smiling to himself and felt embarrassed, hey, are you okay? The snake man announced to him, it's better than ever, let's go, let's quickly get out of this place, gather first with the other players and continue, don't let the manager wait for us. Then he leisurely walked away before Du Mingyao was speechless. Du Mingyao suddenly saw something. A strange piece of paper was stuck behind the snake's body. He spoke up and said to the snake man, there's something on your butt, the snake man replied, in the tissue. The snake man picked up the paper and thought to himself, this paper seems to be waterproof, not wet at all. He looked over the paper. Silently wondering in my head, what is written here? The two of them moved to other rooms. Other players saw the two of them and were extremely surprised, what, look here. The attention of other players is focused on the snake person, snake person, you can also choose the race, the best. They rushed to him and admired him, looking at the piece, could it be that he was a hidden profession? Du Mingyao sighed, as expected, hidden official status is still famous. The snake man put his arm around his shoulder and said, brother, Don't be unhappy anymore, follow me from now on, I'll protect you. Dumin Giao smelled the faint smell from his mouth, quickly pushed the termite snake away. Retreat quickly, he thought to himself, the smell of this termite snake is too stinky to bear. He looked towards the other players and thought to himself, even if the trash pickers in the group were snake people, the other players were all ordinary people. Dumin Giao observed and calculated, from the physical examination, there were quite a few players with the same strength system as him, also with a physical system, a few people with a perception system, a sensitive system, and an intellectual system. Suddenly he was surprised to see two girls talking to each other. Dumin Giao was surprised, wait, there is. His eyes were as bright as the moon when he saw the girls, thinking to himself, there are female players. On the other side, two girls were still chatting with each other. Two female players argued with each other, causing people around to stop and watch the argument. Dumin Giao was surprised, but there was a female player, it seemed like they were arguing. Nya Nya angrily shouted Dang Dang, are you a weaned child, making the other girl angry. Dang Dang was so angry that he used his head to hit her chin hard. You, being tall is great or something, now you might be shorter than me. 10 minutes ago, in the hibernation chamber, the girl suddenly woke up. Dang Dang rushed out of the hibernation chamber. She looked around and was surprised, am I really in a game? Seeing strange scenes around, this is in the game. Dang Dang looked at his hand, this feeling was so real. She thought excitedly, I really can't wait anymore, I really want to experience the body transformation as mentioned on the website. Dang Dang walked out of the storage room, it's so empty here, let's go outside to see what's going on. When she reached other rooms, her eyes widened in surprise. Seeing the huge room with so many players around, I thought to myself, it's really big. Looking around for a while, she was surprised. Dang Dang saw another player on the other side, thinking to himself, luckily there is another female player, really tall, she must be about 1 meter 8. She ran to Nya Nya, hi, sisters. Dang Dang quickly ran to Nya Nya and spoke up, I saw her standing here alone, in front of me, it seemed like we were the only female players. She happily smiled at Nya Nya, I would like to introduce myself as Dang Dang. Nya Nya was also very happy to respond to her, oh I'm Nya Nya. Suddenly Dang Dang stopped. Nya Nya wondered, what's wrong? She replied Nya Nya, everyone here. They all wear the same outerwear. Nya Nya spoke up, indeed this must be our outfit, a beginner like that. Dang Dang was skeptical, it's not that simple, she thought to herself, according to my experience in making costumes, the material of this costume is not normal. She touched her shirt, it seemed to be an insulating material against cold and wind, even more advanced than any material she had ever seen. Her eyes were curious. Dang Dang pondered, the materials here are different from other places, what is the purpose of such a design? She tugged the belt from her shirt. Immediately the shirt turned into a protective layer that clung to her body. Dang Dang suddenly blushed. She told Nya Nya, this thing has an organ. The clothes were tight on her body, making her feel extremely embarrassed. Nya Nya saw that and laughed until she trembled. When Dang Dang saw her laughing at her body, he felt a little angry. She thought indignantly, hateful, she must be laughing at me for being flat, I hate people the most who criticize me for being flat. Dang Dang shouted, what are you laughing at, big breasts are great, cow, big breasts and small brain. Hearing Dang Dang making fun of her, Nya Nya was equally angry, I saw that she didn't even have breasts, so where did she get her brain, it's all over her butt, that's not right, she doesn't have a butt, no breasts, no butt, what a pitiful child. Right after that, Nya Nya also pulled her belt. The protective suit is immediately activated, revealing her amazing body measurements. Nya Nya proudly spoke up, if I have big breasts, I'm proud, if you have flat breasts, then shut up. Dang Dang angrily argued with her, you cow, Nya Nya retorted, big brain and no breasts. The two of them got into an argument with each other, saying things like that, it could be seen that she was still young in reality, not an elementary school student, unfortunately, she was the general design director of a costume company, she was grown up, unlike her who only wanted to find the feeling of existence in the game. Nya Nya sarcastically said Dang Dang, the general manager, I thought he was the general manager of some big corporation, I wonder which company my sister works at. Dumin Giao stood dumbfounded before the two of them's unreasonable argument. Everyone around him was extremely chaotic, arguments were echoing in his ears, his head would hurt when he bumped his head against the wall, I looked to see if there were any big numbers in this game. The arguments continued, leaving Du Min Giao speechless, wondering if he was in a game world or a strange mental hospital. So Kwang suddenly came, he shouted loudly, silently, making everyone turn their heads in shock. The players thought happily in unison, NPC. Du Min Giao is no exception, he thought to himself, it's begun, this person must be the legendary manager. He imagined coal furnaces and many other things, thought for a while, even though it was the first time I played this game, I still followed it for a long time so I had a little understanding of this game. Today is the third day of experience, the coal furnace provided us with a large amount of coal, the cement ash was successfully burned, we have built a larger scale cement kiln under the leadership of the manager, if tomorrow's experiment is successful, we will have the objects, is it better to renovate our house? So Kwang spoke up and welcomed him to Shelter 404. He seriously introduced, I am the manager here. His handsome face slowly said, code name, So Kwang. Right now, So Kwang, in the position of a manager, standing next to the robot Rabbit 2 that introduced, welcome to Shelter 404, I am the manager here, code, So Kwang. When the people here heard those words, their expressions gradually became more serious, and in the middle of this crowd was a mutant. It seemed like he still hadn't noticed the presence of this monster as he continued speaking, first. Immediately after that, he was startled when he realized this abnormality. He saw the snake man standing calmly behind a man, he immediately recognized it, a mutant. So Kwang's expression gradually became serious, he thought to himself, why is there a mutant here, but, looking at that stupid face, under that skin is probably a player. The other person he was staring at was also sweating. But So Kwang wasn't much better, he broke out in a cold sweat and told himself, there's nothing to worry about, I'm only afraid of the survivors in the dark, not afraid of these players playing tricks. Faced with his power, So Kwang was somewhat confident, firing people, locking accounts, losing status in less than a second. What could they do in that 1 second? Then he immediately imagined his triumphant face when choosing the punishment for the player, but they were scared and still asked, Manager, I knew it was wrong. After a while, he decided to wait a bit and then research what this snake man was all about. Let's continue. Although he was still a little worried, So Kwang continued to say, first I have to tell everyone the news, the war has ended. But the bad news is that our world has completely changed, then the rabbit too that then projected the image of the current world. If everyone wants to immediately pack their bags and go home, Mom is clearly not capable. It is now 200 years after the end of the world, luckily we have overcome the most difficult years. When hearing So Kwang's recent words, the girls seemed quite surprised. Not only the girls, but almost everyone here seemed to be listening attentively to So Kwang. Everyone standing here means being luckier than 120 billion people, and I hope you will quickly understand the current situation. Following to that's every word, additional images were also shown on the screen. So Kwang continued to speak, then declared his oath under the banner of the People's Federation to rebuild our fatherland. He extended his hand to Tu That, introducing him to everyone. The person next to him is my assistant, he is a Tu That. If you have any problems related to the shelter, or if you don't understand anything, you can ask him. I've said it once, without a single mistake, waiting for the next players to come. I'll say it again without any serious bugs or loopholes in the plot, and it won't change. Then, with a serious face, So Kwang took out a shelter resident handbook that had been updated with a 2.0 version. In addition, the shelter resident handbook had been updated with a 2.0 version, including the rules of conduct for residents along with order requirements on prohibited matters, so everyone should read it clearly. When the players, including the mutant, were surprised after hearing about the punishment for breaking the rules from So Kwang, residents who broke the rules were forced to hibernate and locked up. At that moment, he immediately imagined that punishment in his mind. The person receiving the punishment in his imagination screamed in fear and let me go. He continued to speak with a serious face. In the worst case, he would be expelled from the game and permanently blacklisted. He hoped everyone would comply. When the players heard that, they seemed quite frightened, to the point that their eyes were wide open. Nya Nya immediately thought to herself, this NPC's power is too great. When he saw the players' expressions, he thought proudly that if they had chosen to make an appointment in advance, it meant they had agreed to the game's rules, and there were no content rules that were too harsh. New terms in the game allow players to park each other and tease other players. Illegal transaction acts intentionally sabotage in-game equipment to bind. Other acts can also include fighting, groping, vandalizing cottages, and drawing graffiti. So Kwang continues to think about these terms. These terms are all suitable for the welfare of this number of ordinary players. There are even some terms that players have discussed on the group. I have added them. He imagined players using their heads to break walls. These ideas were quite good even though this was a game that favored freedom and sandbox concepts. It also did not allow any player to ruin the experience for other players. Not only accepting those opinions, with the rules that I also stipulated in more detail, So Kwang then reminisced about how he sold himself to the capitalists. For example, intentionally sabotaging equipment in the game will be forced to do forced labor. So Kwang then led the players, including the Snake Man, to follow behind him. After explaining the things to pay attention to, I took the 24 players out of the shelter, divided into 2 groups and took the elevator to the surface. The players and the Snake Man were also very surprised by the image of the outside world. This is really the world in the game, it's so majestic. So Kwang just smiled and looked at these players happily saying, "I told you, it's really Buffalo." Although he didn't show it on his face, his heart was filled with sarcasm. He really wanted to tell them that it was too early to be happy now. O takes players to get acquainted with the facilities of Tiandan and emphasizes that defecation in Tiandan is prohibited, meaning that defecating in the open means immediately falling to the bottom of society. Then I led them to the group of old people who were eagerly waiting for today. The prison construction was progressing at a time when basic people were needed. There was no need to worry that these players had no work to do. The old players would tell them what they should do, and then he led these players to the place they needed to go. About 8 players here have been assigned to build walls. Some people are asked to move bricks and build walls. Even though they have to do manual labor, they seem quite chill with this job. Others are constantly taken to Kong Tuong in the northeast to transport cement burning materials. As for why they are so chill and enthusiastic about working without complaining, it's because there is a scoring system for their working time. As for the hourly reward, they get 10 bonus points, even though they don't understand what the bonus points are for. The players are all ready to start work. The players talk to each other. The explorers are right, don't delete the file, just get the job done. What's the point in the experimental phase of doing so many calculations? Not only building walls, but also other important jobs for players to do. Of course, not all players are placed at the construction site. Butchering, smoking, fishing, pig hunting, gathering, these jobs all need someone to do. Perhaps this place was assigned tasks like in primitive times. For example, this 8 meters tall female player, it is Nya Nya, was assigned to work as a gatherer. So Kwang can grasp all information about the player from code, gene sequence, strength, agility, constitution, talent and many other information through the system. Her gene sequence is the recognition system. However, when catching the main attribute of recognition, it is a little lower than 10 times a night, only 6, but her characteristic has the initial characteristic of toxic intuition. A player with this characteristic can, free from knowledge and experience, rely solely on the creature's pure instincts to recognize toxicity. At the same time, before receiving effective antitoxins that poison her body, she will have many side effects. That is, if she had previously eaten poisonous mushrooms, her soul would still leave her body like any other person, but eating poisonous plants in a certain way will increase her strength. In addition, if you want to increase the effectiveness of this characteristic, you must be influenced by the perception attribute. Giving her the task of gathering is correct. On the other hand, although it easily solves the work for others, the snake person is still a problem for So Kwang, in addition to a snake person. He shyly looked at the snakeman and asked, "Level 99 trash picker," he thought to himself, "what's his name?" The snake man obediently clasped his hands like he was greeting his master in a swordplay movie and said, "It's me." He scratched his head in wonder, thinking, could that paper plum hide a mission? The termite snake honestly handed over his smelly piece of paper to So Kwang. "When I woke up, the respected manager found a piece of paper. I don't understand the words on it. Can you tell me what's on it?" He with a helpless expression agreed. I watched. While holding this piece of paper, So Kwang began to evaluate it. The piece of paper was already wet, as if it had been soaked in water, but there was no damage at all. It looked like the material was water resistant. The handwriting on this was really familiar, and it was also written in this world script. He suddenly realized something. So Kwang was full of doubt and asked this snake man, "Where did he get it from?" He innocently replied, "On his butt." So Kwang held the paper and was dumbfounded. The snake man frantically explained, "Slave, I mean it was in the hibernation compartment. When I woke up, it was there." So Kwang broke into a cold sweat and told him, "It's okay, I just asked casually." He started reading the wet piece of paper that the snake man gave him. It turned out that this was a letter from the first manager sent to him with the content, "Congratulations on winning the prize." So Kwang pouted helplessly, "This guy is especially crazy." After that, he didn't care about that piece of paper anymore, but opened the system to view information about the snake person. That's it, it's a bit of an attachment to a dead person. Look at the attributes and characteristics of this snake person. After watching it, he was afraid that his face would turn pale. As for the information provided to him by the system, it all showed that the snake man was quite strong. His physique and strength were real. If I hadn't given him an injection, his strength would have been equal to my level 5, and the ability to regenerate cold blood or this characteristic is an advantage in real combat. Even though it's difficult to level up, can't stand the cold, and can't operate complex machinery, it's not a fatal flaw. These problems aren't big. It can be said that although this snake person isn't smart, he's very useful. So Kwang and the four-eyed snake man looked at each other in this uncomfortable atmosphere. Not letting the snake man wait too long, he said decisively, "From today on, you and I will go catch pigs together." When he heard So Kwang say that, he happily said loudly, vowing to eat with all his might. The manager respected him. Seeing this, So Kwang was also a little happy. It was very good and had great momentum. After that, he immediately gave the snake man a task. He went to the door of the nursing home to wait for me. "I had something to arrange, I will be there later." The snake man stupidly replied and obeyed. So Kwang watched the snake man obediently walk with each heavy step. Suddenly someone called you, the manager. When he saw the person calling him, he turned around and suddenly, full of doubt, asked about her clothes. When he saw Dang Dang's outfit, he thought to himself, "Why are only hers and my clothes the type that hugs the body?" So Kwang pointed at Dang Dang and asked where her outfit came from and why it wasn't the same as the others. Kang Tang clenched his fists and replied, "Manager, respectful manager, this outfit was the same as everyone else's at first, but..." She looked at the yellow string on So Kwang's body and said, "I pulled that yellow string." At this moment, So Kwang accidentally pulled the string Dang Dang mentioned on his body. So Kwang's outfit changes at the right time to match Dang Dang's explanation, then the outfit will become like that. He looked at his hands in surprise and thought, I didn't expect the blue coat to hide such functions." He felt the changes in his body and realized that after the change, he became lighter and fit him better. So Kwang felt a little happier. "That's great, I can inform the players about this method in the future." He turned to look at Dang Dang. Oh right, he almost forgot to give her the task. So Kwang clicked on the blue Dang Dang text on the system screen. The system displayed Dang Dang's information: id, Dang Dang, gene sequence, mental system, rank, level 0, basic attributes, strength, 3, agility, 3, physical ability, 4, perception, 5, intelligence, 6, characteristics, intelligence, agility, quick natural reaction, accumulating reaction ability through repetitive tasks. He looked at the status board in admiration. So, her characteristics also have original characteristics. So Kwang began to speculate. The image of Dang Dang wearing glasses and business clothes appeared. If I remember correctly, in reality she seemed to be a fashion designer. If so, this characteristic is indeed suitable for her. He asked her, "Do you know how to make costumes?" Dang Dang nodded repeatedly, knowing, "If I have the materials and tools, I can try." She was pleased to think that even though the nature of her job was design and mainly used computers, she was also better at doing things with her hands than other people. So Kwang turned his head to look at Dang Dang and asked, "The materials are not a problem, let me think of the tools, you can go first." He brought her in front of a pile of leather hanging on rectangular frames and asked calmly, "Is this enough?" Dang Dang's eyes turned into hearts, his mouth was drooling. He raised his hand to the piece of leather, thinking excitedly, even though he didn't know which animal this skin came from. Small hands caressed the soft, sparkling fur. These hairs, this softness, you can tell at a glance are not cheap at all. Dang Dang raised his hand to wipe away his saliva, his face lacking any shame, and asked, How much is this all given to me?" So Dang replied, If it's okay, then you can start taking charge of processing the furs. The furs hanging on the rack are all processed by our fat head. He doesn't understand these things too well." Dang Dang's eyes lit up, he patted his chest in assurance. "Okay, don't worry, leave it to me." She asked, "Are there any requirements regarding that shape?" So Kwang stood opposite, crossed his arms and replied, "There are no requirements to create the shape, just keep warm." So Kwang raised his thumb and pointed. Behind him a sewing machine flashed. He said, "Do you have any requests for tools? This sewing machine is a bit hard to find, but basic sewing needles and scissors are still available." Dang Dang confidently pointed his thumb at himself. "Although it would be better to have a sewing machine, but as long as you can keep warm, those tools are enough." So Kwang smiled sinisterly and thought, "Not bad, I like those who play hard the most." He said, "So thanks to you, I can hunt a few fish in the next few days. He remembered the deer, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I planned to go along the highway to the outside of the city to take a look. I heard there was a herd of deer gathering there. If I was lucky, I would harvest something. After assigning the task to Dang Dang, I asked you that to inform the players and agree on the correct way to wear costumes. The player then continues to build the outpost with great enthusiasm. I'm a very principled person. Of course I won't treat players with merit, even though the current settlement is very poor. The reward points besides selling resurrections are bad and other animals can't be sold, but I still give the money to the players. Each outfit receives 50 bonus points, the requirements are not high, just wear it to keep warm. So Kwong imagined a store, waiting for the store system to open for sale. He planned to sell each product for 100 to 500 bonus points based on the quality, selling it to other players. He speculated that the image of a black person wearing a boss's shirt appeared. If so, he would have to find an NPC to be the seller. Next, there were the slaves wearing thin clothes being dragged by their owners with chains. It was said that the neighboring farms nearby sold their serfs with crippled legs every year in winter, to save food and fuel, and waited until the following spring to buy a batch of cheap goods from the slave traders. So Kwong thought, I should go there myself to try my luck. The snake man came from behind and said flatteringly, "Respectful manager, when will we depart?" He turned around and replied, "No rush, I'll find you a weapon that fits your hand, follow me." You two go to a wooden house. There is a small wooden house outside the nursing home built by the toilet that really has mosquitoes and is currently being used as a carpentry workshop. The snake man entered the house with a shaking state. The outpost is currently lacking tools, especially usable steel tools, with many having to use wood instead. Lu Chin Nguyat struggled in the laboratory, so Kwong thought so and speculated, but the equidistant was invented by humans, combining some old industrial items and wood in abandoned areas together. The player understood wooden items well, and created many useful tools. The termite snake man saw a series of exquisite wooden furniture, but So Kwong only passed by, such as the crossbow next to the wall being one of them. The crossbow and its separate parts were in So Kwong's mind. Its wooden body combined with a simple mechanical structure and hinges were made from stainless steel. The crossbow string was made from mutant hyena tendons, which had undergone special treatment. The termite snake man looked sideways, so Kwong tried the crossbow. There weren't many bullets left in his gun. There were about 20 bullets left. He had to save money to be able to use the crossbow to hunt animals. He thought it would be better to use this crossbow. He turned back and patted the snake man's absent-minded hand. So Kwong looked at another weapon and said, "Your weapon is that one." It is a set of spears made of steel, placed on a wooden wall. He explained, his initial strength is 8 points, as long as he masters the javelin throwing skill, within 10 meters he can kill a mutant with one move. The snake man said, "But the manager, I think, if I can use long-range weapons, my chance of killing a mutant will be higher." So Kwong's eyes were like burning fire and he turned his head and thought to himself, "You're so big, you don't rush forward, you hide behind the mutants, you see, they're not some old men." So Kwong raised his hand to talk about the uses of javelin while the snake man could only scratch his head. Javelin is a basic hunting skill, whether it is close combat or at medium range, he will not be in a passive position. You pick up a spear. Today I'm just teaching you hunting skills, and what kind of weapon you choose to fight with in the future is up to you to decide. The snake man was bewildered. "Respected manager." Suddenly there was a noise behind. Lu Chin Nguyat rushed over with 2 bottles of experimental medicine in hand and said aggressively, "I just found out I have something to look for you." His eyes widened, he raised the bottle in front of his face and shouted, "This is the acetone I told you about, using it as a solvent to make smokeless explosives." Lu Chin Nguyat waved the medicine bottle in his hand and shouted loudly, "Dear manager, I just heard that I was looking for you. This is the acetone I told you about, use it as a solvent to make smokeless explosives." So Kwong and the snake man gasped and their eyes widened in panic. Lu Chin Nguyat smiled and said with a dangerous face, "It's okay, hee, as long as you don't see the real thing, it's okay." Suddenly his eyes lit up. He noticed the tall snake man with sparkling eyes and said, "This person he is a new resident id, level 99 scavenger." Lu Chin Nguyat approached him, still holding explosives. "Ha, newbie." He thought jealously, the character had a secret, cool job. So Kwong pointed to the bottle of explosives in Lu Chin Nguyat's hand and said, "Let's talk about the thing in your hand, how did you do this?" An experiment appeared in Lu Chin Nguyat's mind. He began to explain. The method was very simple, essentially drying the wood, baking the wood powder in a sealed metal container, then taking the wood out and condensing it in cold water. A cup containing the tar base at the bottom and the solvent on top was formed. Luchin Naguyat was excited. Once the water condenses, we can easily separate the solvent and the tar residue. The separation is simple. The tank contains the ingredients. The boiling point of acetic acid is 117.9 degrees Celsius. The boiling point of acetone is 56.53 degrees Celsius. The boiling point of methanol is 64.7 degrees Celsius. He explained, the main solvent is acetic acid, composed of acetic acid, acetone and methanol, taking advantage of their different boiling points to separate in the next step. Luchin Naguyat held up the bottle containing the gray-white liquid and said, among them, acetic acid can react with alkali metals, forming salts with many different uses, and the bottle of acetone in my hand, its effects are unbelievable. A chibi image of Luchin Naguyat throwing drugs to explode mutants appeared. He proudly said, ha, if I can get sulfuric acid, with sulfuric acid we can remove hydrogen peroxide. Mixing hydrogen peroxide with acetone can create triacetone peroxide, also known as TAP, commonly known as explosives. The snake man heard a thunderous explosion nearby. His mouth opened in surprise. What exactly is this guy in reality? A strange beast. So Kwang was also shocked and confused, thinking that only players would dare to do this kind of thing without fear of death. He raised his hand and said, I will keep an eye on some of the chemical factories nearby. So, what you mean is that explosives have not been made yet? Luchin Naguyat shrugged, you can't do it with high features, regular ones are easier to do, give me some time, I'll think of another way, but that's it. He smirked dangerously, sometimes without using explosives to achieve lethal effect. Behind Luchin Naguyat, a background fire flared up. He stood in front holding a shimmering orange medicine bottle and said confidently, this is a mixture of pine needles and acetone. I also added some vegetable fiber to it. Just burn cotton fabric at the mouth of the bottle and then throw it away and it will burn for a long time. Luchin Naguyat chibi set fire to burn all the mutants that appeared. So Kwang seemed to be enlightened. He thought, burning at the mouth of the jar, this is a good thing. He asked him, have you tried the power? Luchin Naguyat scratched his head and replied, there are all trees nearby, I'm afraid I'll burn them all. So Kwang thought, he seems to be quite powerful. He made a helpless face and said, I'll go outside and try to help you later. Luchin Naguyat's contribution points were added by 1,000, so Kwang said, there are chemical experiments around here that are a bit dangerous. Currently, the shelter does not have the conditions to store such dangerous items. I will give you bonus points, but I do not encourage you to mass produce them. So Kwang suggested, but I recommend that you make these chemicals more useful in production and outpost construction, to create the value we need. Luchin Naguyat holds a bottle of thought, creating the value we need. So Kwang replied, well, you can think slowly, of course. I also suggest that you talk more with other people in the shelter, asking them if they have any good ideas. You said, maybe you'll get something you didn't expect. Acetic acid, acetone and methanol are widely used. Acetic acid includes mixtures, paints and analytical reagents. Acetone includes explosives, thinners, cleaning agents and extractants. Methanol includes adhesives, treaters, disinfectants and antifreeze. If the refuge outpost is to begin to industrialize in the true sense, these chemical raw materials are indispensable. Even though it's not very useful for the time being, I still announce the mosquitoes credit for successfully making acetic acid, acetone, and methanol from wood. By the way, this is also considered an announcement on the entire server of the online game. Luchin Naguyat smiled complacently, making the brothers next to him jealous. Looking at the mosquitoes with a proud face, the other players' eyes were full of admiration. I feel that this good tradition is being preserved. Just in the game, it should also be announced on the website. Luchin Naguyat in the game was awarded the title of Meritorious Person. On X month X year later, you can create a Meritorious Person page, clearly stating which day, month, year, which player has achieved what achievement. So Kwang remembered the player's achievements. These achievements can solve development problems, and can also pass more difficult copies. He shrugged, as a poor manager, the feeling of honor is the only thing I can give to the players. The three of us went to a forest. After arranging the base, I took it 10 times a night and picked up trash, walked along the park along the highway out of the city, and continued to explore north, looking for traces, hunting animals, and valuable targets. Quanquin City's industrial park cluster is concentrated in the southeast corner of the city, distributed in a fan shape on ring roads No. 3 and No. 2. So Kwang and his two accomplices continued to walk through a pile of ruins, a mausoleum park in the northern suburbs, mainly residential areas. Along the road out of the city, you will see many unfinished houses. There is a clean building that appears in contrast to the dilapidation. This city, except for education and hospitals, belongs to medicine. The view from above can see clear traffic, high-rise buildings and green trees around both sides of the road. In addition to relatively complete public transportation, almost no large-scale industrial clusters have been formed. The northern suburbs of Tan Tuyen City are notable for hospitals, buildings, fire protection, schools, supermarkets, clothing factories, food factories and scrap burning areas. There are only a few light industries distributed far from residential areas, and located next to scrap burning areas. A smoky green landscape completely different from the place just now appeared again. Now, they were all covered by dense forest. When the nuclear war broke out, Quanquan City, because of its large population and ignorance of strategy, was almost completely unprepared for strategic weapons. Many people rushed to the barrier. However, after the collapse of society, a large number of refugees brought disaster to this place. Thousands of people rushed into supermarkets to get goods. Supermarkets, convenience stores, and markets were quickly robbed. They ran away with any important necessities. Then disaster struck hospitals, schools, street stores, and even household items such as refrigerators and storage containers. Many people are raising their hands helplessly in front of a large wall. No shelter dares to risk their own safety to open the door to receive them, and cannot do so. A series of cars and motorbikes were stuck on the road. Traffic was completely paralyzed, also making it difficult for them to leave here. The three of So Kwang and his group stood in the middle of a pile of desolate scrap. 200 years later, they could still know the tragedy that had happened here through the bullet marks on the wall and broken pieces of glass. The streets are full of white bones, next to trash and crumbling buildings. On the windows, next to grocery shelves and in trash cans are all scattered skeletons that have not yet completely weathered. Deep Top shuddered and exclaimed, "Oh, that's too pathetic." In the trash can is a dry skeleton sitting in a kneeling position. The termite snake man closed the lid of the box. Deep Top continued to start a conversation. Honestly speaking, the setting of this game was designed very realistically, exactly like the world after the apocalypse. So Kwang held a pen and notepad and replied, "This place was originally the world after the apocalypse." He speculated that this place must be a clothing store, but there weren't many clothes left on the shelves. It was clear that this place had been visited by collectors, more than once. Deep Top said, "I think it's useless for us to go this time. It's obvious that this place has been swept away." So Kwang doesn't think so, just looking for a few useful items, such as this. He opened the needle and thread set and thought. The needle and thread were still unopened. So Kwang threw the bag to Deep Top. "Right now the outpost is lacking the most of these small tools. Dang Dang will probably be very happy." He said, "There's nothing left, let's go." Suddenly a loud cry rang out, causing So Kwang to stop. He quickly hid behind a wall. Hearing this sound, it sounded like a 5mm bullet. The Snake Man and Little Deep that weakly hid behind So Kwang holding weapons. He saw a man with dirty clothes lying face down on the ground wondering, a collector. Suddenly, next to the lying person, two tall people armed with weapons and an extremely ferocious dog appeared. So Kwang suddenly realized something. The sound of thunder sounded like the robbers had awakened. One guy carried a rifle on his waist and also had an axe with a taller, more muscular guy, and following the two of them was a gray animal. In the corner of the wall, perhaps this was a corner that could hide So Kwang's body, who was sweating profusely, looking at the situation, confirming that it was robbers. Next to him was Deep Top, afraid that outside he might hear So Kwang whispering loudly, wondering what was going on outside. So Kwang quickly covered Deep Top's mouth and pressed him closer. Picking up trash level 99, put his hand on his mouth and whispered, "Shush." On the other side, the beast seemed to have discovered something, baring its sharp teeth and barking loudly, "Woof woof." So Kwang was horrified when he heard the barking and cursed silently and implicitly affirmed that this beast's skill points were all enhanced through awareness. The two robbers seemed to have a premonition of something. They both looked towards the beast, which opened its mouth with sharp teeth and barked endlessly, then gritted its teeth in surprise. The bald man had two scars forming in. On this side, So Kwang, with a pensive expression mixed with fear, looked towards the robbers who were like a god firing a rain of bullets at him. "In an emergency, you seemed enlightened and realized something, huh?" He seemed to be calculating a real-life problem about measuring a distance between two locations. The bullet's distance was so short that it didn't even reach the wall next to him. At the same time, he predicted about the robbers' guns. 80% of the handmade DIY rifles had no barrel grooves. While he was thinking, a voice interrupted him and made both him and Deep Top look towards the snake-human mutant, curiously asking, "What happened and did we encounter a mutant?" When he said this, The mutant gasped in surprise, and Deep, as if enlightened about life, immediately held the knife and cheerfully smiled reassuringly, telling everyone not to panic. While reassuring him, he showed a dangerous face and looked at everyone as if he was planning something big. "Let me take a look." Hearing the shrimp-headed guy's words but liking to show off, So Kwang couldn't help but refute and look at the fart. He used his hand to push this idiot's head to the ground, not forgetting the lesson and at the same time emphasizing that they were robbers. Both men had guns and a dog with them. With a serious face, he turned towards the two robbers and looked at Deep Top and Level 99 Trash Picker, drawing up a plan. "Everyone retreat from behind. We will meet before reaching the southern bus 300 meters away." Hearing this, the mutant disagreed and spoke up to refute. "Dear manager, why do we have to retreat? There are only 2 people and a demon beast over there. We have as many people as them." Of course, Deep Top also agreed with his opinion, so his face was full of enthusiasm, holding a knife ready to act at any time. But these 2 people made So Kwang jump. The mutant still continued to firmly assert that we can fight without disappointing him. His surname Deep also agreed, raising his hand, which had been rolled into a fist, to show his agreement and emphasis. "Yes, we can fight." Deep Top excitedly held a crossbow in one hand and a large knife in the other and added, "Although we have a gun, we also have gasoline bombs and crossbows." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but proudly point at the mutant who was shining like a star and firmly added, "I don't believe this 2-meter-tall lizard can't defeat a dog." Hearing the other 2 brag, So Kwang didn't know what else to say. But, thanks to these 2 guys, an idea flashed through his mind. "Right, so what are you running for?" He remembered his violent past and reminisced. Before, he was alone, wearing a belt on his head and exploring the wasteland on his own. He remembered his methods in the past. It was very normal to run away when encountering such a cruel robber. When he thought of this, he always thought of the scenario of the 3 of them working together to take down the robbers, making him care about everything he had and stringing together all the details and thinking to himself, "Now if you want guns and people to have people, why do you have to hide like a chicken?" So Kwang confidently looked at the robber, smirked and loaded the gun with a certain thought, not to mention the other side was only 2 people and at the same time did not forget to secretly curse the robbers, "Those damn people." When he made up his mind, he suddenly threw the bomb and the box of matches at Deep Top, causing him to jump in surprise and raise his hand to catch it at the same time as he gave the order. He took the Molotov cocktail and ran to the corner of the opposite street. He seriously, his eyes flashing with hope, continued to request, "Pay attention to my command when my gun is fired, light it and throw it away." On the other hand, he explained the reason for doing so in his mind. The opponent does not know how many people there are in his army. If he sees someone rushing out, he will definitely chase after him. When Deep then heard that, his hand holding the bomb and matches trembled and stammered, asking his manager, I ran." As soon as he finished asking, So Kwang pushed him towards the corner of the street because he couldn't react in time, so his arms and legs were frantic and he almost fell down. At the same time, the manager so also helplessly ordered him, not forgetting to sarcastically say, "Run over there or else you still want me to carry you there." Deep's face was pale, his lips were sweating profusely. He secretly glanced at the mutant, then looked at So Kwang and immediately comforted him, "Don't worry, their guns don't have barrels so they can't hit you." He still held the 2 faces in his hand and listened to the words of comfort, but it didn't help. But his mind struggled fiercely. Although he felt a bit panicked, this was a good opportunity to show off in front of the manager. He thought while gritting his teeth and making hesitant noises. After a few seconds of hesitation, he put all his speed into running as fast as he could towards the other corner of the street, constantly thinking to reassure himself, "Damn it, I'm just afraid of a derby in the game." As soon as the 2 robbers saw Deep then, they immediately pointed their guns at him, their mouths grinning as if they had a lucky harvest. One of them wanted to increase the excitement of the game and immediately scoffed, "My baby, where are you going?" The more muscular guy couldn't hold back his joy. "Give up, you can't escape, surrender right now, I can spare your life." As for Deep Top, he still kept his head down and ran to the opposite street even though the rain of bullets continued pouring towards him. When he ran to the place where he was hiding, he cowered and stood there, not daring to look at the robber and the ferocious dog. The 2 robbers smiled compassionately and saw Deep then, so they were certain that he did not have a gun on him, and that he was probably a scavenger in the area. The guy holding the dog's chain immediately let go and let the dog run free. They cruelly looked at the dog running aggressively towards the other side. The dog had just been given freedom, so they were extremely satisfied. His eyes were red and he looked intently at his mouth. His white but extremely sharp teeth were bared. When he ran, he also revealed his sharp claws thanks to his heavy claws. Deep then was extremely frightened looking at the ferocious beast approaching him. Suddenly there was a loud, violent sound, and from that sound red blood flowed from nowhere onto the devastated ruins. Unexpectedly, with just one shot, someone knocked out that ferocious beast, sending it flying several meters away. Whoever made him lie flat on the ground and stick his tongue out has probably now covered himself with a mat and gone to visit his grandparents. Without keeping me curious for long, So Kwang immediately revealed himself as the murderer, causing the dog to log out. He was satisfied and confidently smirked, affirming that he had clearly aimed for the head. When the two robbers saw that scene, they were extremely angry, causing one of them to uncontrollably spill out unkind words. "This old man will peel off your eyebrows." The other one, seeing that, immediately spoke up to stop him. "Joan, calm down, there was not only one person on the other side." Not to disappoint them, Deep then heard the order from So Kwang and threw the bomb towards the two men standing, making them angry and shocked. The bomb fell to the ground and exploded into many pieces of fire that continued to spread. The two men saw the fire burning fiercely under their feet, causing their brains to jump and cry out, "Oops!" An invisible, terrifying force from behind made the X-headed man grit his teeth in regret. Damn, it was too late to retreat now. His face turned pale and sweat continued to flow as if he had a premonition of something, so he turned back. The mutant snake held a knife in his hand and pointed it at his bald head with only shiny scars. He trembled and cried out intermittently, "Monster!" He opened his eyes wide and looked at the mutant snake that refused to let him go and continued to point the knife at him. Hot red blood flows long. The scene changes to the old nursing home construction site. Loud noises are heard continuously. The workers were actively carrying loads, while others were busy pushing cement carts. Someone is diligently pushing molds into the brick kiln. A group of people poured water in to prepare to mix the cement mixture. While Lao Bok and Phuong Trong were discussing the construction site, So Kwang walked in with his hands in his pockets. Phuong Trong discovered him first. He turned around and smiled to greet him. "Boss." So Kwang crossed his arms and asked, "I see everyone is very busy, what are you two doing here?" Phuong Trong explained, reporting to management, "We are researching steel-making methods. We have assigned that project to Dao Ha Lun Yan. He was born in the civil engineering industry." So Kwang asked again if Kwang Fan had made any progress. Phuong Trong excitedly reported that Kwang Fan had improved the fish traps, using mutant leech larvae as food. Every day he could catch more than a dozen fish without any problems. If he couldn't eat them all, he would give Mr. fried eggs to make dried fish. Old Bok continued, "The only thing to pay attention to is that there cannot be too many in each trap, and the water level cannot be too deep, otherwise, attracting large fish will easily damage the trap." Hearing that, So Kwang nodded, "These are small problems. As long as you master the secret, everything will gradually become more proficient, and the process itself is also very interesting." Before he left, he did not forget to turn around and remind him, "You guys should continue researching that method of steelmaking. I still have work to do." The other two immediately stood up and raised their hands in military salute. "Yes, manager." So Kwang was observing the project, raising his hand to respond to everyone's greetings to the manager, thinking, new players are the same, they don't even need to put in much effort, everything here is so new to them, it's almost impossible to experience that in modern society. He thought of the image of office workers biting into bread while trying to work, many people even sitting in the office all day, repeating work that anyone could replace day after day, disappearing into the mundane. So Kwang compared it to the image of two happy workers after completing their work, but here it is different. This difference is not just due to a temporary strange feeling, it also comes from a form of satisfaction in the feeling of realizing one's own value. He looked at a person who was shedding tears because of recognition and silently exclaimed, a civil engineering dog who had worked on the construction site for 5 or 6 years but had not yet joined the management board. "Just say that I work as a technician here, and he will immediately be called boss by other players, and be entrusted with important responsibilities." So Kwang looked at Lu Chin Nguyat, who was happily announcing, "The new bellows was ready." Others were excited to hear that. "Thank you very much, boss," and thought, the vast majority of players are ordinary people and the work they participate in reality may not be that eye-catching. But here, as long as you have skills, you don't need to be too outstanding, you can be recognized by the collective. Finally, he stood watching the work being completed, and thanks to everyone's efforts, the shelter's outpost landmark was growing more and more complete at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, from physiological needs to safety needs, then social needs, esteem needs, and finally self-actualization, this is the highest level need, separate from all lower level needs, and the spiritual joy it brings is unmatched. The most important thing is that there is no need to pay a high price to get it. Even if the muscles are tired, it is still just a character in the game. It will not affect the player's life the next day, but will bring full energy because he went to bed early the day before. So Kwang's thoughts suddenly became darker, but as a manager, these things are not important to me, and I also don't care. As long as the number of reservations is always greater than the number of players on the list, there is no need to worry. So Kwang smiled complacently, retired, off. Once again, please give your helmet and account to those who need it, and try a more original game method. At that time players will compete with each other. I heard you quit the game, so your helmet will belong to me. He raised his hand and pushed the front door open. Inside the room were Deep Top and the termite snake man. The two of them turned their heads to greet the boss. So Kwang crossed his arms and said, "Well, let's rearrange the loot this time." He looked at the pile of muddy things on the floor and assessed himself in his head. Let's get back to business. The harvest from this outing was quite satisfying. 2 5mm iron guns, 62 rounds of 5mm bullets and 3 backpacks that I hadn't had time to rummage through. Remembering the time Mr. Fried Egg's eyes glowed looking at the hyena he brought, So Kwang thought to himself, I am a person who does not like to waste, even mutant hyenas. I kept and threw fried eggs to him as a chef. Returning to the present, Deep Top rummaged through his backpack a few items, a box of matches, a compass, a map, a few pieces of dried meat, and a few pieces of plastic. He raised his eyebrows and looked at that piece of plastic, wondering what was written on it. The snake man also put his head into research. It looked a bit like casino chips. So Kwang in the back tried to look serious. This piece of plastic will be very useful for me, give it here. Without thinking, Deep Top immediately handed it over, because he was still busy drooling over the remaining pieces of dried meat. So Kwang saw that and reminded him, forget it, I advise you not to eat it. Deep Top heard that and asked in despair, why? So Kwang's face was sinister. Thieves often ate it without any taboos. He couldn't be sure what kind of meat it was. When Deep Top heard that, his mouth opened wide. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His face was covered in cold sweat. So Kwang suddenly crossed his arms and changed the subject. By the way, what does it feel like to kill someone? The snake man scratched his head confusedly, not paying attention anymore, and Deep Top was pale and trembling. The snake man was still trying to think, how does this game feel? I've played many bloodier games. He remembered the time he looked at the blood splashed on his body with longing and thought, but when he stabbed the spear into the chest of the predator, blood splattered on him. At that moment, the feeling of bloodlust suddenly surfaced, like the instincts of creatures. When So Kwang saw the reaction of these two people, he touched his chin and silently exclaimed, he did not expect that the player's psychological awareness was surprisingly good. Perhaps the dream reduced the feeling of death. He thought to himself again, after all, I didn't design this device, nor did I use the player's helmets. I don't know if the world in their eyes is the same as the world in my eyes. It seems like I will have to use the identity of the planner to chat with players in the future. Time passed. It was already 5 p.m. The north wall of the basic sanatorium was repaired. I have to say, these players are truly geniuses. I even feel that my NPCs are redundant. Some talents are not recorded on the attribute table but are engraved in their bones. Just give them a piece of land, tomorrow they can turn it into a field. The treasures on the construction site were not only blue-gray stones but also sacks filled with piles of cement, which were too heavy for survivors to carry or use, so they still retained their original appearance at the start of the nuclear war. Even though cement has hardened a long time ago, it cannot be mixed with sand to pour the foundation, but if you think differently, it would be great to use it directly as wall bricks. Under the leadership of the first downstream sword, the player will cut pine wood into 4 or 5 meters long and hammer it into the ground. Cement pile blocks were transported from the construction site to the middle, then steel bars stolen from the construction site were inserted to stabilize them, and finally the calcium carbonate cement mixture was poured on top. When the cement dries, the simple but reliable concrete job is completed. When it came time to build the inside of the wall, the downstream worker one planned to create a slope using cement blocks and waste concrete. If attacked, the player inside the wall just needs to crawl up the slope, using bunkers, to fight back against the enemy. Considering that the scale of the outpost will be further expanded in the future, another defensive fortification can be built outside the fortress, which can be used together with sentries and watchtowers for warning. Du Mindao pointed to the map and explained carefully, the terrain of the entire wetland park was relatively flat. The sanatorium was surrounded by a forest plain, with no slopes that could be used as shelter. He smiled smugly, I can cut down all the trees around here, so that any target near the outpost can be detected immediately. Old Bok rushed over and put his arm around Du Mindao's shoulder. Okay, Mr. Dao, what do you do in real life? Du Min Dao laughed it off. I was just a civil servant, an outsider in the work unit, drinking tea and reading newspapers all day long, but few people even paid attention to me. Old Bach excitedly raised his thumb in encouragement immediately. No, to be honest, I never thought I could complete an entire wall today. Du Min Dao laughed loudly. Too much praise, too much praise. The sky gradually turned dark, the last light of the sun gradually disappeared over the horizon, and smoke from the construction site began to billow. An eye-catching and delicious red fish hot pot was brought up. The players stared at the fish pot with their mouths watering. Everyone quickly ate a large bowl while exclaiming, that taste, this was too real. Only Dang Dang twisted his face and looked at the fish bowl with concern. It smells so fishy. Why did Dan get angry when he saw that? She thought I wanted to be sure. There wasn't even any spiced wine here. I tried my best. Suddenly Deep Top appeared suddenly behind Dang Dang. He acted mature. Let's eat for now. In this game if you don't eat you will starve to death. Why don't you cover your nose and drink? I can help. Dang Dang was startled. There's no need for that. While everyone was happily eating and drinking, So Kwang and Kwang Fan walked in. When Old Bach and Phuong Trong saw them, they greeted them happily and took charge. The two of them hurriedly ran over. Old Bach raised his voice to urge, "Manager, quickly come here and have dinner together." Suddenly both Lao Bach and Phuong Trong stopped, their faces confused. They saw So Kwang and Kwang Fan bowing their heads, looking sad and awkward. Phuong Trong raised his voice and asked, "Mr. Kwang Fan, what happened?" Kwang Fan slowly spoke, listening. He lifted his glasses, his expression was serious, it looked like someone had died. Kwang Fan said, "Shocking news, it seems like someone died here." When Old Bach and Phuong Trong heard this, they panicked and said loudly, "Die, are you dead?" Old Bach turned pale and thought, can people die in this game? This game doesn't actively let players die or give free money, so dying once is quite difficult. So Kwang also frowned and thought, unexpectedly, the third generation of players encountered unexpected attrition outside of combat right after risking their lives, which was at least half a month earlier than he expected. He told the story, the dead players' notification system was a genius with unique intuition. So Kwang continued to explain, I remember sending her out in the morning to collect berries and edible mushrooms, then for some reason she ran to the mutant leech nest. Through the player list, I can confirm everyone's general location. When searching everywhere, I discovered that the area she last moved was behind the mutant leech nest, so I immediately gave up the idea of finding her body. It can be said that mutant baby leeches have degenerated mouth parts and have difficulty sucking blood. At best, they can only eat rotten food. Occasionally they will be eaten by cockroaches and rats in the wasteland, or they can be captured by diligent players to make nests. However, adult mutant leeches are different. It will swallow its prey whole in a single bite. The anesthetic digestive juices will cause the prey's muscles to relax within a minute and render the prey unconscious within a few minutes. So Kwang felt cold when he imagined that image. There was no need to doubt it. I'm afraid that now even the bones won't be found. He announced to the players that it was time to log out. Everyone should return to the inactive cabin to rest. I'll bring the players back to the shelter in batches, arrange for them to lie in an inactive cabin and then log out. After all the players logged out, I went to the active ingredient extraction machine alone. Since I got this thing, I haven't used it once because there's no electricity. So Kwang looked at the active ingredient extraction charging interface and silently exclaimed, what's more interesting is that the training cabin has a wireless charging interface integrated with the shelter, but there is no so-called mission reward. There is only one plug left with negative and positive poles. He remembered the triumphant smile of the installation designer but frowned in discomfort. It was clear that the person who designed this device had no intention of letting him steal electricity from the shelter. So Kwang turned around and called, Tu KY. Tu KY standing next to him answered, what's the matter, master? So Kwang raised his head and looked up. Tell me how to inject the synthetic substance created by this thing into the culture chamber. Tu KY easily answered right away, it's very simple. The active ingredient containers in the culture chamber are removable. Just pouring the active ingredient directly in is enough, right? So Kwang suddenly smiled sinisterly. In other words, we can also disassemble the tank on the other culture chambers. Tu KY touched his head. I don't know, master, are you trying to steal it? So Kwang confidently replied, just borrow it. I have to wait until the end of the month to get the generator. I can't wait until the end of the month to revive the dead players. His smile gradually lost its humanity. After all, there were still 70 unopened cans, so let's just leave it at that. It's better to use the active ingredients inside first. QKY was still very confused. The two rabbit ears also drooped down. But what if they were gone? So Kwang waved his hand and replied, then we will think of a solution. Now we need to solve the immediate problem first. In his mind, he began to calculate whether increasing the death penalty or additional penalties for consecutive deaths could make these players less curious. So Kwang outlined a plan in his heart. In the future, when there are more players, we can also create a trainee village and no one is allowed to go out until level 5. There are many ways to avoid waste. He lamented, I still don't understand what this stupid player is thinking. Forget it, after all she is just a recognition system. With a frown on So Kwang's face, he thought to himself, the key to the current problem is not how she died, but that the dead player was a newbie, with basically no contribution points to deduct. In other words, she can't stand the death penalty now. He was upset in his heart. This was a bit annoying. It couldn't be said that they were in debt. What did they think? They were all self-indulgent. So Kwang just thought of the workforce being punished by washing dishes or doing extra work while going to the engine room. While talking to themselves, it seemed like they had to impose forced labor or punishment, a punishment in lieu of death in case they were unable to pay in full. Or maybe the penalty is a deduction of 100 goodwill points or the account being banned for 10 days, he exclaimed. Well, there is also a deduction of sympathy points, an extension of the account ban period and the continuous revival of the CD. So Kwang sighed, phew, let's count the results of today's work. This is a habit I've developed recently. As more and more people play, the daily change in inventory materials is a large number. As a manager, I have to plan each material item as a whole. So Kwang looked at the computer screen showing data. He frowned and tapped. The inventory of construction materials included 84 logs, 500 pounds of carbon, 500 pounds of calcium carbonate cement, 2 piles of yellow mud bricks and several blocks of hard cement. Scrolling to the next data, So Kwang's expression gradually became confused. Consuming about 220 logs of wood, cement production consumed an additional 200 pounds of inventory during the day. He continued reading, collecting the total food inventory, 50 pounds of dried bacon, 10 pounds of smoked fish, 2 pounds of edible vegetables and a few raspberries. Reading this, his face seemed stunned. What could he eat that was 10 pounds of smoked fish? So Kwang has a headache. Maybe I should hire a warehouse manager, and also find a way to get a more accurate scale and measuring tools. I spent some time and based on the statistical information provided by the cottage, contribution points were allocated to each player's personal account depending on the actual situation. New player contribution points are mainly obtained by carrying bricks, calculated based on 10 contribution points per hour. The basic allocation is from 90 to 100. Only Dang Dang has 0 contribution points. However, sewing clothes is a job that requires high technology, especially sewing clothes from materials that have never been used will certainly take some time. Once she fully adapts to the tools and ingredients here, I believe her contribution points will soon increase like a snowball. So Kwang tiredly breathed out a sigh of relief, finally finished distributing. He ran his hand over the system board while muttering, collecting rewards from daily missions. The system board displays daily work information, including different tasks and rewards. So Kwang silently calculated in his head, there are a total of 6 types of reward points. He thought happily, the previous bonus points combined with the points earned today added up to 17 points. So Kwang immediately became strangely serious, just gambling. He stood up, determined to reach out and press the yellow button on the screen. At this time it is displaying 2 pink dice, 1 intermediate mystery box, 10 points and blue dice, 7 elementary mystery boxes, 7 points. So Kwang clicked on the draw option. Right after that, a door of the safe suddenly opened, a strange purple-pink light emitted inside. The safe opened before the eyes of So Kwang and Tu Ky, but they could not see inside because of the fog. So Kwang anxiously waited for the results. Not long after, in front of him appeared a box of Kit Kats, canned beef, 3 large lollipops, 2 small lollipops, and something that looked like a blood stylus. So Kwang checked the information of the pen-like thing first, and it turned out to be nanotherapeutic needles, mainly used for non-fatal injuries. They can enhance tissue repair ability in a short time to achieve the effect of accelerating wound healing. Twisting the healing needle in his hand for a while, So Kwang frowned and muttered, this thing should have come from an intermediate-level mystery box. He frowned slightly in disgust, thinking to himself, the specific effects were not clearly stated, the side effects were unknown, the active ingredients and catalytic mechanism were not labeled, just like the previous booster injection. This was a 3-0 product. So Kwang started scrambling to find a place to put it. After all, I'm not injured anymore, so I'll put it in the computer desk drawer to see what the other components are like. Looking at the pile of candies lying on the table, he could only smack his lips. It was no surprise that 5 of the 7 rewards were lollipops. So Kwang observed. The system screen immediately appeared, duration 10 hours, strength increased by 10%, orange-flavored lollipop. He thought to himself, this orange flavor, like the previous chocolate flavor, has the effect of improving attributes for 10 hours, but what is increased is not strength, but physique. He continued to look, and the remaining 2 types were chocolate and canned beef. Chocolate net weight 200 grams, canned beef net weight 230 grams. So Kwang seriously thought, chocolate is edible but canned beef is really okay. His mind immediately flashed the image of the rotten smell emanating from canned beef that has a shelf life of 30 days if opened. So Kwang was a bit concerned. If I remember correctly, canning was invented in 1800 during the Franco-Prussian War. He started calculating the time between the year 2240 and 1800. Now So Kwang was really concerned. Perhaps this old can was even older than the antiques in the museum of his world. Suddenly a sinister smile appeared on his face. So Kwang found a way to take advantage of it. He could completely give it to players like Fuang Trong to increase sympathy. After packing up the items, So Kwang surfed the computer and saw that Nyan Ya had a new post. She recounted the time she got lost in a land full of strange, glowing mushrooms. As long as there is something toxic, my eyes will emit green light, causing me to suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder. Looking at this text, So Kwang was really shocked. Damn, can you recognize it directly with the naked eye? Is it a new player? He pondered, but what exactly were the rules for determining what poison was? Was there a dosage limit, and what was the mechanism for activating this talent? I didn't understand. Unable to figure it out, he continued reading. According to the task assigned by the manager, the first time I went to pick mushrooms and raspberries in the forest, based on the character's talent, I could basically identify poisonous berries and mushrooms, so the efficiency was quite high. I picked a few at a time. A short time later, I picked up a few plastic barrels and returned. So Kwang clicked to see more. I thought everyone would return near the sanatorium when they finished work, so I wanted to go a little further to see. Then while walking, I came to a place that looked like a parking lot. He scrolled the mouse wheel, wanting to see what would happen. There were quite a few mushrooms there. I picked quite a few. When I was about to return, I suddenly saw a very tall concrete pipe, a bit like a sewer pipe, from which a very large blue light emitted. So Kwang continued to look at the lines below. At that time, I didn't think much. I just thought there were so many mushrooms inside. Why don't I go in and take a look? Anyway, I can distinguish poisonous mushrooms so I don't need to touch them. He started to feel curious about what Nyan Ya had seen, so he continued to follow. Besides, I didn't see any dangerous monsters around, so I walked over and poked my head in to take a look. I swear, at that time I was really just looking. So Kwang continued reading. Then, a terrible thing happened. He started to get a little nervous, looking at the words below. A pile of meat. I didn't know what kind of meat it was, but it hit me right in the face. At that moment I couldn't breathe, couldn't open my eyes, couldn't even move, feeling as if I had been swallowed by something. Nyan Ya's story was very detailed and easy to understand. So Kwang could immediately imagine the scene at that time, guessing that after being attacked by that pile of meat, she was forced to exit the game. He looked at the last lines of the post. In short, although there was no pain, the feeling was really terrible. Almost while losing consciousness, I suddenly woke up from reality. Everything that had just happened was like a nightmare, just as he thought. From that moment Nyan Ya's login was restricted. So Kwang could only sigh in admiration. It was really free. This player was also very brave, seriously burying his face in the grass. Right after that, he immediately sent a private message to Nyan Ya. This is not a matter of money. She also quickly responded, can't you accept it, please, planner, I really didn't mean it, help me. By the way, what is your penguin number? Can I add it? It's too difficult to write here. Let's chat on Penguin. So Kwang ignored Nyan Ya's request. The coldness and rigidity showed through every word. Rules are rules. I can't help you with this. But she still refused to give up. Can't you really predict it in advance? So Kwang continued to bomb through the words. I hadn't finished speaking yet. In addition to the waiting time for respawns, the player who dies for the first time in the game will also have 500 contribution points deducted. She typed in panic, and her contribution points were deducted. But I don't have that many points. So Kwang looked awkward. The problem lies here. Currently your contribution points are only 30. From the collection mission, these contribution points are not enough to pay the death sentence. Nyan Ya sweat dropped and asked, what if it's not enough? He replied leisurely, the current settings will affect the virtual character's evaluation of the player. In other words, it will lose sympathy. Now Nya Nya really wants to cry. Lose sympathy, don't be like that. So Kwang started to blame. Clearly you didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. Imagine that you had a role in saving civilization. However, as an elite human being who came to the surface to assist in construction, instead of creating any value, you caused so much trouble for everyone. Don't you feel guilty at all? Rattling the keyboard, he thought, are you scared now? What did you do before? So Kwang recalled the image of the active ingredient gradually disappearing while crying. I didn't even earn 500 coins for free sex, so I wasted a large bottle of active ingredient. What a shame. Meanwhile, Nya Nya didn't understand anything, explained, yes, but this is a game. But So Kwang continued to distract. Yes, it is a game, but not a game specifically for you. You should have played the game of killing the script. Seeing that she was a bit confused, the reply clearly showed her confusion. Played. He continued to mumble, this is equivalent to a team of 30 people, 29 people are playing seriously, but there is one person who is playing blindly, whose identity has been verified. You should know how bad this behavior is towards other players. So Kwang thought to himself, in fact, it's not that exaggerated, it's just a newbie. If I die I will die, but if I don't react, these players won't remember for long. I have to educate them. Even so, he felt a little guilty. Why did he feel like he was manipulating someone else's psychology? Leave it, it's not important. So Kwang continued to type, you don't need to apologize to me, I'm just explaining to you the punishment mechanism of the game and why it's set up like that. Then go to your post and tell other players, I'll unlock it. He added another message, in addition, I must emphasize once again that Wasteland OL is positioned as a plowing game. At least in the early stages of the game there will not be too many conventional elements. This was also decided when we designed the entire game framework. So Kwang did not forget to threaten, if you really cannot accept the setting, I recommend that you change the game or wait until the public test version is online with richer content before playing. Nya Nya panicked and begged, don't, I want to play, I will die if I don't have a helmet. Planner, I'm not against the death penalty, but how to restore lost sympathy? Is there any use in actively admitting mistakes after being resurrected? So Kwang replied, it may be useful but it doesn't mean much. The manager's personality and behavioral logic are neutral and legal in the setting, and his assessment is mainly determined by whether the player's behavior is in line with the general interests of the shelter. So, if you want to compensate, let him see your diligence and don't do thoughtless things. Nya Nya typed boredly, I understand, can I give you some advice? So Kwang sent a short message, say it. She immediately suggested, could I give some gold krypton as a gift in the future, the kind that can increase the player's sympathy? I thought of many different games, such as Big Nose Manor, that could be purchased with money. Looking at the text that smelled like I was afraid there was no place to spend money on the screen, So Kwang was truly speechless. You really want to knock over the table and angrily type, my friend, don't always think about using money to solve problems, we are a serious company. So Kwang glared at the line of words in front of him. The more he looked, the angrier he became. He really wanted to scream, as I said, money is useless, use it to light fireworks. On the other side of the screen, Nya Nya was very surprised to see that and muttered, the company is serious. She's never seen a company doing business like this, aren't they just trying to make money? People who don't want money aren't serious. Seeing that Nya Nya had been convinced, So Kwang decided not to talk to her anymore. I had already said everything that needed to be said, let's see what the buffalo and horses are discussing. The system kept announcing new news. Jio Hai and Beat softly commented, I've played it and have one thing to say, this game is really great, I take back what I said before, I was convinced, who knows immediately cursed, damn, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes has also been bribed by the manager, but right after that, this account was banned from chatting by the administrator for 1 hour, the girl who has 10 common enemies asked naughtily, the dog barked again time passes fast is a bit angry, no nonsense, have you seen the post on the official website, that's the person who died today, the girl who has 10 common enemies replied, I saw it, it is Nya Nya, must be 180 centimeters long legs, the group leader should find a way to attract everyone in the group, time passes fast is bored, get lost, do it yourself, So Kwang looked at everyone chattering, a bit surprised, the team is also discussing the post on the official website. Long Future also expressed his opinion, after reading the article, I summarized 3 points, 1, losing consciousness or dying in the game will cause the connection to be forced to disconnect, 2, the feeling of excessive pain has indeed been eliminated, this is the same as what I tested before, I have to say that the game creators are very smart, it doesn't feel unreal at all, pain and I have to give up, now it's very good, but I still say the same, it would be great if I could adjust myself, behind the screen, Fuang Trong couldn't hide his excitement, hoping to get pain relief instead of restricting access. Reading it again and again, I saw that there were only 2 things mentioned. The young woman with 10 common enemies wondered, what was the other thing? Level 8 Strong Wind commented immediately after, I added that if you don't seek death, you won't die. Long Future affirmed, correct. Looking at the progress of the conversation, So Kwang was very satisfied. Kai Duk's account couldn't hide his jealousy. Damn it, why can't I make a reservation? I really want to play. Time Passes Fast suggested, why don't you ask Mr. Kwang Pai for a bit? Kai Duk replied, I tried, and he told me to wait. The girl who has 10 common enemies didn't know what else to say. Condolences. Time Passes Fast asked more, you're not hacking him, right? This guy is vindictive. I heard he's a scorpion. Kai Duk immediately denied, no, how dare I insult him? I'm Mr. Kwang's loyal dog. Time Passes Fast sent a picture of temporary silence with a comment, that's strange, I'll ask you another time. Long Future changed the subject, by the way, is Scavenger level 99 online? Teo female with 10 common enemies replied, I don't know, can I help? Time Passes Fast didn't say much, quietly called level 99 Trash Picker. Level 99 Trash Picker immediately appeared, what's wrong? I'm still in the group. Long Future immediately asked, I see your character is a snake man, do you feel anything when you take off your helmet and return to reality? For example, something doesn't make sense. This question is very strange. So Kwang pictured the image of a snake man in his head. He immediately smiled evilly, no matter what shape a man transforms into, the thing he cares most about is his third leg, and having transformed means he can try new positions. Level 99 Scavenger didn't really understand, so I still answered seriously, it was nothing, it felt pretty good, I had strong athletic ability and quick reactions in the game, I had no problems after exiting the game, but one thing I didn't like was that I always wanted to eat raw meat in the game, seeing blood made my whole body hot, but as soon as I took off the helmet, I felt better, very strange. Long Future expressed regretful, damn, why can't I choose a non-human character, but can only create a female account? Level 8 Strong Wind stopped, be alert, come on brother. Time Passes Fast also commented, you scared me a bit. Long Future saw that a bit angry, go away, I just want to try that feeling, just out of curiosity, you understand, the girl who has 10 common enemies hates it, we don't understand. Strong Wind Level 8 started back to ask about the game, talking about scavenging at 10 o'clock at night, today the 2 of them went hunting with the manager, did they encounter predators? Scavenging Level 99 answered, there were 2 predators and a mutated tame hyena, at that time they were executing a robber, when we discovered that person was plotted to kill, then we killed the 2 robbers and took their equipment. So Kwang immediately remembered the image of Fuang when seeing the beast man and excitedly throwing the ball at it with the idea of catching it like in a game of Pokémon. Level 8 Strong Wind continued to ask, did you kill the virtual character? Level 99 Scavenger denied, the manager ordered the attack, isn't this considered a violation of the regulations in the Resident Handbook? Later I specifically read it and it only stipulates that attacks on neutral and friendly virtual characters are prohibited. The maiden with 10 common enemies exclaimed, I think those must be wild monsters that are spawned, not characters virtual, right, but the bleeding effect is actually a bit realistic, I almost thought people were actually dead. So Kwang sat silently looking at the comments on the screen. He pondered, I had previously speculated whether the world the player saw would be affected, now it seemed like this could actually happen, however, this filter was not necessarily the type of filter found in the beauty camera but was more likely a process of blurring the concept, like killing equals victory, dying equals 0 health, reincarnating means downloading files. So Kwang rearranged the information in his mind, just like how this device handles pain that exceeds the limit will be blocked by the player's brain, sensory shocks that are beyond the range of tolerance also need to be handled by corresponding emotional tension. He wondered, otherwise, the brain's circuit breaker mechanism would be activated and the player would be directly awakened from the nightmare, the connection would not be interrupted. Clearly, these details had been taken into account by the designer of this device. So Kwang angrily remembered his difficult time before, damn, I suddenly felt a little jealous of these leaks, when I first came to the wasteland, it took me a lot of time to overcome these psychological barriers. Level 8 Strong Wind continued to ask, do they speak common language? Level 99 Scavenger replied, they said very strange words, the pronunciation was a bit like Chinese but not Chinese, anyway I don't understand, it was probably randomly generated by the program. Long Future exclaimed, the arrangement of this plot is actually quite interesting, I think it is to remind us of the hidden dangers in this wasteland, like the mutant tribe discovered earlier, the purpose must be to create a sense of crisis. The girl with 10 common enemies was quite surprised, isn't this a randomly given plot? Long Future affirms, everything you see in the future is a pre-designed program and there is no real randomness. Fast Time also agrees with that opinion. I think what Phuong Trong said makes sense. The fact that this happened on the day the new player went online seems like a bit of intentional arrangement. The players began to remember the time they had just logged into the wasteland. Then they encounter a mutated black bird. Next, players get to explore the mutant tribe. They participated in some village work, building a shelter outpost. Then while wandering around exploring, the player encounters a predator. Remembering all that, now everyone feels that the game world is indeed too sophisticated and classy. Long Future keeps typing. It can only be considered a guess. I think this plot can be understood as the scale of the outpost expands and the player's overall strength increases, the player gradually increases interaction with other forces and alien species in the wasteland. Competition for survival and space resources may be the theme main of the next phase of the game. Now we can really start preparing for the war. I estimate that the Winter is Coming expansion pack will end soon and the next expansion pack will be Citadel Conflict. Long Future's comments immediately received applause from many people. Reasonable, good analysis, great, Mr. Phuong's breeze is filling the air, damn, I wanna play. So Kwong was also surprised by these lines, so good, even when I hadn't considered this plan yet, these guys had already thought it through, what a talent. He smiled mischievously, I will copy this boss's analysis a bit, if anyone asks in the future, I can explain it like this. Time passed, and because he was so tired, So Kwong fell asleep on the spot. The space was quiet so he fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, the announcement of new news rang out, startling So Kwong awake. He was a bit annoyed, damn, who was up so late? On the screen was a message from level 99 trash picker, Mr. Kwong, when will you be online? I can't stand it anymore, please, let me enter the game and move the tiles. So Kwong widened his eyes at each line of text, muttering, why are there people like this? He immediately texted back, I was just taking a nap, don't you have to work during the day? Level 99 trash picker didn't answer but just enticed, what are you doing? In the future you can definitely make a lot of money from this game, why don't you take the time to level up? So Kwong felt a bit helpless in front of the other person's thoughts, is it really okay to say this in front of the planner? Then he smacked his lips, forget it, just pretend he didn't listen. See. So Kwong replied with a serious expression, it's best for you to calm down. The launch date for the public test version has not been announced yet. It will probably be a closed test version for a year or two and then a closed test version for 3 to 5 years. Level 99 trash picker doesn't care at all, it's not a problem. A big company like yours isn't worried about going bankrupt, then I'll worry about the hammer. So Kwong exclaimed, his thoughts were very clear, even clearer than most players have qualified for internal testing. He thought to himself, among the games currently on the market, it can be said that there is no game that can beat this game. They are all scum. So Kwong is sure because this is 100% true, expanding the world is an extremely attractive feature for everyone. He began to imagine the image of having 8 extra hours of sleep, not to mention other things, as long as he could be free at night he was invincible, right? Who would say no to an extra 8 hours in a day? So Kwong continued to text, it's up to you. Level 99 Scavenger continued to insist, stop planning for me to go online, I promise, I will check whatever you ask. So Kwong immediately replied, I don't care what you do, just follow the rules of the game, but, it's okay to go online so late, the in-game time and real time are synchronous, at this time the game should still be late at night. So Kwong seriously thought, this is also the reason why I do not let the players practice hard at night. He recalled the ferocious monsters that were active at night when the lights were turned off, and he shuddered, even I wouldn't dare stay in the wilderness for a night. Trash picker level 99 tried his best to persuade, because it was late, you may not know, but my gene sequence in the game is a heterogeneous species. Strictly speaking, night is my home field, during the day is when I should sleep, you make a plan, just let me go. So Kwong had to compromise, I will try. Trash picker level 99 is happy, thank you Mr. Kwong. Indeed, snake people are very energetic at night, so Kwong could only sigh, I have never seen such an active player. He thought for a while, however, what this guy said seemed reasonable. To be precise, the black screen was indeed the homeland of alien species. He pondered, for a level 99 scavenger who is a snake person, darkness is not necessarily dangerous, it can become a cover. So Kwong immediately operated the player list. He pressed the unlock button for level 99 scavenger, allowing it. Not far away, a snake man was sleeping. Suddenly that person opened his eyes. That proves that a player has logged in. Hearing the noise, So Kwong was surprised, amazing, How could it be so fast? He immediately came closer and said, "You're awake." At that moment, "I only have one task to give you." Level 99 Scavenger was extremely surprised. The mission was activated. He immediately stood up and gave a military salute, loudly, "Please give orders, respectable manager." So Kwang said seriously, "There is a mutant tribe on Route 76 right opposite the east gate of Wetland Park. During the day, we found traces of predator activity in the surrounding areas along the elevated highway out of the northern city. I suspect that there is a predator stronghold in the north. You continue to command. I need you to scout north along the elevated highway out of the city and search for any traces of survivor activity within a 3-kilometer linear radius." So Kwang emphasized that if you find a stronghold suspected of being a survivor, mark it on the map and return immediately. He did not forget to give additional instructions. Remember to stay hidden and avoid any unnecessary battles. In addition, if you have a suitable target, you can also carry out branch hunting and valuable rewards at any time. Level 99 Trash Picker immediately shouted excitedly and obeyed, "Manager." At 6 a.m. the next day, everyone in the base started working. Except for Nyan Ya, who was given free copies yesterday, who was still making copies. The other players walked out of the training compartment one by one. As for the Trash who went out before, he hasn't come back yet. However, I can confirm through the player list that he is still alive, not far from the Wetland Park. Old Bok clasped his fingers together, his face excitedly asking, "Mr. Manager, do you have any plans today?" So Kwang quickly held up a piece of paper to activate the mission, "Destroy mutants." The two talked for a while. "You follow me to destroy the mutant tribe?" "Yes, Manager, but..." Old Bok grinned mischievously and thought to himself, "Even though it is meaningless, I will still say it again every day. What if something happens?" At this time, So Kwang suddenly pointed to the sky with a serious voice, "Just like yesterday, the mission is written on the notice board, otherwise you can play freely. The outpost is currently in dire need of food, construction materials, as well as partners." While thinking about the high-rise building painted light yellow, he touched his chin thoughtfully. One wall of the outpost had been repaired. The remaining 3 walls would be completed within 2 days. What I'm more worried about now is that the noise at the outpost is getting louder and louder, alarming the mutant clan on East 76th Street. The next thought made So Kwang petrified. The whole outpost now had a total of 3 guns, 2 of which were small 5mm water pipes. It can't be said that I can't fight back against those green-skinned muscular guys, but I will definitely be seriously injured, and I guess I can only escape on my own. If caught by those beasts, it would truly be a life worse than death. Usually in this case the mind will fail before the body. Of course, if any players were caught, they would likely be forced to disconnect, and even if they were curious about what happened next, they wouldn't feel anything. At the holy outpost, there were several people standing in front of the door. Deep Top turned around and looked wondering, "Where is Mr. Trash? Why don't I see him?" Immediately, So Kwang stood with his arms crossed facing Deep Top's group and replied, "He has already departed. I have another special task for him." As soon as the words ended, all 4 of them showed grimaces of indignation at the hateful Europeans. But So Kwang still maintained a very calm attitude and continued, "Top Nyet, soon you and I will go on a reconnaissance trip, and Phuong Trong, you have to go too." Thoughts welled up in my heart, this time we should choose someone smart. However, hearing this, Phuong Trong's mouth watered, his eyes sparkled and he agreed, "Okay, Manager." He remembered when he was fighting with the silver-haired man, both of them said the same thing, homemade steel production, starting with pouting lips and rolling their eyes, even though before going online, I had agreed with Lao Bok that today we would research together on local homemade steel production. While recalling the previous animal hunting scene, Phuong Trong curled his lips into a wry smile, but steelmaking was not as interesting as following the boss to complete the mission. When the mutant copy was opened, he pouted, his eyebrows furrowed, not to mention the generous reward and hot information were enough to tempt him. A moment later, Phuong Trong and Lao Bok turned their heads, the other bowed his back in frustration and exchanged words, "Good brothers, wait for me to come back, go away, don't come back again." The scene changed to where the weapons were placed. He and Deep Top silently watched So Kwang pick them up from the ground. While they were constantly showing excited expressions, their eyes sparkling like stars, a familiar voice rang out and introduced, "The safety latch is located to the right of the trigger. Please get familiar with its position, but don't pick it up with your hands, unless I ask to turn on the safety latch." So Kwang pointed to the sky, his face sweating and continued, "After a while, we will visit the stronghold of the survivors nearby to exchange necessary items for the future with the local people. from the shelter outpost to the brown farm next to the betting street. Having said this, he immediately put on a wide-eyed, menacing expression. No matter what happens, you must obey my orders. Remember not to make arbitrary decisions. In particular, remember not to open fire or engage in hostile behavior without permission. Then So Kwang changed his posture, crossed his arms and asked in a serious voice, remember that we represent the entire outpost number 404, is that clear? As soon as the words ended, Phuong Trong quickly raised his hand to touch his forehead, stood up straight and replied, it's clear, manager, your instructions are our mission. Deep Top, who was next to him, also quickly took the other person's place, his mouth opened wide to continue, me too. Meanwhile, So Kwang grimaced a bit in dismay, which novel did you guys learn this from? It's so embarrassing to hear. But a feeling of domination rose in his heart. However, as the manager, of course I was happy to see this action of the players. In a sense, his dominance is positively related to the players' sense of participation. After a while, So Kwang K raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed, very good, full of energy. In a low voice, he gave the orders, we need to bring 50 kilograms of dried bacon, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, 10 mutant hyena skins, and a pallet truck for transportation. So Kwang immediately looked into the distance and ordered, the two of you prepare together, we will leave in 10 minutes. Hearing this, they quickly made the same gesture, raising their hands to their foreheads and saying in unison, yes, manager. The scene changes to a trail, two people leisurely and one person follows the pallet truck slowly walking step by step. Building an outpost requires tools, and there are quite a few of them. An example is small tools such as screwdrivers, wrenches, or like tongs and hammers for forging, axes for chopping trees, saws for chopping wood. Without tools, many jobs would be difficult to perform, or even if performed, the efficiency would be extremely low. For example, the plastering knives used by players in the outpost to repair walls were all substitutes made of wood by writers. Today, more than 200 years after the desert era, supplies have become extremely scarce, but nothing is absolute. There will always be some good things to be discovered. A person who discovers something new is extremely happy, spending all day looking for Ultraman. It turns out to be a generator, what the hell? These items are often sold by scavengers to nearby survivor settlements. It was placed on shelves like trash for passing caravans to pick through. I'll drag the two of them to dress up as a caravan and go to the nearby brown farm to exchange for the supplies needed for the outpost. I will take Din Yet and Phuong Trong with me and depart from the south gate of Wetland Park, avoid road number 76, follow the dark road and go southeast to Brown Farm. One is that no one knows me there, let alone detailed information. The other is that the road to the Brown Farm will be a bit easier and there will be fewer ruins. But even so, walking on the wasteland is practically a 3-kilometer path. Our group will walk and rest along the way, avoiding impassable ruins. During this period, it is necessary not only to be wary of alien species, but also to be careful to avoid being targeted with malicious intent by survivors. Finally, before 9 o'clock in the morning, we arrived. At a city wall there are some black spots. If you look more widely, it seems like a place to hang yourself. All three of So Kwang and his group approached the tightly closed gate. It is different from Bait City. Mr. Brown is a farmer on Brown Farm, a landowner in the true sense. Here there is not as much freedom as Bait City. The people living here only have two identities, either peasant thugs or serfs. The scene of the strong bullying the weak appears before your eyes. Please stop fighting, she hasn't eaten anything for several days, quickly get up and work. However, don't worry too much about the other side having malicious intentions. Any force with 2 plots of land for cultivation rarely actively attacks outsiders. After all, people who wear shoes have to consider whether it is worth bullying those who walk barefoot or not. Suddenly, a gun barrel was suddenly pointed out of the iron frame. So Kwang saw and immediately ordered in panic to stop. As for the opponent holding a weapon in his hand, don't shout from above, hey, stop, who are you, what are you doing here? A guard saw So Kwang's group and immediately raised his gun and said, hey, stop, who are you and what are you doing here? So Kwang heard that and immediately explained that we had no bad intentions, we just wanted to exchange things. The guard asked suspiciously and exchanged things. He pulled up his glasses and said seriously, I've never met you, where do you come from? So Kwang placed his hands in front of his chest and answered sincerely, from the wasteland, we had recently migrated to this area. The soldier wondered, the nomad. So Kwang calmly smiled and said, depending on how he understood. The guard thought to himself, nomads in the wasteland are not rare, especially in the suburbs, and can even be said to be relatively common. They only live in the wilderness. These people usually do not enter urban areas, mainly wandering in the wilderness between cities. Men ride horses and shoot animals. They do not grow crops, but make a living by raising animals, hunting, chasing foreign species, and migrating from one area to another. The two men traded goods, sometimes doing business as merchants, exchanging hunted prey and discarded objects for daily necessities. Migrants loot and destroy people's homes. However, there are times when they plunder homes and property. In the wasteland there are no absolute good or bad people. Under certain circumstances and conditions, anyone can become a predator. The guard looked at them with scary eyes. These three people all had guns on their backs, and they didn't know how many people there were in their tribe. The guard standing on the citadel looked down and asked, "What do you have in your pocket? What do you intend to exchange for?" So Kwang listed the things he could exchange and what he wanted to exchange: 50 kilograms of bacon, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, and 10 mutant hyena skins. We needed hard tools and food grown in the fields. He smiled and said, "I guarantee, I will leave as soon as the transaction ends. We will never stay here another second." The guard frowned and thought, "It seems these people really came here to do business." Then he told the three of them to wait to go in and ask for instructions. "You guys wait here and I will come back to ask for instructions." So Kwang heard him say that and immediately wondered and asked for instructions. While the soldier went in to ask for instructions, outside Deep Top turned to whisper to Phuong Trong, "This living citadel is great, I mean the architectural style here, giving a post-apocalyptic feeling." When Phuong Trong heard him say that, he smiled in response. "Indeed, there is a lot of content in this update." Deep Top thought of the image of the guard from earlier wearing glasses covering his face and smilingly said, "By the way, is that a new NPC?" Phuong Trong felt confused when he didn't understand what the soldier said. Maybe it was right, I just didn't know what he was talking about. Hearing Phuong Trong say that, Deep Top also said, "Who knows, I just know that his expression looks quite invincible." "I see that too," Phuong Trong replied. A moment later, the door of the citadel was opened. At the top was a tall soldier pulling the cart. On both sides were two other soldiers. The guard from before stood behind observing everything. On the cart were the items that So Kwang wanted to exchange. Food grown in the fields were stored in large bags and hard tools were placed in a round basket. Then the soldier gradually advanced towards So Kwang. He walked up to him and introduced himself, Luchin Nguyat. The two shook hands to say hello. So Kwang also said his name, So Kwang. Chin Nguyat then stood with his arms crossed and said solemnly, "I want to know what kind of meat is being transported in your cart." So Kwang calmly invited him to come check the goods. The bacon was mutant hyena meat, the smoked fish were catfish and crucian carp. He could check as he pleased. Chin Nguyat walked to the grocery cart and opened a bag of food. He took out a piece of smoked meat from the bag. Then pulled out a knife and cut a piece of smoked meat. After finishing cutting, Chin Nguyat immediately threw the piece of meat out to the prisoner behind to try it. "Eat it." That guy saw that and immediately caught it and said, "Ah yes." The prisoner trembled and ate in fear. Mutated hyena meat, without salt, only smoked in the air. 10 minutes after eating it, the prisoner saw that there was nothing strange and immediately reported that this meat was not poisonous. Chin Nguyat heard this and looked at So Kwang and said, "Okay." He began to offer conditions for exchanging goods. 1 kilogram of bacon, or fish, could be exchanged for 2 kilograms of green wheat, or 2 kilograms of potatoes, exchanging one piece of fur for another. So Kwang did not agree with what Nguyat wanted to exchange and immediately protested. 1 kilogram of bacon must be exchanged for at least 5 kilograms of grain, half a kg of green wheat and half a kg of potatoes. In addition, these furs are all genuine furs. To exchange for this one fur requires at least 3 tools. So Kwang confidently smiled and said, "I have come to Bayat City, don't think I don't know anything about market prices." Hearing So Kwang say that, Chin Nguyat silently thought and said nothing. So Kwang was worried when he saw Chin Nguyat not saying anything. Maybe it was because he paid too high a price. He quoted this price just to bargain. A moment later, Chin Nguyat also loudly agreed to his request, forming a relationship. Hearing Chin Nguyat agree to his request so easily, So Kwang was surprised and wondered, do these people not even bargain when doing business? Then So Kwang frowned and rolled his eyes in anger. That stupid mayor even dared to mess up food prices. Deep Thatch and Phuong Trong stood behind, not understanding what was going on. Deep Top stupidly spoke up. From the other guy's nod, he guessed that an agreement had been reached. Phuong Trong also responded. The manager's face didn't look good. Looking at the group of guards transporting goods, So Kwang thought to himself, 50 kilograms of bacon and 20 kilograms of smoked fish could be exchanged for 350 kilograms of green wheat and potatoes, and the remaining 10 pieces of fur could also be exchanged for 30 tools. What I chose were all good alloy tools produced in the past. Don't underestimate these antiques. In terms of quality, they are much better than the imitations made of pure iron and steel from the wasteland natives. After transporting the goods, the two immediately shook hands to express their thanks. Chin Naguyat shook hands and said, "Welcome back." So Kwang suppressed his anger and smiled and said, "I will be back." Chin Naguyat then took out a small bag and said, "We also have some variant tobacco leaves here. Do you need them? It can reduce fatigue, can also add flavor when wrapping food, very easy to use." So Kwang waved his hand and refused. "Next time, we have nothing left to exchange." He thought longingly of the two female slaves. "If possible, I would also like to buy 1 or 2 slaves to use, but I have nothing left to exchange, maybe next time." Seeing that So Kwang refused Chin Naguyat, he smiled and threw the bag into his hand. No, buddy, this is free, consider it a gift." On the surface, So Kwang smiled and took it and thanked him, so I wouldn't refuse, but in his heart he was secretly thinking that this bag of tobacco leaves could be exchanged for money. Even though he didn't smoke this stuff, he could still get a chip or 2 if he sold it. Then the 3 of So Kwang and his group pulled the cart and left. After walking a bit, Deep Top said with an excited smile that the place just now was Brown's outfit. Phuong Trong was equally excited. "Ah, I remember that name too." Phuong Trong smiled shyly and said, "It's not surprising that today's mission is the trading system, and the stronghold of the new neutral force." He smiled and said, "Wasteland Ol's business system will be designed according to a completely realistic supply and demand system, and bartering with survivors is necessary." When Deep Top heard Phuong Trong say that, he was so excited that his mouth was watering. "Mom, hearing him say that makes me look forward to the open beta so much." Responding to Deep Top's excitement, Phuong Trong just smiled, estimating that this public beta is still early. This game company's ambition is not small, there must still be a lot of content to test. Phuong Trong smiled seductively and said, "But I feel there is no need to wait for the public beta. By the time the closed beta comes, the game content will already be very rich." After Phuong Trong finished speaking, Deep Top moved closer and whispered in his ear, "But saying that, are you sure the manager didn't hear the plan to raise dogs here?" When Phuong Trong heard that, he was startled and scared and said, "Ah, you said that, it startled me." After that, he immediately turned around and chased after So Kwang loudly. "Mr. Kwang, I was wrong, you are my father." So Kwang was speechless and didn't know what to say to him. 3 people on the way took the results back home. I don't understand why a pool of blood suddenly appeared, but in the end of the world, it seems like this is just a normal thing. At this moment, Chu Kwang suddenly stopped. He immediately hid to the side as if he realized something. "This is it." Chu Kwang's eyes opened wide, his pupils were about to dilate. In front of them, a monster appeared with 5 heads and 6 arms and blood-red eyes. So Kwang couldn't believe it. Reptiles, why were there reptiles in the middle of the day? He shouted loudly to everyone, quickly dispersed and immediately pulled out his gun to fight. The first shot missed, or the monster dodged too quickly. So Kwang frowned, hateful, the distance was too far to hit. The monster immediately roared loudly and rushed forward. Deep Wei and Phuong Trong looked at that deformed monster in fear. But they immediately became excited. "Damn, that new monster, this one is much more shocking than the carnivorous one." So Kwang angrily spoke loudly, wanting me to say it a few more times and quickly get away. The reptile easily dodged the department's bullets. Deep Vi and Phuong Trong also picked up their guns and said, "Manager, we are not going anywhere." "No, that's right, we swear to protect until death." Chu Kwang cursed, "I'm telling you to stay away from the food place." Although reptiles and rodents are both zombies, reptiles can think and hunt like living people. But this guy is afraid of the sun. Who is the idiot who brought it out? I don't understand. Right now the reptile has arrived. Seeing it approaching, the department immediately shot continuously. So Kwang panicked, "Too fast, left, no, right." The department kept firing, but the monster didn't do anything. So Kwang gritted his teeth and continued shooting. Finally, a blow hit the monster's right chest, causing it to cry out majestically. Even though he was angry, he could only stand in the shade and tremble, looking at them. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Deep Vi and Phuong Trong immediately opened fire. So Kwang stepped back so the 2 of them could fight. The monster still stood there, terrified. Damn it, even the feather couldn't hit it. It immediately hit one foot on the ground. Deep Vi saw that he didn't care and immediately thought, "Why are you still looking down on us? Could it be that you want to arrest someone?" Sure enough, the zombie crawled face to face with So Kwang. So Kwang also realized it was aiming at him. Immediately, it rushed towards him at the speed of light. This time, the department decided to throw his gun away. He took out the spear on his back. Department of Light used it to block the monster's terrifyingly wide mouth. He braced himself to try to block its terrible power. So Kwang thought, even though his strength is 9 points, it surpasses that of normal people. But compared to this one, the strength is still there, thinking as he tried to pin his feet to the ground. But the strength of this zombie was still too great, the light was thrown far away. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Still too different, Chu Kwang thought to himself. The monster quickly appeared before the department like a ghost. He and he were face to face, but let's talk, So Kwang cursed, damn it, so fast. Even though his hand hurt like hell, Chu Kwang still silently grabbed the iron bar next to him. At this moment, the monster opened its huge mouth. The two sides confront each other. If there are no surprises, this game is about to lose a core NPC. But once again, Chu Kwang promptly used his stick to block its mouth. Chu Kwang thought in surprise, this is it. It seemed like there was a force gushing out. Could this be the potential hidden in the body? At this moment, Chu Kwang shouted loudly, seeming to have exerted all his strength. Even the monster was stunned by this change in the balance of power. If he couldn't use his mouth, he switched to his limbs. He immediately raised his arms and wanted to attack. So Kwang can't seem to block this attack anymore. But right now, shots were fired from afar. One shot even went straight into the monster's left chest. Deep Vi closed his eyes while firing and shouted loudly, "Should we fight closer, then shoot closer, then die?" The monster was shot and screamed in pain. So Kwang thought with determination, this is the moment. So Kwang immediately took advantage of the monster's pain and swung his sword, as if there was a huge source of energy in his hand. This spear immediately pierced straight into the monster's throat. And then the ending is also a happy ending, the reptile monster also falls. So Kwang gasped and said, "Thank you." He staggered trying to stand up. The school immediately caught his collapsed body. Phuong Trong said, "Manager, I'll help you go to the store next door to rest for a while first." Deep Vi nodded in agreement and said that the battle just now was very loud, in case it attracted other enemies. So Kwang replied, "That's fine, bring the goods, let's go there and rest a bit." All three slowly carried their things back. At this moment, all three suddenly looked forward in surprise, that is. A red-haired woman was breathing heavily. She seemed to have lost a leg and was still bleeding profusely. She sat down, breathing heavily. Next to it was a big gun. Chu Kwang thought, looking at this wound, she must have been the one who led the reptile away, while the remaining two players only happily thought, she must be the new NPC. The three officers silently looked at the woman in front of them. The red-haired girl still looked at them with wary eyes. Even though she was trembling, she still silently grabbed the gun next to her. But immediately the police officer raised his gun first. Phuong Trong next to him was stunned, but Chu Kwang only said, "You better be honest, my injury is lighter than yours." Seeing that, she relaxed and sighed. Phuong Trong wondered if she was an enemy. So Kwang said frankly, "I don't know," he thought, "it's not important." So Kwang said while breathing to the two players, "You guys go find me a chair over here." After sitting down to rest, Chu Kwang continued, "Hey, hello, let's talk." The red-haired girl immediately replied, "What do you want to know?" So Kwang first introduced himself, "I am So Kwang, what is your name?" She also replied, "It was a match." So Kwang asked, "Where are you from?" Ha DM replied, "The mercenary came from the megalithic citadel." So Kwang continued, "Where are your teammates, why are you alone?" She bowed her head and said, "Dead." So Kwang did not feel sad and continued to ask, "Oh, how many people died?" "I had nothing to lose but answered, all 3 people, except me, are all dead." So Kwang told the other 2 people to go look around here to see if anyone was wearing the same clothes as her, that body. He looked sharply and said, "If found, bring their equipment back." Both of them immediately left. Ha DM didn't understand, what are they doing, what are they saying? So Kwang continued, "That's right, he almost forgot to ask her, what happened to that beast, how did they provoke it?" Sha DM recounted that it was looking at us. That's when we found the entrance to shelter number 117. As a result, when I met him again, I sighed and remembered that day. She continued, it kicked us out of the subway. We were almost destroyed. So Kwang asked, what is the entrance to shelter number 117? Ha Yan said, I don't know, we only know that its location is near the New World department store in the northern suburbs of Saturday City, Quangquan. Inside there is what we mercenaries want. Chu Kwang thought to himself, shelter number 117 has some very good things, but it's not worth the risk. In the future when my strength becomes stronger, it would be better to use a copy to give it to the players to research, right? So Kwang looked at the match girl who was silently looking at him. She didn't understand and asked, aren't you interested? So Kwang doesn't understand, why should I be interested in it? Xia Yan said, I said there is a powerful armor inside. So Kwang calmly smiled and said, oh ladies, have you seen it? I want to see the picture, but Ha Diem said, no. So Kwang smiled coldly and said, wait until you have it and then come out and tell me. He asked, by the way, was her hair natural or dyed? Ha Diem blushed for some reason and replied, naturally. So Kwang smiled and said, oh the color is very beautiful, but I have to wash it. Xia Diem angrily said, are you teasing me? At this moment a loud sound rang out, releasing her. Ha Diem also looked surprised. Out there, a tall man is holding the Ifila as a hostage. So Kwang and Trong immediately loaded their weapons and prepared to attack. That tall guy said loudly, everyone don't move, your teammates are in my hands, I know you are very strong, but can you be faster than this bullet? So Kwang heard that and smiled complacently, thinking, I'm very strong, hey, it's not a good idea. At this moment, he happily shouted loudly, Tran Duong, are you not dead yet? Tran Duong laughed and said, ha ha, how can I die here so easily, just wait a minute and I will save you. Deep Vi gritted his teeth. Then he shouted loudly, shoot me, what are you waiting for? He even tried to have the last word, hello, this evil guy also has body odor, it stinks to death. Tran Duong was surprised and thought, what is this kid yelling about? He slammed the muzzle of the gun into Deep Vi's face and shouted loudly, shut up. Deep Vi still tried to speak, shoot at me, Captain, don't worry about me, I won't die. So Kwang was speechless, nonsense, of course I know he's not dead, but they have to pay after I revive them. He immediately said in a serious voice, I don't like being threatened by others, it's best if you put down the gun, raise your hands above your head and face the wall, I can spare your life. Tran Duong said sadly, I'm not joking with you, I'm going to shoot. So Kwang calmly said, me too. You also said, do you want to try? I'll count to 3 and we'll shoot together. Ha Diem also said, that's enough Tran Duong, you go alone first, don't worry about me. So Kwang started counting. Tran Duong thought in fear, this crazy guy, doesn't care about the life or death of his teammates. This hostage too, dying with such excitement, doesn't look like a hostage at all. So Kwang has counted to 2. Tran Duong said loudly, wait, stop, I'm not threatening you, let my teammates go, I only want one thing. He said, handing the key over to her, I'll release your teammate when I get the key. So Kwang doubted and turned around, what was the key? Tran Duong said loudly, key card, she knew what I was saying. Ha Diem trembled indignantly, it turned out he was because of the key. Tran Duong calmly replied, whatever you say, I'd rather die here for no reason, it's better if I complete part of the commission. He thought complacently, first waiting for that monster to leave, then picking up his comrade's body, if he hadn't faked his own death to escape, he would have waited until now to help her. Tran Duong negotiates, how about you, a woman, but a teammate of yours, just a card of hers, it will be useless if you keep it. So Kwang was silent as if thinking about something. Ha Diem was also depressed and had nothing more to say. But at this moment, Chu Kwang smiled evilly and said, it makes sense. Tran Duong smiled and said, why, I just want the card on her. So Kwang told Ha Diem to give it to him. Deep Vi thought to himself, you've been in charge for half a day and haven't shot, but you're already negotiating with this group. He thought to himself, I'm a player, so what's there to fear, if I died here, it would be a heroic sacrifice, and my favorability would skyrocket. So Deep Vi excitedly said loudly, don't worry about me, are you stupid, shoot. The school mirror gun said, what the hell, don't move, let me see. He thought, if the manager doesn't take action, how dare I take action, what if I miss an important detail? I put the match down and thought, this card was given to me by the captain before he died. Logically speaking, Tran Duong could not know that this card was on him, unless he searched the captain's body. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became until he trembled. Finally, she threw the card out and said, "Take it away." Tran Duong proudly raised his foot and wanted to take this precious card. But right at this moment, Deep Vi suddenly took this opportunity to escape from Tran Duong's arms, or to be exact, his body became as limp as noodles. Immediately, a shot was fired from the field. This shot went straight into the mercenary's head. Needless to say, Tran Duong immediately collapsed. The psychological battle has ended, the winner is the department's side. Fuang Trong was proud, he got it, one shot to the head. So Kwang told him the truth, "I hit him, your bullet flew to the ceiling, I have to practice more." Deep Vi thought, speaking of which, this was the first time using GM's powers to force a player to log out, he didn't expect the function to be so unexpected. Ha DM couldn't believe it and said, "You killed him." So Kwang turned his head and said coldly, "I told you, I hate anyone who threatens me, not to mention I gave him a chance." They all looked towards the trembling eagle. At this moment he suddenly opened his eyes. Deep Vi asked confusedly, "Why was I off just now?" He was shocked to look at Tran Duong's body next to him. "Damn, this guy is dead." "I thought, I'm jumping the plot again." Fuang Trong smiled complacently and said, "Probably because a shark bit the cable, it's good to be able to log back in. One shot through the head, hee am I cool?" Deep Vi mechanically replied, "Very strong." So Kwang slowly approached Tran Duong's body. He picked up the card from before. So Kwang thought, this magnetic card is temporarily unused, this gun is a good thing. So Kwang said to Ha DM, "I'm leaving, please bless yourself." Sha DM said in shock, "Why don't you take me with you?" So Kwang immediately asked back, "Did I say I would take you away?" Ha DM gritted his teeth and thought, this man is not joking, he really wants to leave me here. The matchmaker asked, "Are you guys really not robbers?" So Kwang smiled and asked in return, "Were you very disappointed?" Ha DM blushed and turned his head. Then she asked again, "I mean, you guys are survivors here, can you take me to your shelter?" So Kwang heard Fuang Trong and Deep Vi talking. "Is she a new NPC? It's possible, but the manager doesn't seem to want to take her with him." Deep Vi said again, "But I think she can still be saved." The village also said, "Indeed, it seems she is a mercenary or something similar." He judged, even with a broken leg, she could still make guns and weapons, right? So Kwang heard that and immediately thought, it seems to make some sense. Ha DM was surprised to see So Kwang turn his head towards him. He told her, "Let me tell you the truth, you are just a burden now, even though I took you to the shelter recently." So Kwang told a bitter truth, her outcome was no different from death. Ha DM turned black and said nothing, because it was the truth. So Kwang smiled and said, "Of course, if you have the skills, I can also take you with me. As long as you're willing to work for me," he continued. The two sides struggled in silence. Ha Yan thought, with only one leg left, now I can hardly even step out of this street, let alone return to the megalithic city. Moreover, what will happen if we go back? Ha Ban thought, whether it's just a biological prosthetic or a transmission type, the price is sky high. Either follow these people, or wait to die here. In reality, there is no choice at all. In the end, So Kwang and the two players brought the items back, and the bet also included matches. Ha DM sat on the card and thought to himself, perhaps this road is my last freedom. Besides taking me home to give birth, I really can't think of any other effects for the man in front of me. Ha DM blushed and thought, I heard it was very painful, I don't know if it was true. So Kwang told them, we are here. Ha DM looked forward in surprise, in front of her was a group of people working hard. Men pushing cement carts worked at full force. I was shocked, were all the people from the shelter here? In front of her was a group of people working extremely hard, even doing strange things. Ha Yan thought, shelters are not uncommon in Quanquan City, and some have been open many years ago. And some are still locked, and waiting for the deadline to unlock. How effective is this type of protective wall, he thought, it is indeed very strong, bullets cannot penetrate it, but no matter how strong the wall is, can it be stronger than the shelter door? Not even gamma rays could penetrate, she speculated. She raised her voice and asked, are you all from the shelter? So Kwang smiled and said, I thought you were in a coma. Ha DM angrily said, I'm not that weak. So Kwang replied, it can be seen that her recovery speed is a bit faster than normal people. So Kwang looked at her and thought, if it were someone else, even if she didn't lose too much blood, she would still have a fever and then go into a coma, but she could still hold out. Her forehead was sweating, her face pale. Keeping her would probably be useful in the future. So Kwang told the two players, you guys bring food to Sound Yet so he can preserve it. Both immediately accepted their destiny with indomitable pride. So Kwang thought, a few days ago I told him to build a food warehouse that could preserve food and meat. There was no problem, it was built. Specifically, whether to dry and store in storage or directly load the whole bag, I believe he is more trustworthy than me. Ha DM looked at this person carrying things inexplicably. Then she blushed, and the department suddenly grabbed her. So Kwang took this woman like an object and carried it away. Phuong Trong and Deep Vi were speechless at this scene. They all thought, really strong. At this time, the old man ran over and asked, what happened? Deep Vi said, you should ask the school, he witnessed it from beginning to end, I still felt lonely when watching it. Phuong Trong told me, don't look at me, this game doesn't have subtitles, when I watched it I couldn't understand what the NPCs were saying. He said, you just understand that she is a new NPC. The old man asked again, okay, but why was she so seriously injured? Deep Vi sighed and said, let alone the wound, her life was almost gone. He said, you don't know what we'll encounter on the way back. Seeing the old man wondering, Deep Vi recounted, the reptile man. The old man was excited, what a reptile, what does it look like? The simulation of Deep 2 is extremely ugly, lying on his stomach is about half a person tall, standing up is about 2 meters tall. Not only was that guy extremely strong, the key point was that it moved very fast, the three of us shot at the same time but couldn't hit even one shot. After that, the manager, still the most dangerous, picked up the steel pipe and stabbed him a few times, killing him. The village also said, basically as he said 10 times a night, that reptile is very strong. I guess the new expansion pack not only updates the in-game activities, but also adds more mutants, new NPCs, and opens up related quests. I'll go offline later, the manager said we should bring food to the star, I'll go finish the mission first. The old man said again, okay, you go, I'll go to the blast furnace to make steel, when it's done, come help me, well, see you later, you two know each other temporarily. At this time, in the shelter, everyone was surprised to see Chu Kwang carrying the match in. They talked to each other, look, his manager is carrying a woman, who is that person, a new NPC, or a paper girl? Ha DM was extremely embarrassed at this scene, everyone kept saying, finally there is a new NPC, he is strong, we are one step closer to the beta. Ha Yan was said to be trembling, damn, this posture is so embarrassing, how can I meet people in the future? She was so upset that she wanted to cry, even though I didn't understand what this person was saying, I could guess the content from their lowly eyes. They are like hyenas in the wasteland, using this method to flatter and praise the alpha male, so that after the alpha has finished eating the prey, he will give them a piece of bone or meat. It was clear that I was that delicious prey, the match was extremely heartbreaking. She cried and thought, after being humiliated and then thrown to the wolves, she would rather commit suicide and find a more virtuous death. She was heartbroken, but her body didn't listen to her control, it was so hateful. So Kwang carried her to his computer room. He sat her down on a chair. Ha DM trembled and reminded him, hey, be gentle. She didn't understand, what he wanted to do, the department reminded her, stay still. So Kwang found the nano pen when he was successful in Gacha. So Kwang silently took that thing out. Ha DM was scared and asked, brother, what do you want to do? So Kwang told her it probably wouldn't hurt, so she just endured it a little. Nanotherapy needles, mainly used for non-fatal injuries, can enhance tissue repair in a short time to achieve the effect of accelerating wound healing. So Kwang thought, I got this from the secret box, I thought her recovery ability was quite strong so I didn't want to waste this healing needle. But her wound was festering and could not continue any longer. The current shelter has no doctors who can perform surgical surgery, not even anesthetics or disinfectant alcohol, not to mention a sterile environment to perform major surgery. There's no need to worry about temporary anesthetics, you'll have to ask Van Tu to make alcohol. Looking down at it, he trembled even more. She tearfully said again, you, don't come here. But the department did not hesitate to immediately insert a therapeutic needle into her amputated leg. Ha DM screamed in pain. But she suddenly realized, it wasn't that painful. She couldn't believe it, what happened, why didn't she feel anything? Ha DM looked up at him suspiciously. What are you doing to me? So Kwang smiled and said, I saved your life, no need to thank me. Inwardly, Chu Kwang chuckled, if you want to thank him, it's okay to work hard. I suddenly noticed something was going on. It turned out that the match had already fallen asleep. So Kwang was surprised, he didn't expect this thing to have a hypnotic effect, luckily it wasn't used in combat. He thought, the side effects must be noted, there are side effects such as drowsiness, anesthesia, vigilance, not suitable for use in combat. After finishing, the department took the match outside and let her rest in this unactivated culture chamber. The temperature and air in the shelter are basically stable and suitable for human habitation. Although the floor is a bit cold, it is still much better than outside. So Kwang slowly exited the bunker. As soon as he stepped out, he immediately thought, right, this battle will increase his attributes, I have to see. Open the notice board, he had reached level 7, and even had wild instincts. So Kwang was happy, but he had already increased 2 levels, he did not expect that this danger would make him jump from level 5 to level 7. He thought, but as it turned out, the attribute changes managed by the evolution of the human gene sequence, did not seem to have any regulations. Other players all have main attributes, but I don't, the leveling up points seem to be divided evenly at random. I now have 10 points of strength, almost double the strength of a normal adult man. Increased physical strength means you will have a healthier body, more able to resist negative states. So Kwang was surprised to read the next line, this is it. He realized that he had an additional talent, the wild instinct, which could awaken the wild nature in its extreme state. All attributes would increase from 10 to 15% in a certain period of time, and the fatigue value would accumulate from 20 to 30%. So Kwang exclaimed, this talent's attributes are not bad, it's just that the name of this wild instinct is a bit strange. He analyzed that the nature of this gift is probably cell activity, effectively replacing or stimulating adrenaline secretion for a certain period of time. After all, the data on the table are just for reference. Today's reptile person, the data on this table will definitely crush him without any doubt. But even so, this animal wants to kill me, it's not easy to kill, he is confident. At this time, the department entered another room. He looked at the pile of backpacks in front of him and muttered, right, let's see what's in the 3 bags of loot he brought back. So Kwang slowly opened the first briefcase. As soon as he saw what was inside, he showed an expression of great joy. Is a pile of guns with a large number of bullets. So Kwang held up a gun with excitement, he had made a fortune, it was a lucrative deal. So Kwang slowly sat down and looked closely at this pile of goods. He thought happily, it could be seen that Deep Vi kept the bag very carefully, there was not a single bit left, even the wide magazine was stuffed into the bag. However, the materials used to make these bullets are very normal, most are forged from steel, with only a few types of bulk bullets having steel cores with copper cores or lead cores with copper cores. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the warheads of some bullets were painted with red paint, an unusual material, seemingly special bullets. He judged that although these mercenaries were not rich, they possessed quite enough firepower. It seemed that the strength of this boulder city could not be underestimated. The scale of the outpost will become larger and larger, and having to trade with the remaining strongholds will be inevitable. He thought, when this winter is over, we must definitely come and see it, it would be best to organize a caravan to go there together. Then he frowned again, he couldn't always count on those unscrupulous profiteers to deliver the goods to his door. If he didn't want to be scammed, he still had to go there in person. Elsewhere, smoke was still billowing outside the nursing home. A newly released dish, salted potatoes with bacon. Tae Hong T Sao Dan told everyone that the food was gone and there was no more soy sauce, so we had to save money. If you want to eat mashed potatoes, go order delivery to take it home. He thought, having been a chef for so many years, I have never helped my boss do these things, I wish I could divide it into 2 with a grain of salt. Behind him, the group of people and his brothers were eating and drinking happily. But at this time, a red alert appeared on the head of the philo, so it was because he was telling his brothers about his achievements. At that time, I was walking on the road, feeling a chill down my spine, my whole body showing signs of alarm. I said I wanted to, but it was too early. I picked up my rifle and rushed up. Trong Trong was speechless and interrupted. It was a magazine, anyone who didn't know would have thought he had a Gatling gun in his hand. Deep Vi then argued bluntly, that's not important. The players at home were very excited and urged, then what, keep talking, how did you defeat that thing, that's right, don't interrupt. Deep Vu proudly continued, everyone don't rush to listen to me, I was already so sad at that time, As soon as the worm grabbed me, I turned into a shovel and slid away. The village couldn't listen anymore and went somewhere else. Night falls in the wilderness. Chu Kuang closed the small room in his hand and thought. All players returned to the training warehouse and logged out safely, except for the scavenger who still did not return. Through the player list, I can confirm that this guy is still alive, but he went offline 2 hours ago. The offline way is not only to return to the training cabin and automatically sleep, but any unconscious action can cause the player to lose connection, including but not limited to hitting himself in the head, or finding a place to lie down to take a nap. In a situation where consciousness cannot connect with the body, these copies will have difficulty responding to external stimuli and conditioned reflexes. He thought, however, that perhaps the scavenger had found a safe place to hide. At least it was quite safe now, hopefully. Let's sit back at the computer desk and summarize today's work results. He muttered with a smile. The construction of the eastern wall was completed. He thought, in terms of resources, the building materials inventory income included 110 logs, 1 ton of charcoal, 1 ton of Portland cement, 2 stacks of yellow mud bricks and some hard cement blocks. In terms of consumption, 240 logs, 800 pounds of cement. Wood inventory has decreased for 2 consecutive days, but cement has begun to show signs of balance. Looks like we need to arrange a few more woodcutters, he judged, or increase the daily woodcutting duties. Income from the food store, to which were added 3.5 pounds of green wheat and potatoes, 5 pounds of bacon and small quantities of berries and mushrooms. Consume about 5 pounds of dried bacon, 10 pounds of croissants, 50 pounds of pork belly, 20 pounds of smoked fish. Next is the fur inventory. In addition to the consumption transaction, the consumable material is 5 pieces of fur. He mumbled, did he really make 5 sets of clothes today? That's okay, come to think of it, probably 250 contribution points. He remembered, by the way, the arsenal has also increased. In the future we will have to plan a new arsenal. Earned 7 bonus points today, can happily open the mystery box again. But right at that moment, the little girl quickly shouted loudly, causing the owner to startle and turn his head. The little girl hurriedly ran in, making the department not understand what was going on. Xiu said loudly, why did you welcome a strange woman from outside like that? Xiu that asked him why he brought a strange girl home. So Kuang didn't understand and asked, what are you talking about? Xiu that said it as if scolding, Xiu that has already seen it, you brought it back. Chu Kuang still doesn't understand, that's why. Xiao Qi then said a long line, nothing. I just want to remind you that compared to the clones who can control their actions at will, the natives in the wasteland are more difficult to control, you should not trust them too easily. Hearing that, the department just chuckled. He said, you're thinking too much, I've never completely trusted anyone before, including the players or the natives. Xiu that immediately relaxed when he heard that, oh then I feel reassured, but, you can trust Xiu that forever, no matter what happens, Xiu that will be your most loyal assistant. So Kuang immediately turned away and didn't pay attention anymore. Then, I know. So Kuang happily thought, it's happy time again. The number of pre-orders has doubled compared to before, now almost reaching 300. Chu Kuang is extremely active. Now the game pre-order threshold has changed from filling in the form like before to filling and answering questions. Although they are just normal questions, as long as you patiently fill out all the questions, you can at least filter out serious players. The number of interviews on the website also increased greatly, with an average of 1,000 interviews per day. It's clearly just a pirated website, but I didn't expect it to attract so many people. He thought, it's true that many people are boring, it's good, after all it's free time, it's better to go to the game to work for yourself. So Kuang excitedly decided to look at the forum for a bit. I'm a level 99 scavenger who just texted everyone about the situation. About 2 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site, there is a tire factory. There are people with dogs patrolling nearby. I suspect it's the robber of that barracks, but I plan to wait a little later in the evening and then come closer to take a look. Once I've confirmed it, I'll go up to the forum and talk. So Kuang thought he guessed right. The scavenger was not only safe offline but also had an unexpected harvest. Everyone in the chat group was also very excited. Most of them were admiring the trash scavengers. So Kuang was speechless, and the stage was indeed noisy. Only then did he notice, the school sent out cards again, let's see. He posted comments on Wasteland Online's alpha update, mostly praising the game's optimization and richer scenarios. He was playing Lucky non-stop, so Kuang was reading and enjoying it. These hardworking guys still think the game has any heart, it's really embarrassing Fuang Trong also recounted that in addition to the combat system, We were attacked by reptiles on the way back. Before, I always thought that the combat would be the same as the installation, but I didn't expect that the current version is fully equipped. I have to say, our manager is a dedicated guide. The combat power is ridiculously strong. Both I and Deep Vi could not react in time, almost died. We relied on him alone to collect everything, using a small water pipe, dealing with all of them, made my enthusiasm boil. In addition, for me personally, the most fun is still having an NPC join the outpost. She has a unique status. Perhaps there will be more new things to play. I'm looking forward to it. As for the updated information of the alpha version, I will continuously update the article. Those who are interested can follow. So Kwang smiled and said, as if he was interested in mentioning the matter, let's give old brother Fuang Trong some favors. He immediately made this post a premium post. The small room appeared again calling him, Master. It said, the woman you picked up has woken up. Turned towards the match lying on the floor. At this time, she slowly opened her eyes. The first word is, drink, water. At this moment, he was surprised to notice the pile of shopping bags in front of him. Inside was a bottle of water and something like a candy bar. Needless to say, she immediately grabbed it. Put down a match and drink water like never before. After drinking it, I feel mentally refreshed. Only now did she notice something left inside. She picked it up and wondered what this was. But her stomach was already growling loudly. I took out the match and peeled off its outer shell and thought, it looks like food. The smell is a bit strange, but not bad. Don't hesitate any longer, eat that thing right away, leave it alone, eat it and then figure it out. But as soon as she put it in her mouth, her eyes lit up. She happily thought while eating, wow, this is so delicious. At this time, the department had already gone to the shelter room. While eating the match, he also noticed that the door to the room was open. So Kwang looked at her and asked, are you in love? He smiled and continued, isn't it delicious? Ha DM blushed in embarrassment and replied, delicious. So Kwang smiled and asked again, do you still want to eat? Ha DM was silent and then told the truth, yes. So Kwang smiled evilly and replied, what you just ate is called chocolate. From today you work for me, whatever I tell you to do, you have to do it. In return, I can provide you with safe shelter and food, and if your performance pleases me, I can give you another bite of what you just ate. After So Kwang finished speaking, he asked, so the answer is? Ha DM pursed her lips in thought, and finally decided to answer, I agree. Ha DM agrees to this agreement. She thought to herself, originally she had no other choice. Having lost half my leg, even if I return to Boulder City, I will still live in a smelly and rotten alley. Of course, no one wants to die if they can still live, at least I'm not yet aware of that idea. She trembled as she continued, even though I've never tried it, it won't be a problem, I know what you want, just take it easy. So Kwang immediately put on a stunned look and asked, what is the situation? He coughed once before replying, Madam, please respect yourself, I am discussing work very seriously. Ha DM was immediately dumbfounded, what the hell? Her face turned from green to red, thinking, didn't this guy bring me back because he wanted me to give birth to his child? She was immediately knocked to the ground by the truth. Not knowing if it was because she was happy or because she was embarrassed and wanted to apparate, she muttered, kill me. So Kwang sat down and told her, simply put, my people and I plan to build a survival settlement on the ground, expel alien species, accept refugees, and restore order in this area. He nodded and asked, do you think restoring order is as simple as building a wall? Why are you so confident? She reminded him, he should really go to Boulder City and see, there are many strong people there, they can even survive on the edge of the third ring road. He thought, what can he do on his own? So Kwang simply replied, of course I have a plan. He thought to himself, what a bother, that's just a setup, can you let me finish the sentence? He continued, I never thought I could achieve my goal in a few months, I know this is a long war, and I am also determined to sacrifice many generations to complete it. I heard the key word, many generations, indeed, as expected, I still want to have children. So Kwang was at a loss for words and returned to the main topic, do you know how to assemble guns, or manufacture and maintain components? He immediately answered yes, this is a basic skill. He immediately assigned tasks, great, from now on, she will be the owner of the weapon shop. Ha DM doesn't really understand, huh? So Kwang explained, that was her job title, simply put, it was selling guns and maintaining them. When someone asked her what she did, she could answer like that. I don't understand, sell guns, sell to whom? The department immediately responded, granting asylum to the residents. She immediately asked, "Aren't those people your subordinates?" So Kwang immediately said, "Yes, but it was a little different from the subordinates she understood. Simply put, we have just emerged from the underground, so we need to focus on doing big things. Furthermore, raw materials are scarce, so temporarily implementing planned economy, everyone works together, eats from the same pot. When the survival crisis is resolved, resources begin to surplus, we will need to proactively show enthusiasm in production, consciously step out of the safe zone, then our residential area will have a different set of rules, resources such as food, medicine, weapons, etc., will no longer be free." He concluded, since she mentioned Boulder City, she must know something like chip, right? It actually means the same thing. Put down the match and we're still bewildered. So Kwang is angry, after talking for such a long time, it seems like he still doesn't understand. Those who survive in the wasteland, with just a little education, can eventually become a henchman for a tycoon, like old Charlie who is wandering in Bait Street waiting to die. Only poor and ignorant people participate in the business of exchanging lives for money, like this lady in front of me, he thought. But it doesn't matter, what I need is someone who knows how to make tools and can carry out my orders. So Kwang continued, the language our people use is a bit different from those outside, but that's not a big problem. I will teach you a few basic sentences for daily communication. Ha Diem looked at him silently and said nothing. So Kwang concluded, just do as I say. So Kwang concluded, just do as I say. So Kwang thought to himself, the language barrier, not being able to communicate, is not a problem for me at all. As a tool system player, you only need to master some basic skills to meet the player's needs for the game's functions. For example, the simplest buying and selling can be done easily. He told her to write down new words and fix sentence patterns on this note. He struggled to read, to the passengers coming to the store, say, hello, I am the owner of the weapons store, how can I help you? When you hear I want to buy something, point to the menu and answer, please take a look. When you hear I want to maintain a gun, reach out your hand and answer, bring it. Ha Diem didn't understand what all these words meant, even though the pronunciation of each word was marked, the pronunciation was really strange and difficult. So Kwang looked at her in such difficulty and didn't understand. He immediately asked, is there a problem? Ha Diem was scared and could only reply, nothing. He immediately said sharply, so why look at me, continue reading. I thought to myself, why do I suddenly feel like giving birth might be easier than this, but this guy isn't interested in me at all. She thought, am I very ugly, isn't it that bad? There was a time when the captain pursued me for a while, but I was completely reluctant. Life as cannon fodder is too hard, every day you have to face death. My dream is to marry into a wealthy family in the inner city of Boulder, living the life of a rich wife. Actually, it wasn't impossible. What if one day she received a mission to escort a great man? Maybe there would be a beauty saving the hero, she began to fantasize. But back to reality, now, the dream life is no more, who needs a crippled person? Chu Kwang was so nervous that he didn't understand. Hey, why are you suddenly acting so pensive, is something wrong? So Kwang sighed and thought, he really wasn't concentrating. After talking, he immediately left, not forgetting to tell her that from now on, I will check on you every 2 hours. He did not forget to threaten her, if there was no progress, then perhaps the brown farm next door would be more suitable for her, where serfs were needed. It's good, I can earn a little more money, the department concluded. As he walked, he thought, it's winter now, the brown outfit doesn't need serfs, a crippled mercenary, even if given for free no one would take it. Even if she's so stupid that she can't remember these pages, I can't sell her into slavery, at best I'll just throw her out of here. The next morning at the nursing home. As soon as Fuang Trong came online, he asked, Manager, where was that girl yesterday? So Kwang replied to him, talking about Ha Jok, she was injured quite seriously and needed to rest for a while. He also continued, I negotiated with her last night, she also agreed to participate in our plan, after her wound recovers, she will be responsible for preparing weapons at the outpost. So Kwang sighed and remembered that yesterday, this idiot memorized the notes for 2 or 3 hours, and in the end I had to carry him to the next room. Fuang Trong immediately understood, the information was hot, the new NPC's name was Ha Diem, his identity was a weapon shop owner or something similar. Deep Vi appeared from the beginning and shouted loudly, Dear Manager, let's continue hunting today, when will we start? So Kwang replied, then thought, great, now the players are quite proactive, have they learned how to organize their own work? The department placed a gun on his hip. He gave Deep Vi a gun and said, "Take this with you." Deep Vi held both a crossbow and a gun happily but also said, "Manager, can you please stop trolling me?" So Kwang slapped his face and said, "We are hunters, not mutants, I think you are trolling." So Kwang quickly went to the door and said, "You should get familiar with these two weapons before talking about anything else." Outside the nursing home there was still smoke from the cement smithies. The old man is still working hard at the smithy as usual. He and the school are doing something with a giant super high forge. Phuong Trong sweated with determination. This time he must successfully smelt molten iron. But at this moment, the whole village and the old man were all stunned and looked forward, as if they had just seen something extremely earth-shattering. Both looked at the finished product full of happiness, greatness, and success. We both trembled and shed tears. We have been waiting for this moment for 3 days, and we have finally prepared the iron water. The old man said excitedly, "What should we forge, an axe, a knife, or something else?" Hearing that, Phuong Trong also held his chin in thought. He immediately suggested, "First make a large pan, eat stew every day, I'm about to get bored and want to vomit." He thought, although the mashed potatoes were delicious, I could assure you there wasn't much soy sauce left, no need to guess, today was fresh fish soup with pine nuts. That thing really wasn't fresh at all, one bite gave it the taste of fish. The old man thought the same as him and immediately replied, "That's a good idea, then you can cook with an iron pan." At this time in the carpentry workshop, Van Tu is working outside. He excitedly shouted, "Great, manual turbocharged flamethrower." Van Tu happily thought, "Just pump the wood tar into the barrel, then insert the sparking cotton strip into the front water pipe, within a 5-meter radius of death. In theory, this thing could become a nightmare for anyone or any alien species." He immediately named it, "Call it hell without a single point." At this time, Van Tu noticed that the lava wind was coming towards him. He greeted, "Yo, why are you up so early today, isn't the trap broken again?" Nyan Fan pushed the glasses and smiled and said, "It has nothing to do with traps, look what I found." Van Tu had just asked what he had discovered when he heard the rock wind throw the pot down. As soon as he saw what was in the pot, Van Tu immediately showed shock. It turned out that inside was a pot of dried bird droppings. Both immediately grabbed buckets and ran deeper into the forest. Lava Fawn smiled and said, "I should have thought of it sooner, the richest resource in the mausoleum is not just fish. That is the source of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium at the lake." We both ran forward, "We're almost there, right in front. Namfan Chi, this is a land with lush vegetation. Whether human or animal, this is the ideal spot to provide water." The cloud slowly touched the dried bird's nest. He even brought the finger that had touched the feces to his mouth to taste it. Needless to say, Van Tu immediately wanted to vomit. He mumbled, gagging, "Why are there still hot products coming out of the oven like this?" Van Tu calmly thought, even though he accidentally tasted fresh bird droppings, one thing was certain, there was actually a lot of dried bird droppings here. The main ingredient of this or made from manure is magnesium. It has an orthorhombic crystal structure. Just looking at the chemical composition is not difficult to see how versatile this thing is. Not only that, when a certain amount of bird guano fossils are formed, the ammonia component will gradually be oxidized into nitric acid by nitrifying bacteria. Finally exists in the form of potassium nitrate, sodium nitrate, calcium nitrate, magnesium nitrate, etc., and then accumulates underground to form the so-called nitrate soil. This type of mineralized nitrate soil only needs to be mixed and boiled with plant ash, without filtering out alkaline water, by precipitating calcium ions and magnesium ions inside. You can create stones containing a small amount of saltpeter. Simply put, if you find bird droppings, you can basically get your hands on saltpeter, and having saltpeter is theoretically equivalent to having gunpowder. Van Tu firmly said that with saltpeter, making black gunpowder would not be a big problem anymore. Nyan Fan asked again, "There is saltpeter and charcoal, but I remember that the black gunpowder formula also has sulfur, where can you find sulfur?" After listening, Van Tu realized this key point. Namfan concluded, "Well, if there is no sulfur, sulfate can still be used, it's just that the process is a bit more complicated. It's still quite easy to find, right?" Namfan comforted both of them, "In short, let's go find it first." Then an hour later, two young men breathing like dogs panting through the forest. Van Tu concluded dejectedly, "There is no sulfur in this forest." But then Van Tu was stunned and raised his head to look ahead. In front of the two of them was a stream, which was a gypsum mine. The main ingredients of this stuff are calcium sulfate, calcium sulfide and carbon dioxide, which can be produced by burning together with carbon at high temperatures, Nam said happily. Van Tu also continued, it was exactly the sulfate mineral I was looking for. Van Tu is happy, this is the acid salt mineral I was looking for. He said, I forgot about this, a few days ago, I saw some old men mixing cement, it seemed like they added this type of gypsum powder, isn't that calcium sulfate? Nyan Fan smiled wryly and said, isn't this the shadow under the lamp? Van Tu told Nam Fan, in general the results were good, let's go get some and bring it back, Nyan Fan nodded. On the other side, the two had just returned and saw a group of players not working in the workshop, seemingly huddled in a corner as if there was something. Van Tu wondered, what happened? The whole group was arguing, talking to a strange man, next to him was a two-headed cow. The man tried to communicate with them in a strange language. Van Tu and Nam Fan recognized it, who is that person, is it a new NPC? Nyan Fan tried to calmly say, I don't know, let me ask. He immediately approached Tae Hong T Sao Nyet and asked, what's wrong, what's going on, who is that person? Why did he tell me, I don't know specifically, I heard from others, it seems like our people encountered this person on the way back from moving rocks. After that, this person didn't say anything, just followed behind, following our people here. The players held shovels and discussed, why does this cow have two heads, taming another species? This person followed me all the way, he is definitely not a good person. Min Dao said, not sure, what if it's an NPC? The other guy said this is not correct, if it was a real NPC, it wouldn't be so bad that they wouldn't be able to communicate. But then the game logic of the two of them resurfaced, is it because the conditions haven't been fulfilled yet, or should we just keep him locked up and wait for the manager to come back and then move on? The other NPC thought a little sneakily, but he couldn't understand what the residents of this refugee camp were saying, but looking at their eyes, he knew they weren't kind. However, I hit a gun, but even if I fired all the bullets, it would only have 6 bullets. And the refugees around this area didn't give him a chance to shoot 6 times, once each shot, he was already on the ground, he was scared. For his own safety, this person tried to explain again, I said again, I have no malice, I am a normal citizen, do you businessmen understand? Hateful, 200 years ago no matter how poor you were, you wouldn't have been able to do this business, or have you slept for too long and forgotten? He still said in desperation, okay, calm down, in other words, I want to use what the cow is carrying to exchange some things, I want you guys. Seeing that this group had changed to holding ropes, the merchant was even more scared and said loudly, anything is fine, if you don't want to change, it's okay, I will leave, I promise not to bother you. He thought, I'm dead, it seems I can only risk death. But at this moment a sound rang out, causing the players to quickly stop, what's going on over here? The other merchant also looked over in surprise. It turned out that the department had just returned from hunting. The merchant thought to himself, carrying such a heavy deer with one hand, he didn't expect it to be as if it were nothing, this person is absolutely not an ordinary refugee. The department threw the deer aside and told the players to go to work, they immediately obeyed. So Kwang then slowly walked closer to that guy. He asked, who are you? The merchant was extremely excited and said, you can talk, no, I mean, you know how to speak human lean. So Kwang coldly said, now I'm asking you, answer me, who are you? The businessman introduced himself, my name is Tun the KY, I come from Hong Ha town next door, I am a businessman. So Kwang thought, Hong Ha town, I only know that this is Tan Tuyen City, the land of Nyan Lin's Ha Kak-Han province, as for Ha Kak-Han province, I don't know what other cities there are. He continued to ask, why did you come to Tan Tuyen City? The venerable KY replied, I am a businessman, of course I came here to buy and sell. So Kwang smiled coldly and asked in return, what about traders, so why did I just hear them say, that you were following them? Venerable KY quickly waved his hand and said, misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. I planned to go to the megalithic city, on the way, I saw them wearing blue coats, I knew there was a refugee camp nearby, so I wanted to come and exchange some things with them. He tried to say, I'm just an ordinary businessman, I really didn't mean to offend. He was depressed, I also didn't know these people were so sensitive, these lovely people wearing blue shirts, were idiots who had a reputation, were both easy to bully and easy to trick. How could I have thought that they would lead me there and then directly surround me, not listen to what I said, and not let me go? So Kwang immediately said frankly, whether you intended to offend or not, you really did offend us, anywhere on this abandoned land, monitoring is an active discord, are you right? Hun the KY could only reply, you're right. So Kwang smiled and continued, very good, it seems that you are aware of your mistake, but you do not need to worry, I have just convinced my people, telling them that you agree to apologize for their desecration. Hun that KY quickly nodded, yes, no, I agree. Hearing that, So Kwang smiled and continued, okay. You don't mind that we choose ourselves, do you? When Tun that KY heard what Chu Kwang said, he was startled. He was confused, wait, what does he mean by self-selection? So Kwang smiled evilly, you can't just apologize empty-handed, right, you have to apologize sincerely, we don't want to blackmail you, at best we'll pick something off your bull's back. So Kwang looked like he wanted to kill someone and asked, it's not like he regrets it. The king replied in fear, no, everything is on this car, you can choose as you like. So Kwang smiled and patted his shoulder and said, then I won't be polite anymore. Venerable that KY showed a constipated face as he looked at Chu Kwang who was choosing things. So Kwang chuckled, he didn't expect that this cow would carry so many good things on its back. For example, the rider's revolver is placed on top. Even though this thing was designed to fire automatically, as long as the trigger was pulled fast enough, firing 6 bullets in a short time to create a suppressing effect, there was no problem at all. At this moment, Chu Kwang suddenly saw something, He immediately opened the bag in front of his eyes. What was inside the burlap sack was actually a pile of digital chips. So Kwang thought, pre-war money, that's not quite right. Video game city, cool, it's actually the coin used in the game, the department now realized. He asked Sun Shichi, where did he get this? Hun the KY recounted, I found these coins in the basement of an arcade, I felt like I could melt them into copper and steel so I wrapped them up and brought them home. So Kwang asked if that place was still there, and Tun the KY immediately said, there seem to be 2 more cabinets, these sacks could probably hold 4 or 5. So Kwang smiled and said, very good, I want everything. These 2 sacks and the coins inside are considered your compensation to us, next time you come here, remember to bring the remaining coins with you. So Kwang set a price, let me think about it, for every 100 pounds of coins, I will give you 4 pounds of dried meat. He smiled silently, 100 pounds, equivalent to a sack, could hold about 30,000 to 40,000 coins. Business needs a steady flow, and I don't want to extort money too harshly, so I chose these 2 sacks, I plan to let this person go, so I don't want to show my need to use weapons too clearly. Hun the KY immediately agreed, no problem, as long as you need it, I will definitely bring it next time. The old man thought with satisfaction, I originally planned to bring these coins to Boulder City and sell them after burning them into copper and steel, but I can't sell them for many chips, if they can be used to open a shelter market, then this deal will be profitable no matter how I think about it. So Kwang continued, by the way, I also want the guns in this box, the king immediately said, okay, you name the price. So Kwang smiled and said, 50 pounds of bacon and 10 pounds of smoked fish. Hun that KY didn't say much and immediately became friends, even saying, I still have 207mm bullets, I'll give them all to you, let's be friends. Hun that KY sat down to talk to So Kwang, you guys in Tan Tuyen City, basically cannot understand the current situation in our Hong Ha town. We have a chemical industry facility and a landfill there. Because these facilities were not maintained after the war, inventories leaked, causing very serious pollution. The special heavy metal content exceeded the standard, causing widespread desertification and freezing, and even now it has not been completely restored by nature. Not only that, due to the fragile nature of the ecosystem, local alien species are mainly detritivores and arthropods. This harsh situation has left local survivors with almost no arable land left to use, and hunting is now making it difficult to make a living. But the interesting thing is, Tun that KY said, the landfill was opposed before the war, but in the 2 centuries after the end of World War II, it became our greatest asset. There was nearly half a century's worth of waste buried there, a large portion of which had not yet had time to decompose. In today's wasteland era, the waste buried there has formed an unnatural mineral in another sense, which also contributes to the prosperity of local mining, archaeology and trade. So Kwang wondered, but what did you guys eat to live? Could it be that you all depend on imported goods? The newly mentioned royal family cannot rely entirely on imported goods, even though there are no reindeer or rats or dogs, but mutant moles can also be eaten. In addition, we will also catch some less dangerous insects, use them to extract protein, make animal feed or make something like nutritional powder. Like this, He took out a jar of something. So Kwang asked suspiciously, "What is this made of?" He thought, "The ingredients are similar to cow kui ling." That KY smiled and said, "The cockroach is mutated." After hearing this, So Kwang immediately said, "Damn, I don't dare look at this directly anymore." Sun Shichi said, "Although it is protein and oil extracted from mutant ants, after going through a complicated process, this actually has nothing to do with cockroaches." Sun Shichi asked evilly, "Do you want some?" So Kwang sweated and smiled wryly and replied, "No need." So Kwang opened his mouth, "But, it seems like you know a lot about insects," the Lord replied with a smile, "Of course, we have to face those things every day." So Kwang continued asking, "Do you have any way to deal with leeches?" Venerable KY asked in fear, "Are you talking about mutant leeches?" "That problem," he said, "is quite rare in Hong Ha town, probably because we have more ants there." So Kwang was bewildered, wondering why. The KY explained, "Well, we have another species called the iron-backed ant. It has an average size of a thumb and can be as big as a fist. This creature's shell is very hard and resistant to corrosion. It can eat almost anything. Most blanket-bodied species are not its opponents." So Kwang heard that and immediately asked, "Next time can you bring some for me to see?" Venerable KY immediately accepted, "No problem, just leave everything to me." So Kwang slowly carried 2 large sacks back inside the shelter. He smiled, "I just had a bold idea. If plastic chips can be used as their conventional equivalent, then why not metal chips? There must be at least 60,000 to 70,000 coins in these 2 bags, it won't take long for this guy to bring the rest of the money. With a scale of less than 500 people, these coins are completely sufficient. Brass yellow coins are considered pennies, silver white coins have a monetary value of 10 to 1. Initial dedication points will be integrated into the new honor system, which can be used to purchase status, titles, and even private land. At the same time, the mercenary, caravan, guild and legion systems that will be launched in the future will also be linked to contribution points. Only players with enough contribution points will be qualified to lead other players. This not only enhances management but also greatly limits troublemaking players. After all, the higher the value of a player's account, the more he will appreciate his hard-earned progress in gaming, and the more inclined he will be to invest more energy, while spontaneously maintaining order in a game. So Kwang smiled and thought, making things happen so interesting, even more so. He mumbled a smile, humane. So Kwang slowly lifted 2 sacks into the computer room. He thought, I have copied a lot of good ideas from the forum before, now is the time to use it. On the website, there is information about the update of the alpha version of the closed trial server Wasteland Online. The main update is to increase the number of players to 50 people, a new economic system and title system, and to optimize many types. After reading it at home, I immediately wanted to cry, what happened? Is this the latest update? Am I the only one? Have I completely missed the entire version without 2 dots? Next, So Kwang also spoke, I'm not bragging at all, but this update on the 3.0 alpha will be the most important update since the game started in closed beta. Nya Nya was extremely surprised, important update. Read on. Previously some friends complained that the process of settling contribution points was too cumbersome, had to go offline to check, and also worried that NPCs would deduct their salary. Indeed, this worry was completely unnecessary. As a 404 vault manager and a new player instructor, absolutely honest in all circumstances, will never lose a penny in salary, I can use my dignity to guarantee, ha ha ha. After reading it I wanted to cry, contribution points, it seems like I'm still a negative number. Read on, but although there is no salary deduction problem, there is still the problem of the process of resolving contribution points being too cumbersome. After the meeting, we came to the conclusion that the game cannot be abandoned just because of authenticity, so we decided to design a new type of currency to replace the original contribution points, which are the rewards players receive from missions. Ha ha, after reading this, I was immediately happy, currency, now I can count money in the game. The announcement continues, this currency is very convenient, it can be used to buy food, equipment and services, goods. After this update the food will no longer be free, and players will also receive bonuses from missions, so the games will immediately become richer. Ha ha ha. Hang your head in despair, what, I haven't even experienced free food yet, I've already been charged. Continued, on the other hand after the 0.0 alpha update, the shelter will allow residents to own their own property, the equipment or trash players picked up from the wasteland will belong to them, and they can trade with others to get rewards. Ha ha ha. Rejoice, can you trade with other players? Now it's about to be released. In conclusion, we will specifically deploy an additional warehouse system, A security room located at the entrance and exit of the shelter. There are rows of password-controlled lockers. Money and weapons can be stored there, except for items that are prohibited from being brought in. There is a fee, but the rental is very cheap, anyone can buy it. In addition, players who hold large contribution points do not need to be discouraged because they feel like it is a waste. Your contributions will be seen by NPCs. We decided to synthesize the contribution points into a new honor system, independent of the economic system, mainly related to the privileges that players enjoy, used to exchange identities and titles. I don't know if I can pay for this title or not, but it would be great if I could. Continuing, the default player's initial identity is a shelter resident. You can upgrade to citizen with just 2,000 contribution points. In Vault 404, residents will only enjoy basic human privileges, and only citizens can own private rented land. Currently only worker status exchange is open. The lowest level citizen status only supports the purchase of 5 square meters of private land, and as the status increases, this number also expands. Many other identities and titles will be released later, and systems such as mercenaries, caravans, guilds, unions are also being designed which also have certain needs for this identity and contribution points. Nya Nya loves money and thinks, if you have contribution points, you will have land, if you have land, you will have money. In conclusion, after the non-triple alpha version, the rewards for daily tasks are mainly monetary. Only actions that contribute to the common good are rewarded with contribution points, including but not limited to holding public positions, solving emergencies and great creativity and inventions. Nya Nya excitedly thought, must remember, let me go online quickly, it's time. The department side was still waving its hands as if writing. When he was done, he stretched and said, well, he was tired to death. The department carried a backpack and left the computer room thinking, the players are not offline at this time. They will see this big news when they are offline. On this side, the players are still working hard. So Kwong wondered, what are you guys doing? The player immediately said, I heard the new NPC is an arms dealer, so we're building a weapon shop for her. So Kwong was scared, oh shit, why did he become so self-aware all of a sudden? When Chu Kwong heard what the player said, he was surprised. Fuck, why are you so self-aware all of a sudden? Although I had revealed information about the match to the local area, I had never hinted at the difficulty of repairing the weapon. This wave of predictions was simply in the same atmosphere. He continued asking, what is the purpose of digging the foundation there? The player replied, that, probably to make a bathroom. Before, didn't we always have to go to the lake to bathe? But later we noticed, it's not safe to do that forever. For example, yesterday, as soon as the old man went into the water, a catfish almost bit his small earthworm. They concluded, so we discussed and made a plan to find a public bathroom. So Kwong trembled and said, cough cough, you guys try your best, it's good to pay attention to hygiene. He thought to himself, no, he couldn't help but laugh. The other player also agreed, okay then I will go to work first. On this side, Tae Hong Ti Sao Dan is cooking. So Kwong asked Phuong Trong and Old Bok, where did they get that iron pot? The old man immediately said, you said that, it was me in the village who did it. So Kwong was surprised, he made steel by hand and succeeded. The old man explained that it could already be used, although the quality of the steel produced was only considered average, creating some tools was no problem. The old man still smiled and said, just now I wanted to report to you but I couldn't find you anywhere, no joke. So Kwong thought with satisfaction, he didn't expect that even the indigenous steelmaking technology would be mastered by these players, even though the quality of steel produced still did not meet the requirements. Isn't every technology required to develop step by step? He said, you guys have done a great job, I will report your contributions to the organization, you will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points, in recognition of solving the outpost's steel needs. The old man from the village eagerly said, it is our honor to share your concerns. So Kwong turned around and left, don't be polite, you two just eat. So Kwong said to Sao Niet, give me another bowl. Tae Hong Ti Sao Dan thought to himself, it seems like this NPC has never had a meal with us, I even think that this established manager doesn't need to eat anymore. At this moment a loud voice rang out, I will do it, I will do it. Overjoyed, he approached the department to report. The girl with an infatuated face told him, be careful of the heat. So Kwong nodded and accepted this dish. Moments later, So Kwong approached Ha Diem's place. He put the bowl of food in front of her and said, eat. Put down the match and looked at the bowl of food with longing. So Kwong smiled as he watched her eat it all and thought, it seems her energy is not bad. At this moment, Chu Kwong suddenly noticed something and thought. Although the severed limb cannot be regenerated, the wound has basically healed, the scabs have even begun to fall off, and new flesh has grown. It seems like this treatment needle is really valuable. If only I could extract another tube. Chu Kwang suppressed the regret in his heart. He asked again, how is her back? Ha DM was startled by the question and immediately nodded vigorously. Chu Kwang smiled and said, very good. Tomorrow she can still take another day off, and the day after tomorrow she will start working officially. At this time, he asked again, that reminds me, what was the owner of the weapon shop doing? So Kwang explained that it was her image setting. She had memorized all the notes but still didn't understand. Seeing Ha DM's foolish eyes, he was speechless. He said, forget it, it's okay if you don't understand, my assistant will guide you through the work, you just need to complete what I say step by step. He continued, besides, I don't care about other places, but at least in front of everyone, you have to call me manager, understand? Ha DM immediately nodded and replied, understanding. So Kwang immediately asked her to try calling. Ha DM blushed and said, sir, manager. So Kwang smiled and praised with satisfaction, very good. He was complimented on the match and was extremely happy to receive a lollipop. He said, this is a dessert after a meal, keep it carefully. So Kwang looked at this person and thought, looking at her like this, she must be strange and about to start thinking again, let's go quickly. He slowly stood up. So Kwang returned to the computer room and thought, the players are out of the game, they are probably all browsing the forums right now. It's sure to be very crowded now, after all, I left out such a big piece of information. The department quickly clicked to open the computer screen. Sure enough, 1,000 comments popped up, most of them were happy to get paid, but the school left a comment saying, is it possible that in the future, the daily tasks will no longer give contribution points? Deep Vi and everyone else were extremely heartbroken. So Kwang smiled at the pain of others and thought, less than 3 days ago the previous version had a new update, but this time the updated content was no less than the old version, the players were not as excited as the new version. Everyone is discussing this issue, some people are wondering, 2,000 contribution points to upgrade to become a citizen, is there a quest that only citizens can accept and residents can't? Some others really want to be built. So Kwang finished reading but was speechless, these players' attention always lies in a strange place. He immediately left a comment saying, everyone calm down, the 4 strategies just finished overtime. Before he could blink he heard the voice of the forum version owner speaking. Everyone has a lot of questions about the new version. I'll tell you in detail, what is this private land? He thought, it seems I still need to come out and pull the players' thoughts back. He said, first of all, players who have obtained the test status must have felt that the map of the online Desolation game is open world. The actual map area is relatively spacious, almost limitless, but compared to this, the headquarters is located on the front surface of the refugee camp, the safety area provided is limited. This 5 square meter private land can be understood as the personal space within the perimeter wall that the headquarters provides to players. Players can build houses on their own land, personally, as long as the height does not exceed the nursing home ruins in the center of the headquarters, it is okay. If you want to increase the size of your personal territory, from trying to get contribution points to improve your status, you can also cooperate with friends, explore and use together. Of course, there are definitely players who want to ask, if I don't have my own land but want to build a house, can I build a house outside the headquarters fence? The answer is sure, we promise that players can freely develop their creativity and build this world. The server will keep some improvements, which is also one of the main ways to play this game. But what needs to be noted is that free construction is only a function that the server supports. Players can do it, but must pay attention to the rules set by the NPC. After all, in terms of setting, the player's status is a 404 refugee camp resident. The territory in front of the guard station is not only a fence, but also a peace zone and an agricultural area outside the wall. As long as they do not occupy this land and do not pose a threat to the public safety area, players can develop free construction. But please note, equipment outside the territory is not subject to the protection of the refugee camp. In addition, because the scale of the guard post will change with development, temporary land can be brought into new territory at any time, so in order for you to experience the game, you must be creative. Please choose a place a little away from the guard post. If your structure is accidentally brought into the territory of the guard post, don't worry too much, the benevolent manager will not remove the illegal structure immediately, but will give the owner 30 days. Of course, if within 30 days the player does not exercise the priority right to buy, the manager will also rely on the management charter to confiscate land, confiscate illegal structures, and process assets. During that process, The manager will decide based on the effect and quality of the structure whether to remove it, or put it into public equipment, or auction it, and those who lose land will receive a certain compensation. Waiting until the end of the game test, we will think about using game money or electronic debit method, combining the game money system with the attribute interface. The interface can be seen in front of the player like traditional PC games. The information can be checked at any time, but this functional entity is not easy because there are many complicated issues. Please give our production team some time. That's right, this time there are 20 more ways to try the game. I believe the lucky player has already received an email. Please check it all night. If you have any problems, leave a message below the post. I'll focus on responding after I wake up. So Kwang sighed, finally writing it all. He smiled, followed by peak time. The pile of comments below is still as long as a storm. Many people comment below begging to be eligible to try out. A few people boast that they have received emails. So Kwang noticed an id and thought, what can that arrogant id do to me? It looks a bit familiar. Seems like he's from a group of buffaloes. This arrogant little friend actually chased him all the way to the forum. Didn't we say before that this homepage was a dark web? It's great, he's a player who made an appointment in advance, so sarcastically in front of this guy, and he's also the one who answered all 10 questions after he raised the appointment threshold, but he still curses the game. So Kwang lowered his back onto the chair. Phew, here we go today. He thought, there are many people in the forum who don't believe this game really exists. What I need to do is choose 20 trustworthy players from these 300 reserves. The tricks include but are not limited to going through forum comment history, question-answer scores, activity status, and online time to analyze user behavior. So Kwang thought to himself, I used to be the best salesperson at this. Those guys who don't do this, that doesn't make sense, don't come if you're the most reasonable. There's so much steel on the construction site, don't carry it, run into the game to be a smart person, your business will fail in life. Then I thought, isn't that so, impatient, just ignore you. The next morning, several loud voices rang out. Are there any children with the strength system, waiting for a teammate to cut trees together to earn money for upgrades, transporting stones in the abandoned construction site, in groups of 4, 3 players per player, having already paid the deposit for 2 small carts? If you want to get on the cart, hurry up. The whole group kept shouting for someone. The speed system asked for a team, the perception system prioritized, the intelligence system stood aside. The mission was to pick up bottles at the Northern Alliance building. Damn it, does the intelligence system have no human rights? Yunzi also joined in the shouting. The woodworker's house was also recruiting people. Every day 10 silver coins and 200 contribution points. Received tools to make custom orders plus commissions. Required experience as a woodworker, knew how to handle wood, could make good quality items, bows, arrows, and spears. So Kwang thought, after the version was updated, I generously gave each player a newbie gift of 5 coins. What can 5 dong do? In fact, there are many things that can be done. For example, you can rent a hammer for 5 hours in a wooden house, or rent a cart or cart for 5 hours in a warehouse. In addition to renting, you can also buy a gram of yam horn, green rice from the warehouse, or 100 grams of dried meat, and the purchasing power is still very good. In less than an hour, the geniuses got used to the rules of the new version and began to think about how to play to adapt to this version. So Kwang was secretly happy. At this moment, 4 veteran players were sitting together. As mentioned before, the biggest change in the alpha version is the economic system and status system. I just asked the manager's assistant, if you want to get contribution points, except for getting great contributions, you can only receive them through work. With the warehouse management threshold being the lowest, working 1 day can get 100 contribution points. If you don't have the basic starting point, in normal situations it takes 20 days to become a citizen. Nyan Fan added, I'll add a little bit, not only through working system, daily tasks also have a basic salary. For example, if you cut down 20 trees and bring them to the wooden house, in addition to the tree cutting fee, you will receive 80 contribution points, but the limit of contribution points received in normal missions is only 160 points, which is about nearly 2 missions. The school calculated that by taking advantage of the break time of professional tasks, 1 day you can theoretically get 260 contribution points, and accumulating 2,000 points would take 8 days, but it should be very difficult for ordinary people. Deep Vi said again, God, isn't it a bit cool to say that I have 3,000 contribution points? The old man shook his head again and said, I'm 5,000. Deep Vi angrily cursed, shit. The 4 of them continued talking. Nyan Fan said, when entering the game for the first time, the contribution points for cutting down trees are calculated according to the thickness of the wood. trees as thick as an arm get 1 point per meter, trees as thick as a thigh get 2 points per meter. Maybe the planning of the games was not good, leading to the old man's energy system reaching 800 points, but with the school's weak physical strength, he only got 300 points a day. The school also said that this is not very reasonable. Indeed, from the alpha version without .2, the income from cutting wood has been higher. Currently in alpha without .3, the income from cutting a piece of wood basically stops at 2 to 4 dong depending on the length. Deep Vi heard that and immediately said, moreover, if it wasn't his own axe, every hour he rented an axe, he would lose 1 gold coin, and he accepted to pay in installments. The old man also said that lumberjacking is just a simpler job compared to when it was first introduced. It's simple, it's just big cuts. Fuang Trong immediately said, the reason there are so many contribution points in the early stages of the game, the 4 of us currently in the game are the ones with the highest contribution points. Fuang Trong continued, I have changed my citizen status, everyone will go change their status to upgrade in a moment, this way we can add 20 square meters, we can get closer to the nursing home. Deep Vi then looked at him bewilderedly and asked, what was the purpose of going to that land? Fuang Trong said that he couldn't wait to be sharpened into iron and said, are you stupid? If you change that room and build a small 3-story house with an area of 20 square meters, there's no problem, as long as the height doesn't exceed the nursing home in the middle, it's fine. The first floor is the front door, the second floor and the third floor are separated, isn't it fun for each person to have a room and a box? The old man immediately said, it makes sense, it can be negotiated, the door facing the main door of the nursing home, becoming the place to revive players, is simply a prime location among the best locations here. Selling something casually can make you rich. Fuang Trong nodded, that's right, I was just thinking about this. The new version clearly wants players to develop their abilities, set up their own organizations, do their own business, and make transactions. He continued, do you guys still remember the dog? Is it wrong that the previous planning emphasized something? The goal of the online wilderness is to create an environment that reflects the true economic relationship between supply and demand. This can also determine the player's equipment and allowances in the following days, a large part of which can be obtained through trading with the player. Unfortunately, being under the system's supervision, I could only buy a limited amount of land, otherwise, I could have saved up enough money to buy the entire area around the sanatorium and directly open up the land to build an abandoned house. Namfan gave him a thumbs up and praised him, great. Old Bok and Deep Vi also asked with bright eyes, so how much money does it take to buy land? Fuang Trong replied, I have seen, 1 square meter only requires 10 coins, what we need now is to collect 200 coins before all the other players, to buy 20 square meters of the sanatorium. The old man raised his hand again and asked, what if someone is faster than us? The dark lava smiled and said, if it's true, let's drag them to join the team. Deep Vi continued asking, I still wonder how we can make money. He said, burning coal is the highest paid job, you can earn 10 cents a day, calculated according to the 20-cent productivity bonus, the most is 20 copper, and it requires 2 people. Nyan Fan also continued, also, the location is now gone, he looked at the coal cave on the other side, the smoke is now rising, guessing that there are now enough people. The school manager laughed and said, even though I haven't recruited enough people, I still don't recommend applying for permanent positions, if I want to beat others, I must find another way. Deep Vi asked him, give an example. The village laughed and said, for example, going hunting. The other 3 people heard that and were shocked, hunting. The villager recounted, well, just now I saw outside the warehouse door, the body of a mutated wolf could be exchanged for 5 coins, the captured animals exceeded 30 kilos, each kilo passed would get 2 cents. Deep Wei was surprised, 5 cents, is there more, and the lowest is 5 cents. Fuang Trong continued, well, in addition to mutant wolves, deer were also on the purchase list, and the value of each animal was at least 12 cents. The 4 of us only need to catch 8 mutant wolves every day, and we can steadily surpass the income of burning coal together, which is much more. The old man asked again, but, where do we go to find so many animals? There are many animals in the park, including cattle and small animals. Deep Vi smiled and said, there's no need to worry about this, these past few days I've always followed the manager to fish, even though this is a bit risky, I still remember places with lots of animals. In addition, yesterday the manager and I also discovered a herd of reindeer, just follow that herd to the end and find the whereabouts of those animals, it's very easy. Namfan praised, well, so our Deek Fan currently has the highest score among the players here, collecting animal income should not be difficult, now the problem is how to catch it, the weapon seller has not arrived yet. Fuang Trong smiled and said, "There is no need to use spears. We can use crossbows, guns, bows and arrows, as long as we use them correctly. These weapons at close range are not bad at all." Nyan Fan asked him, "Have you used a bow? It's not easy to hit people." "Before the university organized group activities of the archery club, I also tried it a little, using a bow to hunt animals," Nyan Fan recounted. "Not to mention hitting a target within 20 meters, 10 in each bag, and receiving your achievements after shooting is still considered a bit of talent." He commented that if he didn't have bows and arrows, he would hunt animals. Fuang Trong smiled and said, "Don't worry about this, leave the bow and arrows to me, I have some knowledge." He said, "I was in charge of setting the trap at the last minute." The old man went first. Deep Vi is in charge of investigation and security. Fuang Trong confidently said, "Trust me, this match will definitely win." The four talked about something, not paying attention to anyone else above. So Kwang smiled and asked Tu that, "Do you know what the soul of the game is?" Tu Tru asked, "What is it?" So Kwang smiled and said, "It's arithmetic." "Yes, to be more precise, it is digital value design. This is an art. Excellent digital design itself is a type of gameplay, comparing down, plot, images, background is to increase the value that art brings to the game. Through the design of numerical value, it can make the majority of players in one day gain contribution points and cash, maintained within a reasonable range. For example, under normal circumstances, it takes 2 to 3 weeks to upgrade from resident to citizen. The time cannot be too long, as it will make the player lose confidence, nor can it be too short, as easily achieving something will have no meaning at all. Waiting for the player to level up and become our core consumer, we will immediately set them a new goal, such as buying land. You that doesn't understand how to buy land, but the land price you suggested seems to be very expensive. So Kwang explained, "Yes, for players who have obtained citizen status, buying land will be available very quickly, even if it's just a matter of spending some money from your pocket. But after buying land, we have to put something on it anyway, right? Building a house requires cement and bricks, a Western-style house also needs iron and steel. Building many houses of this type, the construction materials may not increase. I don't believe these players are willing to see their in-game house as a hut. Why does citizenship only give them 5 square meters? If we give them 10 square meters, or 20 square meters, very quickly our safe zone will be filled with tents and garbage." Xiao Qi was also speechless. This. So Kwang said ambitiously, "Until the house is built, you can't live in a shabby place, right? The bed is fine, the table and cabinets are fine, in addition there are curtains, carpets, later you have to make a light bulb, at least you have to buy some furniture. You said, wood, fur, handicrafts, etc. After a while, won't production capacity and consumption go up together? Wait until the player is almost finished playing, I will continue to open a new status for them. After the citizens, there are also intermediate citizens who can buy land to increase to 25 square meters. By that time the second wall is built, there will be no shortage of cement, bricks, coal and steel. Unexpectedly, they will build an even bigger house, and will do the previous things once again. One day, when I'm bored with doing housework, I'll give these players a noble title, then roughly arrange a remote area for them to explore on their own." The department calculated that they could all make weapons, ammunition, food, fuel, and construction materials. If they couldn't produce them, they could import them from their homeland, which would be good for people and players to have a job. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Damn it, I just unlocked the first floor of the emergency room, otherwise I'm worried enough about them, Chu Kwang muttered. He thought that it was still a mystery how many nourishment chambers the 404 emergency shelter had. If he didn't do it well, he would have to figure out how to make his own in the future. I believe that the first manager of that generous supernatural power accomplished some great technique that had never been done before in this emergency department. Moreover, he will definitely reveal everything to me after I open all the secret realms. He thought, I want to play a big game of chess. In the initial plan, these selected players are all people with high-quality production qualities. Directly bypassing the agricultural society and jumping into industrialization will not have any problems at all. In the second phase, depending on the number of expanded players, we will try to recruit some local players from the wasteland to the outpost, participating in basic tasks such as cutting trees, burning cement, and growing crops. And players who have leveled up to become citizens can move away from basic physical labor and invest more in challenging and fun jobs like exploration and combat. By stage 3, in an ideal situation, the wasteland natives are NPCs and clones of the player, perhaps forming a special symbiotic social relationship. If everything goes well, here players have all the real estate, assets, equipment, friends, even love. They will make the online wasteland their second life, becoming supporters of order rather than challengers, forming a healthy game ecosystem. This type of game actually exists in the real world, often called the server environment. So Kwang chuckled and thought, of course, I also know that this plan will never keep up with changes, so I also prepare a plan B to deal with unexpected situations. Xiao Qi looked at him speechless. Master, do you know, the person currently smiling is very villainous. So Kwang also said, villain, have you seen any villain as honest as me? He shrugged and said, I have freed them from daily boredom, giving them 12 hours of extra time in life. The price they need to spend is just a little sweat and time to dream. He concluded that, besides these, they did not have any other losses, not even any money. The other group of 4 had already left their meeting. Chu Kwang from above also smiled and thought, the Pegasus squadron had finally set off. He stretched and said, the wind on the rooftop is a bit strong, I'll go back to the emergency room first, I'll leave it to you here. I thought, Deep Vi, I took you hunting many times, and also took you to look for herds of deer. This is a hunt that cannot be returned, it is truly a shame for my cultivation. Now in the growth chamber. The clone suddenly opened its eyes. She was extremely happy, I was finally alive again. Nya Nya stepped out of the recovery room and thought, ha hoo hoo, sister, I'm finally alive. Who would have thought that as soon as she jumped out, she immediately crashed into the goal. Nya Nya sat down, holding her head in pain. She thought, it's been 3 days, I've been crying on the stage for 3 days. Only God knows how I will get through these 3 sleepless nights. As soon as she stood up, she was startled to see the manager of the optical department turning away. Yaya was scared and quickly straightened his back. Manager, manager. The first thing I did was hug my brother's leg and cry loudly, dear manager, I hope you will accept my apology for my rude and aimless behavior. So Kwang did not hesitate to use his foot to push her away. He said frankly, no need to apologize to me, you have lost the trust of the organization and the people still waiting underground. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something. He thought, if I remember correctly, there are only 2 sets of this type of navy blue jacket in each training compartment. This guy dies again, I'm afraid he can only be naked. He thought dejectedly, although there was a fur coat to keep warm, it was only suitable for wearing outside, if you didn't wear anything inside, it would be a bit inconvenient. Especially this guy's body shape is a bit special, Chu Kwang thought. He told her, according to the rules, I should have deducted 500 contribution points from you, but unfortunately you had no more contribution points to deduct. Okay, I bowed my head and said, I'm really sorry, I accept all the punishments. He pointed his finger and said that the punishment was to show her a lesson, if you want to survive in this wasteland, you need not only courage, but also brains. I hope you can value your life and cherish this rare opportunity to show off. He continued, giving him a task, to go out and buy 100 pounds of food here, including vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms. Until the punishment mission is completed, his status will be reduced from a citizen to a criminal. This status cannot accept normal missions, nor receive rewards from missions. He warned, remember, your balance is not enough to pay each penalty for death, if you die again, I will send you back to the basement forever. He said frankly, take care of yourself. Nya Nya was scared and immediately said yes, I guarantee it won't happen again. The Department of Justice now allowed her to leave. But then he called again, please wait a minute. He took something out of his backpack and said, I'll show you something. Inside was a box of canned meat from before. So Kong opened it and thought, he didn't expect the canned meat to be stored for this long, not only did it not have a layer of oil. Looking at it, it looks like it was just manufactured. He wondered a little, did he need to be decontaminated, why did he feel like he didn't need it? Nya Nya looked at it longingly and asked, is this for me? So Kwang asked in return, do you want to eat? Ha Ha immediately nodded. So Kwang asked her again if there was anything wrong with that color, for example the blue color. But he just looked at it longingly and said, no, no. She thought, this manager is too conscientious, but just punished me, but. So Kwang immediately closed the box and said, okay, I know. He smiled and said to her, I'm just letting you look, don't think too much. Ha ha, my mood immediately dropped. The hurt girl ran out, huffing and puffing, it was too much. Nya Nya walked out of the hideout dejectedly. She didn't have much expectation of raising her head to look at the sun. But the scene outside made her stunned. This whole place has changed. This is a small house made of wood and cement with big letters saying, Cement Shop. There's even a bathroom next to it. Wow, the map has been updated. She couldn't believe it. 3 days of not being online felt like a century had passed. This update had changed so much. She looked around and saw that the other players were extremely busy working. In the distance, there are people gathering firewood to make a gate. She approached and asked those 2 players, "What are you doing?" And he with the nickname "I want to go to the bathroom" concentrates on talking, making hallways and spikes. The assignment is in the carpentry room. There are only 2 people, you're late. Next is the player who smells Wonder's feet and says, "Yes, reinforce one more road, can get 5 silver coins, 50 contribution points." He smiled and said, "If someone attacks, they will push the hallway up to the door. Even if they attack the wooden door, we can use counters to surround them, then shoot arrows from afar." And he asked again, "Do we need to make it so complicated? Look at the task board, it's not enough to just make 2 shelves placed horizontally." But whoever smelled Wonder's feet said, "What do you understand? I was a carpenter during the period of fighting against the Second War. Wait until later when you have the conditions to tie it up to barbed wire, not to mention a few robbers. Even if it's a green-skinned guy with a lot of meat, he'll be blocked at the door as a chicken." The 2 of them talked to each other, gossiping. It was just a hallway, I almost believed it. Hey, listening to both of them talk is vague. Is it money? Is it a recently updated money system? She was confused. What was the task in the carpentry room? Shouldn't she have looked at the task on the plastic board first? She frowned. This update changed too much. I have to quickly complete the punishment mission, restore my citizen status, otherwise before I have time to experience this version, I will update the new version again. She quickly ran out and thought, I have to quickly find a container for mushrooms and get the trash can. After a while, the girl walked down the street dejectedly. She cried all the time, so hateful, why is the trash can so hard to find? At this moment, she suddenly noticed something. In front of the carpentry workshop, there is a player sitting there. There are a lot of trash cans in the carpentry workshop, isn't that what you need? The other player who was sitting saw her and immediately asked, "Hey, are you alive?" Yes, he was surprised and asked, "Do you know me?" The other player smiled and said, "It's redundant, how can you still not get used to it? Until now when you open the door, you're the only one with nothing. Hearing this makes my heart ache." She immediately angrily said, "Stay away, I'll take the box," but she was stopped by the player. He said, "Don't rush, 1 coin in the small box, 2 coins in the big box." Nya Nya was shocked and opened his mouth. "What, the trash also needs money, why don't you go rob it?" Players speak the truth, sis, the rules are not set by me, I'm just a hired worker here, if you have an opinion, go find an NPC. Ye banged on the table and told him, "But I just came back to life, so where will I get the money? This big brother, can you give me the money? Wait until I use it later and I'll return it." The other player was startled but still said, "No, if you don't follow the rules you will be punished. What you can do is with bronze tools, this trash is only for sale, not for rent." He also shouted, "Didn't the new update give each person 5 copper coins? It's not expensive, just buy 1. Nya Nya bewildered, why give out money, why can't I receive it?" The other player also agreed, "Oh, is it a matter of sympathy, have you offended the NPC?" "Oh yes." At this moment, I completely held my head and cried loudly. She's extremely upset, I've already been punished, and I've lost my favor, why is this game so difficult? At this time a sound rang out, I returned it to him. Ye turned around in surprise, the person who just said that was lying. Holding a set of autumn fur clothes in his hand, he appeared in front of the carpentry workshop and smiled at them. "You show up in front of the lessor and you're welcome. Currently, it is difficult to carry a pile of fur clothes to the carpentry workshop." She wiped her forehead and said, "All 2, you write them down." The other player also took notes in the book, and the tailor finished 2 mink coats. I thought that after working as a tailor, I only needed to complete the set quantity every day, in addition to ensuring my salary, for each completed coat of standard quality, I could receive a bonus of 2 silver coins. Wait until your technique is a bit more mature, contribute money to buy land, open a clothing store in the sanatorium, open the store yourself, make more money than working for NPCs, she thought happily. At that moment, a sound rang out, I heard someone calling me, so I noticed the person next to me. Yes, I'm hurt looking at her. Nya Nya thought with emotion, I didn't expect that after I went out and helped me, it was the person who had argued with me, over and over again. She cried and opened her mouth to say, I'm sorry, I was wrong before, you're so kind. Even though he was apologizing, he blushed and didn't say anything. She immediately pulled her hand out of my hand and said, "Don't look at me like that, it's just a copper coin, not much money." She also said, "Well, at best you can return it to me later." I was also determined to look at her and say, "Yes. I just told you to receive a new box of animal fur, well, I'm not counting on you either, in short, try your best." She took the bucket of animal fur and left. I still have to go make clothes, so I'll go first. At this time, 2 people ran back. Suddenly, the animal skin box in his hand was taken by someone. Ha ha, one hand holding my bucket, the other holding a bucket of animal fur, smiling and saying, "I'll help you." Dang Dang confusedly replied, "No need, go do your work, leave me alone." Hey, tell the truth, how can this be, you are so small, how can I let you hold so many things?" She smiled and asked, "Where do you work? I'll help you take you there." I trembled and suppressed my anger, thinking, why is this guy talking like that? My fists are already stiff. Currently in the carpentry room. Van 2 has just finished whittling a piece of wood and is currently rolling up cloth for it. He was satisfied, finished, completed another application, 2 pieces of money arrived. He placed the weapon on the wall and thought, seriously, if you want to create a proper hunting bow, just relying on these simple steps is not enough. Van 2 muttered, 20 wooden bows, must be shot through the head of a mutated hunting dog within 20 meters, I'm afraid this order will have to be done the day after tomorrow. Van 2 sighed, originally wanted to make black explosives today, but the reward for this order is too sweet. Every day, you only need to make 5 bows to keep a steady salary, and each wooden bow can earn you 2 more coins. He muttered to himself, let it go, make money first and then say, keep the money to buy land, become a weapons designer, this is much more interesting than being a carpenter. At this moment, a player suddenly opened the door and walked in. He was a soldier with a bow and arrow strapped to his back, his body was covered in blood and he said, give me 20 more names. Van 2 was startled, you used it all so quickly, you can take that back. Phuong Trong took out his quiver and said, I know, but are you sure this can be used? Inside the quiver, the old bows and arrows were broken in half and covered in blood. Phuong Trong sat down on the chair and said tiredly, the quality of this thing is also very tiring. Van 2 looked at the pile of old arrows and said, well, rationally analyzing, being able to keep the arrows on the animal's body, I think should be an advantage. But it's true, as you said, hunting costs are a bit high, I think about how to improve. Van 2 thought, these arrows are all used resin fixed on the wooden stick, the quality is really not good. The 2 sides exchanged things, 20 names equaled 4 pieces of money, thank you. Van 2 said goodbye to the village without being polite and wished him a happy hunting trip. At this moment, Van 2 suddenly remembered and said, yes, do you want to try my new weapon? I guarantee it will be very easy to use. But as soon as Phuong Trong heard it, he immediately ran away and said he would definitely try next time. He sweated and thought, I don't want to risk my life trying his weapon. Van 2 was speechless as he looked at the person who had left. I thought, oh my gosh, so exaggerated. On the first day the non-3.0 alpha version aired, the testing effect of the new version was quite positive. Under the cooperation of the players, the wall around the outpost was finally considered completely complete. This 3-meter-high concrete fortress not only provides a sense of safety, but also creates feasibility for players at night. In the past, when it was about 6 o'clock in the evening, I immediately took the players back to the shelter area to prevent these players from being used as food by mutants out there. Now that there is the protection of this siege wall, as long as the player agrees, they can wait on the earth until the game character starts to feel sleepy, also known as the fatigue value is exhausted. Of course, to be safe, I still have to prohibit players from using flammable devices such as furnaces at night. The tribe of mutants on Route 76 will see this as a spear, stabbing straight into the throat of the outpost. If I can't pull this spear out, I can't rest assured. In addition to this surrounding wall, the weapon shop and the bathroom were also completed by players' efforts, especially the bathroom, which makes me very satisfied. In the past, whether it was you or a player, you had to go to the lakeside to bathe. Now that there is a bathroom, you can directly solve the hygiene problem in the base. Of course, the wooden water tank on top of the bathroom can only hold a few cubic meters of water. If used for a long time, it is difficult to avoid water outages. But at this time, someone needs to take the initiative to bring water from the lake into the bucket, so the people below can continue bathing. It's a bit troublesome. Therefore, I am preparing to change the bathroom from free to paid. each cubic meter of water earns 5 coins in fee. At the same time, a water transport position was also set up, in charge of pumping money for the water tank on the roof. This is very reasonable. Besides the construction aspect, the player's performance in other aspects also exceeded my expectations, so Kwang thought, among which the best performance is still the ox and horse squad. These 4 old men are no doubt experts, gathering quadrangular tactics, unifying 4 aspects into one: reconnaissance, snow money, transportation, support. Their first cooperation achievements are also quite remarkable. By dusk, a total of 8 mutated hyenas had been hunted, and 1 mutated reindeer's head had been captured. The total amount of money from selling the prey was 55 silver coins, of which 43 silver coins were obtained from selling mutated hyenas, 12 silver coins were obtained from selling mutated reindeer. Although the rate of taking meat from mutant hyenas and mutant reindeer is not high, how can you still extract 100 pounds of meat from the hyenas and 100 pounds of meat from this reindeer? In addition, the base's food warehouse will be open for sale to all players, and the prices are also very reasonable. Without price gouging, a silver coin can be exchanged for a pound of wheat, or 300 grams of raw meat, or 200 grams of bacon. So what is the concept of a silver coin? Most players only need to seriously work for about an hour or 2, or patiently do some tasks, and they can fill their stomachs. Up to now, the siege wall has been stormed, the base's need to plaster lime and move bricks has decreased, instead it needs more food to feed and equip more players with weapons. So Kwang thought, so I will reduce the selling price of the weapons in the carpenter's hut appropriately, stimulating players to order old weapons, upgrade equipment, and at the same time increase the selling price of hunting items, which is beneficial for stimulating players to hunt and improve their proficiency. Just like that, the player has both money and equipment, and also accumulates combat experience. On this side, we not only have a large amount of food, but also a source of soldiers with high martial arts skills. It's simply a win-win. No, it's a 3-way win-win, because as a manager, I can win 2 times. Evening in the wilderness. The players are having a delicious dinner. The girls on the side could only drool and watch them eat and drink. She was already ravenously hungry. So he immediately raised his hand and wanted a piece of the other person's food. But the other player was careful to stay away and scolded, "What are you doing? The cake was bought by me. If you want to eat it, go buy it yourself." Nya Nya cried and ran out saying, "Where can I get the money?" In the end, she just hid in a corner and ate the mushrooms she picked. Ye thought sadly, everyone else has a living allowance, why don't I have it? Could it be because of the favorable impression? But in fact it was because the department forgot to give it to her. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. After all, he also came to sit with her. Next to him was a bowl of food. She gave me the bowl. He simply said, "This mashed potato is too much, I can't eat it all, please take it and eat it. Immediately take it and eat it like a hungry tiger." Reminded her, "Starting tomorrow you can do missions to make money, I can't keep supporting you forever." Ha ha, I continued to be moved to tears, running out of words to think, again. This time, he directly hugged me and said, "I am an angel." He blushed and replied, "What stupid things are you saying? It's dusk, the light observes far away." He thought, the time is not too early, we should gather everyone to distribute money. A certain sound made the department immediately turn his head. He cautiously placed his hand on the gun, preparing to attack first. The Kwang officer now opens the system to see. It turned out to be a 9-star level 9 scavenger. So Kwang then called out, "Trong Trong, old man, you two go open the gate." The two immediately opened the wooden gate to welcome the scavenger back, and Deep Vi and Lava Fawn also ran out to enjoy themselves. As soon as they saw the trash picker, the two of them were shocked. This guy's body was covered in blood. Both of them shouted, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" The scavenger was covered in blood and still said nothing. So Kwang thought, this was attacked by robbers. The scavenger now told me that it was a bandit camp. About 2 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site, about 3 to 4 kilometers from our place, there is a tire factory. Deep Vi asked, "Are you going to fight with them?" The scavenger quickly explained, No, I swear I didn't provoke them. At that time, I was originally planning to retreat, but as soon as I encountered their patrol, I just looked and saw 3 people, the scavenger said. Deep Vi continued, "Then you fought with them." The trash picker looked around and said, "Hey, I've been caught, there's no other way." So Kwang frowned and thought, looking like this, could it be that this guy has lost to others? But it is not strange, the 3 people of the patrol team, probably brought a dog, the wound on his body may have come from that. So Kwang told him, the tire factory is in the north, right? I know, you go back to rest and recuperate in the incubation compartment first. So Kwang smiled and thought, the culture chamber has the effect of helping clones quickly restore cell organization. Combined with the scavenger's body attributes, perhaps in a short period of time it can completely heal. The trash picker smiled and said, yes, sir. The other players also looked at him in surprise. This guy was so seriously injured. It was said that he had discovered a bandits' camp. They mainly said, after the bandits' barracks, a new dungeon is about to open, it's too strong. Two other players also said, damn, we have to quickly gather money to buy a gun, this is so awkward, buy land first or buy a gun first. Another player told the two of them, stop being stupid, go move the tiles. On this side, Chu Kwang looked at the field and Deep Vi were talking excitedly. He thought, to the north was the bandits' barracks, to the east was the lair of mutant players, to the west was the mausoleum, and to the south was the living area of the lucky survivors, Bait Street and Brown Farm. The location of the outpost is indeed not very good, the development space is limited to a dead zone. He said, whether it's a mutant or a bandit, if you want to open up the situation, you can only fight once. So Kwang returned to the 404 shelter and thought, most of the players are offline, let's go check out the players' comments on the forum. He went to the matchbox again with a bowl of food in hand. When Ha DM saw someone coming, he raised his head. So Kwang said as usual, give me dinner. Still the same, he ate like a hungry tiger. After delivering the food, the department didn't pay any attention to her anymore, just told her to continue working after eating, don't be lazy. I just turned on my computer to take a look. An article appeared, today it was finally decided, the tire factory 3 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site was a bandit barracks, the number of people was about 50 to 100 people, the department was also surprised, what, 100 people? The scavenger said, I originally just wanted to capture a few prisoners and bring them back, as a result, there were so many of them, luckily, I scared them off, I let the dog bite my hand and slapped me on the arm, while they were exchanging bullets, they fled. Damn, that dog almost bit my tail off, this time he met the robbers again and was much stronger than last time. After reading it all, So Kwang was speechless. He laughed and thought, how is the content in the post similar to what I heard half an hour ago? So Kwang silently looked at the screen. I'm a bit angry, this trash picker dares to trick me. He sighed, forget it, it doesn't matter, just look at the comments below. Some commenters still don't believe the game is real, some laugh at the scavenger. Chu Kwang smiled and thought, why is this situation like a crow giving it away for free? The scavenger is still seen as too useless by these people, and wants to use this special profession to show off. The idea is that the scavenger has been labeled a vegetable by the players. Or maybe, only after the photography function is developed can we be worthy of his name, Chu Kwang calculated. I still need to clarify the fighting strength of those bandits. This group of people is not great in other aspects, but their fighting talent is abundant. Chu Kwang looked at the screen, later it was all about scavengers fighting with Confucian scholars, I should go see another post. A player with the mouse had escaped from the deep slot, mainly posting praise for the updated alpha version without .3, Chu Kwang thought, this guy, I still remember he is a newbie, just joined the alpha version without .2. This person spoke at length, mostly praising the manufacturer for having great ambitions, So Kwang did not say anything else, not bad, it seems to be a quality chive. This person is also popular with everyone, there are currently 2 ways to make a lot of money in the game, one is burning cement and the other is hunting, one has a stable income but is very competitive, the latter has an unstable income, moreover, you have to form a hunting team with a sentient person to do it. Burning cement doesn't require any technique, we're only talking about hunting here. If a 30-pound hyena is sold directly to the granary, it will get 5 silver coins, but it takes time to carve it into 12 kilograms, and when sold, it will get 40 silver coins, isn't that miraculous? The food warehouse of the outpost only does not accept raw meat, only unprocessed prey or dried meat that can be directly preserved. Like other games, in NPC shops there is a difference between the buying price and the selling price. For example, for meat hanging in the wind, buying a kilo costs 5 silver coins, but selling them a kilo costs only 1 coin. Is the 5-fold difference too unusual? This isn't too bad, I've encountered this in other games so it doesn't count. The beauty of this plan is that it uses this price difference to encourage players to trade with each other instead of buying from the NPC shop. This place provides some small ideas, the hunting squad can find 1 or 2 people to cooperate, carve the prey themselves, process it into dried meat and fur. Part of the dried meat is sold to the player at a price lower than the price of rice. Cut a kilo into 10 parts and sell it for 1 coin and 9 silver coins at will. If they can't sell it all, then put it in the food warehouse to get money. Although it takes time, the selling price of a hyena will double. Isn't that great? Looking at the name of the current documentation package, winter is coming. The production team's experimental estimate is not a trade system. I am extremely looking forward to the next update. It is likely to focus on the trade system, an economic system that does not have import and export, but only self-sufficiency is not complete. Wouldn't it be more interesting to balance the import-export relationship through tariffs and price balance? Please think a little, game makers. After reading it, So Kwang immediately thought, from the perspective of planners and players, this idea of improving the fun of the get-rich game is really not bad. But from the perspective of a 404 risk manager, it's a different matter. The one who avoids all kinds of risks, including the players' bodies, is me. Why do I want them to take my things and do import-export business? What's more, it's impossible for a village to import or export, because even normal people are suspected and ostracized because of speech problems. Furthermore, I don't know anything about market prices and trading rules. Even if I have trading experience in my previous life, it's still difficult to do it. So Kwang thought, this place is a wasteland, an antisocial group gathered by social scum and thugs. Regardless of whether players do business with the rich people here, it's better to bring a gun over here. He muttered with a smile, encouraging players to do business with local tycoons makes no sense. Every export transaction must be done under supervision. For example, establishing a fixed trading team, planning routes and trading products. Let the player be in charge of transportation, NPC in charge of communication, thus being able to take care of even difficult players, simplifying the transaction process. However, tariffs are indeed a good idea, so we can record a sum. So Kwang muttered again, free trade, ha ha. Wait until I need you guys to fight, then I will tell you who you can freely trade with. So Kwang stretched his arms. Well, let's see how many bonus points he has now. He was surprised. He already had 30 bonus points. Then opened 2 intermediate blind boxes and 10 beginner blind boxes. This time 2 bags of hemostatic cloth appeared. Next is a box of 12 antibiotic capsules. Next, there is also a bag of something. Each 10 grams taken can increase from 1 to 5% resistance and 1 to 5% replacement capacity. So Kwang picked up that bag and was surprised. With this attribute, am I the one who can open a legendary item? Every 10 grams you eat will increase once, so if you keep eating a whole bag, I'm afraid I'll die of saltiness, so I'll throw it away and wait until tomorrow to put it on the shelf. So Kwang held a lollipop and a bottle of something. The remaining bottle was filled with soy sauce and a bunch of broken lollipop sticks. So Kwang sighed and said, just like that, let's sleep, let's sleep. So Kwang quickly left, leaving the match alone in the room. She still held the paper silently without saying anything. She thought, tomorrow is the first day of official duty. Is this job as a weapons shop owner really dignified? She looked down with worry. Ha-DM slowly opened his eyes. So Kwang has been standing in front of her ever since, saying, stand up. He happily looked at what was in his hand and said, is this for me? So Kwang gave the crutch to her and said, no one else here needs this except you. He sighed. In the future, if he has the means, he should still make her a prosthetic leg. Looking at this, it's really a bit pathetic. Ha-DM was crying happily because he was finally able to stand up. So Kwang also said, not bad, it seems quite suitable for her. Put down the match, blushed and said, whatever you say, I'm your prisoner after all, even if you want me. So Kwang couldn't hear the explosion anymore and said, okay, don't talk anymore, I'll arrange a job for you later, now you follow me out first. Early morning at the outpost. It took a long time for me to see the sunlight, so I had to cover my face with my hands. Ha-DM asked in surprise, did you guys build the outer wall? So Kwang also said, let's evaluate it a bit. Xia Yan immediately said, normally, it's okay to deal with a few country robbers, but if it's a mutant, I'm afraid I can get by using this as a cushion. She even said it, not to mention the waves and all that. So Kwang doubted and asked, is the wave hitting? Ha-DM just said, this usually happens in the 3rd ring, you guys probably can't feel it. The rodents form groups moving from near the 2nd ring to the 3rd ring. There are also many crawlers among them, and there are even mutants stronger than crawlers. Even if I say it like that, it's probably hard for you to imagine. Ha-DM shrugged. Ha-Yan thought, The citadel's body was as big as a stone. As long as another species moved north from the citadel, it would definitely pass by this inhabited citadel. War between humans and other species is naturally inevitable. Even though the mercenary team I'm in is just a small team on the fringes, it has participated in several missions to deal with waves. Ha-DM recalled that, acting with a large army, the danger index was not very high, and the money for this type of mission was usually very easy to earn. Because in order to restore trade and production as soon as possible, the big figures in the city will spare no expense to hire soldiers and provide ammunition. Many poor people in impoverished areas only work as mercenaries when waves hit. At this time, Chu Kwang shouted again, startling Ha-DM out of his imagination. So Kwang muttered, "It's true, I've only seen gnats a few times, they're quite similar to luang luang, that's true, but they're not luang luang." Ha-DM explained that mutated species such as weasels, tigers, moles, mice, bats, and flies do not like them, and if they are too hungry, they will take them as prey. That's why this group often gathers in submarines or underground sewers. Usually when you see one, you see a group of fish, and if you see one in a narrow place, it's quite dangerous. So Kwang thought, it's all useful information, wait a minute and put this wave word in the archive on the home page. He thought again, but now is not the time to do this. The Department of Light placed an opening sign on the armory store. He told Ha-Ban, starting from now on, this room is your workplace, later on, when I have the conditions, I will find someone to build a new one for you. So Kwang pointed to the weapons store and said, in short, use it temporarily. He also informed me, I engraved the price on the wooden board, and taught her the corresponding way to say it. If there's any problem, just look for the small room, but it's on the 3rd floor, so it's difficult for you to go up. My players are all very friendly, if you don't understand what they're saying, just don't look at them with any expression. So Kwang imagined the look on Ha-Yan's face like that. He put down the match but didn't understand and asked, what is the player? So Kwang smiled and explained, translated as residents of the refugee camp, she didn't need to remember their names, nor did she need to understand the word too deeply, just call them that. He told me, remember, everything sold must be recorded in the book, every day I will check the book and inventory. He said, but the cheapest is a steel gun, which costs more than $100, players probably won't be able to buy it for now, her work isn't too busy for the time being. He took out a gun and said, when you have free time, help me repair this pistol, and also help me with some bullets and weapons within your ability. Looked around suspiciously. There is only one table in the weapon shop. She looked to the right again suspiciously. There are a few small guns there. Ha-DM was startled and said, I said. Are you planning on letting me use my fingernails to create a gun for you? So Kwang just raised his head and asked her, can I do it? Ha-DM shouted angrily, to do the devil's thing, even if there is no automatic chain, there should at least be a table to operate by hand. She said, mercenaries will often use homemade weapons and cannot find suitable parts and ammunition in stores. At this time, I usually rent a desk and add what I need. I also used to make my own weapons and bullets, but I couldn't use a high-end automatic production line. Using cheap tables to create this wasn't difficult and didn't take much time. She looked around and continued, but the situation before her eyes. Ha-DM thought, don't say it's an automatic line, there's no electricity here, no tables, nothing at all. So Kwang calmly took off his shirt and said, so just say whatever you need, don't let me guess. He took out a bag of paper and pen and said, now I want you to make a list, write down what you need, preferably by drawing their appearance. If I find it, I will ask the player to find it for you, if I can't find it, I will think of a way to buy it, that's right, remember to write down the price, I don't want to spend money unjustly. Take a match and write down each item, a car knife, a large knife, a twist knife, also pliers and a hammer, this is the most basic, in addition I also need a board with screw patterns and degrees. Finally she said, forget it, I should still draw it. So Kwang also said, having pictures is best, she can describe it most thoroughly, maybe my players can make it. After Ha-DM finished writing and drawing, he gave the notes back to the department. So Kwang read it and thought, just in case, I should still note down the name of the tool. So Kwang immediately walked to the carpentry workshop, the rental player immediately stood up to say hello, manager. The department gave the paper to that player and said, I need the items on this paper. So Kwang continued, if anyone comes here to buy things, please tell them on my behalf, so that they can pay attention while in the wilderness. When you have free time, you can redraw this picture, help me draw a few more, stick it on the door, and send one to the steelmaking side. The player nodded, reading the notes. He looked inside in surprise. Quest: create or collect a car knife as shown. The reward is 10 silver coins and 100 contributions. That player thought to himself, oh my god, that's equivalent to a day's wage for making cement. Hey, if I could find it, wouldn't I make a fortune? There was more than one mission. Along with a large knife and a twisted knife, he happily turned the page. So Kwang left and thought, although the note says create or collect, but honestly I don't expect many players to pick up good stuff like this on the wasteland. He thought with an evil smile, I really hope that these cute players can use the tools and materials they already have to solve this problem. Now the number of players has reached 50 people. Among these players, there will definitely be 1 or 2 people who can solve this problem. 2 days later, the player's performance certainly did not disappoint me. 2 gold experts only needed 2 days to create the tool. The completed items are a large knife, a car knife, and a twisted knife. Although they are all self-made, their strength is still there. There is also a set of screw rulers made from old screws, steel, and saw teeth. One side of the ruler has a moving screw and a holder. However, the performance of this is not as good as automatic, but it can still be used temporarily to process small components. According to the order on the warehouse door, 2 people took 80 pieces of silver, 40 each. Department of Kwang now went to the weapon shop. He took out the requested items from his backpack. So Kwang asked, are there enough tools here? He looked at each item and said, okay, with these tools, at least making bullets wouldn't be a problem. He continued, if I want to make pipes, I want you to help me make some pistol steel pipes. Is this where I bought it? The department instructs, the player does it. Ha DM was surprised, how could he? He didn't expect that his people still had this profession. So Kwang smiled and said, how is it compared to the megalithic citadel? Xia Yan only replied, the megalithic city is very big, let's see who you compare to. She said, there were not all poor people like us there, there were regular troops armed to the teeth, soldiers and militia turned into giant rocks. The militia of the megalithic citadel has kinetic armor, flying devices, and machines connected to nerves. Half had support vehicles, with items that I don't even know the names of. So Kwang asked, oh so strong, why didn't I see them fighting over here? Ha DM shrugged, who knows, probably not interested. Originally, there wasn't anything good in the countryside. Right now, there's a big sale going on in one corner, selling mushrooms here, fresh mushrooms, don't miss them when you come and go, you've been working all day, why don't you cook a pot of soup to reward yourself? She sells enthusiastically and smells great. The pile of mushrooms she picked was truly countless. Other players immediately gathered to ask, are your mushrooms edible, are they cooked properly, are your mushrooms male or female, can sensitive people eat them? Some people even asked if they could see tiny people while eating. Yiya hastily replied, I can eat it, I can see it, I can see it, no, I can't see it. Nya Nya immediately ate a mushroom and said, if you don't believe it, everyone just watch. After eating, she was still healthy and active. The group of people immediately bought it, this is really edible, give me half a kilo, today I don't eat meat anymore, try cooking mushroom porridge, I also took half a kilo, it wasn't delicious and brought it back, it's a pity I can't see the little man, next time let me see less, I want the little man to call me husband, his mother is a pervert here. 5 minutes later, he had already collected a lot of gold coins. She happily said, this is what it feels like to be rich, it's so difficult. This side of the weapon shop is also crowded with people, are you Kali from the sky, where is the owner and boss? The players talk to each other, stupid, she is the mercenary that the manager saved before, where is the boss, I know but you being so serious shows that I am very dirty. Ha DM sat there thinking, not understanding what they were saying. So she without expression followed the instructions of the department, hello, I'm the matchmaker of the weapon shop, is there anything I can help you with? Players saw this and immediately said, this NPC doesn't seem very smart, normally, for such a large server to have 1 or 2 flexible NPCs is enough. There are guns on the wall with prices for sale. Players are bored, 5mm steel tube pistols, the quality is so poor quality costs 100 coins, just run and run, it's really potassium from the sky, I can feel the atmosphere of wealth from the price list. He put down the match and silently looked at them, frowning and not intending to buy. I'm angry, these people are so annoying, they talk too much, in the end, should I buy it or not? Later online, everyone was welcoming the second NPC, the owner of the Matchbox weapon shop. The mole who was escaping from the valley introduced her in his drawing. This person also introduced the armory store. The people below commenting are excited about this new NPC. Next, the mole player who was escaping from the valley posted another post, generally introducing himself to study aesthetics, and also gave a recommendation to the homepage to give the new NPC a Z-shaped belt and goggles, and change his outfit to jeans and a white shirt to look better. The crowd below also responded enthusiastically. Only then did So Kwang look at Ha DM sitting below. She was still reading the note very attentively. So Kwang thought, the drawing is very similar, but changing the belt and real protective glasses makes it look better. Only then did he notice that So Kwang was looking at him. She blushed. What? So Kwang said, it's nothing, just thinking she hasn't changed her clothes for a few days. Hearing that, he blushed even more. Changed clothes. So Kwang is speechless. Relax, I want to ask for your measurements. The more he said it, the more wrong it became. Chu Kwang blushed and turned away, leaving. I thought, it's really inappropriate for me to ask this, I should still write a mission to measure later. So early the next morning, he received a mission, to make clothes for the weapon shop owner, with a reward of 5 to 10 silver coins. The question is, does this mission reward 5 to 10 silver coins? So Kwang is currently leading a few new players out of the 404 shelter. As soon as they saw the sky's gaze, they were extremely shocked. Oh my god, is this the world of the online wilderness? A female player also said excitedly, the feeling of sunlight shining on her face was like the real world. The wind was kissing my face, this place was like a dream. No, it was a dream. Another person also said, he's crying, science is so advanced now, is this still in testing? Oh god, what does the development team still want to try? The department in front silently listened to their exclamations. He then smiled and said, go, brave warriors, go change this world of death. He raised his hand high. Then the cool light said, using your hands. At this time, the players were extremely excited. Whoever had a special talent raised their hand. What's wrong with you? Oh my god, it's so amazing, tell me what talent, what the hell is calmness, why do you sound so weak? Older players also told them, is there someone new to the strength type? Let's cut down trees as attributes. Great, boss, I'm a strength type, what kind of game is this? He put his arm around the new person and asked, are you a strength type? What is your name? This person immediately replied, you should make dirt and bricks. The old player immediately smiled and put his shoulder around his friend and said, oh my god, you know how to play this game? Listen to me, the strength system should cut down a lot of trees, move a lot of bricks, roll up your sleeves and do it. He said, chopping down 100 trees directly goes to level 1, the strength of 7 or 8 points makes you go straight into the wilderness. When you encounter a strange beast, raise the hammer and finish the matter. This teenager asked again, so what happens if you encounter a gun? The old player immediately said, it's done. The light station above looked at new and old players talking to each other. He smiled and thought, very good, very trustworthy, these test players really don't disappoint me. The only unfortunate thing is that these new people are all very obedient, but there doesn't seem to be anyone with a special number from another species. However, there are 2 people with special talents that also make me feel interesting. A person is calm and calm. On the outside, this talent has no effect, but only through actual experience can you know how important this quality is in actual combat. The basic one is thermal vision. People with this talent are rich and quick star elemental kings. If you fight at night you can take this person with you. He frowned as he continued to look. In addition, he also had some rather strange talents. For example, intuitively knowing the temperature without contact, plant linguists detect the growth process of plants, and even insect hunters can smell the odors released by insects. These talents have little practical significance in combat, but when used in daily life and searching, they have many uses. I believe that without me saying anything, these players will come up with a suitable way to play, So Kwang optimistically thought. Elsewhere in the apartment complex north of the flooded park. The group of Phuong Trong, Old Bok, Nam Phan and Deep Vi are hunting. Phuong Trong bow, Deep Vi, feel the direction of the animals being hit. Deep Vi closed his eyes and carefully felt. He was surprised. Why did it turn into 2, he said, right in front of him, but. The local police also found the reindeer that was shot. Its body was full of wounds and arrows. Everyone was suspicious. Why does he have another name on his neck? Trong Trong was suspicious. If he didn't remember correctly, I shot him in the butt. Then right there, in front of him, a tall man appeared. It was Du Tiger if anyone doesn't remember. The two sides silently looked at each other without saying anything. Du Ho asked, "Who are you? The village is also suspicious. Are you an NPC?" At this moment, Old Bok and Nam Fan used spears to block Du Tiger. Fuang Trong laughed and said, "Put down your weapon, you are surrounded." Du Ho thought in fear, what is this person talking about, is he a robber? Du Tiger immediately backed away from this spear strike. He immediately raised his bow and wanted to shoot. The catch hit straight towards the field. But Fuang Trong dodged in time, only getting a scratch on his nose. Fuang Trong immediately took out the hot product and told everyone, "Mom, catch it." Immediately, the old man and the rock storm rushed towards Du Ho. At this moment, suddenly a stone flew out from somewhere. This stone hit him directly on the forehead. Deep Vi held a high gun in his hand and shouted loudly, "Hurry up everyone." Immediately, Fuang Trong used his spear to knock the knife out of Du Ho's hand. The old man also raised his hand, preparing to give this person a slap. The tiger was pressed to the ground by the white man and shouted loudly, "Let me go." The old man braced himself and exclaimed, "Oh my God, this guy is really strong." He asked the village, "What should we do now? Du Ho has been tied up by me." Nyan Fan Gi saw that there were only 3 or 4 of this person's bows and arrows. Then commented, "Very poor. Only here, Du Tiger's weapons were indeed just a few bows and arrows, a razor and a rock." Fuang Trong silently looked at that pile of things. On this side, Du Ho is still shouting loudly, "Please let me go." The 4 people were confused. "Do you know what he was saying?" "I don't know, I guess he was cursing." The leader also said, "I don't know what he was talking about, but alive prisoners could be exchanged for 5 silver coins, dead prisoners could only be exchanged for 5 copper coins." The group of people carrying the tigers onto the transport truck said, "In general, just tie them up and bring them back to exchange for money." All 4 people carried the tied tiger elephant to the vehicle and returned to the outpost. Du Tiger looked around bewildered. He shouted loudly and asked, "Blue shirt, are you people from the refugee camp?" It's just that Deep Way didn't understand. What was he mumbling about? Trong told him, "I don't know, don't pay attention to him." The group first took the animal carcasses to the carpentry camp. The star just wiped her hands and immediately received a reindeer from them. The boss said, "Brother, quickly pay the wages, I will set the price, 12 silver." In the end, money was given for porridge. The star immediately took out his knife and prepared to handle the reindeer meat. Du Tiger on the side witnessed this scene and was immediately scared. He thought tremblingly, he had never heard of a blue coat eating people. Du Ho noticed that Nyan Fan said something again, "Manager, you came at the right time." So Kwang was stunned. Nyan Fan and Deep Vi bow, "We were planning to bring him to you." So Kwang was speechless and asked, "Where did you get him from?" Fuang Trong proudly said that while shooting, "This guy shot me one name, but it didn't hit." So Kwang immediately ordered, "I know, untie him, and also give money to this person." Nam Fan and Old Bok quickly untied Du Ho. Du Ho was surprised, "So Kwang." So Kwang smiled and said, "Yes, it's me." He pulled Du Ho up and said, "I'm sorry for insulting you," he thought to himself, but he didn't expect that they would bring back Dooney Tiger, my neighbor from Bait Street. Du Ho rubbed his hands and asked silently, "Are they your people?" Behind the light are 4 superhero brothers looking at him with sharp eyes. So Kwang is speechless, "They are my friends." Du Tiger asked in fear, "What are they doing here?" So Kwang Chi replied, "Watching plays," but Du Ho did not understand what watching plays was. So Kwang just said, "It doesn't matter, you can just consider not having a last name. Why are you here? Where are your father and brother?" Du Ho sighed and recounted that a few days ago while hunting, "My father was shot and injured by robbers. In order to save his father, Big Brother was bitten by a ferret and injured his leg. After escaping, his father lived, but his leg was infected, and he still has a high fever and is still lying in bed. Du Ho is depressed, winter is coming, and I don't know if I can get through it." So Kwang thought to himself, "Ferrets, birds and wolves, these 3 animals do not abstain from any food. When they can't find humans, they often eat rotten meat, they're so hungry that even rodents bite them. Therefore, ferrets' teeth often have a lot of bacteria. If the wound is not treated promptly, it can easily become infected, which can be life-threatening." So the department immediately said, "You bring Big Brother to me, I can cure him." Du Ho happily asked again, "Really?" So Kwang just replied, "Just bring him here." Du Ho said embarrassedly, "Sorry, you're so kind, we always thought you were a bad person. That's it, I have to apologize to you so I can continue talking. Du-Hwei embarrassedly confessed, the horned goat potato before you planted it in front of the door, I saw that it never sprouted so I dug it up and ate it. So Kwang was speechless and replied, it's okay, maybe there's a problem with the planting method. Du-Ho also nodded and taught, you really don't look like you, if you want to grow horny goat potatoes, just cutting them into pieces is not enough, you have to sprout them first. At least one piece must have 2 sprouts, then apply plant ash to the cut before planting. Like this, 1 or 2 months is 9. So Kwang asked him, do you know how to plant? Du-Ho rubbed his forehead and said, this is nothing, everyone knows a little bit. Kwang smiled and said, okay, wait until next spring, I'll find you a job. Don't say any more of this, quickly carry your brother over here, Du-Ho immediately replied, I'm leaving. At this time, the first generation of superheroes, Dang Dang and So Kwang were waiting at a house. Du-Ho then quickly carried his big brother over, So Kwang told him to let him lie down here. Du-Ho immediately placed his brother on a cot lined with animal skins. This big brother is breathing in pain. So Kwang looked at him and thought, with the medical conditions in Bait City, if the infection is likely to be unbearable, in the future half of it will be death. The department then removed the bloody bandages on this person's leg. He thought, through the color of this rotten part, he could judge that it was a bacterial infection. So Kwang just took out a blister pack of pills from the blind bag the other day. So Kwang gave him a pill and told Du-Ho to feed him. Du-Tiger immediately threw the pill into his big brother's mouth. The department continued to apply something on this man's leg. Du-Ho asked doubtfully, is there any problem with using plant ash? Chu Kwang simply explained, depending on the situation, plant ash due to high heat, burns without any problem. He smiled and thought, the effect of plant ash on killing bacteria is still quite good, the botanical dew in the manuscript outline is exactly this. 5 minutes later, it seemed that this big brother was in less pain. So Kwang smiled and looked at him, as expected of wartime technology, the effectiveness of antibiotics was indeed very good. Du-Ho held his brother's hand and asked, how are you feeling? At this moment, the big brother of the Du family slowly opened his eyes. He asked his younger brother, Little Tiger, here, where is this? He also saw So Kwang standing next to his brother. So Kwang nodded and looked at him. This big brother was suspicious. You are not, Chu Kwang explained to him, still alive, but it's possible that I won't come back anymore. The big brother also smiled and said, congratulations, it seems you have found your friend. The department also smiled and said, well, I just found it recently. He told them both, thank you for taking care of me before. Big brother smiled wryly and said, don't say these words, we won't take care of you, on the contrary, you saved my life, this pill must be very expensive. So Kwang shook his head and smiled, no need to pay attention, it's convenient. He also told me, I'll give you a pill later, if you feel hot then take it, if you don't have a fever then don't need it, keep it for later to save your life. Big brother confusedly said, how could that be, you saved my life, how could I take something as precious as this? Chu Kwang didn't answer but just took the scissors from somewhere over there. He cut out a pill and gave it to the Du family. He told Du-Ho, you keep it for your brother, it will be very difficult for me to save him, on the way you carry him back you will get infected and die. Du-Ho silently looked at his eldest brother's bandaged leg. It was bandaged and cleanly medicated. Du-Ho finally decided to accept it. Du-Ho solemnly said, thank you, I will repay you, wait for me to carry big brother home, come to work for you every day. So Kwang smiled and said no need, now you are the backbone of your whole family, now only you can go hunting, if you work for me, what will your family eat? He continued, if you really want to repay me, then get over the immediate hurdle first, wait until spring next year and then continue. Du-Ho immediately nodded repeatedly. The old man whispered to the village, what are they talking about? Phuong Trong replied, he didn't understand but he could guess. Deep Vi foolishly said, say it, you can guess. The local leader told his speculations, I said simply, not sure if it's true, starting with that the young man wanted to treat his family's injuries, went out hunting, but ended up being captured by us. The manager recognized him and told him to bring a seriously ill family member and use medicine from the refugee camp to save them. After that, they were very touched and said we were their friends, and they would probably build a relationship with us next. The old man asked bewilderedly, how to build a relationship? Deep Vi immediately put his arm around his shoulder and said, you idiot, how do bandits get along? Of course it's marriage. Marrying a girl or something is an old trick, Deep Vi confidently affirms this. The old man was horrified and said, "Oh my God, has our manager had to make too many sacrifices?" Namfon calmly said, "Don't listen to Deep Vi's nonsense, although I can't rule out this possibility, I like his couple with the weapon shop owner even more." Fuang Trong nodded and said, "I can think like a hurricane, you two think about it a bit, why are the brain waves not on the same channel as normal people? I'm here to comment, why does the couple have to be the boss, can't they just be the teenager who knows how to show gratitude, now it's all about love?" Deep Vi and Old Bok blushed and hugged each other and said, "God, you're not being proper, is this game normal?" "It's normal." Chu Kwang was speechless as he looked at this group of people who were thinking wildly. He thought, the tailor's income seemed a bit high, the next version would be a little more balanced. So Kwang saw Du Ho slowly helping his brother stand up. He thought in surprise, the effectiveness of this antibiotic is so good, after taking one pill for so long, he can even walk. Du Ho helps his brother slowly walk. This big brother said solemnly, "Thank you for saving me, I swear I will repay you in the future." Du Ho also smiled and said, "The time is not too soon, we will be back, father and little fish will definitely feel secure knowing that big brother is saved." So Kwang smiled and greeted them, "Okay, pay attention to safety." At this moment, I don't understand why Du Ho and his brother walked towards the players. Du Tiger took out something and held it in front of him. The school was surprised to see this item being brought towards him. Du Ho said, "You are very strong, you can avoid my name, but if I fight one-on-one I will not lose. Keep this knife for me, don't lose it, let's have a fair fight next year, if I win, I'll get it back." Fuang Trong was bewildered, he didn't understand what he was saying, he probably wanted to give me the knife, was this to thank me for indirectly saving his relatives? Fuang Trong bewilderedly pointed at him, Du Ho nodded. Needless to say, Fuang Trong proudly accepted it and said it was too polite. Du Ho didn't understand why these people were so happy and thought, although he didn't understand what they were saying, but since he received the knife, he probably understood what I meant. The two brothers slowly carried each other out of the outpost. Fuang Trong said excitedly, "This game is also very detailed, look at the NPC's expressions, every scene is detailed, based on this alone I want it to be popular." Nyan Fan asked again, "Did you understand what he said?" Fuang Trong smiled and said, "No, it's not important." Deep Vi smiled and said, "What if he wants to marry a woman weighing 150 pounds like a tiger in the tribe to you as his wife? This knife is a token of love." Fuang Trong cursed angrily and got out. Du Ho here told Big Brother, "You guys said, he is not an ordinary person. At that time I advised you and your father to marry Tu and Gu to him. You two still did not agree, do you regret it now?" Big Brother sighed and said, "What are the regrets, he is our benefactor, don't think about unrealistic things." He also said that there was also something about the little fish that he didn't disagree with, and his father never said it either. Du Ho didn't understand and asked back, "So why didn't it work?" Big Brother smiled and said, "This kid only thinks about good things, don't think about other people's intentions. Don't say little fish, look at the little girl standing in the group next to him, those from the refugee camp are all clean, will they look at us like this?" Du Ho immediately said loudly, "I am ugly, but my sister is not." He confidently said, "He was so cute when he was little, he'll be a little thinner when he grows up but it's okay, wait until we coax him to eat more meat, I'll give him some of my own, I'm sure he can raise him well." The Big Brother smiled and said, "Are you in such a hurry to marry the little fish?" Du Ho frowned and said, "How can I talk about this, whether or not she will get married next year, she will come of age. According to the city's regulations, over the age of 16 counts as one household, every year during the autumn mobilization, if you don't know if you're married or not, just count by household to gather supplies, look at our harvest this year, it's barely enough, waiting for next year to pay more, where will we get it to pay?" Du Ho depressed and said, "No matter what, she has to get married, it's better to choose a good family for her, it's better than living a miserable life with us." Eldest brother said, "The third son of the Vuong family is also of age, their family is not bad, just in time their daughter is also grown up, it's just the right time to ask you." Du Ho immediately protested, "That's not good, I didn't like seeing that Duk Fook guy, last time I even pushed the little fish, I just looked at him, after getting married he must be the type to beat his wife." Big Brother just said, "Then you have to think carefully, marry him out, your wife will have to find it herself." Du Ho confidently said, "It's okay, are you still worried that I won't be able to find a wife? I'm just afraid that everyone will worry about this, whether I'm good or not is my problem, there's no way I can exchange myself for my sister, we both happily talk to each other on the road." At the outpost, just in the morning, there was a buzz of sound. Selling fresh meat here, fresh squirrel meat, stir-fried and cooked in any way is delicious, 1 silver, 1 animal is optional, cheap good stuff, mutated weasel teeth can be used as jewelry, 1 only sells for 1 copper, only 10 pieces, buy quickly, who wants gold, I just found a gold necklace, I only need 3 silver, it can't be cheaper. Ye also joined in shouting, selling mushrooms, today it's only 4 coins and half a kilo, first come first served, the players immediately took out their money, this is 1 coin more expensive than before, but not too expensive, give me half a kilo. Haha happily looked at everyone buying and said, okay, don't rush, everyone has it all. She smiled and continued, besides, the store had new products out today. I took out a jar of something and said, I made a unique fruit syrup, the price was only $1. This thing definitely looks very poisonous. The players trembled and immediately said, I'll still take half a kilo of mushrooms, thank you. Are you sure this is edible? The weapon shop is also extremely bustling, can the owner say that she is potassium from the sky, please, the owner is so cold, she ignores us, it's probably because we're poor, oh god is this a realist game? DM was angry when he heard them whispering, some even said, did you guys notice, the way she looked at the manager was clearly different. A few female players were interested, the NPC already had a couple, let's just nibble, some people said nibbling is evil, the handsome guy is clearly my husband, no one can win. Both sides are already cursing each other, what are you thinking, how many points of favorability, just a few days of criticism, stop talking nonsense. DM thought dejectedly, I'm so hungry, when will I be able to return to the refugee camp, and asked if I would have dessert later today. Suddenly she saw someone, outside the door, the department is passing by. He doesn't seem to pay attention to this store either. But he blushed and thought, that chocolate is quite delicious. Outside the light department is scouting around. He thought, perhaps because there were 20 new people, the market today was more bustling than yesterday. He smiled and thought, life is starting to get better. At this moment, suddenly a sound rang out, causing Chu Kwang to look up. He felt something falling in front of him, was it snow, or was it hail? He frowned, the temperature had not yet reached 0 degrees, to be precise it was still between 10 and 15 degrees. There were no cumulonimbus clouds in the sky, not even a single layer of cloud was visible, the Sol began to appear on the horizon. Initial speculation was that it was probably due to the passing cold air coming into contact with the rising hot air, crystallizing at the lower levels, I thought, I'm just guessing. So Kwang threw that thing away, it seems old Charlie was right. So Kwang raised his head and looked up at the sky. I think this year's winter will come earlier than usual. This side appears a female player. She happily raised her hand and said, is it snow? The system is also updated, the weather system is tested, loose snow is added, the developer reminds players to wear clothes to protect against the cold. On the internet, people were excitedly chatting, some expressed that they still didn't feel anything, and said that the temperature was dropping too early. So Kwang frowned and read it all, then thought, there isn't even an answer that includes nutrition, look at the forum. As expected, many players are talking about this snowfall mode, in which, what can Mr. Nyauza do? I still insist that this game basically doesn't exist, but most of them are laughed at. Chu Kwang smiled wryly and thought, what can this guy, Mr. Nyao, do to me? There really is him everywhere. On this side, the 9th level Scavenger also posted a comment saying, does anyone care about the rights of the lizard people? When he was about to leave, he felt a chill down his spine as if he had been struck by an evil spirit. The weasel who escaped from the valley posted again, asking the developer to create a trading area. Most players have items to sell, even if there are no NPCs to look after them for the time being, they should open a consignment shop, it would be more effective than everyone gathering together to sell, after all, the trading time before going offline is too short. The department immediately commented in response, this suggestion is really not bad, I will propose in the next meeting, planning an area for players to freely trade in the game, and at the same time placing a locker to rent in the rest area of the refugee camp, used for players to consign items to buy. So Kwang thought, every time I see this post, I feel like I'm reviewing a poem. Put down a match in one corner and saw the department frantically dancing on the keyboard. She thought, this guy had been staring at the screen laughing an hour ago, and didn't know what evil thoughts he was thinking. She blushed and thought, that's not right, why can't I help but look at him? She told herself, affirming that it wasn't that he had any special charm, but that this person was too scary, that's right. Ha DM finally spoke up and asked, "What are you looking at?" So Kwang coldly replied, "It had nothing to do with her." Ha DM frowned and asked again, "Can I ask you a question?" So Kwang heard that and immediately asked, "I just said, why do you guys have to go out?" She explained, "What I mean is, the refugee camp is so safe, why do we still have to build a siege school there? Isn't it okay to stay here?" So Kwang answered her, "For survival. Is there no way to survive here? The refugee camp has fresh air, not only protection from the rain, but also protection from the cold and theft." She asked again, saying, "Where is your water purifier? I've never seen it. There are also facilities like greenhouses and all. I heard that refugee camps have things like that." Hearing that, the department became silent. He thought, "I don't know how to answer and explain this problem. I can't say that although I am the manager here, I don't have complete power in this refugee camp." So Kwang coughed a few times and then said, "Maybe you're right, hiding underground is the right choice. Even if the water floods outside, even if there's another fight, we can still be safe here. I don't understand why." So Kwang said again, "But it is possible that there are refugee camps that are determined to be different from other refugee camps. The people who live here are not hiding from anything, but because they want to be creative and change." When he heard that, he was stunned. She blushed and looked at him. Chu Kwang coldly replied, "Your question has been answered, don't bother me anymore." He thought dejectedly, still a good player, not asking questions like this. Now I finally understand why the first manager wrote those sentences on paper, which is that there is no creature in this world that is as suitable to be tricked as a player. Put down a match in a corner and blushed thinking, just feel it. This man's back is sometimes too big. She panicked and reminded herself, no, this guy is without a doubt a devil, otherwise why would he let himself read so many confusing things? Just now, I felt like he was a good person, it was definitely because this guy was brainwashing me, so I reminded myself. Then she thought in horror, brainwashing. Being able to tease people to this extent, this man is truly unpredictable. Early the next morning, the scavenger just logged in and looked left and right. The prince walked away and thought, it's true that it's not that cold during the day, he's worthy of being a genius. The scavenger rubbed his head, but until spring I can only change the timeline. He boldly walked out again, let it go, let's continue hunting. So Kwang is outside, resting his chin and thought. The first round of surrounding walls has been built, next is whether it's better to dig up that land, facing north or south. Suddenly I noticed two players creating something. So Kwang came over and asked, what are you guys doing? This person just said, respected manager, we are making an X-shaped price. So Kwang is confused, the price is X, why are you doing this? The other player smiled and said, this is more like trash, also more like a backer. The other person's explanation was in-depth, not wrong, and also very useful. Anyone who violates the law of our refugee camp will have him hung up. Chu Kwang is speechless, just speechless. Maybe, he thought, but not necessary. He continued to go to Van Tu's carpentry room. The new department noticed the pile of bows and arrows that had been prepared outside. He was surprised, Van Tu CA had already made this many bows and arrows. He smiled and thought, this guy is truly a talent, strong actions, clear thinking. Van Tu came out from inside to greet him, manager, I just found out I was going to look for you. So Kwang nodded and said, I'm just wandering around, do you have anything to report? Van Tu immediately ran into the house, not forgetting to tell him to wait a moment. Van Tu quickly went out, coming. He held up a black bottle of medicine to show off, before, you told me to make explosives, I did it. After he finished speaking, Chu Kwang immediately stepped back in horror as if he had encountered a terrorist. Van Tu smiled and explained, it's okay, there's no fire here so it's very safe. The glue spray department asked again, it worked very well, have you tested it or anything? Van Tu just smiled and went ahead and said, now I can test it for you, please follow me. The two slowly walked to an empty plot of land. Van Tu took out another vase and thought, let's still use this small vase. First, Van Tu placed the small bottle on the ground. Then quickly apply the flame to the tip of the bomb. As soon as he finished, he shouted loudly and ran, then responded and ran for several miles. As soon as the fire caught inside the bomb, a huge explosion indeed erupted. Department of Kwang suffered the aftershocks of this bomb without understanding anything. Finally, when the burning residue was gone, it revealed a tree that had been stripped of many parts as if it had been eaten by a wolf. It didn't take long for it to collapse. Van Tu laughed loudly and asked, "How are you, manager?" So Kwang blushed and thought to himself, "Man, this person is too dangerous. What's the point of a carpenter knowing so much?" He turned around and said to this crazy carpenter again, "Very good, your performance is beyond my thoughts, but the explosive force still needs to be improved, but this is not a problem." He smiled and said, "I will report your achievements to the organization. You will receive a reward of 500 contribution points." Van Tu is extremely happy. So Kwang suggested that you could also try making explosives, such as digestive cotton. If the project was successful, the refugee camp would give you 1,000 contribution points. Before leaving, the department didn't forget to tell you, besides, I also have a new job for you. Van Tu was surprised. New job? He happily turned his head to follow Chu Kwang thinking, do you mean the mission seal? Van Tu immediately shouted loudly, "Okay, respected manager, wait until I make nitrogen acid and sulfate acid and then try it." On this side, the Department of Light visited the first cement factory. A player wearing archery equipment rushed over and respected the manager. This player said, "In the north of the base by the high bridge, there were two people, leading a two-headed cow. One of them was a bit familiar, like the person who had come to us before." So Kwang remembered the venerable KY and thought, could it be that the merchant came from that Red River town? So Kwang immediately followed this player and took me there. Outside the refugee camp gate, there were indeed two people and a two-headed cow. This seemingly new character also holds a gun in his hand. As for venerable KY, he remained silent and did not say anything. His body was covered in dirty wool. A moment later, the refugee camp gate was opened. So Kwang was led outside by the other player. The two sides looked at each other. Sun the KY quickly laughed loudly and walked over and said, "Ha ha, my old friend, we meet again." It took a second for the optical department to spray glue, making the businessmen feel a bit homesick. Finally, Chu Kwang directly shook his hand. His hand was a bit stiff. Venerable KY rubbed his head and said, "I'm sorry, I was gone for half a day and didn't have time to shower, so you made fun of me." So Kwang looked at the new character again. He silently probed and asked, "This person is?" "This man looks very fierce." Upon hearing that, Tun the KY quickly explained that he was a gunman I hired in Hong Ha Town, in charge of protecting safety on the road. In Hong Ha Town, there are several groups of gunmen who are very trustworthy. The important thing is that they know how to avoid conflicts with looters around this area. He smiled and said, "Mainly for safety's sake, you can just treat him like he doesn't exist." So Kwang thought to himself, it seems like the dried meat he makes sells very well in Hong Ha Town. This guy must have earned a lot of money from his last business. Not only did he have money to buy new products, he also had money to hire a security guard. He asked how the road to the megalithic city was it easy to walk? Hun the KY honestly said, "I had never been to the megalithic city before, so I didn't know the situation there. Last time after leaving your place, I went to a farm not far away. Coincidentally, they were interested in my remaining goods, so I exchanged them for some food, and then went straight home." He smiled and said, "The food prices of Hong Ha Town increased rapidly. The mineral owners and slave owners were not used to eating such high nutrition. Almost as soon as I brought the food to the trading station, their servants tried to buy it all." He smiled and rubbed his head and said, "I think if it sells so well, it's not as good as making another trip before the snow covers the road, so I hired a security guard and set off." So Kwang just smiled and said, "Selling so well, looks like I sold it cheap last time." Sun the KY realized that he had been wronged and said sadly, "Sir, you were joking. We merchants all keep our brains in our hands when doing business. We say we earn a little, but in reality we just earn a little money for traveling." So Kwang just told him, "Okay, don't sell carpets with me, it's up to you to earn as much as you can. If you have money, remember to buy 2 more cows. Next spring, remember to bring more things." He continued, "Where is the thing I want, can you bring it to me?" Hun the KY nodded, "Bring it here. Hi, rest assured, you told me not to forget." In the transport cart were 2 large bundles, so Kwang thought, several hundred pounds of copper coins. He turned back to look again. There were also 10 7mm pistols, a bag of yellow coarse salt, and 2 bags of ammunition. Even players who enjoy the story are surprised to see this pile of goods. The department carefully checks each item. He took out a bullet and thought in surprise, he didn't expect the bullet to be made of copper. It seems like there's no shortage of copper in Hong Ha Town. On many bullets you can see protrusions, no wonder they know how to make this simple automatic pistol. Sun the KY smiled wryly and asked, "What's wrong, sir? Aren't you satisfied?" So Kwang stood up and said, "I'll take the weapons, the coarse salt, and the pile of copper coins." He suddenly noticed a bag in the distance. So Kwang asked, "What else is in here?" Hun the KY enthusiastically introduced, "Is insect powder, mutated tall-legged spiders after drying and grinding, mainly for use as fertilizer." So Kwang thought, divided into 4, it must be the item that Brown Farm's father needs. I haven't used this yet. I heard players say that there are a lot of bird droppings rocks by the lake, maybe they can be used as some fertilizer, and they should sell it to the Brown Farm. Hun the KY suddenly slapped his hand and said, "Oh yes." He turned around and said, "I almost forgot about this item." He took out a box, inside contained a large sword. So Kwang looked at it and asked, "Is this a steel-backed ant?" Tun that KY nodded, "Yes." So Kwang immediately said, "How much money?" Sun the KY smiled and waved his hand and said, No, my friend, you misunderstood, this is a gift from me to you, no money needed." Chu Kwang heard that and didn't try to force it. "Oh well, thank you." He proudly thought to himself, "Of course I won't refuse this good thing. As for the return gift, it doesn't exist, letting this guy do business with me is already a big favor to him." At this moment, Sun Shichi rubbed his hands flatteringly and said, "Without being polite, it is my honor to have your friendship." He said deeply again, "So you see, the time is not early anymore. Let's just discuss some details of the transaction. It's true that talking about money is quite different." Hun the KY and So Kwang sat down as usual to negotiate, this time with an additional guard. Venerable KY asked in surprise, "I'm sorry, did I hear wrong? Maybe you said it half-heartedly." So Kwang said, "You heard right, I said 1 kilo, 3 kilos of dried meat in exchange for 1 kilo of coarse salt." Hun the KY immediately stood up and said, "This is impossible. You must be joking, your dried meat uses wind drying technology, it's not marinated at all, it can't be worth this much." So Kwang frowned and looked at him, "Oh." Hun that KY was silent for a few seconds as if in a psychological struggle. Finally he sat down and gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, after all you are not a businessman, maybe you don't understand, let's pay the bill together." So Kwang looked at him and took notes. "If I converted 10 kilograms of coarse salt into megaliths, every 100 grams could be exchanged for at least 1 copper coin. 100 yuan, if I convert them into electrical appliances that Brown Farm's father needs, I can at least get 300 pounds of green barley. If we were to convert this grain into dried meat, it would be at least 60 to 75 pounds reasonable." He said, "So the lowest price I can accept is 60 kilograms, which is also 1 kilogram of salt for 6 sticks of dried meat, respecting our friendship, 59 kilograms, this is the lowest price I can accept." After speaking, Venerable KY silently looked at the person opposite. So Kwang still calmly looked at him. Finally, he smiled and said, "What he said was right. So my friend, why don't you?" Only now did Sun Shichi reveal a bewildered expression. So Kwang smiled and opened his hands and said, "If you want to exchange 300 pounds of green barley for 59 pounds of dried meat, it's not unacceptable to me." After a while, the weather was not so nice today, so the two noble people led the two-headed cow back. KY shouted loudly as if he wanted to vent his anger, "It's really hard to imagine, I've never seen a man in a blue shirt so shameless, where's the humility of a civilized person, there's no reciprocity. These greedy ground rats, I shouldn't trust them," he thought. The security guard asked him suspiciously, "So this business is at a loss?" Venerable KY said angrily, "It's not a loss, but I can earn more, what a businessman." Venerable KY thought to himself, unexpectedly 10 kilograms of salt could only be exchanged for 30 kilograms of dried meat. If it weren't for this time not being able to become a giant stone, I wouldn't have agreed to this price if I killed myself. It's almost winter, this time is more dangerous than ever, no matter what, I can't go around to reach the megalithic citadel. Sun Shi KY thought, that man clearly saw this, not only those 10 pounds of salt, but also the pistol and 2 bags of bullets, were all used by that guy for various reasons to put a price on it. The security guard doesn't understand, I don't really understand, earning is enough, knowing enough is good, I've heard others say that. Venerable KY looked at him dejectedly and said, "Ha, what do you understand, knowing enough is good means you can't make a fortune." He muttered, "This dried meat can be exchanged for at least 60 kilos of salt, no, at least 80 kilos to make this trip not a waste, I have to think about which mining area this business should be done with." The security guard suddenly reminded him that he should remain sincere and grateful. "At least I'm going with you on this trip, someone who knows enough is good. This sighed, it is difficult for the department to carry the sack back, he smiled and thought, 130 pounds of dried meat plus 10 pounds of dried fish, in exchange for 10 pounds of coarse salt, 10 guns, 2 big bags of bullets, etc. Regarding this transaction, I am quite satisfied, at least at the right time. So Kwang put that big sack on the ground. I thought, if I could exchange this game money for real money, it would be good, not to mention the armor has power, buying and selling an airplane would be enough. So Kwang sighed and thought, the premise is that there must be a buyer, money that does not circulate in the market is considered meaningless. He sighed looking at the pile of coins in front of him. Then Chu Kwang smiled, he took out the box containing the mutant ant and thought, next. I should research this. Scene changed to a forest full of trees. 2 or 3 players are catching fish by the lake. So Kwang suddenly appeared and told them, over there, give me that mutated water leech. The player didn't understand but still replied, yes, manager. The player quickly gives the leech to the department. So Kwang smiled and dropped it into the jar and thought, I have to see how this steel-backed ant becomes a natural enemy of water leeches. The mutant baby leech was quickly released into the jar. So Kwang lowered his eyes and looked inside. Without saying a word, the 2 animals immediately confronted each other. The mutated leech's mouth suddenly appeared with yellow liquid, but the 2 suddenly stopped in mid-air. So Kwang doesn't understand, why don't we attack each other anymore? Suddenly, both mutant leeches and steel-backed ants changed direction. The long whiskers on the steel-back ant's head vibrated slightly. So Kwang frowned, it turned out that he was probably looking for his accomplices. The 2 players from earlier were suspicious and asked each other, what is the manager doing? I don't know, it seems like they are playing ants. They talked, he took a young water leech, could it be that he wanted to watch ants fight with water leeches? Why does he have such a strange hobby? This is a coincidence, he was picking mushrooms passing by and heard it.
Ha 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 thought, leech, water leech, who is playing with that disgusting thing, it's so scary.
The scary person Chu Kwang was still observing, he smiled happily thinking, through several experiments, he finally verified his guess. First, mutant water leeches have no eyes and rely mainly on their sense of smell to find prey. As for the steel-backed sword, after discovering its prey, the first time it does not attack, it chooses to send news to nearby companions, there is a big prey here, everyone should come together quickly. Although the digestive juices of mutant water leeches can corrode most prey, they are almost ineffective against steelback ants, even if they swallow them, they cannot digest them, but on the contrary, they are bitten from the inside. Therefore, fearing that this type of natural enemy has eaten into the mutated water leech's genes, their instinct is to run when they smell the information news released by the steelback ants. So Kwang smiled and muttered, solved the case. In his hand was the information pellet that the steelback ants released, it was precisely because of this. At this time, remove the release information of the prey and then release it. Sure enough, the mutant water leech was no longer alive, swallowing the steelback ant into its stomach. It seems that victory belongs to the mutated leeches. But after about 5 minutes, the mutated water leech stopped moving. When the leech's abdomen was cut open, the steel-backed ant inside was dead, with a piece of meat still in its mouth. Is it because it was so full it died or something like that? So Kwang pondered, this small injury was not enough to kill the water leech, leading to actual death, perhaps it was the ant acid in the leech or something else. If I took the released information and applied it to my body, pretending to be the natural enemy of mutated water leeches, wouldn't that mean I could pass through the mutated water leech's nest unharmed? Chu Kwang smiled and calculated. He happily thought, now that he's made a fortune, 20 kilos of blue umbrella mushrooms can be exchanged for $2,000, if only 200 kilos could be exchanged. So Kwang muttered, we have to find some players with high collection skills to come here to work, this was a coincidence to hear. Both sides looked at each other silently, a bit embarrassed. So Kwang smiled and thought, almost forgetting about her.
Hey, I'm scared when I see that. I think I'm in danger, I'll just run away.
So Kwang proactively asked her how her punishment mission was completed. Ya tremblingly replied, it's done, I've delivered 100 pounds. The new department gently said, it was completed on time. He smiled and said, starting from now, your status is restored to that of a resident. In addition, I also have an important and difficult task to assign to you. I frowned and thought to myself, since just now my right eye has been blinking, there must be a trap waiting for me ahead. The new girl confusedly said, I may not be able to complete it, you should still find someone else. But Chu Kuang patted her shoulder and said, believe in yourself, you can do it, and only you can complete this mission. I'm still scared and want to refuse, but. So Kuang just told her his plan. I'll give you a bottle of special powder, you apply it on your body, it can ensure you go safely into the cave of mutated water leeches. Yay, I was surprised to hear that. So Kuang continued, next thing you need to do is pick the green umbrella mushrooms in there. Hey, every time I hear a mutated water leech's cave, I get scared. She trembled and asked, is that so, can I go out safely? So Kuang smiled and said, in theory it's possible, I'm scared, in theory, what's the point? So Kuang convinced her, the theory was just serious, rest assured that the success rate was over 90%, even if he failed, he was sacrificed for a special mission, there was no punishment when resurrected. Oh yeah, I'm surprised, even if it's a special mission, doesn't it still have to be resurrected? She made a suggestion again, could she give up time to live again? So Kuang did not bother to answer but reminded, the content of the mission is very simple, you have 10 minutes of absolute safety, 20 minutes is quite safe, oh my cry, don't ignore my request. So Kuang didn't care to continue, after entering the cave, there was no need to worry about anything, avoid those leeches, harvest the mushrooms, before the time ends, pick as many as you like. So Kuang continued, each half kilo of green mushrooms. I will charge you 4 copper coins and 5 contribution points, it's true that having money for anything is easier said than done. Go back to the refugee camp aka Sanitarium. Hey, he brought me a huge sack of green umbrella mushrooms. So Kuang was surprised, there were so many. Nya wiped his dirty face and smiled and said, I went in 3 times and almost got bitten ha. So Kuang didn't say anything but thought to himself, 3 times, that's too brave. Put it on the scale and it weighs 70 pounds. So Kuang gave her money, a total of 560 copper coins, converted into 5 or 6 silver coins, in addition to 700 contribution points. He smiled and thought, was he giving too much? Leave it, after all, it was money people risked their lives to get. Nya happily hugged her bag of money and said, nice, I've made a fortune ha ha ha. So Kuang looked at her speechless, even though I'm an NPC, can you find another place to be happy? The department carried the pile of mushrooms to the common carpentry workshop. He thought that the player with the most money in front of him was Old White, their field, strength and understanding of the game was probably the top one. They always hunt every day, earning from 52 silver coins, rising to a maximum of 100 silver coins, even if their hunting income is not stable, they still earn a lot these days. So Kuang smiled and thought, maybe we should update the banking feature. The department puts the bag of mushrooms in the warehouse. At this time, the player quickly ran in to tell him, manager, that there were natives coming. So Kuang was confused, native, Sun Shichi just left, didn't he come back again, could it be someone else? He asked the players how many people there were, from which direction. The player quickly said, to the south, there are 2 men and a girl. So Kuang frowned, south. Outside the refugee camp gate, 3 people were waiting. Isn't that the Du family on Bait Street? The players kept a safe distance to look at their family. When Chu Kuang passed by, they immediately respectfully responded, sir, then quickly drifted away. So Kuang walked towards the 3 of them. He smiled and said, you guys. But immediately, all 3 knelt down. As if he wanted to worship the department, he was startled, what are you guys doing? So Kuang quickly helped Mr. Du and quickly stood up. But Mr. Du said, thank you. You saved our whole family, he said, clasping his hands together. So Kuang helped Mr. Du up and said, you're making me feel awkward like this, so I stood up and said. Du who quickly gave the bundle to his father. Mr. Du took it to the department and said, you are the benefactor of our Du family, we cannot waste your precious medicine, we have no other things for you, this fur is taken from mutated weasels and reindeer, there are 7 pieces in total. Indeed, there seem to be a lot of things in the sack. Mr. Du said, I know this little thing is not enough to repay you, but if we don't do anything, we won't be able to rest assured, so I hope you accept it. So Kuang hesitated a bit. I thought, if he brought this leather back, he would sell it to some old leeches on Bait Street, and then the price would be forced, basically not much money. So Kuang decided to still take this bag. But he also gave it to the player and said, put it in the warehouse, bring a kilo of salt over here, I will give you 5 coins as a reward, this person immediately ran away. 2 minutes later, the player got the salt and gave it to the department. So Kwang gave it to Mr. Du and said, I have received it, there is a kilo of this coarse salt, it is considered a quid pro quo. Mr. Du looked at the black bundle in shock. He quickly said, how can this be, you are our benefactor, how can I accept your gift? With so much salt, if it doesn't look good, you can still exchange it for 20 coins, and this salt looks so bright, he said tremblingly. So Kwang smiled and held his hand and said, just take it, this time I'll pay cheaply. Next time if you have this type of fur, just bring it to me, 1 piece of mink fur for 150 grams, 3 tigers for 300 grams, I'll buy whatever you have. In the distance 2 players were chatting again, did you understand what the manager said just now? No. Another person rubbed his head and said, I understand a little, to put it simply, use 1 kilogram of coarse salt to exchange 10 skins. The whole crowd was shocked, it was a sure victory, 10 skins could be exchanged for 2 guns, it was really bullying the natives. Du Ho here refused, how could that be okay, wouldn't it be a loss for you to exchange like that, 100 grams would be fine, like today. So Kwang asked him again, had he heard the word win-win, of course they had not. So Kwang explained, I earned it, you also earned it, we are now winning together. Du Ho was surprised, he had gained new knowledge. Du Tiger was happy, Dad, the skin will be sold to Big Brother in the future, this way we win together. Grandpa Du immediately told him to shut up. Du told them, I understand what you mean, but the town chief does not allow us to do business with outside merchants, if we are discovered. The Department of Kwang has made a decision, you don't need to bring anything from home, just bring food directly here, we can help you peel the skin to get the meat for free, when the time comes, keep the skin, you can bring the meat and salt to exchange and that's it. I suggest that you can sell the food directly to me, not only can you exchange salt, but you can also exchange food and dried meat, which is definitely more profitable than buying it elsewhere. Old Du still said, that's no good, we can't let you help us get the meat, according to Bait Street's rules, the person who kills takes 3 parts of the prey, we also give you 3 parts. So Kwang smiled wryly and rubbed his head and said, you are too polite. I have to say, 3 parts is too much, 2 parts is enough. Finally, the department sent the father and son home. Du Chuangu suddenly turned his head. The little girl ran towards him, confused. He silently looked to see what she was going to do. Hu Tu then sadly asked him if he would come back again. So Kwang was surprised. Du Chuangu told me that my second brother said I wasn't taken away by the weasel, that I was still alive, but I wouldn't come back later, but I could bring you to see you, so I followed. Little Fish just wanted to ask, do you still need that room? So Kwang was surprised. He asked her, do you want to keep it for me? Du Chuangu smiled and said, Chuangu promised me, he would take care of me, he wouldn't change, Big Brother said there was dust on my door, he definitely won't come back, I'll still sweep the dust for you. She also told me, but that little boy from the Vuong family kept looking at my brother's house, he kept opening the door when I wasn't paying attention, but the little fish's ears were very good, he could hear everything in a single sound, he didn't dare to hit me, my second brother had beaten him before. So Kwang heard that and immediately smiled sincerely. He patted her head and said, thank you for helping me keep the house for so long, but I won't need it anymore. I said, consider that house as a coming-of-age gift for me. If there's anything in there that you can use, just take it, no need to ask me, please be gentle with it. Du Chuangu asked bewilderedly, are you not coming back anymore? So Kwang replied, yes, my friends need me, from now on I will live here forever. Even though the little fish was a bit reluctant, she still said, okay, then thank you for your gift. She asked again, so can Chuangu give it to my brother, my nest is quite good, but my brother still needs a bigger room to get married. That way, he doesn't have to marry too far away, and can still come home often. After hearing this, So Kwang immediately thought, is Du Hu getting married? So Kwang reminded, hey, it's her brother, that's called marriage, but it's up to you, after all it's yours. So Kwang this time took out 3 lollipops and said, take them and eat them, this is for you, remember to peel off the wrapping paper. It's been a long time since Du Chuangu saw this delicious thing again, and his eyes immediately lit up. So Kwang helplessly smiled and advised her, don't stuff your mouth with gold, only eat one at a time, otherwise the taste will be bad. Du Chuangu finally followed his brother and father to leave the refugee camp. In the evening, the players were gathering to consider something. Turns out there is a new notice board, From today onwards, the area 100 meters from the north gate is a market. Residents of the refugee camp can freely sell and trade. The storage locker is located in the main hall of the refugee camp residence. You need to pay a fee of money to be able to deposit the items. If no one comes to buy after 7 days, it will be removed. After being removed, you will be allowed to continue paying to rent again. Players are happy. The manager is so awesome, so good. Is this a new update in the game? The market function is finally up, so good. On this side, a real businessman shouted loudly, "Is there anyone who wants to buy mutated weasel fangs? The market function is already there. The days of being rich are still far away. If we don't stock up on materials now, how long will we wait? How much more powerful will it be?" "Oh yes, I'm crying and selling. Does anyone want to buy mushrooms? Here are fresh mushrooms. Come and buy them quickly. I guarantee the price won't increase anymore. From now on, it's 4 dong, really." The players continued to trade. Can your mushroom house owner go to college? Can she give birth to a baby? Can she buy it to release her? Can she let Odina spit in my wine? Oh my god, she's a pervert. So Kwang smiled looking at the scene before him. In the afternoon, the father and son of the Du family also returned to Bait Town. Dungu looked ahead in confusion. "What are you doing here?" "Old Charlie is talking to some tall guy." Dungu thought, "Is that old snail leading out a person?" At this time, a girl was slowly led out, both hands tied, her face expressionless. That girl was quickly taken away by someone outside. Du Chuangu asked Du Ho, "Who is she?" Du Ho immediately replied, "I don't know, maybe the old town thought he bought it from outside. I heard it was some kind of experiment." Mr. Du in front reminded them both, "As human beings, don't speak up, don't look into their eyes, we'll wait here for a while," he told the 2 children, "Her eyes are soulless, don't look." Old Charlie was still talking to the group of people. The little fish continued asking, "Where are they taking her?" Du Ho silently looked at the group of people. He thought, every time the cold season approached, every house in Bait Town had to respond to the town's encouragement, hand over supplies, and the old town chief naturally had to pay tribute to others. This is like big fish eating small fish eating shrimp. So I just gently said, "You're still young, don't ask so many questions." Du Chuangu said loudly, "I'm not small anymore." Du Ho patted his brother's head and said, "Be good, if you're not small, you should eat more meat, only by eating meat can you grow tall." He said again, "That's right, what is that plastic stick of yours? Is it good? Is it still available? Let me try it." Du Chuangu immediately hid his things and said, "If you don't give them to me, I'll go and ask my boss to give them to me." Mr. Du then told the 2 of them that they should leave. The 3 slowly approached the Bait Town gate. The cigar-smoking old man talked to old Charlie, "Did your former refugee camp have such a beautiful daughter?" Old Bait said, "No, that refugee camp of mine had at least normal people." This person was surprised, that girl was not normal. Old Charlie explained, "There are 2 types of clones, one type develops from the fetus, develops naturally no different from normal people, the other type is a quick finished product, before finishing development, they are all in the training compartment, no different from a machine, you don't understand." He heard that and immediately said, "After all, there's still some time left before it gets dark, so go ahead and say it." It's online time here again, the players are all offline, let's see how the situation is. The whole group talked to each other, they exclaimed that today there were too many wild NPCs appearing, some people felt that the public testing was too early, some people were just waiting for that day. Chu Kwang thought, sure enough on today's forum everyone was discussing the scenario from this morning. At this time, the department noticed, oh, the school posted an article. So Kwang was surprised, the whole article is full of data, it can be used as material for newbies. Speaking of which, the total deposit of the ox and horse squad seems to have exceeded 200 silver, these 4 players are really strong, one of the wooden bows was broken, and about a dozen of the standard guns were broken. On the website, the number of reservations has reached 612 seats, oh, there are already so many reservations now. Chu Kwang called Tu that to come. He said, help me open 50 more boxes, the young man immediately said, Master, you only have 49 boxes left to open. So Kwang thought and was angry, in order to help the girl come back to life, she stole a box of active matter from a training compartment that had not yet been started. I compromise, so I'll open 40 boxes first, leaving 9 boxes just in case. Ha DM sat in a corner and asked, what are you guys talking about? As always, So Kwang replied, it has nothing to do with you. Kwang's hands started dancing on the keyboard again. The website pops up with a notification about an alpha update without .4. So Kwang smiled and thought, about the content of this update, I have already finished writing it. After all, there are many little geniuses who help me think like that. He lowered his head and looked at the corner in fear, looking at So Kwang with an evil smile and dancing on the keyboard. She thought to herself, it feels like this guy is planning something evil. Indeed, this man, no, cannot see through it. Is he any different than a villain? Some of the new updates include increasing the number of internal testers to 90, along with the official night system going live. So Kwang was satisfied with reading it once and then posting it. He did not forget to remind us that we do not encourage playing too little, nor do we encourage playing too much, just enough entertainment, keeping a good pace of life, reasonable playing time, wish you a happy life. The whole group immediately started making a fuss, most of them were mainly joking with each other. There was also the guy with the smoking it who was still crying because he wasn't qualified for internal testing yet. So Kwang thought, this drug addict is so pitiful, I'm about to not be able to bear it and give him one, but I can't. At this moment, Chu Kwang stood up. In the distance, Ha Ham is dozing off. Sleeping but still greedy for food, still muttering about things like chocolate, wine, etc. I couldn't eat any more, So Kwang was speechless looking at this girl. He coldly called, hey, wake up. The match was immediately startled awake. Oh, what happened? So Kwang said, remind her to go back to her room, don't sleep here. After putting out the match, I slowly walked back to my room, using crutches. After finishing, Chu Kwang told the robot to sleep for a while, remember to wake me up at 2 or 3, and the robot immediately agreed. Time is wasted at midnight. For the first time, the department let a group of players out. The whole group looked up at the sky in surprise. They didn't see any stars, but it was really beautiful. It turned out that at night you could actually see clouds. They all chatted happily, your game skills are considered okay, it would be nice if you could stay in this world forever. So Kwang now told them that the coldest period was coming, danger was approaching. Exploring and hunting these past few days, our existence has alarmed the surrounding neighbors. To me this is an opportunity, but also a danger. He said, right now we need 8 brave men to stand up. Immediately they all raised their hands and wanted to be brave men. So Kwang quickly added, everyone listen to what I have to say first. He said, I need 8 brave soldiers to be in charge of night defense, to be responsible for guarding the base. During the mission, everyone's equipment will be provided by the refugee camp, and each hour will receive 15 copper coins and 10 contribution points. Each night's performance is 8 hours long. After every 6 hours, duty will be changed. If you die while performing the task, the resurrection penalty will be waived. Depending on the situation, you will receive from 1 to 10 pieces of money called visitation money. He said, everyone has 20 seconds to think about whether they need this job or not. Now those who need it should raise their hands. Yet almost everyone raised their hands. So Kwang smiled and said, it seems like you are all real warriors. I said, to that, register the 8 fastest players to raise their hands. These 8 players are led to another place by light. In front of them, bullets, guns, and bombs were all full. You can get 4 7mm pistols here, he said. 8 people are divided into 4 teams, each team is in charge of one wall of the base, one person holds a gun and the other holds bullets. In addition, each person holds a wooden bow and 9 arrows. There was also a fuel tank and a hand bomb can. While working, if a strange object comes near, you can use a bow and arrow to shoot it or chase it away. Do not approach the wall, do not fire a gun, and do not throw fuel tanks or explosive objects. If the identity of the person is unknown, outside a radius of 30 meters, use bows and arrows to chase them away. If the enemy continues to approach or even commit hostile acts, the player is allowed to open fire. He continued, if someone mutated. No need to hesitate, immediately open fire. Next night at the nursing home refugee camp. The fully equipped Elena player said to the player next to him, if this game could install a browser inside, it would be good, at least you can watch movies. The task of hanging up but you still have to watch the game is really strange. The rich Elemental King player said, install the browser inside, haha, before the internal testing, I was very satisfied to be able to install a screen that can be seen. He also said that this time the old field mouse guessed correctly, the alpha didn't hesitate to open the defense concept, but he didn't know when those green-skinned big guys would attack here. Elena said, why don't you think the game designer saw the card and changed it, kneel down. The rich elf king immediately said, instant change, do you have any concept of working on a game, boss? Do you think that a big project like this can be changed like using an eraser on paper and it's done? Didn't you listen to what the designer said? Just solving a money system. They had to meet for 3 days and 3 nights. Yelena smiled and said, of course I know, because so we can be online at night they sacrificed a programmer, but you look so stupid when you're so serious. But the spirit told him to shush. He said sternly, don't speak, there's a noise outside. Yelena immediately took out her name and took a defensive stance. Oh my god, really? This person worriedly thought, what is the point of talking about it? In front of them is a dark forest space. The spirit player held his breath and looked ahead. His eyes suddenly seemed to have more mana and turned blue. Yelena asked, have you seen it, brother? The elf player angrily said, what do you see? Do you think my eyes are telescopes? I'm a quick-witted person, not a feeling system. Yelena immediately said, this visual talent of yours is really useless, you're so narcissistic. But he also said, but this place has this broken steel as a shield, the opponent can't see us. In the corner of the forest, a strange man slowly poked his head out. This person looked straight at the other 2 players. He thought, inside the wall, it seemed like he could hear the sound of metal hitting. There were also many people's voices, 10 people, no, at least 20, even 30 people. Then he looked ahead in horror. Seeing that the other 2 had hidden, he was worried, had he been discovered? His mission this time is not here, it's better not to cause more trouble. Thinking so, he quickly slipped into the forest. Changing the scene, a tall, dark man sat on a chair and said, you mean, the lake water park naturally has a new human base, right under our eyes. The surveyor just knelt down and said, it will take a little longer for the cattle to prepare tribute for you, it will be sunset by the time we continue to depart. He said, there are other species in the city foraging for food, we were afraid of injuring the tribute that the animals gave you, so we took the road next to the mausoleum. I thought that there were few people there, but I didn't expect that as soon as I entered, I discovered there were traces of people there. This person spoke while not daring to raise his head. My teammates and I searched all the way, finally discovering a very secret place in the forest. The guy sitting in front calmly asked, how many people? The bald guy immediately replied, no more than 30 people. The other party now revealed a deadly look and asked, where is the tribute? That person immediately said, brought to your room, isn't that the cloned girl from before? He smiled and said with satisfaction, very good, you can go down. The bald guy asked again, so let's stop by the mausoleum. The old man sitting on top just said, wait until I wake up tomorrow and then continue. At this time, the first light gradually appeared in the sky. A pair of feet appeared in front of the town gate of Bait. Isn't that the logic of a businessman? He led 500 brothers and several 2-headed cows into town. The old man frowned and looked at the clock and said, hasn't anyone taught these aboriginal people the concept of time? At this time, Duhu suddenly appeared outside the gate of Bait town. He said, it was the department who asked me to come. He said he had an appointment with you, wanted to sell you some green umbrella mushrooms. The old man didn't say much and immediately said, leading the way. On this side of the player, including the 4 superheroes and the cloud collector, appeared and said to the respected manager, Mr. Chu Kwong, we want to buy a piece of land, this is 300 silver coins. Trong said, the 4 of us, plus the trash picker and the cloud, total 30 square meters. The Department of Light received the money and said that buying land together can be calculated together. In addition, during renovation and construction, we need to pay attention not to cause damage to the facilities on the base, not to affect other residents. Fuang Trong immediately said, then we want the location closest to the main gate of the sanatorium. At this time another player rushed in and called the manager, so Kwong asked, are you also here to buy land? But this player just quickly said, no, there are many people coming to the south of the sanatorium, about 10 people, and more than 20 cows, with a lot of things on their backs. So Kwong frowned, why are there so many people? Go to the warehouse to get 20 kilos of green umbrella mushrooms and bring them to the south door to wait for me. All the players gathered together to have fun. So Kwong quickly appeared, the whole group immediately moved aside to let him go. In front, he lured the tiger to lead the way and immediately ran forward. He whispered to So Kwong, Big brother So, General Lee's trading group has brought them to you, be careful. So Kwong replied, I will be careful. The old man opened his mouth, I always thought you were a garbage collector on Bait Street, it seems I was wrong, it seems I also have a right investor. So Kwong pointed to the pile of sacks brought by the player and said, I'm glad he thought so, this is the thing he wants, he can weigh it again. The old man was satisfied as he ordered his subordinates and said, very good, you kept your promise, it seems I didn't waste my time on this trip. The old man's men brought 2 wooden crates. So Kwang smiled and thought, great, finally got it. Inside is a wooden generator with a capacity of 10 kV. The old man also said, there's still that one, it's already installed, you can try opening it. So Kwang smiled and looked at the item inside. The skeleton used external force to swing one. So Kwang immediately put it on to feel, this thing is very light, the estimated total weight is less than 30 kilos, it can be said that the places that should be exposed are already exposed, the places that shouldn't be exposed are also exposed. The old man told him, it's best not to hope that it can help you block bullets, if you absolutely have to use it to fight, remember to add some steel plates. He continued, have you finished trying it yet? I have to remind you, the battery life is only 12 hours, you don't need to turn it on all the time, when not in use, turn it off, consider it as exercise. So Kwang just took off the armor and exclaimed, after trying it on, I am quite satisfied. The old man said again, happy cooperation, by the way, I have a question, I still have salt, weapons and some daily necessities. He introduced that these were 7mm iron pipe rifles and nearly 9mm tube rifles, each with 200 chips. So Kwang immediately told the truth, these things were the best sellers in the shop, worth only 150 chips. The old man was immediately surprised and then quickly argued, this, you don't know, what we went through when transporting these things from the megalithic city to here. So Kwang said in a cold voice to him, I like to do business with honest people, your maximum cost is only 30, even 20, I don't expect to be able to use the best parts to make these things, 8/10 are waste from the production line. The old man sweated but immediately said, this is slander. So Kwang smiled directly and stated the condition, how about 8 deer skins in exchange for 4 rifles for a total of 120 bullets, I remember the last time you said, a gun comes with 30 bullets, the old man angrily replied, don't even think about it, it must be at least 12. So Kwang immediately said, 12 sheets, you mean hyena skin, if it was deer skin, I'm afraid I'd have to add another 2 kilos of salt, the old man is even crazier, who wants hyena skin, you're crazy, vampires aren't as greedy as you. In the end, he still had to bow his head and say, I have to look at the goods first, so Kwang did not hesitate to reply, okay. After a period of negotiation, the 2 sides shook hands. The old man smiled wryly and said, goodbye my friend, if we can meet again, the next time will probably be in the spring. So Kwang also smiled sincerely and said, we are always here, take care. The group of people followed each other in a long line and turned to go home. So Kwang returned to the computer room to read the information and was surprised. Great, this side mission lasted so long, I just remembered that the outpost was still missing a generator, but I forgot about the mission reward with a bonus of 100 points, I'm lucky, needless to say, here comes the premium box. At this time, the flooded mausoleum in the North Park. A cockroach crawls on the road like every happy day. Squeezed, a second later it was stomped on by the group of people, saying goodbye to the life of a cockroach. This group of people is identical to the group of robbers that the department met before. They walked around, not noticing someone in the distance looking at them. Even though 3 or 4 players were fully equipped, they still looked at this group of people a little cautiously.